Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novel Wonderland. Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 66 to 124. Chapter 66, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 3. 1437 words. The magecraft used by Emiya Kiritsugu, known as time manipulation, is certainly not as simple as Kenneth described it, having only some understanding of magecraft. It is an advanced form of magecraft with a complex ritual structure and a high level of difficulty in its usage. The Emiya family, from which Kiritsugu hails, has dedicated generations to the study of time manipulation magecraft, with Kiritsugu being the fifth generation heir. The Emiya family's time magecraft is a ritual designed to cast powerful spells, creating a separation between the inner space of a specific area and the external flow of time, allowing for the manipulation of time at will. It belongs to a unique category of magecraft called reality marble, which is a magical structure that blends the real world with the caster's mental landscape. This particular form of magecraft is considered the closest to actual magic and has been included in the Mage Association's list of forbidden spells. Once the inherent boundary is activated, the surrounding space undergoes a complete transformation into a different landscape, effectively creating a closed parallel world within the existing world. Other artificially created parallel worlds, apart from naturally occurring extensions such as spirits, are eliminated by the natural order. Therefore, maintaining the reality marble requires immense energy and resources. For Kiritsugu, who seeks tactical preparedness for survival on the battlefield, this type of magecraft is not particularly useful. To make the most efficient use of it, he independently developed an application method that allows him to perform time manipulation spells on a very small scale with higher efficiency. To make it easier to deploy the inherent boundary, Kiritsugu limits its range to within his own body. Conceptually, separating the innate physical body from the external world presents the lowest difficulty and minimizes interference from the outside world. Within this minimal-scale reality marble, Kiritsugu adjusts a few seconds, showcasing his unique magecraft, time manipulation. While evading Kenneth's attacks, Kiritsugu doubled the speed of his blood flow, the combustion of hemoglobin, and the movement of his muscle tissue, effectively unleashing physical abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary person. However, as Kenneth mentioned, this magecraft has one drawback: it places a tremendous burden on the caster's body. Manipulating time inevitably introduces discrepancies in the flow of time both inside and outside the reality marble. After the reality marble is lifted, a natural force compensates for this temporal discontinuity, known as the world's correction. This force of correction applies to the altered party, in this case, Kiritsugu's reality marble, which means his physical body is compressed and distorted to match the original flow of time. The burden on the body accelerates the heartbeat, increases blood flow, and intensifies respiration, making it even more difficult to escape the pursuit of the mystic code volume and hydrargyrum. Therefore, from Kenneth's perspective, the enemy's actions are nothing more than a desperate struggle, unable to change the inevitable fact of his impending defeat. Thus, Kenneth doesn't rush to pursue Kiritsugu, he maintains a calm and composed pace befitting a noble, walking along the corridors of the castle, guided by the path indicated by the volume and hydrargyrum. Kenneth firmly believes that the enemy cannot escape his grasp and that it won't be long before he crushes this rat. The encounter with the rat happens much earlier than Kenneth had anticipated. At the corner of the corridor, just as Kenneth turns, Kiritsugu leaps out from behind a pillar, swiftly firing his M950 micro Uzi. At this moment, the distance between Kiritsugu and Kenneth is no more than 1.5 meters. Kiritsugu successfully evaded the volume and hydrargyrum's automatic target acquisition, stealthily lurking right under Kenneth's nose, launching a sudden attack against him. Only Justice, who possesses a god's eye view, could see the entire process. After Kiritsugu escaped from the conference room, the volume and hydrargyrum once again spread its target acquisition network. However, having observed the network once before, Kiritsugu had already analyzed its detection patterns and found a way to counter it. Since the volume and hydrargyrum captures the vibrations in the air and the changes in heat, Kiritsugu decides to lower his body temperature and slow down his heartbeat. Kiritsugu's innate time control not only accelerates the flow of time within his body but can also slow it down. Time alter, triple stagnate. The flow of time within his body reduces to 1/3 of normal, and correspondingly, his bodily functions slow down to 1/3 as well. The accelerated heartbeat and rapid breathing caused by the side effects of double XL quickly dull, and due to the stagnation of metabolism, his body temperature rapidly decreases, cooling to a level similar to the outside temperature. As the volume and hydrargyrum's target acquisition network flows around Kiritsugu, it fails to detect anything, leading to a cognitive error in Kenneth's perception. Kenneth naturally assumes that the corridor is safe, believing that the enemy has temporarily taken refuge in the castle's depths, beyond the reach of the target acquisition network. As a result, Kenneth, who is unprepared, falls victim to an attack. Although caught off guard by the sudden assault, the Volumen Hydrargyrum still displays its accuracy and defense. The instantaneously deployed defense barrier nullifies the power of the bullets completely, appearing no different from when Kiritsugu first fired. Fool, that won't work on me. Kenneth, hiding within the defense barrier, sneers mockingly. However, he is unaware that his opponent, whom he mocks, not only sees through the automatic target acquisition but has also identified the weakness of the automatic defense. Before the magazine of the M950 ran empty, Kiritsugu's empty right hand drew the single-shot pistol from his waist. Looking at the thicker barrel of the pistol compared to the M950, Justice inexplicably recalled a certain story she had come across while passing the time. She couldn't remember the details of the story, but one line at the end left a deep impression on her. Dawn has arrived. The gunshot resounded like muffled thunder. At the same moment, Iris Veal, who was retreating deeper into the forest, felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening. Of course, she wasn't struck by lightning, nor was she affected by the sound of the gunshot. The reason she found herself in this state was that a new enemy had intruded upon the boundary. Madam! The Guardian, Mew, halted her steps and looked at Iris Veal with surprise. There's another new intruder right ahead of us. If we continue like this, we'll run into them. Understood. Maya calmly nodded. Then let's go around from the north. Iris Veal didn't immediately respond. She was using her magical vision to observe the physical characteristics of the intruder. Jet black attire, a tall and imposing figure, short hair, and a serious expression, identical to the photo she had seen during the day. It's Kotomine Kirei who has come. Mew's expression changed. Normally an emotionless woman with a face as cold as ice, revealing no hint of her inner feelings, she suddenly displayed obvious restlessness and anger. Behind that restlessness and anger lay her wariness and sense of crisis towards Kotomine Kirei. Iris Veal, while realizing this, also saw through Mew's inner thoughts. Miss Mew, Kiritsugu's order to you is to protect my safety, right? Yes, but... But what? That man, under no circumstances should he be allowed near Kiritsugu, right? After Iris Veal mischievously smiled and pointed out her thoughts, Mew fell silent for a moment. Madam, you. How coincidental. Our opinions align. Kotomine Kirei can be said to be the greatest threat to Kiritsugu. The two of us will stop him here. Is that all right, Miss Mew? After a brief moment of hesitation, Mew nodded with a strange expression. I apologize, but please be prepared, madam. It's fine, don't worry about me. Your only task is to fulfill your mission, not because it's an order from Kiritsugu, but because it's a mission you feel the need to complete. Understood. At this moment, Iris Veal completely grasped the situation and understood Mew's thoughts. The two women who cherished Emir Kiritsugu from the depths of their hearts reached an agreement. As the deadly battle approached, Iris Veal couldn't help but laugh. Mew, who was adjusting her firearms, glanced at her with a surprised expression. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Iris Veal shook her head. I just find the human heart truly remarkable. The main wife is the main wife, successfully subduing the concubine. Yes, the human heart is indeed remarkable. You too, your actions have surpassed the capabilities of my prototype. Justice, who remained in the conference room, let out a soft sigh. Have you become human, Iris Veal von Einsburn? Please vote for more chapter, smiley face. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 4. 1,419 words. As a former partner during Kiritsugu's time as an assassin and mercenary, Mew had natural tactical skills. After the previous battle, Mew knew that Kirei possessed extraordinary black key-throwing techniques and superhuman reflexes. Engaging in confrontation with such an opponent was not advisable, they had to rely on traps. Mew and Iris Veal's knowledge of Einsburn Forest provided the best advantage for setting up traps. With Iris Veal's assistance, Mew successfully found a suitable terrain and set up two mechanisms, with Iris Veal having control over the bounded fields. With a single command from Iris Veal, an M950 pistol and a Steer August assault rifle would automatically fire at the designated positions. Mew hid beneath the first mechanism and aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Kirei with her H&KWA 2000 semi-automatic sniper rifle. The H&KWA 2000 was the world's most advanced and highest-performing sniper rifle. With a total length of approximately 90 centimeters, excluding the magazine, it was about 65 centimeters long. It used .300 Winchester Magnum ammunition and had an effective range of up to 1,000 meters. With a unit price of $12,000, only 154 rifles were produced due to its high cost, and one of them belonged to Emir Kiritsugu. Before leaving the castle, Kiritsugu entrusted this renowned rifle to Mew, who shared the same purpose as him. The two of them had used this rifle to eliminate over 100 targets, including proficient underworld experts and mega skilled in various secret arts. Mew believed that Kirei Kotomine would be the next enemy to fall under the barrel of this gun. Kirei Kotomine's movements were incredibly fast. Almost in an instant after Mew took her position, this tall and indifferent man appeared. His aura was calm and unhurried, as if unaffected by his high-speed movement. His footsteps were steady, no different from walking on a twisted and knotted forest floor. His composure only strengthened Mew's determination to kill. In a matter of a few breaths, Kirei arrived at the ambush point chosen by Mew. Mew held her breath, her HNKWA 2000 steady in her hands. She trusted Irisveal and believed in the woman chosen by Emir Kiritsugu. Irisveal did not disappoint her. The timing of the M950 firing was impeccable. Even seasoned veterans might not be able to evade such an attack. But the executors of the Holy Church were different. Engaging in combat with heretics and creatures beyond humans, they were much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Faced with the unexpected gunfire, Kirei quickly dodged the first volley and calmly determined the enemy's position, throwing 2 black keys. The black keys pierced into a tree trunk, producing crisp sounds. None of them hit their mark, and Kirei seemed somewhat surprised by the result, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the Steer August assault rifle opened fire from Kirei's left side. At the critical moment, Kirei Kotomine performed a ground roll maneuver, narrowly avoiding the second round of gunfire. As expected of one of the top executors, Kirei maintained his composure and swiftly retrieved 4 black keys. 2 in his left hand, 2 in his right hand, he simultaneously threw them in 4 different directions. These were not aimless probing throws but rather a response to the sensed presence. Unfortunately, these 4 presences were also illusory, created by Irisveal utilizing the properties of bounded fields. Just as Kirei released the black keys and before he could draw new ones, Mew pulled the trigger. The .300 Winchester Magnum bullet, concealed by Irisveal's illusion, traveled almost without any killing intent from the position already eliminated by Kirei, accurately piercing through hundreds of meters to hit Kirei Kotomine's spine. With the destructive power of the HNKWA 2000, Mew was certain that the target's spinal cord had been penetrated. Kirei Kotomine's reaction was just as Mew had imagined. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing on his back, without convulsions or painful moans. Mew stood up from the sniping point, aiming her M950 at the fallen Kirei, cautiously approaching. "Miss Mew, you can't." Irisveal, who had detected the trap a step earlier, warned her, but it was already too late. Kirei, still lying on his back, merely swung his arm and threw a hidden black key. That black key, flying in a low trajectory, tore through Mew's right leg, taking away her opportunity for the next move. Kirei jumped up like a mechanized spring, launching a fierce charge toward Mew. Undeterred, Mew pulled the trigger. But Kirei only protected his head with both hands and did not attempt to dodge. The executor's cassock blocked the bullets from the M950, firing at a rate of 10 rounds per second, and his well-trained muscular armor completely protected his bones and organs from the impact of the bullets. Mew realized that Kirei was fully equipped with bulletproof gear and immediately dropped the M950, drawing a tactical combat knife from her thigh. In contrast to its resistance against bullet fibers, the knife was susceptible to being easily cut. If the gun was ineffective, close combat was the only way out. As the barrage ceased, Kirei once again pulled out a new black key in each hand and launched a cross-slash towards Mew. Despite the injury to her right leg, Mew showed no signs of slowness and deflected the consecutive strikes with the hefty blade of her combat knife. Although the length of the black keys exceeded that of the tactical combat knife, they were ultimately blades designed for throwing after reinforcement. In close combat, Mew's tactical combat knife, with its agility, held overwhelming superiority over the unbalanced black keys due to its extremely short handles. Having identified her advantage, Mew fiercely charged forward in a semi-reckless posture. Black keys were difficult to defend against at such a close distance, and even if she received a counterattack, the chances of sustaining a serious injury were low. Kirei also caught Mew's right-hand dagger with a black key in his right hand, seemingly planning to counter with the length of the blade. However, sword shadows, intermingling with the dagger, thrust toward him. Mew, who was prepared for this, easily evaded the counterattack. She simply tilted her head slightly and avoided the tip of the black key. Like that, she broke into the enemy's embrace. But just when Miu believed victory was within reach, she was captivated by an unexpected move from Kirei. Amidst his sudden thrust, he released his weapon, which meant that his right hand had never intended to pierce Miu with the black key from the beginning. Fingers bulging with veins, like a pair of tiger pincers, grabbed hold of Miu's right hand. Kirei's body bent down as supple as a snake, slipping beneath Miu's right arm. In the next instant, as if carrying an injured person, he supported Miu's right arm from behind his shoulder. Miu, who was powerless, finally understood. This executor's ace, who made Kiritsugu feel threatened, was not using the black keys but rather the Chinese martial art, Bajikan. Regret filled Miu's heart for her hasty retreat from the previous night. If she had observed a little longer, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen into this trap. But everything was already too late. There was no regret medicine in the world. Amidst of deadly despair, Kirei pressed his side tightly against Miu's waist. With a strike of his left elbow aimed at Miu's solar plexus and a beautiful kick to support her standing leg, he executed the most distinctive technique of Bajikan, the Lyman Dingzhou, inside gate elbow strike. After her hand holding the dagger was caught, all the movements were completed in an instant, truly capturing the essence of Bajikan. Miu couldn't even perform a proper breakfall and fell heavily to the ground. Due to the intense impact, Miu even felt an illusion that her limbs had completely detached, and her entire body was paralyzed and unable to move. In her consciousness, she only felt the intense pain in her chest from the elbow strike, with at least 2 ribs broken. Although just a single strike rendered Miu incapable of fighting, Kirei did not stop there. Kirei's target was only Emir Kiritsugu. Now that he had found the location of his target, he had no attachment to Miu. Just as Kirei clenched his fist, preparing to deliver the final blow to Miu, he witnessed a scene that made him doubt his own eyes. A snow-white-haired artificial human with eyes like rubies emerged from the hidden forest, standing in confrontation with the terrifying executor. Chapter 68, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 5. 1816 words. This idiot. Whether it was Saber in danger, Kenneth's attack, or the appearance of Kotomine Kirei, the usually indifferent Justice finally couldn't sit still. Iris Veil was the lesser grail of this Holy Grail war, and her existence was more important than the 7 masters and servants. If she encountered any problems, even if the Holy Grail war ended, the Holy Grail summoning ritual would fail. Iris Veil absolutely couldn't have any issues. This was what Justice thought as she left the castle, abandoning her prime observation spot and heading straight for Iris Veil's location. Driven by an inexplicable sense of urgency, she forgot to inform Shinji, forgot that the Lesser Grail didn't need Iris Veil to be alive, and even her specially adjusted body wasn't necessary. All that was needed was to preserve her heart to prevent any impact on the ritual. At this moment, Justice didn't realize that Iris Veil's importance didn't stem from being the Lesser Grail but rather because she possessed the human soul and emotions that Justice desired. Equally anxious was Miu, who was heavily injured and unable to move. Previously, they had agreed that during the confrontation with Kotomine Kirei, Iris Veil would only provide covert support and must not reveal herself regardless of the circumstances. Miu was well aware that if she failed, Iris Veil, who had no combat experience, would be no match for Kotomine Kirei. "Madam, you can't." Ignoring her injuries, Miu coughed up blood as she tried to stop Iris Veil. Kotomine Kirei lowered his clenched fist and expressionlessly observed this sudden confrontation with the artificial human. He couldn't understand Iris Veil's actions. In his view, Iris Veil was Saber's master, the core of the entire Einsburn faction, and someone who must be protected at all costs. If she died, the Einsburn would repeat the same mistakes of the previous Holy Grail War. According to Tosaka Tokiomi's account, the Einsburn family, due to their heavy emphasis on alchemy, was not adept at combat and always withdrew from the Holy Grail War early. Given their hiring of the mercenary Emir Kiritsugu, they should have reflected on that humiliating experience. So, why would the master of the Einsburn family appear alone before Kotomine Kirei with the female guard lying on the ground? Wasn't that seeking death? "Woman, perhaps you'll find it surprising, but I didn't come here to defeat you." It sounded like a low-level lie that no one would believe, but it was Kotomine Kirei's genuine sentiment. His purpose was to confront Emir Kiritsugu on the battlefield, and compared to that, everything else was inconsequential. "I understand very well, Kotomine Kirei." Kotomine Kirei was surprised that Iris Veil believed him. "I know your purpose, but it's impossible. You won't reach Emir Kiritsugu." "We will stop you right here," said Iris Veil in response to Kirei's words, feeling puzzled by her confidence. Was she ignorant, or did she have something to rely on? Taking advantage of her opponent's hesitation, Iris Veil drew out a concealed weapon from her coat sleeve. Well, it couldn't exactly be called a weapon, it was just a bundle of soft metal wire. "Madam, this man is an executor, a skilled hunter of heretics. He's not an opponent that can be dealt with using ordinary magic," exclaimed Mew, who was crouching on the ground, enduring the pain. Irisveal responded with a calm smile. "Kiritsugu taught me more than just driving. He taught me how to live, not as a puppet, but as a human being." In front of the speechless Mew and the astonished Kirei, Irisveal infused magic into the metal wire. The extremely thin wire unraveled from its bundle, and like a living organism, it began to flow between Irisveal's fingers. No one knew that Irisveal's rank as a magus was higher than her husband, Emir Kiritsugu. No one knew that Irisveal had long since acquired her combat style by learning from her husband, who had always been involved in battles, and through her determination to live together with him. Shapis Leben. Form of life. With a 2-verse incantation, she swiftly weaved the magic. This was Irisveal's mystic code, metal form manipulation. It was a mystic code unparalleled in the world of magecraft. Silver threads crisscrossed and formed intricate patterns. They intertwined and combined, giving shape to a complex 3-dimensional object that resembled a woven craftwork, with fierce wings, a bird's beak, and sharp claws. It was an exquisite silver wire artwork modeled after an eagle. No, it was more than just a replica. Kai! Issuing a high-pitched screech reminiscent of a metallic blade slicing through the air, the silver wire eagle took flight from Irisveal's hand. It was an artificial life form created on the spot using alchemy, a weapon imbued with life by Irisveal, who was currently facing a life-or-death situation. The silver wire eagle flew with a bullet-like trajectory, far exceeding Kirei's expectations. It narrowly missed him with its attack, but its razor-sharp beak grazed his nose. After the first attack missed, the silver wire eagle immediately hovered above Kirei's head. This time, it swooped down with its hooked claws aimed at his face. However, for an executor like Kirei, this was not an attack he couldn't handle. Fearlessly, he used his powerful fist to strike back at the eagle. Descending rapidly, the eagle couldn't change its trajectory. Kirei's fist directly hit its abdomen. To Kirei's surprise, the eagle transformed back into shapeless silver wires upon being struck, entwining around his right fist like a vine. Despite immediately attempting to pull it off with his left hand, the silver wires wrapped around that hand as well. The silver wires that had just been soaring in the form of an eagle now bound Kirei's hands like handcuffs. HMPH. Faced with this predicament, Kirei only snorted and rushed towards Irisveal. Having engaged in countless battles with Magi in the past, he wasn't concerned about his hands being restrained. As long as he got close, he could launch a decisive kick and determine the outcome. "You're too naive." Irisveal scolded and infused more magic into the silver wires. A bundle of silver wires extended from the entangled strands that bound Kirei's hands and swiftly moved through the air like a snake, entwining around nearby tree trunks. Now even Kirei couldn't defend against it. In the moments when he lost his balance and tried to stabilize himself, the silver wires tightly wrapped around the tree trunk, continuously dragging Kirei. Eventually, they securely bound his wrists to the tree trunk. The diameter of the tree trunk exceeded 30 centimeters, making it impossible for a human strength alone to break or uproot it. This fearsome executor was finally completely immobilized. However, it wasn't a time for celebrating victory. Under Kirei's physical strength, Irisveal was gradually losing the hard-fought advantage she had gained. Under normal circumstances, Kirei's hands should have been severed by the pressure of the silver wires. But his muscles, honed to be as strong as steel, were far more resilient than Irisveal had imagined. Her silver wires were on the verge of breaking, strained to their limits. To reinforce the metal and prevent it from snapping, she had to continuously exert all her magical power. "Mew, please, hurry." The one holding the key to victory was Mew, who was crouching on the ground. Irisveal had exerted all her strength to bind Kirei, and the only one who could deliver the final blow to him, unable to move, was Mew. She didn't need to get close enough for a kick that Kirei could reach. A single shot to his exposed head would be enough. Kirei was unable to protect his head with the sleeve of his bulletproof vest like before. Having caught her breath for a moment, the injured Mew regained enough sensation in her hands and feet. Groaning in pain from her broken ribs, she slowly moved toward the discarded M950 pistol. The outcome was determined by the endurance contest measured in seconds. Despite the pain from the magical circuit, Irisveal gritted her teeth and persevered. Mew picked up the gun and fired. As long as she maintained the strength of the silver wires until then, they could eliminate the threat posed by Kirei Kotomine. However, they underestimated the terrifying nature of Kirei Kotomine and Bajikan. Irisveal, who did not know Chinese martial arts, believed that binding Kirei's hands to a tree would render him defenseless. But Kirei, a highly skilled martial artist, had weapons all over his body. Kirei firmly planted his feet on the ground, causing the tree trunk to shake violently. The deafening sound made Irisveal shudder. This was the sound produced when one used their full strength to punch the center of a tree. The sound of impact rang out again, different from before. This time, the sound of the tree cracking mixed with it, sending shivers down one's spine. Though she couldn't see what was happening, Irisveal, who controlled the silver wires, understood through touch that a massive crack had appeared in the tree trunk, right where the silver wires were entwined, directly below Kirei's hands. Kirei, with his hands pressed against the tree bark, was forcefully striking the trunk with the palms of his hands. Chinese martial arts didn't rely solely on the strength of the arms or wrists. It utilized the power of the feet planted on the ground, the rotation of the waist, the twisting of the shoulders, and the movement of the arms and wrists, channeling the explosive power of the entire body into a single punch, delivering a blow that surpassed ordinary imagination. In necessary situations, it was not impossible to deliver power from parts other than the arms, known in Chinese martial arts as inch power. The third sound of impact reverberated through the forest, louder than before, and the tree emitted its final mournful cry. The broken fibers snapped, and the tree, which served as a support for the silver wires, collapsed. Kirei calmly freed himself from the silver wire encirclement and used his hands to tightly grip the wires, tearing them apart section by section. Irisveal felt a strong sense of exhaustion from the feedback of her shattered magic and fell to her knees. Looking at the despairing eyes of the two women, Kirei, with the demeanor of a victor, took a step forward and reached for the M950 that Mew was about to pick up. He casually smashed the resin frame with his foot like an iron hammer. "You bastard!" After a disdainful glance at Mew, who was still unable to get up and muttered with hatred, Kirei kicked her in the abdomen without any interest. Mew flipped over and fell to the ground, motionless and unconscious. Then, with an emotionless gaze, Kirei turned his attention to Irisveal. Unaware of his assured victory, he didn't notice that the scattered silver wires on the ground were silently gathering together. Please vote for more chapter, smiley face. Chapter 69, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 6. 1249 words. Suddenly, in the distance, a continuous and relentless sound of breaking glass could be heard, as if someone had instantly shattered all the windows in a corridor. The one responsible for this was Kenneth, who had now forgotten his earlier statement of minimal destruction of the castles and was solely focused on eliminating the detestable rat, Emir Kiritsugu. A large hole had been opened on his left shoulder by Kiritsugu's final pistol shot, the Thompson Contender. With its walnut handle, a barrel much longer than a typical handgun, and a design resembling a rifle, it was one of the most powerful handguns in the world. After Kiritsugu's modifications, this gun had been transformed into a Magecraft Mystic Code, with performance surpassing that of the original Contender. The bullets fired from Kiritsugu's Contender were 2.5 times faster than those of the M950 and had a destructive power 7 times greater. The speed of the Mercury's liquid core mainly relied on pressure. Although the solid mercury could quickly expand into a thin film through pressure, it was impossible to rapidly revert from a thin film state through pressure alone. This was the limit of fluid mechanics. Therefore, when faced with a sudden high-powered attack, the mercury couldn't react quickly enough to form a strong defensive system. The mirror-like smooth surface of the mercury film was pierced by a large hole, and the bullet tore through the air, piercing Kenneth's body at a speed far beyond his reaction. Thanks to the opaque nature of mercury, Kiritsugu couldn't see Kenneth's exact position, otherwise, that shot could have taken Kenneth's life directly. Kenneth, screaming in agony, was filled with unprecedented rage. Scalp! With a roar filled with killing intent, the mercury unleashed a deadly strike. This strike left deep marks on the exterior window and interior wall of the corridor, and the sound of shattering glass could be heard even in the forest. However, this strike didn't cause much trouble for Kiritsugu. During the M950's feint attack, he had already retreated 10 meters away, providing enough distance and giving him sufficient space and time. Dodging the long whip of mercury, Kiritsugu quickly escaped Kenneth's line of sight before he could continue his attack. Anger corroded Kenneth's heart bit by bit, like sulfuric acid. You're so foolish. I didn't participate in the Holy Grail War for this kind of battle. He was a top-class magus and should not have lost his composure due to emotions, especially in a battle of life and death. If this had been a secret magical duel between top-class magi, Kenneth would never have been angry. Instead, he would marvel and admire his opponent's skill, calmly deduce their true worth, and focus on performing magecraft as a proper response and courtesy to the enemy's magical techniques. The noble and glorious aristocratic game, known to Kenneth as the Holy Grail War, was his battlefield. he staked his claim to the Holy Grail and had come to this remote eastern land to compete against Tosaka Tokiomi, Matou Zokan, unknown to the outside world that Zokan had already died, and 4 other formidable opponents he had yet to encounter. However, the pain from the wound on his right shoulder mocked Kenneth, almost as if it were laughing at him. Impossible! That despicable rat made me bleed. This was not a wound sustained in honorable combat. Such vile methods did not deserve to be called a battle. With a trance-like stride, Kenneth pursued Emiya Kiritsugu, who was fleeing. The anger, with no outlet, transformed into a destructive impulse, coursing through the liquid core of mercury. Kenneth wielded the whip of mercury, striking the walls of the surrounding corridor. Instead of simply pushing open the doors that obstructed his path, he shattered them with the weight of the mercury. Vases, paintings, and elegant furniture, every decorative item he laid eyes upon was shattered and destroyed. Various traps lay in wait along the way. Ropes would ensnare Kenneth's defenseless fingers, hidden tripwires in carpets would trigger the explosion of a prepared hand grenade, and landmines would release buckshot. However, no trap could breach the defenses of the liquid core of mercury. The set traps seemed like toys designed to deceive children, and their ridiculousness made Kenneth find them laughable. But that laughter, simultaneously, mocked Kenneth himself, who was being toyed with like a child deceived by toys and wounded. Self-derision cut into his pride like a razor, and that humiliation further fueled the anger in his heart. His esteemed mystic code was not meant to contend with such vile methods. His mercury should be capable of intercepting cursed bullets, deflecting spiritual blades, and breaking through armaments of fire, ice, and lightning in magic. It should be an armament that would make the Magi who detested him marvel and fear, reaching the secret arts of death. So, what had become of his current state of magnificence? Using his esteemed mystic code to pursue an unknown rat filled him with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. And as time passed, that humiliation grew more and more pronounced. Fortunately, this chase of humiliation was finally nearing its end. No matter how vast the castle was, the escape route became exceedingly limited as they ascended to the upper floors. The rat had been cornered at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. The liquid core of mercury accurately detected his position this time, and it appeared that the target had given up resistance and was preparing for a final confrontation there. A confrontation? No, this is not a confrontation. It's an execution, a massacre. Kenneth, consumed by a cruel and murderous intent, reached the final corner of the corridor with his mystic code in hand. There was no retreat, no cover. It was the perfect location for the liquid core of mercury to unleash its power. Emiya Kiritsugu displayed no fear or plea. He simply aimed his 2 guns at Kenneth. Do you truly believe your previous tactics will work once more? Pitiful creature. The fact that you managed to wound me was not due to seizing an opportunity or succeeding in a surprise attack. It was simply an unreasonable coincidence, Kenneth uttered grimly, slowly advancing towards Kiritsugu step by step. The liquid core of mercury beside him twisted and contorted, forming countless menacing whips with sharp ends that swayed ominously. I won't kill you easily. I will continuously heal your lungs and heart, then use a knife to cut you into pieces from head to toe. You will die in agony, regret, and despair, cursing Einsburn for daring to insult the Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu raised his M950 and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, replicating his earlier attack in the 1st floor corridor. Fever, me sanguis. Boil, my blood. Kenneth, however, was not foolish enough to defend using the same method. He reconstructed the mercury's defense. Instead of forming a thin film, he transformed it into a pillar-like structure. Countless reverse thorns sprouted from the floor to the ceiling, covering Kenneth's body like a dense bamboo forest, completely shielding him from the flying bullets. The bullets, blocked by the mercury blades, ricocheted back and forth within the narrow gaps of the dense thorns, gradually losing their momentum and falling to the ground. Not a single one managed to reach Kenneth's body. Emiya Kiritsugu showed no indication of altering his strategy. As the magazine of the M950 emptied, a roar emanated from his right hand, the Thompson contender. This time, the true noon had arrived. Chapter 70, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 7. 996 words. Woman, I have a question for you, Kirei spoke in a deep voice as he slowly approached the helpless woman. The black-haired woman who served as Irisveel's guard had already been knocked down mercilessly, rendering her no threat whatsoever. It seems you attacked me to protect Emiya Kiritsugu. Whose idea was that? Irisveel remained silent, her delicate body trembling, displaying her fear of Kirei. However, her gaze showed no wavering, as if conveying the message, I won't let you pass, even if it costs me my life. Kirei reached out his hand towards Iris Veil's neck, seemingly intending to lift her by choking her. Woman, I'll ask again. Just before his hand touched Iris Veil, a glimmer of silver, resembling a venomous snake, slithered to Kirei's feet and suddenly sprang up. The timing was perfect. Kirei was focused on extracting answers from Iris Veil, with no defenses whatsoever. The silver light smoothly entwined around his left hand, and with tremendous force, it dragged his body away from the two defenseless women. Though taken by surprise, Kirei remained calm. While his body couldn't react in time, his eyes had already identified the true identity of the silver attack that struck him. It was a silver thread, a severed silver thread, strands of metallic wire magically fused. The force transmitted through the silver thread was even greater than when he was bound to a tree. However, this time, Kirei wasn't in a mobile state and didn't allow his body to be dragged away. He exerted force with his feet, firmly planting them in the ground. In Chinese martial arts, the first lesson is not about how to attack but how to maintain a stable stance. Without a stable foothold, no matter how exquisite the techniques, they would be nothing but empty gestures, ineffective. Therefore, the lower body of every practitioner of Chinese martial arts is extremely stable. Once the foothold is secure, it becomes difficult to be shaken, like a towering pine tree that won't fall or a steadfast boulder, completely integrated with the ground beneath. The slender silver threads tightened to their critical point, and the magically repaired fractures emitted an overloaded bip bow sound, on the verge of breaking. Ha! Kirei gathered his breath in his lower abdomen and let out a forceful shout as he swiftly swung his right hand down. This was his severing threads technique that he had summarized from the previous battle. Well, there was nothing wrong with it. The metallic threads were manipulated by magic, and changes in magecraft would cause changes in their form. So, all he had to do was move faster than the changes in magic. The metallic threads responded with a snap, breaking into dozens of segments. However, Kirei's strike didn't have the desired effect. During Kirei's attempt to sever the metallic threads, the flow of magical energy was interrupted, causing the threads to revert to their original state before being severed. At the same time, a woman in a white dress appeared behind Iris Veil. To Kirei's surprise, this woman looked exactly like Iris Veil. Could it be that Einstein had secretly sent out a second artificial human? Could it be that Iris Veil was merely a decoy, and this newly appeared woman was Einstein's trump card? The possibility was high, and it would explain why there were no command seals on Iris Veil's wrist. The new woman could be the true master of saber, which would align with Emiya Kiritsugu's usual methods. Regardless of the truth, capturing this new woman would reveal everything. With that thought in mind, Kirei drew 4 black keys, holding 2 in each hand. The woman, whom Kirei considered to be Einstein's true trump card, slowly spread her arms. The pure white gloves on her hands quickly disintegrated, transforming into strands of pure white threads, resembling the woman's silver hair. The threads intertwined and formed a rope as thick as a pinky finger, swirling and coiling around the woman's wrists like agile serpents. The magical radiance intermittently flickered, evoking the image of a cold gleam when a blade was unsheathed. In the next second, the black keys and the rope collided in midair. Kirei threw the 4 black keys with superhuman strength, their speed and piercing power comparable to a crossbow. Even large beasts like lions and tigers would struggle to withstand such an attack. However, the rope manipulated by the woman blocked them. Not only did it block them, but the tips of the rope entwined around the blades of the keys, neutralizing the magical energy within them. In just 1 second, she completed such an operation. Her visual acuity, reaction speed, and delicate control over magecraft were extraordinary. This woman was a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, Shinji, still hiding and recovering in the underground sewer, suddenly felt a sharp pain. It wasn't a nerve feedback from bodily injury but rather a warning signal emitted by his body due to a large amount of magical energy being extracted. What's happening? Shinji awakened from his state of rest, reaching out to grab a rune stone to replenish his magical energy while sensing the flow of magic. It's not from Sensei. Is it Lady Justice? Why is she? No, this is not the time to think about that. As Shinji crushed the rune stone, he immediately initiated a communication spell with Skachik. Shinji, I've detected Caster's magical energy. This time, we won't let him escape. Forget about that for now. Go find Lady Justice. It seems like she's in a battle with someone. Skachika's speed reassured Shinji. He made a decisive decision, changing his original target. Compared to the lives of unrelated people, Caster's life was simply insignificant. What? Justice? The faint sound of gears stopped amidst the response, and Skachik seemed to pause. I understand. I'll head there right away. Sensing Shinji's urgency, Skachik didn't ask for further details. She glanced regretfully at the nearby battlefield, which was within reach, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Please vote for more chapter, smiley face. Chapter 71, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 8. 1,424 words. When Skachik left, the battlefield had already turned into a muddy swamp. No matter how many of the grotesque monsters they killed, they would continue to appear endlessly. Piles of flesh mixed with splattered organs and bodily fluids formed a chaotic mess that was more terrifying than hell itself. The stench of the monsters' filthy organs was even more pungent than the rotting smell. It was a toxic miasma that would corrode the lungs of any living human who inhaled it, causing them to die. So far, Saber and Lancer had killed over 500 enemies, but there was still no sign of victory. The number of monsters surrounding them seemed infinite, and whenever there was a gap in the encirclement, new monsters would fill it. The quantity is truly astonishing, Lancer said, his voice slightly bitter despite not showing any signs of exhaustion. It's because of that Magecraft book, Lancer. As long as his noble phantasm is still intact, the tide of battle won't change, Saber replied. I see, so that's how it is, Lancer sighed in frustration after hearing Saber's whisper. But to destroy that guy's book, we'll have to break through this wall of trash. The cluster of monsters mockingly waved their tentacles as they slowly closed in. These aberrant creatures felt neither fear of death nor pain. They seemed single-mindedly driven to die as they crazily attacked the two. Caster continued his endurance battle, his army of monsters specifically prepared for the two servants, Saber and Assassin, who were currently absent but would be the same for Lancer. No, compared to Assassin, who possessed anti-army noble phantasms, Lancer, with his antipersonnel noble phantasms, was easier to deal with. Hey, Lancer, do you want to take a gamble at this moment? Although it sounds like you're afraid, it's not like we can keep playing with this trash forever. Alright, I'll follow your lead, Saber. After Lancer agreed without hesitation, Saber carefully assessed the terrifying flesh wall, staring at it until Caster's presence. She estimated its thickness and density. Her instinct told her that her idea was feasible and that a decisive strike would be worth unleashing. I'll create an opening, but we only have one chance. Lancer, can you walk on air? Heh, I see. Leave it to me. Although it was only one chance, they were opponents who had fought with their lives on the line. Both of them remembered all the secret techniques they had used in their life-or-death battles. Lancer, without needing much explanation, already understood Saber's intended skills and plan. Have you finished your final prayer? Caster calmly mocked the two servants. It wasn't him who fought against them, but his noble phantasm, Prelati's spellbook. He watched the battle like an audience in the stands, elegant and composed, at most taunting to stimulate his enemy's nerves. How terrifying! How despairing! The number that can be overturned by mere force is limited. Ha ha ha, do you feel the humiliation? Soon you will be overwhelmed and suffocated by these monstrous creatures. There is no greater humiliation for heroes. Even though she was being mockingly ridiculed by her opponent, Saber remained dignified and composed, wielding her sword with a resolute and calm expression. Her unwavering gaze focused only on the victory she must achieve. That beautiful face of yours will soon twist in anguish, Jean. G.I. Caster's taunting mixed with the roars of the monsters, urging them to press on and crush their opponents. Now is the time. The King of Knights shouted the true name of her released noble phantasm. Excalibur, invisible air. Amidst the swirling atmosphere, a brilliant golden light shone. The super-high air pressure concentrated around the sacred sword was unleashed like a fierce dragon's roar, bursting forth with a thunderous explosion. It was a secret sword capable of killing with a single blow, a modified use of the noble phantasm, invisible air. In the battle against Lancer the previous night, she had released this incredibly powerful wind pressure to accelerate her charge. When unleashed against the enemy, it would become a storming iron hammer that could sweep away an army. Due to the monsters being densely packed together, they suffered a devastating blow from the extraordinary power. The super-high-pressure hurricane, condensed like a solid, pulverized the monsters, mixing their flesh with the sand and wood chips affected by the wind pressure. It stirred up as if a giant unseen hand swept across the land, creating a straight path. In that instant when the pressure blew them away, the monster's encirclement was completely pierced through. In contrast, the destructive power of the invisible air was neutralized by multiple layers of monster defenses. By the time it reached Caster, it was reduced to a strong wind that only blew away the hem of his robes. The pierced hole became the passage. However, considering the density of the summoned monsters, this temporary gap could be immediately filled. What? Despite this, Caster still exclaimed in astonishment because the encirclement was not only breached by the force of the wind. When an object moves at a super high speed in the atmosphere, it tears the air in front of it, creating a vacuum behind it. Then, the vacuum is filled by the surrounding air, forming an airflow that chases after the object that passes through. The release of pressure from Saber's invisible air caused the same phenomenon. While it decimated the army of monsters, it also created a vacuum behind the rushing wind. Lancer was waiting for this opportunity. Without hesitation, he plunged into the reverse airflow, like a super race car driver taking advantage of the slipstream to accelerate. This was a technique that not only required superhuman skill but also perfect coordination with his companion to execute. Lancer leaped through the passage filled with swirling blood and flesh, as swift as a wind-chasing swallow folding its wings. By the time his feet touched the ground again, he was less than 10 steps away from Caster, with no barriers in between. "Prepare yourself, Caster!" Yes, he did it. With just one observation of Saber using invisible air, he achieved this exquisite coordination. The monsters, sensing their master's crisis, turned around and extended their tentacles to attack Lancer from behind. Lancer didn't look back. The short spear in his left hand spun like a windmill, striking down the pursuers. The long spear in his right hand thrust forcefully towards Caster. "Pierce through for me, gay dig, red rose of exorcism." In the critical moment, Caster's decades of battle experience allowed him to quickly dodge to the side, avoiding a direct hit from the magic spear. The tip of the red rose spear merely grazed the cover of Prelati's spellbook, leaving behind an inconspicuous scratch. However, that was already enough. It didn't need to cause a significant wound. Lancer's red spear would take effect upon contact. This red magical spear, which had once pierced through Saber's invisible air and ignored Saber's magical armor, was the nemesis of anything woven with magical energy. It was the greatest reliance for one to break into the ranks of the four heavenly kings, a spear that pierced through the origin. The spells attached to Prelati's spellbook failed. The large-scale continuous summoning, the control of monsters, and the maintenance of their physical forms, all the spells lost their effect. Boom! The sound of waves crashing against rocks echoed through the forest. The countless grotesque monsters on the ground instantly liquefied together. Deprived of the supply of magical energy, the monsters born from the Sea of Blood lost their existence and reverted to their original forms. Caster stepped back, and the Forbidden Tome immediately activated its skill as a magical energy furnace, swiftly regenerating the damaged cover. The blade of the Red Rose of Exorcism only severs magical energy upon contact, without damaging the noble phantasm itself. However, the magic that has been dispelled once must be rewoven, and that takes time, a luxury that Saber and Lancer cannot afford to give him. "You bastard! You bastard! You bastard! You bastard! You bastard!" The plummet from heaven to hell contorted Caster's expression as he cursed vehemently. Lancer paid no heed to his outburst, passing by with the smile of a victor. "Do you understand now? If Saber's left hand hadn't been injured, this would have been the outcome for you long ago. Are you ready to die? Wicked heretic." The King of Knights calmly uttered an angry voice, raising the golden sword in her right hand, its tip pointed directly at Caster. Chapter 72, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 9. 1692 words. Anyone familiar with the Ainsburn family knows that they are not skilled in combat, as evidenced by their early exits in the 3 previous Holy Grail Wars. This situation primarily arises due to the nature of their artificial life forms. These artificial life forms are tools created by humans for a specific purpose. They are imbued with a predetermined mission from their inception, and their existence revolves solely around fulfilling that mission. Even if they possess intelligence comparable to humans, they rarely contemplate matters outside of their mission, let alone seek change. The Ainsburn family is such a clan. The Central Program, the Central Control Artificial Intelligence, and the creator of all artificial beings, Jubstashite von Ainsburn, engraved the mission of achieving the third magic, relieving all of humanity, upon their creation. Even though the Magus who engraved this mission has given up, it continues to persist day after day. Jubstashite's essence is an automatic mechanism that operates perpetually at the cost of being unable to progress. It serves as both a created humanoid terminal and as the administrator of the Ainsburn family. However, Jubstashite itself lacks personality. To manage the Ainsburn family and achieve the ultimate goal, it creates a humanoid terminal and implants human nature as the head of the Ainsburn family. The current head is the 8th generation humanoid terminal, a constructed being named Act who has lived for over 200 years. It is evident how mechanical and inflexible the implanted humanity is when it comes from an artificial intelligence that cannot grow. All the previous heads of the family have recognized that they and the artificial beings within the family are more naive than humans. To protect this relief for humanity, the reproduction of miracles factory, they have unanimously chosen to isolate the family from the outside world and avoid any communication unless necessary. Their pure thoughts and isolation have directly resulted in the lack of growth in almost every aspect of the Einsburn family, except for alchemy, as the central program cannot grow, but other artificial beings still have the potential. Finally, after 3 consecutive failures, Ack became aware of the fact that the entire magical world knows the Einsburn family's artificial beings are not skilled in combat. To change this situation and achieve victory in the Fourth Holy Grail War, Ack chose to introduce specialized weapons against Magi 9 years before the war began. He brought in Emir Kiritsugu, a Magus killer with the blood of many Magi on his hands, as a son-in-law to the family. To be fair, it was an excellent move. If Kiritsugu were to become the head of the Einsburn family, he would have made the same choice. Then, he would become the combat instructor for the Einsburn family, teaching the artificial beings how to fight and kill. Artificial beings are not humans and do not have human limitations. Their bodies can be enhanced to a level comparable to heroic spirits, as seen with Iliasviel's 2 bodyguards, whose panel attributes are not inferior to servants. They have pure thoughts and high obedience to commands, making them excellent soldiers. Within 9 years, a specialized force of artificial beings could be created, led by a Magus killer like Kiritsugu, ensuring a success rate of at least 90%. Unfortunately, Ack's stubbornness and lack of adaptability wasted this brilliant strategy. He treated Kiritsugu as a mere tool like the other artificial beings, only sending him out to fight and not allowing the winds of change from the outside world to influence their household. It was not until the failure of the Fourth Holy Grail War that Ack realized his mistake and began creating combat-oriented artificial beings. However, without a suitable instructor, concerns arose about the intelligence of these combat-oriented artificial beings. From the First Holy Grail War to the disintegration or blockade of the Holy Grail in the final war, the Einsburn family never achieved success. Jubstashite and Ack should bear the primary responsibility for this. The only person in the Einsburn family who was influenced by Kiritsugu Emir was Irisviel von Einsburn. Kiritsugu transformed her into an individual, a wife, and a mother, allowing her to truly live and merge her own will with the family's alchemy to create the combat magecraft form of the soul. However, Kiritsugu didn't want the corruption of the battlefield to tarnish Irisviel's purity, so he didn't teach her how to fight. As a result, Irisviel lacked combat experience and was easily defeated by Kotomine Kirei. On the other hand, Justice von Einsburn was much stronger. First, she developed an obsession under the influence of a heroic spirit soul, prompting her to contemplate this obsession. Then, under the conscious and unconscious influence of Shinji, she recognized the Einsburn family's weakness in combat and conceived a similar idea to develop combat magecraft. Unlike Irisviel, Justice had Skachik by her side, who possessed extensive combat experience and was a well-rounded fighter. She also had Shinji, a skilled strategist and time traveler, as well as Sakura and Korea as training partners. This allowed Justice, initially unfamiliar with the world or combat, to possess combat abilities that Kotomine Kirei would not dare to underestimate. Having destroyed 4 black keys, the white cords continued to extend forward, approaching Kirei at a speed no less than that of the black keys. Kirei's combat intuition, honed through countless battles, told him that the strength of these white cords exceeded that of mere metal wires. He couldn't afford to be entangled, as it would likely result in his demise. This judgment was accurate. Each thread of Justice's gloves was not made of earthly material or crafted through magecraft. It was a miracle, a creation of Justice's innate third magic. These threads possessed unimaginable toughness and could acquire various properties based on changes in magical energy. This was the conceptual dress Justice created to complement her combat magecraft, recognized by Skachik as a pseudo-noble phantasm of rank B, Sen no Ito, Haiku no Muzubi, 1,000 threads, 100 knots. 1,000 threads, 100 knots. Justice possessed precise weaving abilities far surpassing those of ordinary Magi. Under her control, the 8 threads twisted and moved along 8 different trajectories as part of the incantation, creating a dazzling and impregnable spectacle. With a single glance, Kirei realized that breaking through the thread-twisting formation was impossible. He swiftly used his expertise in Bajikan to slide and evade, retreating beyond the reach of the threads. As one of the foremost executors, Kirei had engaged in countless battles with Magi. He wouldn't retreat due to this minor setback, his retreat was to prepare for a better offense. Standing outside the thread-twisting formation, Kirei calmly observed Justice, who was as emotionless as himself, and once again drew out 4 black keys, 2 in each hand. No one knew how many black keys he concealed beneath his priestly robes. Within 0.3 seconds, Kirei threw the 4 black keys. However, this time, his targets were not Justice, but the motionless Maya lying on the ground and Irisveal standing behind Justice. Kirei didn't possess the chivalrous spirit of engaging in one-on-one combat. Both Mew and Irisveal were enemies standing in opposition to him. Whether Justice saved them or not, it would only bring him benefits without drawbacks. If she didn't save them, Mew and Irisveal would die, and Kirei would have 2 fewer enemies. Although these 2 enemies seemed to have lost their combat abilities, no one knew when they might recover. Kirei didn't want to leave any potential future troubles. If Justice saved them, there would be openings in the thread-twisting formation. Through his previous evasions, Kirei had roughly grasped the speed of the threads. They were as flexible as the black keys, but their lateral or sideways movement was slower. Intercepting the black keys required lateral movement, and Kirei was confident that he could exploit this opening to get closer and decide the outcome with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Justice made a choice, to save them. Kirei also made a choice. His feet forcefully stomped the ground, and his entire body resembled a hunting cheetah as he covered a distance of 10 meters with astonishing speed. In Chinese martial arts, whether it's with weapons or barehanded, regardless of the style, the first lesson is always to establish a firm horse stance. Only after mastering this stance can one progress to learn other techniques, because the essence of Chinese martial arts lies in harnessing the power of the earth. Among the various styles of Kung Fu, Bajikan, 8 trigram palm, has a unique focus on footwork, giving rise to a special footwork technique called stomping. The stomping in Bajikan, also known as stomping step or Juozi, is a crucial element in the distinctive footwork of Bajikan and an integral component of its power. The power of the arms is ultimately limited, but stomping can coordinate the power of the entire body into one point, unleashing unimaginable strength. Bajikan emphasizes being as tense as a drawn bow, and as explosive as thunder. This drawn bow stems from the technique of stomping. Kirei's successive stomping on the ground at this moment is akin to a tightly drawn bow, poised to release its power and create a striking impact. The distance between the two rapidly narrowed, from 10 meters to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. With just one more step, the thunderous strike would land on Justice. Kirei, deadly serious, had long abandoned any intention of showing mercy. Countless dangers had taught him that compassion on the battlefield was equivalent to inviting death. Kirei took a step forward, stomping with one foot, followed by another stomping step. He channeled force from his heel, through his waist, flowing into both hands and out through his fingertips. This strike carried a resounding name, facing the sun palm. It was one of the 8 ultimate techniques of Bajikan. Kirei had honed his skills in this martial art for over 20 years, and the power contained within his hands deserved the description of thunderous. Kirei was confident that once this punch landed, the battle would be over. Chapter 73, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 10. 1506 words. As Kirei stepped on the ground, causing it to shatter, and just before his palms were about to strike, the long hair that reached Justice's waist moved on its own, unaffected by the wind. The hair passed through Justice's armpits, weaving into a complex pattern, creating a layered net that caught Kirei's hand. The multi-layered net accurately captured Kirei's palm, but he had no intention of retracting his attack. Instead, Kirei gathered all his strength and continued to push forward with his palms. As long as this strike landed, it would be enough to determine the outcome. Regardless of how tight the net was, without the support of magic, it was just hair. However, that facing the sun palm, which contained all of Kirei's strength, did not land. The moment his hands touched the net, he realized his mistake. Instead of the soft touch he had anticipated, he felt something as hard as steel. Not only the net, but the extended parts of the net and the silver hair were as straight as steel wires. It was an unbreakable barrier that kept Kirei and Justice at a fixed distance of 50 centimeters. Justice was a spiritual entity, and her ability to manifest a physical form was based on the third magic. Her hair, infused with magic, possessed strength and resilience that could rival the pseudo-noble phantasm Thousand Hair Binding. As Kirei pushed forward, Justice retreated, maintaining a distance of 50 centimeters. As time passed, the extended strands of the Thousand Hair Binding swiftly retracted. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Kirei hesitated no more. He unleashed the accumulated force he had been gathering for a long time. If Justice continued to maintain this state, Kirei was certain that his strike would rip open her scalp. Fortunately, Skachik was by Justice's side and had already anticipated this possibility when Justice was developing her magecraft. She had incorporated an emergency mechanism into her hair. Once the hair received a certain level of impact, the solidification would be released. Kirei's palm strike triggered this mechanism, causing Justy's hairnet to loosen. Although that facing the sun palm had tremendous power, it only held meaning if it hit its target. The Type Moon world did not have the concept of internal energy as depicted in martial arts novels. Even a grandmaster of Bajikan like Li Shuwen, known as the God Spear Li, couldn't necessarily harm someone from a distance of 50 centimeters with just his fist power, let alone someone like Kirei. Aside from the cold wind brushing her face, Justy's felt nothing. Kirei's fatal blow was thus neutralized. At this moment, Justy's 1,000-hair binding had returned. The first strands of whip-like hair split into dozens of thin strands, converging from all directions, forming a massive spiderweb. However, Kirei was not a butterfly trapped in a web, he was a fearsome executor, a killing weapon. As soon as the spiderweb approached, Kirei drew 3 pairs of black keys. His arms couldn't reach Justy's, but with the blade-like keys, he could easily pierce her at close range. With his wrist and finger strength, it was a simple task to penetrate her defense. But how could Justy's give him such an opportunity? As she rapidly retreated, she used her hair and the 1,000-hair binding to reorganize her defensive formation. She successfully intercepted the 6 black keys, with the closest one being less than 10 centimeters away from her chest. The black keys did not penetrate her. Justy's was not surprised at all. After several rounds of fighting, Kirei had already witnessed the power of this mysterious woman from the Einsburn family. If this woman had participated in the first 3 Holy Grail Wars, the Einsburn family would not have suffered an early defeat. While it would be good if the black keys could cause damage to the woman, if they couldn't, Kirei could take the opportunity while she reorganized her defensive net to escape the spiderweb and create distance. Justy's had no intention of letting go of Kirei. The 1,000-hair binding underwent another transformation. This time, all the threads controlled by Justy's right hand wove together into a long rope exceeding 10 meters in length, with the flowing magical energy reaching an unprecedented height. Ever-changing whip thread. With a short incantation, the whip thread swept across a huge arc, carrying a terrifying gust of wind pressure as it swept through the 180-degree space in front of her. With a crisp crack, a centuries-old towering tree that was struck by the whip thread collapsed, proving that the power contained in the whip thread was no less than the full force of Kirei's punch. But this was just the beginning. From start to finish, Justy's never believed that Kirei would be hit by the whip thread. She only wanted to force him to dodge. Skachik once said that no qualified warrior would easily leave the ground. Therefore, for Kirei to dodge this whip thread that was 80 centimeters off the ground, he could only lie down. As Kirei lay down, Justy's follow-up attack began. Ever-changing crossbow. The threads controlled by Justy's left hand divided and merged into more than 10 strands, with each tip enhanced by strengthening magic. With the support of magic, the strength and speed of the threads reached the standards of military crossbow arrows. At the same time, the whip thread that was obstructed by the tree rapidly disintegrated and recombined into a crossbow, shooting at Kirei on the ground from the opposite direction. The forward crossbow aimed at his vital points, while the reverse crossbow sealed off the space around him. Under such intense attacks, no warrior could survive, just like countless fierce generals in history who were shot to death by random arrows. However, Kirei was not just a warrior, he was also a magus, specializing in body reinforcement magecraft just like Suishiru Kuzuki with Media's help. When he sensed the mortal threat, Kirei softly chanted the incantation taught by Tokiomi Tosaka. Stark, Grossway, 2, Reinforce. With full-body reinforcement magecraft, although it only lasted a few seconds, it was enough to elevate all of Kirei's attributes to a level comparable to that of a heroic spirit. Under the boost of reinforcement magecraft, Kirei used both his hands and feet to escape from Justy's deadly strike in an unimaginable posture. With astonishing momentum and speed, he rushed into her embrace and struck out with his hands, one in front and one behind, continuously attacking. The second of the 8 extremities fists 8 great techniques, left and right hard open. Unlike that facing the sun palm, the fists of left and right hard open follow different trajectories. Justy's long hair could block one fist, but not the second one. As long as one fist landed, the outcome would be certain. Justy seemed to be stunned by Kirei's sudden attack, standing motionless in place, allowing his fists to penetrate her body, and even Kirei himself passed through her body. Surprisingly, there was no resistance, no blood, and no sense of hitting anything. This is an illusion. Kirei felt a thump in his heart, but he remained calm. He pressed his tongue against his palate and focused his concentration, holding his breath. Illusions were different from other types of magecraft. The determining factor for their effectiveness was not the amount of magical energy but the strength of one's mental power. After 20 years of practicing the 8 extremities fist, Kirei had already forged his mind to be as hard as iron. The scene before him blurred for a moment, and a sense of dislocation between reality and illusion began to invade his brain. In a daze, Kirei saw Justice reorganizing her offensive from the opposite direction, and he saw Irisveal standing beside her, eyes closed, preparing to unleash boundary illusions. She had already recovered from the backlash of magic. Dealing with Justice was already challenging for Kirei, and with Irisveal's assistance, the outcome became uncertain. Kirei quickly made a decision. He glanced deeply at the castle where Kiritsugu was and took advantage of the lingering effect of his reinforcement magecraft to retreat as quickly as possible. Only after confirming that Kirei had left the inner boundary did Irisveal dispel the illusion. She opened her eyes and looked at the woman who looked almost identical to herself beside her, asking, "Should we pursue?" Justice didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard Irisveal's question. Irisveal reached out her hand and waved it in front of Justice's eyes. Justice snapped out of her daze and looked at Irisveal in confusion. Then she turned and ran as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Her speed was not much slower than Kirei's. Irisveal was left standing alone, bewildered. Did I do something wrong? P.S. Master Li's ultimate move, Mighty Tiger Crawls the Mountain, is also one of the 8 Extremities Fist's 8 great techniques. In theory, someone who has mastered the 8 Extremities Fist should be proficient in these 8 techniques. Master Li, with his 8 consecutive strikes, is truly formidable. Chapter 74, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 11. 1510 words. Noon has arrived. Literally, it means that noon time has already arrived. Noon is one of the traditional time units in China, referring to the period from 11 a.m. to 11:59 a.m. Noon has arrived doesn't have a specific meaning by itself, but in certain contexts, it can be given special significance. In traditional Chinese culture, noon is the time when yang energy is at its peak during the day. Executing criminals at this time can effectively balance the yin energy associated with their deaths, preventing them from becoming vengeful spirits and causing harm to the world. It reflects the core value of Chinese culture, which emphasizes the harmony and balance of yin and yang. Therefore, noon has arrived can sometimes be used to indicate the time for execution has come. From Kenneth's perspective, Emir Kiritsugu's noon time has arrived. The pillar-shaped defense system he reconstructed has several times the defense power of the membranous structure. He is certain that Kiritsugu's bullets cannot penetrate his volume and hydrargyrum. After blocking this shot, it will be the damn rat's turn to suffer. Kenneth will make that rat understand the wrath of a Magus Lord. Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald will deliver what he promised. However, in reality, it is Kenneth to whom noon has arrived. The magical power required to transform mercury into a pillar is not comparable to a simple membrane. Each of the thorns, as thick as steel wires, must possess the hardness and tenacity to repel bullets. Constructing such a defense, even for someone of Kenneth's caliber, requires the utilization of his entire magical power. This is exactly what Kiritsugu hoped to see. His trump card, the Lorigin bullet, exists precisely for this moment. Origin, also known as the primordial impulse, is conceptually similar to primitive instincts and predestination. All things, including life, have a direction, cause, determined at their inception and will inevitably develop towards that direction. For humans, this direction gives rise to a primitive impulse, which can still be suppressed by acquired personality and wisdom. However, since the origin is decided far in advance at the root vortex, it is an absolute command at the core of all things, and even the cycle of reincarnation cannot change it. The origin is closely related to the attributes of the Magi. In the case of the previous generation of the Emir family, when determining the origin of the legitimate child born, they named the baby Kiritsugu due to the peculiar result. When determining the origin of Kiritsugu's birth, they were perplexed by the strange result and named the baby a Kiritsugu. Broadly speaking, it is a dual attribute of fire and earth. To be more specific, it is a composite attribute of severing and binding. It is the inherent form of his soul, which is the true nature of the origin. Severing, Kiritsu, and binding, Sugu, have slight differences from destruction and regeneration because Kiritsugu's origin does not imply sever. For example, when a severed line is bound together again, the thickness of the connecting point changes. In other words, the action of sever and bind causes irreversible alteration in the object. Emir Kiritsugu realized that his origin manifested during manual labor. If it's an ordinary item, it can be repaired even if it breaks. But once it becomes a sophisticated machine, things suddenly become the opposite. The more he tries to repair it, the more fatally damaged the machine becomes. This is influenced by his origin. If it's just an ordinary metal wire that breaks, reconnecting the severed part can restore its original function. However, the same method doesn't apply to intricate electronic circuits. Simply reconnecting them doesn't fix the item. If even a small problem occurs in a circuit, it loses its functionality. Kiritsugu maximized this peculiar characteristic and created a mystic code, using it as his final trump card. The first and second ribs on his left and right flanks were removed, ground into powder, and condensed using soul engineering. They were then sealed as cores in 66 bullets. These bullets were named origin bullets, and when they hit, they materialized Kiritsugu's origin. If they hit a living being, there would be no wounds or bleeding. The area where the bullet struck would appear like an old scar, superficially healed. However, the nerves and capillaries wouldn't regenerate correctly, causing a loss of original function. Furthermore, these bullets, possessing the function of a conceptual weapon, posed an even greater threat to Magi. Kiritsugu's decisive strike, when it made contact with the reverse thorns of Mercury, caused all the other thorns to close in like a Venus flytrap, surrounding the bullet. The densely packed clusters of tiny thorns instantly transformed into a single large pillar, completely nullifying the bullet's power. The volume anhydrargyrum, with its characteristic of free transformation, demonstrated its prowess. The flawless manipulation of the dense perfect fluid was undoubtedly the ultimate technique that lived up to the name of the noble Archibald family. However, the moment this magecraft was beautifully completed, Kenneth's fate also came to an end. He never understood what happened to his body until the very end. The bullet was twisted and shattered by the pressure of the mercury. Just as Kenneth thought he had blocked the fatal blow from his opponent and was about to deal with the damn rat, severe pain spread throughout his body. His heart, lungs, organs, and neural network were torn apart in that instant, thrown into chaos. Before a scream could escape his throat, blood sprayed out because of the wrong movement caused by the shattered nerves, making him appear like a comical dancer to an outsider. By relying on intense pressure, the high-density magical power circulating in the magic circuit began to ignore the circuit's pathways and went on a reckless rampage, ultimately destroying the Magus's own physical body. While the volume anhydrargyrum defended against Contender's attack, Kenneth suffered more severe damage than if he had been directly hit by the bullet. This poses an even more severe threat. When Kiritsugu's magic bullet is interfered with by magecraft, the effects produced by the bullet's origin will significantly feed back onto the Magus's magic circuit. If the Magus's magic circuit is likened to a high-voltage electric current line, Kiritsugu's bullet is like a drop of water. If a conductive liquid attaches to a dense electrical circuit, there is only one result, a short circuit in the line, an uncontrolled current that burns the circuit itself. This is the terrifying effect of the origin bullet. To prevent the effects of the origin bullet, it is necessary to block the bullet not solely relying on magecraft but through physical means. For this reason, Kiritsugu chose the .30-06 caliber Springfield sniper rifle round, as based on the technology at the time, only the armor of an armored vehicle or higher-level physical defenses could guarantee complete immunity. Just one shot, that was enough. Kiritsugu boldly chose a Thompson Contender, a handgun that could only hold a single bullet, making it a sinister choice among handguns. It was paired with the origin bullet mystic code to be carried and used as a handgun with maximum physical destructive power. So far, not a single origin bullet has been wasted. The bullets, made from parts of Kiritsugu's own body, have destroyed the lifelines of 37 Magi. The one who has fallen now is the 38th victim. After the beloved gun fulfilled its mission, Kiritsugu pressed his finger against the trigger and swung the long barrel down, shaking off the bloodstains. The empty shell casings flew out from the folding mechanism of the magazine and fell into the void, leaving behind a faint residue of gunpowder on the marble floor. Kiritsugu felt no emotions toward victory. Just like before, it was simply a successful execution guided by careful calculations and predetermined conclusions. The destructive power of the origin bullet depended on how many magic circuits the target activated at the moment of impact. Because the magecraft used to destroy the victim's body was their magical energy. This was fatal for Kenneth, who was constantly provoked and exerted his maximum magical power, allowing Kiritsugu to achieve the desired outcome. Kenneth collapsed in the sea of mercury that had returned to its liquid state, his body twitching slightly. The immensely powerful volume anhydrargyrum had lost its source of magic and was no longer sustainable. The once formidable Lord Elmeloy had become as harmless as a baby. His body no longer possessed the power of a magus, let alone the functions of an ordinary person. Although Kiritsugu knew that leaving him be would eventually lead to his demise, his principle was to deliver a final blow to the fallen enemy. He switched his M950 with the remaining bullets to semi-automatic mode and approached Kenneth, who was already akin to a walking dead. With a shot to the head at close range, one pair of the 7 master-servant pairs contending for the Holy Grail would be eliminated. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness and grabbed the barrel of the M950. Chapter 75, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 12. 1,209 words. The bright moon hung high, casting a hazy moonlight that illuminated Kiritsugu's cold and stern face, as well as the thick, unyielding shadows in the corners. A smooth hand, as if made of white jade, emerged from the shadows and firmly grasped Kiritsugu's M950, just before he could pull the trigger. "That's enough," a deep and melodious female voice echoed in the corridor. Kiritsugu couldn't help but furrow his brow. He recognized the owner of the hand. "Assassin? Release the master of Lancer." With a forceful twist of her wrist, Skachik shattered the barrel of the M950 into pieces. The Queen of the Shadowlands, who roamed within the shadows, calmly gazed at Saber's master. "As a reward, I'll give you some information. Kirei Kotomine has invaded the forest, and the two women accompanying you are trying to stop him." Facing the assassin alone, Kiritsugu, who still maintained an expressionless demeanor, finally changed his expression. Skachik could sense a tremendous emotional upheaval on his face, including shock, worry, and fear. Kiritsugu quickly released his grip on the M950 and said, "Thank you," to Skachik. He then shattered the window on the third floor and jumped out from the corridor. Assassin had plenty of opportunities to kill him, and her decision not to attack indicated she meant no harm. There was no need for him to be on guard. His immediate priority was to reach the side of Irisveal and Mew. "Please, let them be safe," Kiritsugu silently prayed as he used magecraft to counteract gravity while leaping through the air. The contract between a master and a servant was an invisible yet undoubtedly existing bond that connected them. Although this bond was not tight enough to provide real-time awareness of each other's condition and actions, it could still convey certain information in critical moments, such as command spells and life-or-death crises. As a result, the dire situation that Kenneth was facing quickly reached Lancer, who was still in the forest. "What?" Lancer turned around abruptly and looked towards the direction of Einsburn Castle, precisely at the moment when they had just defeated Castor's monstrous army and were preparing to confront Castor alongside Saber. Until this moment, Lancer finally realized that his master, whom he thought was observing the battle from the rear, had charged into the enemy ranks and was engaged in another battle. Lancer's momentary hesitation created a precious opportunity for Castor, who was in dire straits. In Castor's hands, the Prelatai spellbook emitted a surge of magical energy. Saber, naturally, would not give Castor another chance to summon. "Give up already?" Saber brandished her sword and charged forward. However, Castor was not foolish enough to chant an incantation before the blade. He didn't even utter a single syllable of an incantation. He simply released the chaotic flow of magical energy generated by his noble phantasm. Although the previous summoning magecraft had been nullified, the sea of blood that stained the land was still connected to the magical energy channels. The uncontrollable magical energy flowed into the sea of blood, bursting and vaporizing without forming any specific shape. From the beginning, Castor had no intention of completing an incantation. He forcefully activated a magecraft that was destined to fail. The blood of the new monsters he tried to create instantly boiled and vaporized due to the saturated magical energy, turning into a mist that spread around. This was a reckless skill that could only be executed with a massive supply of magical energy provided by a noble phantasm. The blood mist blocked Saber's vision as she approached, and even Lancer halted his steps, not daring to act recklessly. This was precisely the effect Castor wanted to achieve. He was insane but not foolish. He knew that he couldn't turn the tables. Taking advantage of the moment when the blood mist obstructed Saber and Lancer's vision, Castor immediately released his materialization and left the battlefield without even having time to deliver a line. Castor's successful escape had an element of luck. The King of Knights, due to her unique circumstances, couldn't materialize and had no tracking ability. Lancer, who possessed such abilities, gave up on pursuit due to his master's crisis. "Damn it, this guy is too despicable." Saber muttered angrily and summoned the invisible air from the surrounding atmosphere. A serene wind blew from all directions, dispersing the impurities of the blood mist. When the two servants regained their vision, Castor had not only disappeared, but even the presence of his spiritual body had vanished. "Lancer, what happened?" Saber calmly inquired without questioning Lancer, who could have easily pursued the enemy but instead watched Castor escape. Judging from his sudden change in expression, something must have happened. "My master encountered a crisis. It seems he left me behind to attack your base," Lancer reluctantly explained. "It must be my master's doing." Saber immediately grasped the situation. "Lancer, quickly go to assist your master." Faced with Saber's prompt urging, the spearman first was stunned, then sighed deeply and lowered his head. To Saber, that decision was as if she were betraying her master. Delaying Lancer here to buy time to kill his master was an obvious choice for winning the Holy Grail War. However, Lancer did not feel the need to save Saber earlier. He didn't consider himself foolish, so now he couldn't think that Saber was foolish for clearing a path. King of Knights, I'm grateful. It's nothing. We both swore to duel as knights. Let us uphold this honor together. Before Saber finished speaking, she suddenly raised her sword towards the direction of the castle. Someone is approaching. This presence, is it assassin? Just as she spoke, Skachik, dressed in a black bodysuit, appeared in their field of vision. In her right hand, she was carrying someone like a sack, and Lancer immediately recognized that it was his master, Kenneth, the one he had pledged his loyalty to. My lord! Take him away immediately, Lancer. Skachik casually tossed the unconscious Kenneth to Lancer. Your master lost in a duel against Saber's master. Although I provided emergency treatment, he is severely wounded. Find a place for him to rest as soon as possible. Lancer carefully caught his master and bowed respectfully to Skachik. Thank you very much, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Although he didn't know the details, he could tell that without Skachik's intervention, his master might have already died. No need for excessive courtesy. As I said, I like top-notch warriors. I helped Saber last time, and now I'm helping you. It's only fair. Skachik waved her hand casually at Lancer and then turned to Saber. Your master is also in a bad situation. Don't linger here. Understood. Thank you once again. Saber and Lancer once again expressed their gratitude to Skachik and disappeared into the night, each going in opposite directions. Skachik, who had been traveling throughout the night, ran her fingers through her hair and looked up at the dazzling starry sky, whispering. This should be enough, my little master. P.S. According to Type Moon's explanation, some people have a Lolita complex, which is likely innate and stems from primal impulses. No matter how many times you reincarnate, you'll still have a Lolita complex. Chapter 76, Lunar Essence. 1,476 words. At 3 in the morning, in the Matou family's underground workshop. Having completed the task of cleaning the underground sewer, Shinji, who had taken a bath and changed into a new set of clothes, sat in front of the laboratory table, carefully examining the silver liquid in the test tube. The viscous liquid emitted a faint glow and had a high level of viscosity. Even with slight agitation, it didn't create visible ripples like most solutions. As Shinji moved the test tube, faint dark red spots emerged from the opaque liquid at the bottom, adding a touch of disharmony to the pure-colored liquid. Shinji picked up a piece of gauze depicting 2 rune symbols and covered the mouth of the test tube with it. Then he tilted the entire test tube 180 degrees. The silver liquid inside flowed down smoothly, easily passing through the gauze and entering the flask below. The dark red spots remained on the gauze, gathering together into a clump activated by the runes. The spots in the test tube, which seemed as thin as a strand of hair, transformed into a piece larger than a palm when they reached the gauze. Sensei, what is this? Shinji put down the gauze and looked up to ask Skachik, who was observing from the other side of the operating table. This is a highly advanced compression magecraft for manipulating fluids. It uses pressure to reduce the volume of the liquid. This type of magecraft is often used in the production of high-level mystic codes and the preservation of precious materials. Skachik pointed towards a bookshelf in the corner of the workshop as she spoke. The Matou family also has similar magecraft. If you're interested, you can try learning it in 5 to 7 years. Forget it, I'll master the rune symbols first before considering that, Shinji smirked, no longer thinking about things he wasn't qualified to touch. By the way, Sensei, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the volumen hydrargyrum. The silver liquid that Shinji filtered was none other than the mystic code Moon Spirit Marrow, volumen hydrargyrum, which Kenneth took pride in. Skachik had taken a few seconds to collect and bring it back from the ground after Emir Kiritsugu left. Although fluid compression was advanced magecraft, it was an easy task for a magus of Skachik's level. Moon Spirit Marrow, a well-chosen name. Skachik extended her left hand and gently beckoned, as if an invisible force had placed a seal on the liquid in the flask, creating a bright silver thread that surrounded Shinji. The liquid is based on a special mercury with high magical affinity. It has undergone at least 3 large-scale magecraft treatments and has been refined. It incorporates more than 10 advanced magecraft and over 30 intermediate and low-level magecraft. The spell structure is efficient and reasonable. The only drawback is that the combat experience of the practitioner is lacking, and the constructed autonomous program is too simple, making it vulnerable to being deciphered. Overall, it is an excellent mystic code, a rare treasure even in the Age of Gods. Skachika's evaluation greatly exceeded Shinji's expectations. Is it that amazing? The Magi of the Age of Gods are much more powerful than modern Magi. Is this thing really that formidable? Not an exaggeration at all. As Skachik spoke, she rhythmically tapped the laboratory table with her curved fingers, and the shape of Shinji's mercury ring constantly changed in response to her tapping. The reason why Magi in the Age of Gods are powerful is because the Greater Origin, which is the origin of magic, is hundreds or even thousands of times more active than in modern times. Magi in the Age of Gods don't need to connect that Lesser Origin to the Greater Origin as modern Magi do. Instead, they directly unleash magic from the Greater Origin, resulting in much more powerful effects compared to modern Magi. Modern magic is divided into two types, magic based on the power of the Greater Origin and magic based on the power of the Lesser Origin. The Greater Origin is the life force that fills the external world, including the life force of planets and the atmosphere. The Lesser Origin is the life force that Magi possess within themselves. Although their nature is the same, there is a significant difference in quantity. The Lesser Origin is very limited in quantity, but it is convenient to use and easy to manipulate since it exists within the body. Many Magi use the Lesser Origin to generate magical energy by converting their life force into mana through magic circuits. Since it comes at the cost of their life force, excessive use can have adverse effects on the body. Therefore, Magi usually generate mana little by little and store it within themselves. The amount of accumulation varies from person to person, with more exceptional Magi having a higher capacity. On the other hand, the quantity of the Greater Origin is nearly infinite, but it is much more difficult to absorb and utilize compared to the Lesser Origin. Additionally, the amount of Greater Origin that a Magi can convert into mana at once is limited by their magic circuits, so they cannot use it infinitely regardless of how much is present in their surroundings. Furthermore, there is also a limit to the amount of mana a Magi can retain, so they cannot convert the Greater Origin into mana in advance and store a large amount of it. However, the Magi of the Age of Gods do not have such limitations. They are not restricted by their magic circuits or their life force. They directly convert the Greater Origin into mana using spells, gestures, and runes and use it to construct their magic. If we liken the Greater Origin to a reservoir, the Lesser Origin to a personal water tank, and the magic circuit to a pipeline, Magi in the Age of Gods do not need a water tank or a pipeline. They directly take water from the reservoir whenever they need it, without limitations. On the other hand, modern Magi have to first store water in their tanks through the pipeline and can only use it when it reaches a certain amount. Therefore, the foundation and standards of magic in the Age of Gods are different from modern times. Rather than focusing on the effects of the mystic code, I value its structure and design philosophy. I am confident that the Master of Lancer, even in the Age of Gods, would become an outstanding Magus, and the Moon Spirit Marot created with Age of Gods magic would be at least comparable to a noble phantasm of rank C. I see? Shinji nodded thoughtfully. It is not desirable to overlook the value of the technology itself by focusing solely on the expressive capabilities of the technical medium. You can't dismiss a material like zirconium oxide just because it is used in ceramic kitchen knives. This material can also be used to manufacture ultrasonic water wave detectors. So, it seems like I made the right move. What move? Of course, it's not just about collecting the Moon Spirit Marrow. That was just an easy grab. Shinji's real goal is Kenneth, the person, or rather, the resources and knowledge he possesses. Until now, Shinji's understanding of magecraft mostly came from Skachik, Justice, and the Matou family libraries, as well as his knowledge from his previous life. However, the reference value of these sources is quite low. Skachik is an assassin who was active in the Age of Gods, residing outside the world. Her level is too high. Justice is an artificial human created by the Einsburn family. She spent the first half of her life in the castle and the latter half sealed within the Holy Grail, only briefly interacting with the outside world when constructing the Greater Grail with Tosaka and Matou. The magical knowledge she possesses is limited to the Einsburn family and the part used to construct the Holy Grail system by the Matou and Tosaka families, which is an old version from 200 years ago. The Matou family's library didn't come from the Zokan family's ancestors. Besides the stagnant water attribute magecraft that hasn't seen any development in centuries, there are only disgusting variations of water attribute magecraft developed by Zokan himself, called worm magecraft. There are also some other scattered books, but they are fragmented and not systematic. Obtaining the secret arts passed down by other families is much more difficult than wiping out the entire family, especially considering the prerequisite of maintaining secrecy. As for the knowledge Shinji obtained from setting materials and type moon works, it's just common knowledge and may not be entirely accurate. In other words, Shinji, and even the entire Matou family, lack sufficient understanding of the modern world of magecraft. Chapter 77, Future Plan. 1,200 words. Since arriving in the Type Moon world and becoming a magus, Shinji is unwilling to limit himself to just Fuyuki City. He wants to venture out and see more of the mysterious world. The depths of this world are murky, and by relying solely on his exploration, he might unknowingly violate some taboos and attract the attention of dangerous creatures. He needs a guide, and the person he has chosen for that role is Kenneth. Kenneth, the head of the Archibald family, a clock tower lecturer of the First Order, a monarch, a genius, this string of titles ensures that he possesses top-tier intelligence and knowledge within the entire Mage Association and the mysterious world. With this, Shinji's journey and the development of the Matou family will have the best possible foundation. However, given Kenneth's strength, status, and pride, he won't simply accept the role of a guide. Even before the start of the Holy Grail War, the Matou family had gone to great lengths to please Kenneth, but he might not even spare a glance at this declining magus family. But the Fourth Holy Grail War presented Shinji with an opportunity, a perfect chance to make Kenneth lose everything, to strip him of all his possessions. The world of Magi is cruel. Without power, there is no status. A person whose magic circuits are destroyed becomes nothing more than a pitiful existence, no matter how glorious they were in the past. The El Meloy family is a banner, with not only the main family, the Archibalds, but also branches like the Archibalds. There are many powerful families under its name. It can be foreseen that once news spreads that Kenneth has become powerless, the various families under the El Meloy banner will be the first to strip him of his family head title and magic crest. Following that, the clock tower will remove his position as a lecturer of the First Order. Former enemies will come knocking on his door once he loses his power. A genius who once enjoyed the spotlight will fall from grace, with even his life being in jeopardy. This is where the Matou family comes into play. Rather than adding insult to injury, wouldn't it be better to extend a helping hand to Kenneth in his time of need? Can Kenneth choose any other option? Therefore, even though Shinji knew that Saber would let Lancer rescue his master, he still let Skachik take the lead. It was to do Kenneth a favor, to gain his goodwill in advance and pave the way for future actions. Chasing down Caster's group can be put on hold compared to the future development of the Matou family. While Shinji was contemplating his next course of action, he was interrupted by a cool sensation on his forehead. The moon spirit marrow, manipulated by Skachik, had somehow transformed into mercury and adhered to his forehead. Treated with magic, this mercury wouldn't evaporate or seep into the skin, causing heavy metal poisoning. If Kenneth could lie in the mercury unharmed, then Shinji wouldn't be affected either. Master. Be cautious and act within your capabilities. The mercury quickly transformed, leaving 8 Chinese characters hanging in the air. The wise queen of the magical realm had already seen through Shinji's thoughts, and these 8 characters were her reminder. Having finally encountered a promising disciple, she hoped that he would go as far as possible, even to the land of shadows, and fulfill her long-cherished wish. Yes, Sensei, I will be careful. But why in Chinese? What do you think? Skachik squinted her eyes and looked at the foolish Shinji with a meaningful gaze, causing him to panic and surrender. Sensei, your insight is unparalleled. I am truly impressed and wholeheartedly submit. Shinji couldn't believe that Skachik could see through his intentions. She was indeed a great master. Now that you submit, will you listen to your sensei's words? Skachik clapped her hands, and the moon spirit marrow returned to the flask, flying into Skachika's hand. I will listen, I will listen. Shinji nodded repeatedly. I have taken the moon spirit marrow, and once I finish modifying it, I will give it to Korea for protection. No problem. Although Shinji felt a bit regretful, he understood his master's choice. Operating the moon spirit marrow required fluid manipulation, and the Matou family's water-based magecraft had a good affinity with the moon spirit marrow, second only to its original owner, Kenneth. In addition to his exclusive mystic code, the divine bow sword and rune bullets, Shinji possessed the complete set of Perseus noble phantasms, which were sufficient to deal with various situations. Compared to Korea, who lacked both equipment and combat strength, this all-in-one offensive and defensive mystic code was more needed by him. Even if Skachik didn't mention it, Shinji would still give it to Korea. At most, he would play with it for a few hours to satisfy his desire for collection. After all, this was a 5-star mystic code that he had obtained after several rolls. Ahem, it seems like something has been exposed. Oh well, if it's exposed, then let it be. After all, with the genuine item, who cares about the counterfeit? At worst, he could ask Lord Kenneth for the method of creating it and make his own Mercury Terminator made. I shall return. I will be back. And that most important line, which also suits the Holy Grail War the most, there is no fate but what we make for ourselves. Thinking of these classic lines, Shinji suddenly felt a little excited. After all, he had been suppressing himself for too long. Although he was still an otaku after transmigrating, he hadn't watched anime or played games in a long time. The only things he could reminisce about were the classic anime, games, novels, and movies he had seen before transmigrating. Rare opportunities like this had to be used to release his fantasies. Sigh. Seeing Shinji's eyes unconsciously fixed on the shimmering moon spirit Matou, as if they had entered another dimension, Skachik couldn't help but sigh. Was this mystic code really that enticing? Well, no matter how great a master she was, she couldn't cross dimensions and keep up with Shinji's otaku transmigrator's way of thinking. After thinking for a while and not getting an answer, Skachik didn't dwell on it and continued. The amount of the mystic code that Korea can use is not this large. I will make a talisman for you and Sakura with the excess. Oh, I knew my sensei was the best. The gleam in Shinji's eyes was brighter than the lights in the workshop. I am the best, but the other person who made a contract with you is not good at all, show some restraint. As she spoke, Skachik turned around and looked at the silent Justice, who was hiding behind her, like a child who had done something wrong. P.S. Before the Fifth Holy Grail War, Waver turned Lord Kenneth's moon spirit Matou into a maid who could handle household chores. However, Waver had watched too many Terminator movies with the maid, so the maid ended up becoming like a Terminator. Chapter 78, Justice's Doubt. 1126 words. In the year since Shinji met Justice, he had never seen her wear such an expression. With her head lowered and her hands unconsciously fidgeting with her clothes, she appeared timid, hesitant, helpless, and guilty. She couldn't bring herself to look Shinji in the eye, not even Skachik. She couldn't speak up like she usually did, she simply stood in the corner of the workshop, like a child who had done something wrong and been forgotten. Yes, a child. Despite having lived for over 1,000 years, Justice hadn't experienced much emotional growth as a human. Taking into account the 10 years she spent with Zokan Matou and Tosaka during the construction of the Great Holy Grail, as well as the year she spent with Shinji after disconnecting from the Grail system, Justice's psychological age was only 11, like that of a child. Skachik recognized this, but Shinji, due to Justice's long life, overlooked it. You couldn't hold a child to the standards of an adult, that was Skachik's implicit message, or it could be translated as not holding Justice to the standards of an old lady. And then, you could just wait for a beating. Don't worry, even if the master beat you to death, she could use magic to resurrect you and continue beating you, or she could take your soul to the land of shadows and continue beating you. However, the master also made a mistake, she overestimated Shinji's psychological age. Shinji's combined psychological age from his two lives wouldn't exceed 30 years, still far from true maturity. The reason for this oversight was that Shinji's background surpassed the master's understanding, and these deficiencies led to a misjudgment. No matter how keen the master's clairvoyance was, she couldn't see parallel worlds, let alone know that the world she was in was familiar to Shinji through novels, games, anime, manga, and various other forms. The deep impression Shinji left on her was built on his previous life's accumulated desire for mystery and strength, and his meticulous planning and cautious style were based on his familiarity with the Type Moon world. But the master didn't know that, aside from these 2 points, Shinji was just an ordinary person with nothing particularly special about him. However, a person's personality and actions are essential factors in evaluating that person and cannot be excluded. Therefore, Shinji's reaction was completely different from what Skachik had anticipated. Lady Justice, Shinji called her name and looked at her calmly. Yes, Justice responded softly, lowering her head even further until her nose nearly touched her chest. Seeing her ostrich-like appearance, Shinji couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had no intention of interrogating her, so why did she adopt such an ostrich-like posture? Helpless, Shinji could only seek assistance from his all-knowing master through his eyes. Skachik raised her hand and lightly tapped Shinji's head with her manifested magic spear before responding, "Idiot. Men should take the initiative when dealing with women. I'm genuinely worried that you'll follow in Korea's footsteps with your current attitude." "Who? How am I supposed to be like that ultimate backup guy?" Shinji complained while rubbing his head. Whether you'll end up like him or not is a question for the future. For now, focus on resolving the issue with Justice. Otherwise, be prepared to get beaten up. Upon hearing her threat, Shinji didn't dare hesitate, but as soon as he spoke, it caused Skachika's mouth to twitch. This is what Shinji said, "Don't you have something to say to me?" Justy's face turned red, and after hesitating 3 times, she finally spoke in the softest voice, "Yes, I'm sorry." "What else?" Shinji forcefully rubbed his temples and asked. I was wrong." Perhaps because she had already said one sentence, Justy's voice was slightly louder this time. Bang! Thud! Ah! 3 sounds almost simultaneously rang out. Bang was the sound of Shinji placing his hands on the workbench. Because he was a little agitated, it sounded somewhat like slamming the table. This sound startled Justice, causing her to close her eyes, and resulting in another tap on Shinji's head. Thud! The final "ah" was the sound of Shinji letting out a cry when he was hit. "Sensei, what did I do wrong this time? Why did you hit me again?" Shinji didn't understand. "Idiot, blockhead, rotten wood that can't be carved." Skachek, who noticed Shinji's connection to China in his past life, sometimes switched to Chinese to express herself accurately. Over 2,000 years, she has learned all the languages in the world. "What did I just say?" "Take the initiative." "Let me say it again, take the initiative." "Do you understand?" "Express your thoughts properly, really, you're even dumber than Cu Chularin. You're not even as good as my foolish little sister." Sensei, your sister, Aoife, is also a legendary female warrior of the same level as you. It wouldn't be embarrassing to be dumber than her." Shinji could only think this in his mind, as saying it out loud would probably result in not just a few light taps but a solid beating. At this moment, Shinji hadn't noticed that he didn't mention Cu Chularin in his previous statement. Perhaps subconsciously, he didn't want to lose to the senior disciple whom his sensei admired the most. Under the pressure from his sensei, Shinji was expressing his thoughts. "Lady Justice, what I want to hear is not an apology, and you don't need to apologize to me." Justice raised her head in confusion, seemingly not understanding why Shinji would say such a thing. "Although you promised to inform me promptly about the situation in the Einsburn forest, it's understandable that you couldn't contact me in time in special circumstances. Just give me an explanation after the matter is over." Upon hearing Shinji's response, Justice was stunned. She thought Shinji was angry with her because she didn't follow the agreement and acted on her own, exposing herself to the Einsburn family. That's why he wasn't talking to her. Aren't you angry?" I've affected your plan." "There's no need to be angry." "Well, I admit there might be a tiny bit of anger because your actions could lead to unforeseen changes. This is easy to understand." Suddenly, an artificial human of the Holy Grail model appeared out of nowhere, and it's difficult to predict the reactions of people like Kiritsugu and the Einsburn family. "However, you are not my servant. On the contrary, I am fulfilling the agreement with you to help you obtain the Holy Grail. You have the ultimate decision-making power. Therefore, you have the complete right to decide what to do, as long as you give me, your contractor, a reason." Chapter 79, Justice Transformation. 1,190 words. Justice, being an artificial human, possesses the inherent nature that most artificial humans are designed with, high obedience and low subjectivity. Whether it's completing the Holy Grail or alleviating the suffering of humanity, it is a mission bestowed upon her by the Einsburn family, not her desire. Even though she has been influenced by the soul of a heroic spirit and formed a contract with Shinji, her nature hasn't changed much. Apart from the convictions imprinted in her soul, she mostly follows Shinji's lead. However, this time, there was no one giving her orders. Shinji was resting, and Skachek was off racing. Justice made a decision entirely based on her own will. It was a human's autonomous choice, a human attribute that Shinji wished to see. In comparison, the chain reaction caused by this decision, involving Kiritsugu Emiya and the Einsburn family, wasn't significant at all. At worst, there would be a fight between the two sides. Shinji didn't believe that Skachek and Lancelot couldn't handle a mere Einsburn. Of course, before that happened, he needed to clarify the reason. "Now, Lady Justice, answer me. Why did you want to save Miss Irisveal?" I don't know." 3 consecutive answers that didn't count as answers. Shinji understood this because sometimes the body reacts faster than the brain. However, when you take action, you have an answer. The difference lies in whether you genuinely don't know or don't know how to express it. Is it because you don't want the Lesser Grail to have any issues? No. Justice shook her head. As long as the core is intact, the Lesser Grail won't affect the ritual. Is it because you want to help the Einsburn faction and don't want them to exit the stage so early? Irisveal is a disguise master arranged by Kiritsugu Emiya. If she dies while Saber is still alive, it proves that she is not the master and Kiritsugu Emiya's existence will be exposed, which is detrimental to the Ainsburn faction. Neither. Justice continued shaking her head. As I said, I am disappointed in the Ainsburn family. Then the answer is clear. It's not the Ainsburn family, nor the Lesser Grail. It can only be Irisveal herself, am I right? Justice couldn't find words to reply. She didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't deny it either because she realized that she wanted to save the existence known as Irisveal, unrelated to the Lesser Grail, purely the persona of Irisveal. Tell me in detail about your feelings at that time. Shinji leaned back, sitting directly on the laboratory table, encouraging the Lady Winter who was lost in confusion with a smile in his gaze. I don't know what happened. When I saw Irisveal trying to stop Kirei Kotomine, I forgot everything else. I just felt that she couldn't die, that I had to save her. When I calmed down, I realized I had already left the castle and was standing in front of Kirei Kotomine. Shinji, do you think I've gone bad? Justice thought of the junkyard in the Ainsburn workshop, where countless malfunctioning or damaged dolls awaited their demise. Was she, this precious prototype, going to end up like them? Gone bad. Shinji didn't continue looking at Justice, instead, he turned to Skachik and noticed that she was also looking at him. The two locked eyes for a few seconds then burst into laughter simultaneously. Skachika's laughter lifted a corner of her veil, revealing her exquisitely lush lips. Shinji held his stomach and slapped the table beneath him. Wait, why are you laughing? Their laughter left Justice bewildered for a while, but it also lightened her heavy heart. It's nothing. You're right, you have indeed gone bad, as an artificial human, Skachik replied, smoothing her veil and returning to her usual calm and wise gaze. However, for humans, the malfunctioning of an artificial human is just another normal occurrence. The feeling of wanting to protect someone, cherishing something, every human has it. Do you remember when I killed Zokan a year ago? Shinji tapped his face, trying to appear more serious. I remember. That was the condition for our contract, Justice said, not understanding why Shinji was bringing this up now. To be honest, it wasn't the best timing. The best timing would have been to stay hidden, waiting for Sakura to complete her transformation, for the moment when Zokan's worms were about to invade her body. But I didn't choose to do that. Do you know why? This time, Shinji didn't wait for Justice to answer, he answered directly. Because that would have caused immense trauma to Sakura's body and soul, enough to make her live in darkness for the rest of her life. From the moment I first saw Sakura, I treated her as my family. I didn't want Sakura to become that kind of person. I wanted her to live a happy life. So, I chose to stand in front of Zokan before everything became irreparable. It was this feeling that drove me to make that decision, and I think you're the same. Upon hearing Shinji's explanation, Justice seemed to grasp something in an instant. I feel that our motivations to protect Sakura are still different. Sakura is your sister, it's a matter of family for you. I don't hold such feelings for Irisveal. I think the reason I care so much about her is because I have doubts about her being a person. I want to find answers from her, to find the answer to how a doll can become a person. Until I obtain that answer, I don't want her personality to disappear. Desiring something and making sacrifices for it, that's also a human emotion. Skachik gently placed her hand on Justice's shoulder. Your actions prove that you have transformed from a doll to a person. You don't need to seek answers from others anymore. No, it's not enough, Justice pointed to her chest. It's not complete here. Maybe she can help me understand what I'm lacking. Skachik was about to say something more, but Shinji waved his hand at her, signaling her to stop. To believe that it's not enough and to desire more is also a human trait. Isn't continuing to explore with that mindset the driving force of human progress? Skachik understood Shinji's intention and held Justice's hand. Let's stop here. We can think about any questions we have when it's daylight. Yes, Shinji chimed in. You haven't rested at home for several days. Go back to your long-awaited room, sleep peacefully in bed, have a breakfast made by Sakura, and then you can think more. Sakura has mentioned several times that she misses you. She'll be happy to see you. Right, then let's get a good night's sleep, Justice nodded emphatically. Sleep is also one of the most basic elements of being human. Then, Shinji, we'll leave the cleaning to you. No problem, I've got it. With Shinji's response, Skachik and Justice walked out of the workshop hand in hand. One in black, one in white. One in light, one in shadow. Chapter 80, Ainsburn's Doubt, Part 1. 1,246 words. The night still shrouded the Einsburn forest, dark and silent. Traces of intense battles were visible everywhere. The castle, specially brought from their homeland and tidied up by the maids, was heavily damaged in the battle between Emir Kiritsugu and Kenneth Archibald. Even if they wanted to make repairs, the maids responsible for such tasks had already returned to their country. Irisveal sighed as she walked through the corridors, doing her best to ignore the scene of this ruined place. Fortunately, a few bedrooms had not fallen victim to the chaos, and Mew was resting in one of them. Although Irisveal had already used healing magecraft on her, Einsburn's healing magecraft was already a significant burden for the injured. It originated from alchemy, not regenerating the physical body but rather transplanting newly formed tissues through magical power. If the target was an artificial human, there would be no problem. But now she was treating a human, and from the perspective of modern medicine, it was equivalent to a major operation like organ transplantation. Mew, exhausted and on the brink of collapse, was currently in a state of deep sleep. It would take a considerable amount of time for her to regain consciousness and freely move her body. Having just finished the treatment, Irisveal had no time to rest. Emir Kiritsugu and Saber were waiting for her in the dining hall. The dining hall, serving as a temporary meeting room, had an oppressively heavy atmosphere. Emir Kiritsugu sat at the long table, maintaining his firearms, while Saber stood opposite him, her hands behind her back, motionless like a statue. Irisveal was accustomed to such a scene. The relationship between these two, master and servant, had always been strained due to their differing ideologies. Emir Kiritsugu believed that the King of Knights was naive and idealistic, while the King of Knights thought of Emir Kiritsugu as despicable. Irisveal had tried to mediate a few times but with little effect. Now, she only hoped that the two wouldn't start any conflicts. That would be enough for her. The atmosphere in the dining hall eased a bit with Irisveal's arrival. She was Emir Kiritsugu's beloved wife and the princess that Saber was willing to protect. Her innocence and strength could touch people's hearts. As usual, Irisveal sat across from Kiritsugu, closest to Saber. "When will me be able to move?" Kiritsugu spoke, causing Saber to furrow her brows. What does he mean by able to move? She's a person, not a weapon you hold in your hand. However, Irisveal didn't dwell on Kiritsugu's tone. After spending this time together, she had already sensed the inexplicable bond between her husband and Mew, which outsiders couldn't understand. She simply responded truthfully, she won't be able to move for the next day or two. I see. I'll proceed alone from now on. You two stay here on standby. Kiritsugu closed the case containing his sniper rifle and was about to get up and leave. Hey, Kiritsugu, do you think Act sent another master to participate in the war besides us? Hearing his wife's question, Kiritsugu's cold expression finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Why are you asking that? Well, I encountered someone before. She drove away Kotomine Kirei and saved me and Miss Mew. She looks exactly like me, so she must be another artificial human of the same model as me. Silence fell upon Kiritsugu, who took a moment to confirm with doubt. You're saying someone who looks exactly like you saved you and drove away Kotomine Kirei? Yes, that's right, Irisveal nodded. Give me a detailed description of her appearance, attire, and the sequence of events from when she appeared to when she left. I want to know every detail. Kiritsugu had a feeling that an invisible hand was reaching out to them. Someone who looks exactly like you wields a special line as a weapon and can manipulate metal wires. It seems she is indeed an artificial human from the Einsburn family. Irisveal, have you taught anyone else about the form of the soul? I haven't told anyone except Ilya, Irisveal replied. Even Kiritsugu didn't know about her development of combat magecraft, so there was no way she would have told anyone else. And I feel like she is much better at manipulating the threads than me. If possible, I would like to learn from her for a while. Indeed, being able to drive away Kotomine Kirei proves that her magical skills and combat experience are top-notch, but it doesn't make sense. Kiritsugu had lived in the Einsburn family for 9 years, and he was very familiar with the family. In his opinion, this incident itself was full of doubts. The first doubt was the extraordinary combat power of that woman. The Einsburn family was truly not skilled in combat, and as long as he was prepared, Kiritsugu was confident in destroying the Einsburn family alone. Initially, Kiritsugu thought it might be someone in disguise or his wife being under an illusion, but he quickly dismissed those possibilities. It's easy to disguise appearance, but it's much harder to mimic the nature of magecraft. The chances of Irisveal being under an illusion with the protection of the bounded field were extremely low. Everything confirmed that the woman came from the Einsburn family. This fact itself was the second point of doubt. Kiritsugu had previously reviewed the information on the Einsburn family. The manufacturing process of the lesser Grail type of artificial humans was complex, and the cost was extremely high. Even the wealthy Einsburn family couldn't afford to manufacture multiple units at once, nor was there a need for duplicate production. ACT had stated that there was only one Iris Veil, the lesser Grail, and she must be protected. ACT wouldn't lie, and there was no need for him to lie. Since he said so, there must be only one lesser Grail type of artificial human, Iris Veil. So where did that woman come from? Was she an earlier model of Iris Veil? Or was she a discarded failure? Setting aside the question of her origin, why did this woman save Iris Veil? Sisterly affection was impossible. They had never even met before, so how could there be any emotions between them? Furthermore, apart from Iris Veil, who was an exception, the artificial humans of the Einsburn family were hardly distinguishable from machines. Did they understand what emotions were? Leaving aside these two unanswered questions, for now, another matter concerned Kiritsugu, the actions of the assassin. It was not surprising that assassin could evade the detection of the bounded field. The assassin class itself was characterized by stealth and agility, and the Queen of Shadows was the highest-level warrior and magus who could easily break through such a barrier. The question was, why did she appear together with that woman? A coincidence? Kiritsugu didn't believe it. That woman was likely connected to Assassin in some way. This would explain why Assassin's master ordered him to assist Saber last night, and it would also make sense for that woman to intervene and drive away Kotomine Kirei tonight. But if that were the case, it couldn't explain why Assassin prevented Kiritsugu from killing Kirei. Assisting Iris Veil on one hand and saving Kenneth on the other? Wasn't that contradictory? It couldn't be the same as Lancer helping Saber once, then Saber helping Lancer once. This was war, not a game, and the Queen of Shadows was not a knight. Chapter 81, Einsburn's Doubt, Part 2. 1287 words. If Shinji knew Kiritsugu's thoughts, he would laugh himself awake from dreaming. His request for Skachik to intervene and save Justice was not meant to disrupt Kiritsugu's plans. It was simply an attempt to gain something from Justice. He never expected Kiritsugu to dig his own grave. Skachika's action plan for tonight was as follows: drive from the city to the foot of the Einsburn forest, then hike up the mountain. Just as she found Caster's location, she received a message from Shinji, instructing her to confirm the condition of Justice. When Skachik arrived at the back of the mountain, Justice was already engaged in battle with Kirei and holding her own. Upon receiving this news, Shinji finally let go of the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart. He was worried that Justice would encounter other servants. Justice lacked a specific class template, and she had no combat experience in her lifetime. Even if she had developed new combat magecraft, she couldn't possibly match up against a servant. This was limited to the current Holy Grail War. Against non-combat servants like Anderson or Shakespeare, Justice would have a chance of winning. But if her opponent was Kirei, Shinji had no worries. Although Kirei was powerful in combat and had extensive battle experience, he was still bound by the limits of a human. His fighting style, focused on Black Keys and Bajikan, did not exceed the scope of interconnectedness and myriad changes that Justice could handle. Even if Justice couldn't defeat him, it wouldn't be difficult for her to retreat. Skachik also agreed with this assessment. Having confirmed this, Shinji made a quick decision and changed his objective once again, instructing Skachik to head to the castle. This led to the subsequent scene of saving Kenneth in front of Kiritsugu, extending a favor to Lancer, and incidentally improving Saber's opinion of him. Iris Veil didn't have as many thoughts as Kiritsugu and Shinji. Her view on the matter was simple: shouldn't we contact our family? Perhaps Lord Act Einsburn, knows something. Upon hearing his wife's suggestion, Kiritsugu appeared hesitant. The suggestion itself was not a problem. Kiritsugu and Iris Veil couldn't possibly have as much knowledge about the Einsburn family as ACT, the humanoid terminal capable of central system production. Asking ACT for information would provide a clue, regardless of the response received. The conservative isolation of the Einsburn family made it extremely difficult to contact them. The Einsburn family lacked modern communication devices, and the alchemical communication devices were only possessed by ACT and could only be used at fixed times and through specific nodes, which did not include the Einsburn forest in the Far East. To contact the Einsburn family, Kiritsugu had to go through 3 intermediaries. First, he would contact his intelligence personnel, then transfer to one of the few peripheral bases of the Einsburn family, and from there go to a specific node. These nodes also did not have modern communication devices and strictly adhered to the traditions of the Einsburn family, relying on the alchemical devices of the nodes to contact the head of the family, ACT. Just the process of contacting ACT alone would take 3 to 6 days. If the time for ACT to search for information and provide a reply was taken into account, it would probably take 10 days to half a month. By that time, the Holy Grail war might already be over, and the answer would be of no use. Apart from the difficulty of communication, Kiritsugu also had some concerns about the mysterious woman's reaction. Although she was related to the Einsburn family, her actions and behavior indicated that she was not on the same side as the Einsburn and even had conflicts with them. If Kiritsugu rashly contacted the family, it could potentially anger the woman. If she was pushed into opposition, it would be disastrous. Regardless of whether she had any connection with Assassin, she displayed combat abilities made Kiritsugu cautious. In the end, Kiritsugu shook his head and said, "Forget it. Okay, I'll follow your lead." Once her husband had made a decision, Irisveal would comply without questioning, such was the understanding between them as a couple. "Saber, I'll leave the security of the castle to you. I'm going to chase after Kenneth." Having said that, Kiritsugu didn't wait for Saber's response. He left the dining hall, walked past the devastated castle gate, and disappeared into the night. Even if Assassin managed to rescue Kenneth, Kiritsugu had no intention of giving up. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Saber wanted to say something, but looking at Kiritsugu's resolute figure, all she could do was swallow the words that had reached her lips and lower her head in frustration. Irisveal noticed Saber's demeanor and turned to ask the young knight who she was close to, "Why didn't you say anything? Are you thinking of taking down Caster?" "Because I need to protect your safety and Miss Mew's safety." Saber lowered her head and looked at her left hand, which was wearing a silver ring used to secure her unconscious thumb. If her left hand was unharmed, Caster would already be dead. "It's no longer safe here. Miss Mew can't move, and you need to take care of her. If enemies invade while I'm gone, you'll be in danger, especially that man who injured Miss Mew." Kirei Kotomine, Irisveal instinctively uttered the name that made Kiritsugu fearful. "I've examined Miss Mew's body. More than half of her ribs are broken, and her internal organs have varying degrees of damage. Just 2 strikes caused such injuries. This man is powerful." Saber gave a high evaluation of Kotomine's Bajikan. "Powerful? Is that what even you, Saber, say?" Irisveal's hands involuntarily clenched, showing her nervousness. "Yes, he is very powerful. One of the principles of a knight is justice, and Saber wouldn't belittle the enemy just because they are adversaries. Based on the knowledge bestowed upon me by the Holy Grail, there are not many humans stronger than him. However, Irisveal, rest assured, I'm talking about humans, not servants. Even with just my left hand, I can easily defeat him." The last sentence instantly turned Irisveal's worries into joy. "Really? I swear on my knight's honor." Saber lightly tapped her left chest with her right fist. No matter what, she would protect the woman in front of her. "I believe you, Saber." Irisveal walked up to Saber and held her hands. "I entrust Miss Mew and myself to your protection." "Yes, I promise." Saber's serious expression and upright posture were worthy of her title as the King of Knights. However, this exemplary knightly stance was disrupted by an unmistakable rumbling sound. Saber's face suddenly turned bright red, and she stammered, "Well. I'm sorry, Irisveal. I don't feel particularly hungry, but it seems like my body needs nourishment." Okay, I understand." The corners of Irisveal's mouth involuntarily curled upward. It's inevitable to feel hungry after battling Caster. "Please wait here for a moment, I'll prepare something for you to eat." "Thank you so much, Irisveal." Upon hearing that there was food, Saber's eyes lit up, and a mix of heroic, shy, and excited expressions made her look especially adorable. Seeing Saber like this, Irisveal's mood improved even more. "What should we have today? Salamander soup? How about adding some wasabi that Japanese people love?" That's right, Irisveal excelled in the legendary dark art of cooking. P.S. Kiritsugu's combat power, comparable to a servant, must be enhanced by command seals. In Fate Zero, Kirei personally gave an evaluation that both sides were cheating in their final battle, which elevated them to the level of servants. Chapter 82, Dream. 1,437 words. Shinji had a dream. In the dream, he saw a nation where the sky was perpetually shrouded in gloom. No, it wasn't just gloomed, it was a deeper monotony, as if the entire world had only 3 colors, pure white, profound black, and ambiguous shades of gray that transitioned and alternated in intensity. This was a realm of shadows, a realm that did not belong to the living, a truly eerie place. In this monotonous and oppressive nation, that person was the only color, the sole ruler. She was the queen of this realm, the undeniable mistress of this world beyond. She was the guardian of the border between the mundane and the mystical. Countless years had not left a trace on her body, they had only refined her unique aura, making her flawless and impeccable. Her wise eyes pierced through the grey haze of the sky, the shadows on the ground, and even the towering walls, meeting the gaze that crossed time and space. Memories, information, and much deeper things were transmitted through this intangible connection. In an instant, Shinji saw many things, a millennium in the blink of an eye. Numerous lives. She had truly taken away countless lives before. Whether they were human, undead, or gods, she confronted and slaughtered them all. Battle after battle after battle. Kill, 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 kill. This body, soaked in the blood of enemies, became eternal. No more aging. No death. Transformed into a certain existence that would forever endure. Since the first time she took up a spear, how much time had passed? She couldn't remember. Wait, in this body that guarded the gate and gained the wisdom of the abyss, it was possible to measure time accurately. But she didn't want to know through such means. It wasn't melancholy. It wasn't resignation. Is it regret? I don't know. It's possible, but it's also hard to say for certain. At least, the emotions that went unnoticed when slaughtering numerous monsters and instructing the warriors of Ulster do exist within me now. Ah, indeed, I did teach many warriors before. At the end of infinite time, everything will die and disappear completely. Amidst the deliberately indifferent memories that have been maintained, only the image of one man, one man's figure, can emerge. Crimson pupils. When the brilliance in his eyes flashes through my mind, an inexplicable gentleness arises in my heart. Even this body, which has become eternal and unable to undergo any change, can feel warmth. Hope for a reunion with him? Such a wish does not exist, I can assert that. So what is it then? If I must say, it is the hope to be killed by that man. Hope for the arrival of my death as a human. However, does that man, the one who has become a heroic spirit, the one who has lost the radiance of life, still possess the ability to kill me, even if I were a god? As a being fixed in death, in the identity of a heroic spirit? Regardless, this is the only hope I know of, and among the many warriors, he is the only one who might fulfill my expectations. It should have been this way, it should have been like this. I should have embraced the faint hope and quietly awaited the end of the world. However, it seems that my predetermined fate has shifted ever so slightly. A newly born life, the crimson pupils in my heart, have been stained with a hint of blue, and in this mysterious fading era, a completely new encounter brings unknown possibilities. At the end of the dream, the queen seated on the throne removes the veil from her face. This was Shinji's first time seeing her face, the countenance that illuminated this realm of shadows, a visage that even the legendary goddess paled in comparison to. Her lips, always slightly downturned, opened and closed gently with a touch of melancholy and allure, delivering a voice that was incredibly familiar to Shinji's heart. Do you know what the Shadowland is like? Just as its name suggests. A realm of darkness that permeates in all directions, a place where sunlight never reaches, the world of death. Looking back, Siyu Chalane's arrival was truly ironic. Look, isn't that guy the son of the sun? In the Shadowland, there are 7 walls. No, it's not meant to be taken literally. It's something symbolic, like a representation of a truth you already know. In other words, the dead will never be resurrected. The inhabitants of the Shadowland will never surpass the walls and appear on the surface. It should be like that. That's the norm. But I, the guardian of the norms of the Shadowland, have violated this norm. I hope that one day you can successfully uphold the norms of the world and impressively send me back to this world, my master. The shadows before my eyes gradually recede, and the scenery of the Shadowland begins to blur. Darkness once again occupies my field of vision. A faint ray of light pierces the endless darkness. It's not the light of a dream, it's real sunlight. Shinji opens his eyes, waking up from his slumber. As usual, he rubs his eyes with his hand but discovers that they are moist, trailing down his cheeks to his chin. Are those tears? Did I cry? While I was asleep, while I was dreaming. That dream. So that's it. Did I see Sensei's experiences? Was she fighting against those kinds of monsters all alone? Was she always gazing at the dull and oppressive realm of the deceased? Immortal and unchanging, is it really that painful? Sensei. Skachik. You. With a rustling sound, the curtains in the room are pulled open, and the momentary alternation of light and darkness dilutes the sorrow in Shinji's heart. By the window, at the tea table, wearing a high-necked sweater on top and cotton pants on the bottom, Skachik, in her casual attire, rests her chin on her hand and quietly gazes at Shinji's face. The sunlight that brings vitality to all things not only doesn't exclude the queen who resides in the realm of the dead but also makes her even more dazzling. Sensei. Shinji's voice carries unprecedented emotions. The dream revealed many things to him. I knocked on the door, didn't you hear? Skachika's expression is as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. Get up quickly, Sakura is waiting for you to have breakfast. Okay. Shinji rolls out of bed, but as soon as his feet touch the ground, he freezes. His gaze fixes on Skachika's face, which is clean and devoid of any decoration. Sensei, your veil. Why, do you care about it? Skachik clenches her left hand in the air, and a black veil conjured by magic appears in her hand. I do care, of course. Shinji nods repeatedly. It would be better if you don't wear veils in the future. Seems like you don't want me to hide my face, Skachik sighed. It's not like it's anything interesting. Are you saying you're quite fond of this appearance? Of course, I've wanted to tell my sensei for a long time, I just didn't know how to bring it up. It's such a beautiful face, it's a shame to hide it. Upon hearing Shinji's praise, Skachik didn't react like an ordinary girl would, neither did she show happiness or dissatisfaction. She simply put away her veil and said, save those words for other girls. Now, get up and have breakfast. Shinji still didn't leave his bed. He took a deep breath as if making a certain determination. Sensei, I want to fulfill your wish. I don't know how far I'll ultimately go, or if I'll reach the heights of those senior disciples you've taught, but I will try to become stronger and seek a way to kill you. So, can you also have a little bit of expectation for me? That serious expression, that solemn attitude, had only appeared when he formed a contract with Justice. At this moment, Shinji forgot that Skachik had descended into the present world to seek death through the Holy Grail. Perhaps, in his subconscious, he had already assumed that the Holy Grail couldn't kill this queen who existed outside of the world. He, Matou Shinji, wanted her, Skachik, to be liberated from eternal loneliness. The perpetually downturned corners of Skachika's mouth finally curled upwards, freezing into an incredibly stunning curve. Don't make me wait until the world's end. Chapter 83, Skachika's Transformation. 1233 words. This is an extremely desolate place. In the cold winter night air, dust fills the surroundings. There are only cold mechanical devices, with no human figures in sight. This is a factory located on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, near the National Highway. The factory went bankrupt and closed down a year ago due to poor management. Being remote and without any children or rebellious teenagers considering it as their secret base, it gradually became a forgotten place in Fuyuki City. This is where Kenneth has been hiding. Compared to the collapsed K Hotel, this abandoned factory has no advantages except for being hidden. Kenneth has always felt humiliated and angry about hiding in this factory. But now, he has no thoughts left. Someone who has lost consciousness and fallen into a deep coma cannot think, let alone experience emotional fluctuations. The factory where Kenneth lies in a deep sleep is empty. There is no one to accompany him. Lancer is not there, and his fiancée, Sola, is also absent. The only things with him are the cold hospital bed beneath him, and foredrip, a stand for hanging the foredrip, and a bedside table for miscellaneous items. Compared to the crowd surrounding him at the clock tower, the former being heaven and the latter being hell. A short figure appears in front of the hospital bed. The cold winter wind blows into the factory through a broken window, lifting the cloak on the figure and revealing a strand of deep blue curls and a youthful face. Within the cold wind, pure white and jet black spiritual particles alternate, outlining two graceful and exquisite figures beside the boy. The boy named Matou Shinji glances at Kenneth on the hospital bed. The once clear and refreshed expression on his face is now contorted with pain. His slender and athletic body involuntarily trembles every few minutes. Lady Justice, how is his condition? His entire magical circuit has necrotized, almost all of his internal organs are ruptured, and his muscles and nerves have suffered varying degrees of damage. However, compared to last night, he is in much better condition. It seems he received timely treatment and didn't waste the emergency measures I took. Justice only takes a glance and understands Kenneth's current situation. Though his life has been saved, his magical circuit has suffered irreversible damage. Over 70% of the magic circuits closely connected to the magical crests have been destroyed. In the future, he may be unable to use magecraft. The damage to his nervous system caused by the magical circuit will also make movement difficult for him. If his recovery goes well, he may be able to walk again, but if not, he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. TSK, it's miserable. It's hard to believe that he was the esteemed magus of the clock tower, the genius El Meloi, but the power of Kiritsugu Emiya's origin bullets is too great for Meigai. Shinji sighed with a mocking tone and turned his head to the side. Even in this state, can you still treat him, Lady Justice? Justice didn't answer. She walked to the bedside, placed her hand on Kenneth's forehead, and released golden magical energy from her palm in a way different from regular magecraft. It flowed into Kenneth's battered body. This is the purpose of the three of them coming to the abandoned factory. During breakfast, Shinji and Skachik told Korea about the battle in the Einsburn forest the previous night. When they mentioned Kiritsugu Emiya's trump card, the origin bullet, Shinji explained in detail how this mystic code operates and advised Korea to be cautious. If they were to become enemies with Kiritsugu Emiya, they should not use their magical energy and instead use the rune stones made by Skachik. By not using their magical energy, they can avoid harming their magical circuits. Although the rune stones crafted by Skachik are precious, they pale in comparison to their own lives. Unexpectedly, after Shinji finished speaking, Justice directly said that the damage to magical circuits is not entirely incurable. The Einsburn family possesses a secret technique for creating artificial magical circuits. Although this technique cannot be applied to humans, when combined with the miracle of Justice's transcendent magic, the third magic materialization of the soul, it theoretically has the potential to reshape damaged magical circuits. Justice's words piqued Skachika's interest. If there is anything in this world that can still capture the attention of this immortal queen who has graduated from the world, it would be powerful warriors and mysteries she has yet to comprehend, and magic belongs to the latter. The fact that Justice can accomplish something that even the highest-ranking magus born in the Age of Gods cannot do with her magic genuinely surprised Skachik. Seeing his sensei's rare enthusiasm, Shinji didn't want to dampen her spirits. He went along with her suggestion and proposed a request to visit Kenneth. While providing emergency treatment to Kenneth, Skachik quietly left a magic rune on his body. Following the fluctuations emitted by this rune, the three of them successfully found Kenneth's hiding place. When they reached the entrance of the factory, Sola happened to be taking Lancer outside to prepare medicine for Kenneth, which greatly facilitated the infiltration of the three. Justice's examination quickly yielded results. Although the magical circuits are severely damaged, the basic components are still intact, and the magical inscriptions connected to them still retain the flow of magical energy. Given enough time, I have confidence in restoring both his magical circuits and magical inscriptions to their original state. Oh. Skachik and Shinji simultaneously raised an eyebrow, their voices trailing off with a hint of curiosity. A dream they had shared greatly enhanced their telepathic connection, and everyone in the Matou family could perceive the change between the two. In that dream last night, not only did Shinji see Skachika's memories, but Skachik also saw Shinji's memories, including his ordinary yet happy past life. Compared to Skachika's grand and dramatic life, Shinji's past and present were insignificant. However, it was precisely this insignificance that Skachik had never experienced. Skachik had experienced prosperity and downfall, strength and weakness, admiration and fear from others, but she had never experienced ordinariness. Observing the world with a detached eye for over 2,000 years, she had witnessed countless people and events, but observing was not the same as experiencing. Although Shinji's life seemed trivial compared to those great heroes, the genuine emotions and joys and sorrows contained within that ordinariness made Skachik feel a different world. It turns out that the ordinary can also be extraordinary. Her eternal life gained a touch of brilliance from this insignificant ordinariness. Perhaps this brilliance would fade away with time, but the emotions in her heart would become a part of her memories. She had never been as grateful to Zelrech as she was now because it was thanks to him that she could come to the present world and meet her little master, who was also a disciple. It truly was wonderful. So she removed her veil and the invisible barrier she had set for herself. The aloofness on her person diminished, replaced by a more human touch. The raised eyebrows and trailing voices were the best proof of this change. P.S. Shinji leveled up Skachik bond level to 4 LOL. Chapter 84, Tragedy of Kenneth. 1,239 words. Regarding the matter of the master and disciple, Justice calmly withdrew her hand, her composed actions reflecting her utmost confidence. I have temporarily stabilized his magic circuits and magic inscriptions, preventing further deterioration. The next step is to reconstruct his magical circuits based on the residual information in his body. According to my current prana and the magical energy that Shinji can generate, it will take approximately a week to reconstruct a magical circuit. Kenneth Elmeloi possesses 45 primary circuits and 27 auxiliary circuits. Taking into account the time needed for observation, calculation, and experimentation, it will require at least 2 years. 2 years, Hull. Shinji rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting between Justice and Kenneth, seemingly calculating something. It sounds quite troublesome. Lady Justice, do you think we should treat him or not? If it were the old Justice, she would have answered, either option is fine, it's up to Shinji to decide. But now, in the present where she was becoming more like an individual, where Shinji and Skachik told her to decide things for herself, she tried to think and judge. Shinji, will curing him be beneficial to us? Well, let's see. It would be beneficial to me and the Matou family, but it doesn't have a direct connection to your wish. What I'm interested in is his knowledge, as well as the connections and influence he possesses as the Lord of the Clock Tower. In the long run, it could lead to greater development for the Matou family, but that would take 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. Whether this development can help purify the Holy Grail, I can't guarantee. Shinji's answer was unbiased, simply providing basic analysis along with the truth. But for Justice, it was enough. If it's beneficial to you, then it's beneficial to me. Our fates are intertwined, and I will design a suitable treatment plan as soon as possible. Justice's decision touched Shinji, and ever since their chance encounter, she had silently been helping him. He might not express this bond, but it would be engraved in his heart for a lifetime. I'm counting on you, but there's no need to rush. The most important thing now is the Holy Grail War. We can address the treatment after the war is over. Understood. Then I? Justice nodded gently, about to say something more, but was interrupted by Skachik. Lancer and that woman have returned. Shinji and Justice exchanged a glance, and then Shinji pulled his cloak, activating its concealment effect, completely masking his presence and form. At the same time, Skachik and Justice also dematerialized and used rune symbols to erase any traces. A few minutes later, Sola, with her short red hair, entered the workshop. She casually placed the plastic bag she was holding on the bedside table and took out a towel from it. She wet it with water and began to wipe Kenneth's body. As she looked into the eyes of her fiancé, there was mockery, sympathy, ridicule, and relief, but there was no pain or tenderness that a wife would have when looking at her husband. Although her wiping action seemed careful, there was a sense of perfunctoriness in the details, as if she was doing it for someone else's sake. Whether it was because her movements were too heavy or because of Justice's previous magecraft, Kenneth woke up from his unconscious state. Where am I? It seems you've awakened. The voice of his fiancée brought Kenneth back to full consciousness. He instinctively struggled to sit up but realized that he was tightly bound by belts around his chest and waist, unable to move. Sola? What is this? How did I end up here? As if she didn't see Kenneth struggle, Sola just calmly responded with a question. Don't you remember what happened? That sentence seemed like a switch, gradually reviving the memories before he lost consciousness. I was hit. I used the volume and hydrargyrum to defend, but the memory was interrupted there, only sensing a sharp pain. When he woke up, he found himself lying here. What happened to my body? Your magic circuits throughout your body show signs of being out of control. It's a miracle that you didn't die on the spot. I only had time to regenerate your organs and some nerves. Even if you gradually recover in the future, I don't know if you'll be able to walk. And Sola's words made Kenneth feel despair closing in on him. Self-inflicted injuries caused by a magical energy runaway were the desperate situation that every Magi faced. Although Kenneth had always believed that he would never make such a low-level mistake, he knew exactly what this meant. And your magic circuits have been destroyed. You won't be able to use magecraft anymore. I? The man once hailed as a prodigy, bearing the name of Lord Elmeloi, shed tears. He couldn't understand how he ended up in this situation when the whole world was supposed to be blessing him. His genius was supposed to guarantee him an unlimited future and glory. Everything that Kenneth had believed in was mercilessly crushed, shattering before him. Faced with this heartless reality and an incomprehensible situation, all he could do was cry in cowardice. He was now like a child who had just experienced the meaning of fear. And this is exactly what Shinji wanted to see. If Kenneth is not brought down to the dust, he will never appreciate the preciousness of the sky. Once he experiences enough loss and fear in the dust, he will desperately grasp onto any lifeline, even if it is tainted with poison. Therefore, now is not the best time to give Kenneth hope because he has not yet lost his last shred of hope. Don't cry, Kenneth. It's too early to give up now. Sola whispered in a comforting tone while gently caressing his cheek. Her tenderness towards her fiancé would only appear when he needed it, even if it was deliberately feigned tenderness. The Holy Grail war is still ongoing, and we have not been defeated yet. If the Holy Grail is truly an all-powerful wish-granting machine, restoring your body to its original state shouldn't be a difficult task. Sola? Unconsciously, Kenneth's tears stopped. Kenneth, you truly are a genius. By adding your design on top of the original contract system, separating the supply of magical energy from the command spell authority. You possess the command spells, and I, like another master, provide magical energy to Lancer. As long as I, the source of magical energy supply, am still here, Lancer will continue to abide by our contract. All we need to do is win, obtain the Holy Grail with the most victories, and everything will be restored. Sola's words gave Kenneth great encouragement and hope. Kenneth deeply loves his fiancée, and for him, the motivation she gives him is more powerful than anything else, giving him courage. But why is there an indescribable uneasiness passing through his chest like the wind at this moment? Is it because Sola saw Kenneth's doubts? Sola smiled like a gentle mother and held his right wrist. His hand couldn't move, and there were still 2 command spells on the back of his hand. So, Kenneth, transfer these command spells to me. I will replace you as Lancer's master, all for the sake of bringing the Holy Grail to you. Chapter 85, Lancer's Wish. 1,624 words. Sola left contentedly, carrying the command spell she desired. Kenneth once again lost consciousness. Compared to a few minutes ago, the back of his right hand was devoid of the red emblem, and his 5 fingers were wrapped in several layers of bandages. This time, his fainting was not due to physical weakness but anger and fear. Kenneth didn't willingly surrender the command spell, he was threatened by his fiancée. The woman with short red hair broke Kenneth's fingers one by one without expression after he refused her request to relinquish the command spell. For a medium-level healing magecraft like this, it's impossible to forcibly remove the command spell unless with the person's consent. If you insist on refusing, then I'll have to cut off your right hand. Sola's tone was as gentle as before, but her words plunged Kenneth into an abyss of anger and despair, eventually causing him to lose consciousness. After Sola left, Shinji dispelled the invisibility of his cloak, wearing a deep expression on his face that didn't match his age. Kenneth, your greatest tragedy is that the person you love doesn't love you back and has fallen for another man. Political alliances easily lead to such problems. Sola Uainwadari Sophia Ri, daughter of the Sophia family who had served as the Minister of Spirit Evocation in the Clock Tower, was not the heir and did not inherit the qualification for magic crest engraving. Her destiny was predetermined from birth, to be a tool for political alliances. Fortunately, Sola's betrothed was Kenneth, whom she fell in love with at first sight and deeply cared for. Both the Archibald and Sophia families approved of their relationship, considering them a highly compatible couple. If Kenneth hadn't been marked with the Holy Stigmata, hadn't come to Fuyuki City, and hadn't participated in the Holy Grail War, perhaps their fate would have unfolded as many had predicted, getting married amidst countless blessings, having children, the 2 great families uniting, and embarking on a new era of glory. Kenneth would have astonished the world of magecraft with his achievements, leaving people amazed and numb. Sola would have peacefully played the role of a wife and mother, admired and envied by numerous ladies. Unfortunately, there are no IFS. Kenneth summoned Diarmuid Ua Duibna, known as the Radiant Face, and since the first day Sola saw Diarmuid, she fell in love with this handsome knight, not due to the charm of the mole but simply the mutual attraction between man and woman, just like when Kenneth first saw Sola. The wheel of fate took a turn on the wide avenue, leading them onto a rugged and treacherous path with deep abysses on both sides. Fion, Grain, Kenneth, Sora. Whether in life or death, Diarmuid cannot escape such a fate. Truly ironic, sighed Skachik, feeling sorrow for the noble knight. Fion Macumil, the leader of the Fianna Knights to which Diarmuid belonged, a great hero possessing supreme wisdom and the power to control healing water, was engaged to Grain, the daughter of King Canmaicne Mara of Ireland. Both sides celebrated a grand engagement feast in Tara's palace, and everyone offered their blessings for this union. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively, except for the young and beautiful Princess Grain, who was gloomy. Fion, her fiancé, was old enough to be her grandfather, and she didn't want to marry such a person. At the climax of the banquet, she saw a young knight, the one bestowed with the highest honor, known as the beloved of women, with the radiant face, Diarmuid Ua Duibna, and she fell in love with him. At the end of the banquet, when everyone was intoxicated, she found him. Exchange my love and your sacred vows, my dear, and please stop this absurd marriage. Take me with you, or to the end of the sky, to the other side of the world. With tear-filled eyes, the girl spoke to him, igniting the flame of love in the hero's heart with her gaze. It was the purgatory fire that would consume his body. The hero had already realized it at that moment. But he couldn't resist. The hero took the princess's hand, and together they abandoned the bright future. And so, a tragic love story from Celtic mythology unfolded. The hero and the princess fled for 16 years. At the end of the story, Diarmuid reconciled with Phaon under the mediation of his foster father, Angus. But Phaon did not truly forgive Diarmuid. He knew about the geist that bound Diarmuid to die at the hands of his half-brother, who had transformed into a wild boar and deliberately orchestrated the encounter between Diarmuid and the boar. After Diarmuid was gravely injured by the boar, Phaon, knowing that his healing water could save Diarmuid, intentionally let the water slip through his fingers twice. By the time he brought the water for the third time, Diarmuid had already ceased to breathe. Could it be that even in the present day, over 1,000 years later, in this world where he was summoned as a heroic spirit, the same story would unfold? Skachik walked up to the broken window, her gaze piercing through the fence of the factory. In the cold wind, Sola, tears streaming down her face, looked at Diarmuid with an intense gaze. "Lancer, fight with me, protect me, support me, and let us obtain the Holy Grail together." Wasn't Sola at this moment so similar to Grain from years ago? But this time, Diarmuid refused. He would not make the same choice as he did back then, betraying his lord. "Before becoming a servant, I was just a knight, and I have sworn loyalty to Lord Kenneth. If Lord Kenneth abandons the Holy Grail, then the Holy Grail holds no meaning for me. Lady Sola, I cannot accept your request. Please forgive me." Is he serious? Justice couldn't believe or understand Lancer's words. Her understanding of humans was not deep enough to grasp the complexities of the human heart. Heroic spirits summoned as servants to participate in the Holy Grail war were not summoned without reason. Like the masters, they also had wishes they wanted to fulfill, which is why they responded to the summons and fought alongside their masters. Indeed, without a wish, there would be no response to the summoning. However, fulfilling a wish doesn't necessarily have to involve the Holy Grail. Diarmuid is such an exception, Shinji said as he looked through his memories. His wish is to follow his lord, whom he has sworn loyalty to, until death and achieve the glory he couldn't attain in life as a knight. Whether it's victory to the end or falling in battle, as long as he is by his lord's side, his wish will be fulfilled. Truly, he is a pure and idealistic person. Because of his purity, he was lamentable, whether it was his legend in life or his fate in the original timeline. Shinji, Skachik turned around and looked at her master. She saw his dreams and knew so much, including the world called Type Moon created by a certain artist. "I won't let that happen." Shinji raised his head, revealing a childish smile. "You have graduated from this world, but I haven't. You don't want to interfere, so I will. I will give Diarmuid a relatively fulfilling conclusion in your place. P.S. Shinji changing the story of fate, 0. P.S. Geis, also spelled as Gizu Geis or Jez, with the plural form Jisa, can be translated as taboo, prohibition, or oath. It holds significant importance in Celtic mythology but remains one of its most secretive aspects. Geis can enhance the strength of heroes but can also become their weakness. PS2, the elopement of Diarmuid and Grain also had to do with Grain placing a Geis on Diarmuid. PS3, Skachik is a bit sunder. She says she has graduated from this world and won't interfere, but when it comes to battles or matters related to warriors, she can't help but get involved. This aspect is well portrayed in Fate Grand Order, especially in the swimsuit event. Those who have played it will fall in love with her, Sensei. PS4, don't underestimate the terror of Sensei's original rune. The rune of the Killing Order is a rune that Sensei modified in his spiritual core. In the final stages of the swimsuit event, Sensei directly deployed the rune on the ground, causing the Boars, who had already acquired technology and civilization no less than humans, to forget all their knowledge and return to the primitive era. PS5, stop mocking Diarmuid for saying one thing and doing another. That's how chivalry is. In China, it is natural to use strategy to overcome stronger opponents, but in the West, especially during the heyday of chivalry, it was considered dishonorable and went against the spirit of knighthood. In that era, chivalry was like a religion, a belief, somewhat similar to the struggle between divine authority and royal authority. It is not surprising to choose either side when the two conflict. Diarmuid's loyalty doesn't need to be questioned, and his actions align with the spirit of chivalry. If we have to blame something, it would be that era and chivalry itself. PS6, it is a misconception that Westerners do not use strategy in warfare. Figures like Alexander the Great and Hannibal have classic examples of strategic warfare. However, they were not rigid knights. It is important to emphasize once again that while there may be fewer classical examples of strategic warfare in the West compared to the East, it doesn't mean that Westerners are foolish or unaware of tactics. They were simply constrained by their systems and society. / woman. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. 1,239 words. As a Magus family with a history spanning over 200 years and 5 generations, the Tosaka family can be considered to have a certain heritage and history. Generally speaking, such families would have principles derived from bloodlines, culture, and order, known as family precepts, and the Tosaka family is no exception. The family precepts of the Tosaka family are as follows. First, never falter in critical moments. Second, stay away from the Matou family. Third, there is not a single good person with the surname Emir. Fourth, Archer is the most unreliable. Fifth, no matter how difficult, never resort to magecraft, no matter how poor, never lack gemstones. Sixth, despise teachers' treasures and noble phantasms. Seventh, do not touch machinery. Eighth, Shinji is never wrong. Well, the above are just summaries of those idle and bored Type Moon fans in Shinji's previous life. No distinguished family would use such things as family precepts. The true family precept of the Tosaka family is always maintain composure, always stay elegant. Objectively speaking, the standard and ideology of this family precept are excellent, and the successive heads of the Tosaka family have all lived up to this. The current head, Tokiomi, always maintains a dignified appearance and a noble demeanor. In the eyes of many, especially women, he is a perfect man. The future head, Rin, is only 7 years old but already demonstrates maturity and a noble bearing far beyond her peers. She excels in academics and sports, and both teachers and classmates adore her. Of course, some mischievous boys play pranks on Rin, but everyone understands that it is not a genuine dislike for her. It is merely a way to attract the attention of girls, and their behavior carries no malice. Being trusted and respected by classmates is a source of pride for Rin and a way for her to practice the family precepts. Rin has a best friend named Kotone. The two girls are always inseparable at school, doing everything together. They appear like sisters. The catalyst for their friendship was quite ordinary. Some mischievous boys were bullying Kotone, and Rin, unable to tolerate it, helped Kotone chase away those boys. Since then, they have become friends. Perhaps it's because Kotone's calm personality is somewhat similar to Sakura's that Rin feels she can't just leave her alone. Whenever Kotone encounters a problem, Rin is there to help her, and their friendship between girls becomes unbreakable. Today, Kotone didn't come to school. The homeroom teacher said she was on sick leave at home, but the rumors in class were different. They said Kotone had disappeared. Rin called Kotone's house several times, but her parents didn't want to say much to Rin. Eventually, they even stopped answering the calls. This deepened Rin's worries. If it were an ordinary child, all they could do is worry for their friend in silence. They wouldn't be able to do anything else. But Rin isn't an ordinary child. She is the heir of the Tosaka family, a lineage of Magi. She can use magecraft, and she knows about the hidden currents in Fuyuki City. 7 Magi, including her father, are currently engaged in a war. The streets at night are lurking with deadly and bizarre threats. Because she knows a certain truth, Rin feels an added sense of responsibility. Now, Kotone must be waiting for Rin to save her, just as Rin has always done. In reality, she could seek help from her father, who is a Magus. However, her father is one of the participants in the war. Her mother also strictly forbids her from disturbing her father, just like when she says, absolutely do not go out at night. Rin has always obeyed her parents' words, but she can't just sit idly by while her friend is in danger. Just this once, she won't listen, for the sake of her friend, for the sake of the Tosaka family's family precepts. On a sleepless night, driven by a sense of duty or maybe what is called a conscience, Rin quietly leaves her room. Compared to the well-protected Tosaka residence, slipping out of her room in the Zenju's residence is much easier. Climbing out of the dormitory window, sliding down the terrace pillar, and then slipping out of the fence through a small gate. It took less than 5 minutes to escape, but coming back using the same method is troublesome. Thinking about how she won't be able to hide her unauthorized outing tonight, and how her parents will surely harshly criticize her afterward, Rin tells herself that she didn't sneak out for something shameful. She did it because she was a member of the Tosaka family. When she returns, she must bring Kotone back with her. No matter how her parents scold her, she will still feel proud in her heart. Rin has 3 pieces of equipment with her. The most reliable one is the magic compass her father gave her on her birthday. It looks like an ordinary compass in terms of appearance and construction, but it doesn't point north. Instead, it points to locations with strong magical energy. Although it is a very simple magical device, Rin has used this compass to learn that even the movement of the wind or the ebb and flow of the tides are subtle changes in magical energy. If she wants to find a place where something strange is happening, this compass will come in handy. In addition, Rin has 2 specially crafted crystal pieces that she made during her gemstone magecraft training. She selected the best 2 from the crystals she made herself. If she were to release the magecraft stored within them all at once, although she has never tried such a dangerous thing, it would likely cause a small-scale explosion. In case of danger, she can use them as self-defense weapons. Relying on this equipment and her abilities, Rin believes that she can definitely find Koton and bring her back. If someone were to ask if she was okay, she would surely nod. But if someone were to ask her if she can truly guarantee that nothing will go wrong, she might be too scared and unsure of how to answer. However, such questions are both malicious and meaningless to Rin. If someone wanted to ask, they should first inquire about Koton's well-being. What if Koton can no longer come to school? Would Rin still be unaffected? She would be able to answer that question without hesitation. Summoning courage and self-esteem, Rin tells herself that she is not like those timid ordinary children. She banishes her fear and takes a step forward towards the nearest train station. No problem, it's just 1 stop to Fuyuki City, and she has enough change in her hand for the fare. At this moment, Rin doesn't know what kind of monsters gather in Fuyuki City at night, nor does she realize the hidden dangers that lurk within. It is a dark undercurrent that can easily consume her young body, a war that even top-class magi must approach with extreme caution. In her innocence and ignorance, she steps into this land that has already become a battlefield, simply wanting to find her best friend. Going home together, going to school together, attending classes together, reading together, playing together. She has already lost her sister and can't afford to lose her friend as well. Chapter 87, Sakura's Actions. 1,339 words. Tonight, the Matou household was unusually quiet. Byakuya had gone to Tokyo to attend a business forum organized by the Ministry of Commerce, and afterward, he would be going abroad with some business partners for inspections. He wouldn't be able to return home for at least half a month. Justice went to the Einsburn forest. During this time, she planned to keep a close eye on Irisville and see if she could obtain a complete human heart from her. Korea and Lancelot, as well as Shinji and Skachik, the 2 pairs of master and servant, went out separately for a night outing. That bastard caster, after retreating from Einsburn, started summoning monsters in the underground sewers. Unable to be as rational and cold-blooded as Tosaka Tokiomi, the uncle and nephew duo had no choice but to continue venturing into the underground sewers to exterminate the monsters. The difference this time was that Skachik joined the monster extermination team, significantly reducing the area Korea had to cover, and Shinji no longer had to worry about encountering danger without anyone to rescue him. In the spacious 3-story Western-style house, only Sakura was left behind. In the quiet night, a 6-year-old girl and a cold, empty home seemed incompatible with happiness. Sakura did feel a bit uneasy and lonely, but only a little. She knew that her brother and uncle would come back soon. She wanted to rest early, wake up early, and prepare a delicious breakfast to keep them energized. Just the thought of Shinji and Korea fighting over food made Sakura feel a sense of accomplishment. Hee, I'm capable too, you know. Meow Tilda? Squeak Tilda? The 2 familiars lying next to Sakura responded as if echoing her words. Although they were alchemy constructs and elemental aggregates, under the guidance and assistance of Justice, Sakura had given the familiars life and intelligence. They were now smarter and more human-like than real cats and mice. The large pendulum clock in the living room struck 9 times. Oh dear, it's already 9 o'clock. It's time to sleep. Sakura was a very obedient child. When she said she would sleep at a certain time, she did exactly that. She rubbed her eyes, turned off the lights in her room and the hallway, and crawled into her warm blanket. Just as she was about to follow the meditation technique taught by her mentor to harmonize her body and mind for a quick sleep, the sound of dingling came from downstairs. A phone call? Who could it be? Sakura put on a coat and hurriedly ran downstairs, picking up the receiver. Hello, this is the Matou residence. Sakura, is that you? She was familiar with this voice. Mother, no, Aunt Osaka. Sakura, is Korea there? Please let him answer the phone. Aoi's voice sounded urgent. Uncle is not home. He's gone out. When will he be back? I don't know, Uncle didn't tell me. Sakura shook her head and curiously asked, so, what happened? Rin ran away from home. What? Sister? Upon hearing this news, Sakura also became anxious, even subconsciously using the term sister that should have been abandoned. Where did she go? Fuyuki City. She left a note on the bedside table saying she was going to find her missing classmate. Sakura, if you see Korea, tell him what I just said. Before Sakura could reply, the call ended abruptly without even saying goodbye, indicating Aoi's anxiety. As Sakura listened to the dial tone, her mouth pouted involuntarily. Sister ran away from home. In her memories, her sister was so perfect, excelling in everything she did. She was both a mother and a father and Sakura's pride. Before coming to the Matou household, Sakura loved following her sister the most, acting like her little tail. How could such a sister run away from home? It's not like her reckless brother and uncle. To find a missing classmate? Missing? Missing. At that moment, Sakura, just like her sister Rin, remembered the recent uproar about children going missing. No, her sister might be in danger. Finally realizing the situation, Sakura hung up the phone and hurriedly ran into the underground workshop. Mobile communication in 1994 was not advanced enough, and the signals were difficult to penetrate the ground and reach the underground sewers. To contact Shinji and Korea, they could only rely on the large-scale communication spell set up by Skachik in advance. Brother, it's Sakura. Mom just called and said that sister ran away from home. Receiving the contact from his sister, Shinji's first thought was, self-destruction is indeed a tradition in the Tosaka family. Tokiomi self-destructed, and now Rin is doing the same. They truly live up to being father and daughter. Fortunately, Sakura had already left the Tosaka household and quickly grew under the guidance of her mentor. Otherwise, she might have already rushed out to find her sister instead of calling him, her older brother. The biggest difference between adults and children is not their physical bodies but their logic and thinking patterns. Based on the information conveyed by Sakura, Shinji easily deduced Rin's course of action. Although Rin possessed top-tier magical aptitude, she was still young and had not mastered long-distance teleportation. The only way for her to travel from the Zenju household to Fuyuki City was by taking the train. Fuyuki City had only 2 train stations, Shinshu Station and Fukuyama Station. The Tosaka and Matou households were both in Fukuyama town. Rin couldn't possibly go to her father's nose to find someone. If she was discovered, her adventure would come to an end. The answer was clear. Sakura, contact uncle and tell him that your sister might have gone to Shinshu. Ask him to start searching from the train station. After ending the communication with Sakura, Shinji turned to Skachik and said, Master, please go back and pick up Sakura. I'll fly over first. If there's any news, I'll inform you immediately. Keep in touch. The reason for going back to pick up Sakura is that Sakura and Rin are sisters with a close relationship. Skachik can use this connection to perform prophecy-based magecraft and locate Rin. Understood. Skachik knew that time was of the essence and quickly left in her spiritual form. Shinji found the nearest exit and left the underground sewer. There was no time to clean up the garbage now. If he remembered correctly, Rin had indeed gone on an adventure in Fate Zero. Interestingly, there were 2 versions of this adventure. In Gen Urobuchi's original novel, Rin was too scared by the monsters left behind by Caster before she found Kotone and was eventually saved by Korea. In the 2011 anime adaptation, Rin showcased her potential as a future protagonist, using her strength and wit to successfully disrupt Ryunosuke Uryu's crimes and rescue her friend. But now, due to Skachika's relentless pursuit, the Caster faction didn't dare to act as recklessly as they did in the original timeline. Since Father Risei temporarily changed the rules, there had been no reports of their criminal activities. Shinji naturally assumed that they had become more cautious and that no children would be captured, and Rin wouldn't have the chance to play hero and risk her life. However, he underestimated the madness of these lunatics. While Caster launched an attack on Einspurn Forest, attracting everyone's attention, Ryunosuke began his criminal activities and even kidnapped Rin's friend, setting Rin on her adventure, suicidal mission, to find her friend. The timeline once again returned to its predetermined course. Whether it was a mere coincidence or the inertia of fate, Shinji didn't know. All he knew was that he couldn't let his interference strengthen the defense around Ryunosuke, ultimately causing Rin to lose her life. If that were to happen, Sakura would suffer for the rest of her life, and Shinji would live with guilt. Rin Tosaka, I beg you, please take it slow. Regardless of the loss of magical power, Shinji flew in the air on his flying shoes, continuously praying. Chapter 88, Rin's Adventure. 1214 words. From an adult's perspective, it wasn't yet late at night, but the streets were sparsely populated, making it hard to believe that this was the bustling commercial street in the future city center of Fuyuki. The red police lights flickered in the distance, and passers-by hurriedly cast strange glances. The entire street was filled with a tense atmosphere. As Rin looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar scene, she felt a faint chill enveloping her body. Why has it become like this? Naively, Rin was unaware that a curfew had been imposed in Fuyuki City. With the series of macabre murders, child abductions, and the chain of explosions in the harbor area and the K Hotel, the entire Fuyuki City was shrouded in terror. The police urged citizens to reduce their outings at night and strictly prohibited going out alone. Most citizens complied with this directive. Of course, there were always ignorant people who disregarded the curfew. As a result, the police mobilized all their forces for patrols. If they saw a citizen alone, they would approach and inquire, providing necessary protection. However, this measure taken to ensure the personal safety of the citizens was detrimental to Rin's actions tonight. If she were to be seen by the police, they would certainly not leave this 7-year-old girl unattended. Rin couldn't use covert magecraft yet, so getting caught by the police would mean mission failure. Rin anxiously ducked into the shadow of a building, clutching her head. The patrol car slowly passed by in front of her. The revolving lights disappeared into the distant darkness, and Rin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She cautiously took out her mana pointer. The reaction of the pointer surprised her. Under normal circumstances, the pointer would simply sway and tremble lightly, but tonight, it was busy spinning in circles. Rin had never seen such a phenomenon before. The needle seemed to be behaving chaotically, casting a shadow of unease over Rin's heart. Just as she was at a loss, a man appeared in her field of vision. He wore a flashy purple shirt, and the metallic accessories around his neck and waist gleamed with an icy luster. The man's smile seemed sunny, but for some reason, Rin couldn't shake off the feeling that this man was dangerous, just like the dangerous magecraft books in her father's workshop. When Rin first came into contact with magecraft, she had been curious and wanted to open one of those magecraft books. She had almost been possessed by an evil spirit as a result. This man gave her the same feeling. Rin curled up in the shadow, hoping not to be noticed by this man. Indeed, the man didn't notice anyone watching him. His attention was completely focused on the boy beside him. The boy was about the same age as Rin, with droopy eyelids and a tired appearance. The man held the boy's hand and gently said, "Come on, let's walk properly." After the man disappeared from her field of vision, Rin naturally looked down and glanced at the mana pointer. The pointer was motionless. The needle seemed frozen, pointing directly at something inside the alley. There was something there, an obvious anomaly exuding magical energy. Wasn't this what she was looking for? She had found a clue so quickly, what a lucky start. Rin planned to search suspicious locations in the city one by one, confirming the whereabouts of Kotone's presence. And now, she had found the first location. Unconsciously, Rin swallowed nervously, fixating her gaze on the direction pointed by the mana pointer. She stealthily made her way towards the depths of the alley. Lost in her concentration, she overlooked her surroundings. While walking, her body accidentally collided with a trash bin in the middle of the alley. The movement of the trash bin caused a nearby stack of miscellaneous bags to topple over, which then knocked into a broom and mop leaning against the side. Clatter. Thud. Clang. A series of sounds reverberated through the deserted alley in the night, sounding particularly clear. Rin was startled by the sudden noise. Trembling, she huddled behind the trash bin, cautiously observing if anyone had noticed her. Whether it was because the alley was too secluded or Rin was lucky, such an obvious noise did not attract anyone's attention. Rin let out a long sigh of relief, repeatedly reminding herself to be careful and always maintain composure and elegance. Silently navigating through the obstacles made up of miscellaneous items and cleaning tools, Rin arrived at the other side of the alley. There, she saw the same man as before, with the same uncomfortable smile and the same posture of holding a boy's hand. However, now the boy he was leading had become two. Rin widened her sapphire-like eyes. How did the children multiply? Confirming the mana pointer once again, the needle rotated as the man moved. This man was the source of the magical energy. Magical energy, magus, abduction, these words flashed alternately in Rin's mind. She remembered her father mentioning the Holy Grail War. She recalled the conversation with her mother during dinner and her mother's evasive answers about Kotone. Rin didn't want to forget about Kotone, nor would she abandon her friend. She was a member of the Tosaka family with its ancient history, and she had to prove her ability to become her father's successor with courage. No, I can't hide. I can't accomplish anything like this. Rin kept encouraging herself, and finally, courage overcame her fear of the unknown. She clenched her small fists and walked out of the alley, running along the guidance of the mana pointer. Passing through a bustling street filled with shops and running through an unfinished development area, Rin arrived at a street illuminated by neon lights and lined with bars. This place belonged to adults, not somewhere an underage child should be. But the pointer unmistakably pointed here, and Rin didn't pay attention to where she had ended up. The pointer began to rotate again, and the dial trembled incessantly, causing her hands to tingle. This time, Rin had no doubts. She knew that the rotation of the pointer was different from before. Because the target was below, the horizontally placed pointer didn't know how to indicate. I found it! Rin held the mana pointer in one hand and tightly clasped 2 crystal shards, which served as her weapons. She entered the dimly lit staircase. At the end of the stairs was an unlocked basement. Bathed in the residual light from emergency and safety exit signs, Rin saw neatly arranged tables, chairs, and items inside. It seemed to be a closed-down underground bar. The silence in the storage room was eerie, and even the faint sound of the mana pointer's rotation was audible here. It seems like no one's here, Rin whispered in a voice only she could hear as she stepped into the bar. Suddenly, she felt her foot touch something soft and warm. It was a person, a girl around her age, dressed in a uniform that Rin was very familiar with, a uniform she wore every day to school. Rin turned the motionless girl over and saw her face, a face even more familiar than the uniform. Khotone. Chapter 89, Rin's Battle. 1281 words. Rin would never make a mistake. The girl lying on the ground was indeed Khotone, her closest friend. Khotone. Rin called out anxiously, but Khotone remained motionless, showing no signs of response. Khotone's wide-open eyes lacked focus and the usual radiance. Her face was expressionless, resembling a delicate doll. If Rin couldn't feel the warmth of a human body and the beating of a heart through her touch, she would have thought that her best friend was already dead. Khotone. What have they done to you? What should I do? Is there anyone? Rin looked around, trying to find something that could be of help. She couldn't find anything to assist her, and something even more horrifying appeared, the man who made Rin feel danger, the man who was accompanied by 2 boys. In an instant, Rin felt as if she was being stalked by some savage beast. Her whole body seemed frozen, unable to move. She couldn't even scream. The terror held the young girl captive. The man with rotating eyes caught sight of Rin. He first appeared startled but then approached her with a more radiant smile and a gentle voice. What's wrong? Are you lost? No, it's just that. Rin's body and mind were controlled by fear. She couldn't articulate her words properly, didn't know what to say, and could only stutter and tremble. You came at the right time. The man seemed oblivious to Rin's expression, and he walked towards her with a smile. The moment he released his grip, the 2 boys he was holding seemed to lose their strength and collapsed, just like Khotone in Rin's arms. We were about to hold a party, but we're a bit short on people. Will you help us, too? It was only at this moment that Rin noticed there were not only Khotone and the 2 boys lying on the ground but also several other children. The man squatted among the children, in front of Rin, and extended his hand towards her. A party is more lively with more people, right? In her fear, Rin instinctively held the man's hand, but she felt a severe, needle-like pain that pierced through her hand. What happened just now? Rin looked at her hand. Although it had only been a moment, she knew that the pain she felt earlier was not an illusion. It was a reaction to magical energy invading her body. The Tosaka family's secret gem magecraft involved using magical energy to change the shape of gems. This training enhanced the coordination between the Magai's mental strength and magical energy. If there was a problem with either aspect, the shaping process would fail. When Rin first started practicing, she often failed because she injected too much magical energy, causing the gems to shatter. The excess magical energy would rebound back to her own body, causing the same pain she felt now in her hands. Rin's gaze involuntarily focused on her left wrist, where a purple bracelet emitted fluctuations of magical energy. Is that what the pointer is pointing to? Is it because of that Khotone has become like this? And all these children too? On the other hand, the man whose hand Rin had let go of grew impatient. The sunshine and gentleness disappeared from his face, replaced by the expression of a fierce beast stalking its prey. He reached out his hand again, trying to grab Rin. Rin shrunk her body and evaded, swiftly moving to the corner of the bar using both her hands and feet. The man licked his lips, carefully avoiding stepping on the children on the ground, and steadily approached, his narrowed eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. But this time, Rin wasn't frightened. Instead, she bravely stood against the man. Taking advantage of her petite physique, she climbed onto the bar counter and forcefully threw objects at the man. The man protected his head and face with his hands but continued to advance. How strong could a child's strength be? He thought he could take a few hits and return them in a matter of minutes. But he overlooked what was on the bar counter. Besides various drink packets, there was a grid of 4x4 cup holders, neatly holding 16 glass cups. Rin exerted force and pushed the cup holder, sending it flying off the counter and crashing heavily onto the man's face. Ouch! The man was suddenly struck hard, yelling out as he wildly waved his hands. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rin grabbed the man's left wrist. Her goal was not to evade the man's capture but to destroy this ominous magical tool. The magical energy on the bracelet once again invaded Rin's body, and the stabbing pain made her face turn pale. But soon, Rin no longer felt the pain. The courage and consciousness she had mustered were slowly fading away as if someone were singing a lullaby in her ear. This was the effect of the bracelet. By directly contacting it, magical energy would be injected into the target's body, taking away their consciousness. Gradually, Rin's vision became blurry, and the man's face became indistinct. She could only vaguely hear his triumphant voice. "Well, it seems you're willing to cooperate after all." That voice snapped Rin back to reality, reminding her of what she should do. She clenched her teeth and activated the switch of the magic circuit within her body. 40 main circuits and 30 auxiliary circuits were simultaneously activated, and the stored magical energy in her body poured out like a floodgate being opened. There are no tricks, no magic tricks to be used. It's just a pure release of magical power, fighting against the magic emitted by the bracelet. Although Rin is young, she possesses qualifications far surpassing those of ordinary magi. If the body of an ordinary magi is like a pond, Rin's body is like a reservoir. Even if this reservoir has not been fully utilized, the stored magical power within it should not be underestimated. Aqua-colored magic radiated from Rin's eyes, hands, and entire body, illuminating the dim bar and intertwining with the harmonious purple magic light emitted by the bracelet. The magic pointer hanging around Rin's neck, always pointing towards the bracelet, began to sway, sometimes pointing at Rin and sometimes pointing at the bracelet, indicating the intense struggle between the two types of magic. Weird, what's happening? The man whose left hand was grabbed by Rin was bewildered by the scene before him. He had no idea what was happening and just stared blankly. As time passed, the amount of magical power output by Rin grew stronger and stronger. The magical power from the bracelet was expelled from her body, and the swaying pointer started to shift in her direction. When Rin completely freed herself from the influence of the bracelet, all the magical power within her surged forcefully into the bracelet through her hands. This scene resembled the pouring rain during the stormy season, with seawater surging back into the distant river. She recalled her father's teachings when she failed her first attempt at shaping gems. Magecraft is a rigorous and precise craft, and using more magical power is not necessarily better. Excessive magical power can instead disrupt the magecraft itself. Now, Rin wanted to destroy the bracelet using the same method. This thing! In Rin's furious roar, the output of magical power reached its peak. The roaring magical power caused the magic pointer to finally settle on Rin, surpassing the limits of what the bracelet could bear. With a loud bang, the bracelet, like a gem that Rin failed to shape, shattered into pieces in a burst of light. Chapter 90, Younger Sister Saves Older Sister. 1252 words. The man was injured in the eyes by the intense light emitted from the shattered bracelet. Disregarding Rin, who was right beside him, he screamed in pain while covering his eyes with both hands. Simultaneously, as the bracelet shattered, the magecraft that had taken control of the children's bodies and robbed them of their consciousness quickly dissipated. The children lying on the ground gradually regained consciousness. Kotone. Rin rushed to her friend's side, watching her eyes regain her brightness and her face regain color. Rin! Where are we? Kotone looked at Rin, then glanced around in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. As Kotone woke up, the other children also woke up. Some screamed while others cried out of fear. In this critical moment, Rin fully demonstrated the Tosaka family motto, stay calm and elegant at all times. Now is not the time to cry. Everyone, run away quickly. She shouted to everyone and pulled her friend to run out first. Seeing someone take the lead, the other children followed suit and ran out as well. By the time the man recovered from his brief blindness, the children had already disappeared without a trace. He could only helplessly squat on the ground, picking up a fragment of the bracelet with a mournful expression. I wonder if the boss will be angry. The commotion of the children on the streets naturally attracted the attention of the police. Nearby officers quickly arrived, protecting the children, comforting them, verifying their identities, and contacting their parents. Before the children were discovered by the police, Rin quietly slipped away from the crowd and silently observed from a small alley across the street. Watching Koton being closely guarded by armed police in the center, Rin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What happened tonight involved magecraft, a mysterious art that must not be known to ordinary people. Therefore, Rin couldn't appear in front of the police. Although she felt a small regret for not receiving the gratitude of the other children, as long as Koton was safe and sound, Rin was satisfied. All right, let's go back. Before leaving, she once again held the magic pointer given to her by her father and whispered in the direction of the Tosaka household. Dad, I succeeded. Before the words even fell, the magic pointer suddenly began to tremble, more violently than ever before. It even jumped out of Rin's hand and floated in midair, shaking up and down. The flat magic pointer, under the traction of the magic source, lifted upward, firmly locked in a direction inclined at a 45-degree angle. In the piercing and strange sound of G, an unidentified object descended from the sky, and the magic pointer also fell downward. This scene reminded Rin of her father's advice when he gave her the magic pointer. Rin, remember, you can't handle something with such a strong reaction at the moment. That time, Tokiomi had experimented with a magecraft book that left a psychological shadow on Rin, and the unidentified object appearing before her had a more intense reaction than that time. It was an extremely ugly creature, with a damp body, countless small fleshy tendrils, and a circular mouth at the center of the tendrils that made Rin feel disgusted. However, Rin couldn't vomit. The despair and fear that oppressed her nerves were stronger than facing the kidnapper alone, devouring her soul. Danger, danger, danger. Her body tightened, and every hair stood on end. Rin's innate aptitude for magecraft told her the extent of the crisis she had fallen into. Magic, the so-called magecraft, was just the cognition of death, accepting death. This was the first threshold that all apprentice magi had to overcome in their training. The icy touch of death was so tangible, leading to the abyss of despair. There was no escape and no understanding. On Sakura's first day entering the Matou household, facing the overwhelming worms, she experienced the proximity of death. When Shinji opened the magical circuits for her in the Matou household, she also experienced pain that would be remembered for a lifetime. At this moment, the young Rin was forced to personally experience the terrifying nature of magecraft. In the fixed gaze, the monster stood up, supported by its tendrils, and wriggled closer to Rin. The monster's movements were not fast, and at Rin's speed, she could probably outrun it at full sprint. Even if she couldn't, she could run to the main street and call for help. But Rin couldn't do it. The feeling of being enveloped by death made her unable to move a finger. She could only futilely scream, a voice that could only echo in the alley and couldn't reach the outside world. Don't come any closer, don't, absolutely don't, no, 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 no. The monster's sharp teeth flickered with a cold light, and the fleshy tendrils and gaps between its teeth oozed a strange-smelling slime. It got closer. Even closer. The tendrils with red fleshy growths were about to touch Rin's body. Right at the critical moment when the tendrils were only a few centimeters away from Rin's face, she heard a sound passing by her ear. She thought it was caused by the cold feeling of her soul leaving her body, and she thought that her current thinking, including the sensation of her senses, was about to collapse. But in the next second, she overturned her judgment because she heard a familiar voice, a voice as important as her father, no, even more important. Sister, run! Sister, there was only one person in the world who called her that, and that was her younger sister, Sakura. The sisterly bond and affection made Rin forget her fear and escape from the shadow of death. Ignoring the monster right in front of her, she turned her head and saw her sister, who had already been tainted by the Matou family, grabbing her hand and running towards the alley entrance. At the same time, a faint explosion sounded behind the two girls, and the monster that was preparing to feed suddenly began to swell, twist, and emit bursts of blood mist. A dozen seconds later, the monster that had posed a deadly threat to Rin convulsed and fell to the ground. By now, Sakura had already taken her sister out of the alley, out of the bar street. The cold wind blew against their cheeks as the scenery on both sides quickly receded. Rin had never imagined that her sister, that quiet sister, could run so fast, even faster than herself, who was the top in physical education at school. Was it the result of her daily morning runs? Should she try it too? As Rin pondered these thoughts, she let Sakura lead her forward. When she came to her senses, she realized that they had already arrived at a park not far from Shinto Center. Huff tilde Sakura, thank you for saving me, Rin gasped and said to her sister, but how did you? Because Sakura exercised every day, her condition was much better than her sister's. She carefully wiped the sweat from Rin's forehead and answered somewhat shyly. Mom, I mean Auntie Tosaka called and said that she found a note from you that you ran away from home. Rin couldn't pay attention to what Sakura said next. She only had one thought now. Oh no, Mom found out. I'm going to get scolded when I go back. Chapter 91, Aoi's Actions. 1,353 words. Aoi Tosaka realized an hour later that her daughter, Rin, was missing. Perhaps due to the guilt in a child's conscience, there was a note left on the bedside table, stating that she was going back to Fuyuki City to search for her missing classmate. Regret filled Aoi's heart, causing her vision to darken. During dinner, Rin mentioned Kotone and asked several times about the current situation in Fuyuki City. At that time, Aoi shouldn't have been evasive. Even if it meant being firm, she should have explained clearly to make Rin understand, to forget about that friend. She should have contacted Tokiomi. Aoi suppressed that murmuring voice with reason. Although Aoi didn't possess magical aptitude, she was, after all, the wife of a magus. She knew very well that her husband, Tokiomi, was not capable of concerning himself with their daughter's safety. He was currently on the battlefield, and the situation he was in required him to be fully focused, putting all his efforts into preserving his own life. No, there was one more person, a man who had been childhood friends with her and had returned to the Matou household after many years for the sake of their other daughter. This man genuinely loved Rin and Sakura. This man wouldn't refuse her request. Although it felt uneasy to contact him at this time, Aoi couldn't care about that anymore for the sake of her daughter. Aoi pulled out the phone book and dialed the number that Korea had specially left for her. The result was disappointing, not because Korea had refused her request, but because Korea was not at home at all, and it was Sakura who answered the phone. Now there was no one to rely on, only she could protect Rin. Without changing her clothes, Aoi rushed out of the Zenju household and sped back to Fuyuki City on the national highway at night. She didn't know where Rin might have gone. All she could do was predict Rin's activity radius and search one by one. If Rin had taken the train back to Fuyuki City, the initial starting point would be Fuyuki Station. Starting from Fuyuki Station, within a 30-minute range of a child's pace. The first place that came to her mind was the municipal park near the Minarai River. The nighttime silence in the park evoked thoughts of a cemetery. There was no sign of human presence on the square, and the useless streetlights illuminated empty spaces, making the darkness between them even deeper and the surrounding silence more eerie and frightening. The air in Fuyuki City had become tainted during the night. Living with Meigai, Aoi had grown accustomed to a certain degree of strangeness, and she could genuinely sense this abnormal air. Aoi's gaze first searched for the bench she usually sat on when playing with Rin. It could be called a kind of intuition or a connection between their bloodlines. And there, she found the small figure wearing a red coat that she was looking for. In addition to her, there was another girl who secretly worried her. Aoi subconsciously wanted to call out her daughter's name but was interrupted by a strong discomfort in her stomach. She saw several strange monsters emerging from the shadows. They were monsters that human aesthetics could not accept, and her two daughters were confronting such creatures. If it were a different time, facing these monsters alone, Aoi might have been paralyzed by the fear of death, unable to do anything, just like Rin before. But now, even if she had 10 times or 100 times the fear, it couldn't scare Aoi. Because she was the mother of those two children, a mother would not be afraid of any danger, including death, to protect her children. Rin! Sakura! Aoi shouted as she ran towards her daughters, hoping to attract the monster's attention in this way. Mom? It's dangerous. Don't come closer. Rin and Sakura's reactions were identical. Just as the mother wanted to protect her daughters, the daughters also wanted to protect their mother. Not to mention, their mother was just an ordinary housewife who didn't know magecraft or how to fight. Upon hearing their two daughters say that, Aoi ran even faster. She simply wanted to reach her daughter's side, to protect them, even if it meant gaining just a little bit of time. The young sisters exchanged a glance and each threw something they held tightly in their hands. Rin threw a crystal shard that she carried with her, while Sakura threw a runestone she had made herself. Different materials and different magical principles led to the same result. An excessive amount of magical energy infused into the crystal. The rune F representing flames was released most intensely. The result was only one thing, an explosion. There was no visible flame, and the sound was very faint. Not because the power was weak, but because the explosion occurred inside the bodies of the strange monsters, and both sound and light were blocked. The sisters confronting the monsters were not doing so out of fear or the inability to escape. They wanted to get closer, to ensure they could throw the bomb into the monsters' mouths, just like Sakura had done when she defeated the first monster in the alley, saving her sister. The sisters had similar magical aptitude, and the difference in the time they had practiced magecraft was only a few months, so the scale of the explosions caused by their magical powers would naturally not be much different. The two monsters closest to them struggled, contorting as they fell to the ground, their heavily damaged bodies blocking the advance of the remaining monsters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sisters ran away. As they passed by their mother, each of them grabbed one of her hands, leading her to escape together. Rin, Sakura, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Aoi anxiously asked, no matter when, her greatest concern was always her daughters. Mom, I'm fine. I'm fine too. The sisters answered simultaneously, with Rin, the older sister, adding an extra sentence. Where should we go now? Go to the parking lot. I came by car, so once we got in, they won't be able to catch up. Follow me, Aoi said urgently. Aoi was an adult with much more experience than her two children. However, it seemed that the manipulators of these strange monsters had anticipated the escape route of the mother and her two daughters. They had set up several monsters in front of the parking lot gate, and the road back to the park was blocked by the pursuing monsters. With a formidable enemy in front and pursuers behind, over 10 strange monsters blocked all possible escape routes. Rin looked at her sister and realized that her sister was looking at her too. Sakura, how many explosive ones do you have left? 3. I have 1 crystal shard left. It's not enough. No matter which way we go, it won't be enough. What should we do? What should I do? Rin forced herself to remain calm and composed, her young mind racing. 5 monsters in front, plus 1. We can only give it a try. Rin took out the crystal shard from her pocket, staring intently at one of the monsters. Sakura, let's attack together. Before she could finish her sentence, the monsters seemed to receive some kind of command and tightened their mouth openings, leaving no space for the bombs to pass through. If they couldn't explode from the inside, their bombs would be ineffective against the monsters, as Sakura had just told her. Are we going to die here? We were so close to the parking lot. At that moment, Rin deeply regretted her recklessness. She not only endangered herself but also her mother and sister. P.S. Aoi is a typical traditional woman. After marriage, her focus was solely on her husband and daughters. She prioritized her family above all else. So when Tokiomi said not to disturb him, Aoi didn't bother him. That's why, Korea, you're such a tragedy. Chapter 92, The Hero Saves the Beauty, bonus. 1,335 words. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify XD. Currently, this book has received 5 5-star reviews. This chapter is a bonus. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Equals 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 equals. At least let Mom and Sakura escape. Rin, trapped in a desperate situation, made a decision amidst regret and unwillingness. Sakura, give me all of your bombs. I'll deal with these monsters. You take Mom and find an opportunity to escape. No, that's too dangerous. Let Mom do it. Mom is an adult. I will be the one to protect both of you. Before Sakura could speak, Aoi grabbed her daughter's shoulder and, trying to appear strong, even clenched her fist. No, Mom doesn't know magecraft and can't handle these monsters. It's because of my mistakes that we're in this situation. I have to fix my own mistakes and bear my responsibilities. The children of the Tosaka family cannot evade responsibility. That's what you taught me, Mom. And you also taught me that being an older sister means protecting my younger sister. So, it has to be me. Rin gazed at her mother with a determined look. In that moment, Rin truly embodied the calmness and elegance mentioned in the family motto. Rin. Aoi's eyes turned red, speechless. Sakura, hurry, there's no time. Rin urged. Unlike her crying mother and her sister who was prepared to fight desperately, Sakura's expression remained calm, as if she didn't even consider the surrounding monsters. Don't worry, big sister. We'll be fine. Who? Rin was taken aback. Big brother is here. Before the words had finished, a loud rumble came from the group of monsters blocking the entrance to the parking lot. It was accompanied by intense flames. The monsters, positioned closely together to block the road, were overturned by the impact of the explosions and then engulfed in fierce flames, emitting piercing screams. Amidst the flames, a blurry figure held a uniquely shaped short knife and swung it at the struggling monsters. With an icy tone, he declared, "Who allowed you filthy monsters to touch my sister? Die! Die! Die!" Before the flames had even extinguished, the 5 monsters blocking the way had already turned into pools of blood. Amidst blood and fire, a boy with blue curly hair and blue eyes wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. He shouted at the 3 women, "Run, quickly! Leave the monsters behind to me." Sakura reacted the fastest. She grabbed her mother and sister's hands and ran towards the parking lot. As she passed by Shinji, she didn't forget to say, "Big brother, be careful." Shinji waved his hand casually, leaving behind a self-proclaimed cool figure. "Well, it's time to settle the score. How do you plan to repay the debt of leaving a psychological trauma on my adorable little sister?" As Shinji spoke, he deactivated his exclusive equipment, that divine gunblade, and switched it to a medium-range rapid-fire slingshot. "Even if I ask you, you won't answer, right? Then I can only decide unilaterally." Several differently shaped runestones appeared in Shinji's right hand, and these were his creations. The previous explosive attack was the work of Skachik. Due to the urgent situation and the need for a swift resolution without revealing his noble phantasm, he used these magic bullets that were one shot short. Although their power is not as great as what my mentor creates, it's enough to make you die in agony. The remaining monsters crossed the blood left by their companions and approached fearfully. Shinji opened the mesh of the divine gunblade and activated a blue runestone on the second magic bullet, marked with an eye for ice. The blood on the ground froze, and the already damp monsters began to slip on the icy surface. Shinji sneered and loaded the second magic bullet. "It's time for the execution." On the other side, the mother and 2 daughters continued to run with all their might. Due to the prolonged intense physical activity and the lingering fear in their hearts, they felt their chests growing increasingly suffocated. But they dared not stop and rest. No one knew if they would be attacked again. Only by leaving this cursed place could they truly be safe. The parking lot was not large, as it was still 1994 and not the car-overcrowded 21st century. There was no need for so many parking spaces in a small park like this. There was only one car in the small parking lot of the Civic Park, and that was Aoi's white Toyota sedan. No, it couldn't be called white anymore. The originally pristine car was now covered in purple-red liquid and chunks of flesh as if a child had scribbled all over it. The twitching chunks of flesh were gradually melting into blood. The monsters had surrounded their car, but someone had helped them eliminate these monsters. Aoi, who had regained her composure, easily reached this conclusion. Soon, she felt a gaze. A person was observing her from a spot beyond the reach of the streetlights. "Who's there?" Aoi shouted nervously. The figure hiding in the bushes slowly emerged into the light of the street lamp. It was a man wrapped in a wide windbreaker, with the hood pulled down deep as if to conceal his face. "Sorry, Aoi. I've jerted your car." The man's voice was deep, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He reached out and lowered the hood, revealing a face that Aoi and her daughters were all familiar with. Korea. Seeing that face, the mother and 2 daughters all let out a sigh of relief simultaneously, although it might not be the most appropriate way to describe it. But the presence of this man in front of them did bring them a sense of security. "Uncle Korea, is it you who defeated those monsters?" Facing Rin's curious gaze, Korea shook his head. "It wasn't me, it was my servant." The term servant that Korea mentioned made Aoi feel a chilling sensation as if she was experiencing a dizzying coldness. She sincerely hoped that she had misheard, but Korea seemed to be confirming her fears. He extended his right hand, showing her the 3 distinct command seals imprinted on the back of it. "Korea, you?" "Aoi, don't say anything, don't ask anything." For the first time since they became adults, Korea interrupted Aoi's words. "This is the fate of the 3 great families. It concerns the Tosaka and Matou families, Tosaka Tokiomi, and me. You don't get involved. Take Rin and Sakura, leave Fuyuki City, and return to the Zenju family. Sakura, go with Aoi to the Zenju family for a few days. It will all be over soon. After speaking, Korea put on his hood and turned to walk into the shadows. Korea, wait. There was no response to Aoi's final call. The sound of footsteps faded into the distance. Outside the parking lot, Shinji leaned against the wall, playing with 2 runic bullets in his hand. Where's Sensei? Korea approached his nephew, leaning against the wall just like him. He went to find Ryunosu Kiryu. Since we're both here, there's no need for her to expose herself. Indeed. Korea nodded slightly but noticed that Shinji was staring at him with a contemptuous look. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're unbelievably foolish. Shinji covered his face and sighed. You had the perfect opportunity to be the hero who saves the beauty, but you managed to mess it up like this. What am I supposed to say? P.S. In fact, Sakura's magical abilities are slightly higher than Shinji's, but Sakura is still underage and lacks the tactical flexibility and adaptability that Shinji possesses. And Shinji's ultimate means of victory is to cut you down. Chapter 93, Script of Shinji. 1514 words. Shinji's actions were not without reason. Although tonight's events were sudden and beyond Shinji's control, the final part was planned by him, aiming for a cliché but effective hero saves the heroine scenario. Now that Aoi, Rin, and Sakura have safely escaped, let us take a god's eye view and retrace the entire course of events. First, Rin, concerned about her friend Kotone, left a note and ran away from home to Fuyuki City, intending to find her, even if it meant risking her life. An hour later, Aoi discovered the note left by her daughter, filled with anxiety. After careful consideration, she decided to call the Matou family and seek the help of her childhood friend, Korea Matou. However, she learned from Sakura that Korea was not at home, so she had no choice but to drive alone to Fuyuki City to search for her daughter. Meanwhile, Rin had already arrived in Fuyuki City and began investigating suspicious locations guided by her magical energy compass. The clever Sakura, using the large-scale communication ritual established in the underground workshop by Skachik, which covered the entire Fuyuki City through the ley lines, managed to establish contact with Shinji and Korea, who were currently in the underground sewer fighting against magical creatures. After some analysis, Shinji decided to split their forces into 3 groups. Skachik would return home, pick up Sakura, and then drive to the center of Miyama town. Shinji would fly directly, while Korea, accompanied by Berserker, would hurry to the designated location. When the uncle and niece arrived in Miyama town, Rin had not yet encountered the serial killer, Ryunosu Kiryu, but that didn't matter. Both of them had only been studying magecraft for a year and didn't understand wide-range detection magecraft or prophecy-related magecraft. They could only resort to the most straightforward method of searching separately. Unfortunately, Miyama town was quite large, with many construction sites and underground passages where people could easily hide. It wasn't until Skachik arrived at Miyama town station with Sakura in a speeding car that they still hadn't found Rin. Then, Skachik began using divination magecraft, using Sakura as a medium to locate Rin through their sisterly connection. With their shared bloodline and 5 years of living together, the intertwined karma, Skachik quickly pinpointed Rin's location and swiftly headed to the bar street with Sakura. At this time, Rin had already rushed into the underground bar and engaged in a battle of wits with Ryunosuke. She almost destroyed the bracelet with a powerful suggestive magecraft left by Caster, rendering it useless. She also let Caster know that his master was in danger. Although Caster was not with Ryunosuke at the moment, he had left magical creatures behind. As soon as something happened to Ryunosuke, he activated these hidden magical creatures lurking in the depths of the underground sewer, still undiscovered until now, and used the clairvoyance magecraft to lock onto his target. Clairvoyance has 2 meanings. One is the innate skill or talent possessed by heroic spirits, and the other is a high-level observation-type magecraft. Here, it refers to the latter. The magic's effect is to transcend distant restrictions and observe a designated location. The range and accuracy depend on the Magai's level of skill and magical energy consumption. Caster used this magecraft to observe the battle on Warehouse Street, and Irisveal observed the invaders in the castle. Soon, Rin encountered the magical creatures and was terrified by their extraordinary magical power, unable to move. Thanks to Sakura's timely arrival and the bombs made of flame runes, she managed to injure the magical creatures and save her sister. Caster wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. He gathered all the magical creatures lurking underground and in the underside river, chasing after the 2 young girls. This was his prepared countermeasure against Skachika's pursuit and the world line deviation that worried Shinji the most. Fortunately, this time, he had enough combat power to deal with it. Because Shinji had given orders in advance, under no circumstances should Assassin's connection to the Matou family be exposed. Therefore, Skachik remained in her spiritual form, secretly commanding Sakura while also informing Shinji and Kariya. Rin and Sakura finally managed to escape to the city park, where their mother, Aoi, also found them. Unexpectedly, Caster's hidden magical creatures were not only in the underground sewer but also at the bottom of the Mayan River. The city park was built along the river, and the magical creatures hidden underwater emerged one by one, surrounding the three of them. In the end, they cornered them at the entrance of the parking lot. However, Kariya and Shinji acted faster than Caster. They were waiting near the parking lot in advance. Yes, they arrived at the park almost at the same time as Aoi. After confirming Shinji and Kariya's arrival, Skachik left Sakura's side and returned to the bar street, hoping to find Caster and Rhino Sukuryu. She hadn't forgotten Shinji's request that these two murderers must die. Then the command was handed over to Shinji. He saw through Caster's plan and wrote a simple but practical script. The script was straightforward. Caster prepared a monster for the three of them to encounter, so they would wait for them to enter, and when they felt helpless, at the critical moment, a hero would come to the rescue. Because there was more than one layer of the monster, the first layer was at the entrance of the parking lot, and the second layer was inside the parking lot. So, Shinji would save them the first time, and Kariya the second time. The first half of the script went smoothly, just like in many classic scenes. Aoi and Rin were both prepared to sacrifice themselves to ensure the safety of their loved ones. At the critical moment, the protagonist, Shinji, appears and saves the beautiful woman from danger, earning a surge of goodwill. Unexpectedly, Kariya messed up the second half of the script. It was supposed to be the three of them escaping the jaws of the tiger and entering the wolf's den, a dramatic shift from hope to despair. This would have been enough to make anyone collapse. But at this moment, the hero and savior, Kariya, descended from the sky, displaying great power. The surge in goodwill would be even greater and faster than before. In the end, the hero, under the guise of protection, brought Rin and Aoi back to the Matou family. And after that? He, ha ha ha. It's better to be understood than spoken. Let's see how Kariya chooses instead of talking about it. Perfect, perfect. To Tokiomi, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your wife for being the person my uncle has liked since childhood. Blame it on the fact that my surname is Matou, not Tosaka. As Shinji watched the three of them leave, he said these words in his heart. Then, Kariya delivered a harsh slap to him through his actions. Thinking about this, Shinji became furious. Uncle, what did I tell you? I told you not to rush out, to wait until they see the magical creatures surrounding the car and their hopes are shattered before coming out to save the day. But what did you do? You let Berserker destroy the magical creatures in advance and made a declaration that you thought was very manly. Ah? They had already experienced enough fright tonight, and I was worried. Besides, I didn't want them to have even the slightest possibility of encountering danger, Kariya said weakly. Judging by his tone, he was the nephew, and Shinji was the uncle. Fine, let's forget about that, Shinji sighed and continued to scold his uncle. I asked you to bring Aoi and Rin back to the Matou family. It was the perfect opportunity to comfort Aoi. But what did you do? You let them go back to the Zenju family and even took Sakura with them. I didn't want to take advantage of their vulnerability, and Kariya smiled bitterly, his face filled with helplessness. I understand Aoi. She's a typical traditional woman. Since she married Tokiomi, she would never betray her husband. I didn't want to force her. I just want her to be happy for the rest of her life. Well, those are classic lines. Uncle. You truly are a perfect man, huh? No, just a spare tire. Shinji was frustrated beyond words. Have you ever heard the saying, with a good home, no corner of the wall is unscalable? And don't forget, we're in the midst of the dangerous Holy Grail War. Even geniuses like Kenneth from the clock tower have become useless. Don't you think something unexpected could happen to Tokiomi Tosaka? Goldie, don't disappoint me. Uncle's happiness lies with you. Equals. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 94, Gilgamesh and Kotomine Kirei. 1817 words. At the same time, Archer inexplicably sneezed, and uncontrollable droplets flew in an arc, landing in a tall glass on the coffee table. The tall glass was filled with a crimson liquid, and the soft light shining through the transparent glass refracted a mesmerizing brilliance. This was a fine red wine from the renowned Château Matou in the Bordeaux region of France, a rare vintage with a history of over 20 years. It would easily fetch a six-figure price at a large auction, making it the dream of countless wine enthusiasts. However, Archer casually threw the exquisite wine into the trash can in the corner, along with the Baccarat wine glass from France, showing no hint of regret. As the servant known as Gilgamesh, he possessed the most treasures in the world and had an incredible fortune that followed him throughout his life. This fortune was even elevated to the A-rank skill golden rule. Those who possessed this skill could become wealthy without doing anything, and never plagued by financial troubles. It was as if they would always win at gambling, find money on the streets, and stumble upon treasures even in a pit. Carelessly taking out a new wine glass from the wine cabinet, Archer poured himself half a glass of red wine and raised the glass, muttering to himself, "Why did I sneeze?" For a servant, who was the embodiment of a heroic spirit, there should be no concept of falling ill unless the enemy possessed a noble phantasm related to diseases. However, among the 7 servants currently present, none of them had any connection to illnesses, which puzzled Archer. Nevertheless, the King of Heroes, sung of in the oldest of epics, only pondered over it for a moment before dismissing the thought. Even if he fell ill, his treasury contained more than enough divine medicines, the origins of medicine and pharmacy, the natural enemy of the concept of disease. I, Gilgamesh, am naturally the strongest, with only my dear friend Enkidu as my equal. The others are nothing more than opponents to be defeated, such as the Queen of the Fairyland or the bothersome mongrel, that pitch-black mad dog. With a creak, the door opened inward, and a young man in a black cassock entered the room. Seeing the golden servant leisurely reclining on the couch, the man's rigid expression showed a hint of surprise. "Archer?" Archer showed no intention of standing up, simply raising his glass towards the man standing at the doorway. There may not be many, but the treasures here are more complete than Tokiomi's wine collection. You truly are a lousy disciple. Tokiomi had only one official disciple, the young man standing before Archer, Kotomine Kirei. Archer was not the owner of this room, but Kirei was. Archer had brazenly entered Kirei's room, taking over as if it were his own, opening bottle after bottle of Kirei's wine collection, evaluating each one, and finally choosing this particular bottle. To others, this might seem surprising, but Kirei had a peculiar habit. Whenever he heard of a top-tier fine wine, he would purchase it without hesitation, regardless of the cost. Although the life of a representative of the church was arduous, the compensation was excellent, and Kirei's wealth was not inferior to that of ordinary millionaires. Drinking wine was a profound and infinite world that became more fascinating as one delved into the quest for quality. Perhaps there was a certain taste that could fill the emptiness in his heart. If such an encounter truly existed, even if he indulged in alcohol, it wouldn't be so bad. This desperate believer had once half-seriously thought so. However, up until now, his exploration of wine had yielded no rewards. He only accumulated more and more bottles of luxury brands. Of course, he never considered using these wines to entertain guests, let alone an unwelcome guest who showed up uninvited. Even if the person praised his wine, he would have no intention of entertaining them. Since being summoned, Archer had been freely utilizing his skill for independent action, wandering around as he pleased. He even recently changed into casual attire and strolled through the streets at night, drawing some complaints from Tokiomi when conversing with Gilgamesh. But Kirei never dreamt that Archer would come to his room so brazenly. Kirei's patience was tested as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Archer replied, his eyes full of meaning as he looked at Kirei through his wine glass, "Nothing much, just interested in you." "Really? Even serving under Tokiomi cannot satisfy your soul." Kirei didn't answer Archer's question but instead coldly asked him in return. Even if the other party was the legendary King of Heroes, Kirei didn't feel any fear. Regardless of Tokiomi's thoughts, the servant was still the master's servant. No matter who this heroic spirit was, as long as he was Archer, he was beneath Tokiomi. Compared to Kirei, who was Tokiomi's direct disciple, they were at most of the same status, and there was no need to be overly humble towards him. Kirei's attitude didn't make Archer dissatisfied. He simply snorted and tasted the wine in his glass. "It is Tokiomi who summoned me, and I can maintain my presence in this world because of his support. Moreover, he treats me as his vassal, and it is not unreasonable for me to respond to him." After unexpectedly making this rule-bound statement, Gilgamesh's unusually crimson eyes showed a look of annoyance. "But honestly, I didn't expect him to be such a boring person, without any meaning at all. It's unexpected for a servant to say such things." Kirei was helpless. His anger towards Archer's extremely rude behavior and his suspicion of the true reason for his visit had gradually faded away. In this strange and gentle atmosphere, Kirei almost tacitly allowed Archer to have a place in this room. Is Tokiomi really that boring? Boring? Talking about wanting to use the power of the all-purpose wish-granting machine to reach the root? There is no more boring wish in the world. The King of Heroes laughed, devaluing the lofty realm that all Magi coveted. But Kirei could understand his feelings. The desire for the root is a wish exclusive to Magi that outsiders find hard to understand. True, but you seem to be an outsider too, Kirei. And I heard that you were originally in an opposing position to those Magi, right? It seemed that Archer had also heard about Kirei's complicated position. This man seemed arrogant, but he was quite well informed. Kirei crossed his arms and pondered for a while. If he looked at Tokiomi's Holy Grail war from the standpoint of an executor of the Eighth Sacrament of the Holy Church, what meaning did it have? The pursuit of the root is to transcend the outside of the world. This transcendence will not bring any changes to this inside world. For the church that only focuses on the inside, the Magi's exploration has no meaning and is merely seen as a boring attempt. As long as I can enjoy this garden that belongs to me, my universe, I am satisfied. This statement treated the whole world as his possession, a unique arrogance that only the King of Heroes possessed. I have no interest in domains that are not under my control, including the root. Kirei smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Archer to be completely opposed to Magi. No wonder Magi like Tokiomi were at a loss against him. If the Holy Grail were simply a special device for pursuing the root, even if those Magi were obsessed and went crazy, the church would ignore them. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is omnipotence and possesses infinite possibilities to change the insider world. It can be said to be the supreme heresy that threatens our faith. That's why the church chose Tokiomi. Because that is a dangerous heresy that cannot be ignored. If that power can be wasted on something both boring and meaningless, it is the result we hope to see. Only my father seems to have some personal reasons besides this. So, are the other Magi pursuing the Holy Grail for different reasons than Tokiomi? Kirei nodded in response to Archer's question. Tokiomi-sensei is not only a typical magus but also an extreme right-wing. There are not many people like him who are dedicated to the true path of Magi. The others probably pursue mundane rewards like reputation, desire, and power. They are all wishes confined to the inside of the world. Well, isn't that good? Each of them is my favorite, Archer said. You truly are the king reigning at the top of mundane desires, Gilgamesh. Archer smirked and finished the drink in his glass, seemingly not taking Kirei's criticism as an insult. Kirei, what about you then? What is your wish for the Holy Grail? I heard you were one of the earliest to obtain the qualification to participate but later lost it. Gilgamesh's question was also Kirei's question, as well as Tokiomi's and Father Risei's. I don't have any particular wish to fulfill. It must be some problem with the Holy Grail, Kirei replied, sounding a bit confused, while Archer's crimson eyes shimmered with an eerie light. That's one way to explain it, but it's not the real reason for you. You know, Kirei, the reason why heroic spirits become heroic spirits is not only because of their achievements but also due to human belief. The Holy Grail, which summons heroic spirits through the ritual of their battles, favors humans and rejects those who are not human. Are you saying I'm not human, Gilgamesh? Kirei's tone became stern and cold. Correctly speaking, not entirely human. There is something about you that even I don't understand. Perhaps that's why you lost the favor of the Holy Grail. And that's what interests me. Seeing Kirei's face drastically changing, Archer found it more amusing. You can continue to be confused and struggle, and let yourself see the truth behind the fog, just as I would. With joyful laughter, Archer left the room, leaving Kirei alone, stunned. I am not entirely human? Is it because something is missing in me? P.S. The exclusion of non-humans is the setting of the Holy Grail in Fuyuki City. The other Holy Grails and false Holy Grails seem to lack such restrictions. This limitation was just a response from the author, Nezu, to the fans of Tsukuheim who wondered if characters from Tsukuheim would appear in the Fate series. But since he said it, let's take it as true. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 95, Life Without Sakura. 1255 words. Rhinosuke's ability to escape was not just talked. After the children fled, he quickly left the scene. When the police followed the clues provided by Kotone, yes, Rin's friend, who bravely led the police to apprehend the culprit, it was already too late. Ryanosuke was already on the Fuyuki Bridge, enjoying the breeze. The diligent Fuyuki City Police Force sealed off the crime scene and began their investigation, which was the usual procedure for major cases. However, this greatly hindered Skachika's ability to track down the culprit. Skachik, an assassin-class servant with a high magic level, needed approximately 5 minutes to weave her spells to track the target using residual traces. During this time, she had to remain corporeal at the scene and couldn't be disturbed. But now, there were about 10 technicians gathered in the small underground bar, and numerous police officers were patrolling and searching the streets outside. There wasn't even a 5-second window, let alone 5 minutes, unless she incapacitated everyone nearby. Thinking about this, Skachik chuckled to herself. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, but if she took down all of them, the traces at the scene would also be disturbed. The underground bar wasn't Ryanosuke's base, it was just a temporary place to store his sacrifices. Moreover, if dozens of police officers were knocked out near the crime scene, the aftermath would be troublesome to handle. Upon learning of the situation, Shinji had no choice but to order the abandonment of the pursuit. And so, the commotion that started with Rin Tosaka's adventure came to an end. Although the outcome of the incident was not entirely satisfactory, it wasn't terrible either. Rin saved her friend and even reunited with her sister. Aoi found Rin and witnessed Sakura's growth, which brought her great relief. Although she didn't say it aloud, Aoi's heart had always been concerned about Sakura. After all, how could a mother not truly love her child? Sakura was overjoyed. Her sister was safe, her mother was safe, and they could live together like before. It was truly wonderful. At this moment, the mother and daughters lay together on a bed, whispering quietly. In contrast, Shinji and Kariya weren't as happy. Leaving the public park, the two continued to separate and explore the source. Those disgusting monsters had threatened the safety of the people they cared about. How could they just ignore it? What if they encountered danger again and couldn't arrive in time? They spent the whole night cleaning up. Not only did they clear the heavily affected areas west of the Fuyuki Bridge, but they also searched through Miyama Town and Shinzu District. After what happened last night, no one dared to underestimate Caster anymore. And so, there the difficult life had just begun. During the Holy Grail War, the servants had their day off, and Sakura and Byakuya took care of the household chores while Shinji and Kariya focused on dealing with the Holy Grail War. Byakuya mainly handled errands and shopping, while Sakura managed all the affairs of the Matou household. Of course, Sakura's main task was cooking, while other tasks such as cleaning and laundry could be assigned to the two familiars. It was worth praising the Einsburn family's alchemy, especially in terms of intelligence and automation. It was truly innovative and ahead of the world by many years. However, Sakura's familiars were not like Irisveal, who had an independent personality and soul. Once they were separated from their master, they only had pre-programmed basic routines and minimal survival instincts. They couldn't think or obey commands from others. In other words, the two of them had to handle all kinds of daily chores themselves. And so, the noodles are too hard. Yeah, they don't taste as good as the one Sakura makes. Near the train station, the uncle and nephew looked at each other and sighed helplessly. This was their breakfast. It wasn't that Sakura's cooking was better than what they could buy outside, but they felt that it was missing a little taste of home. Ah, I'm so annoyed. Laundry is such a hassle. In the Matou family's bathroom, Shinji grumbled as he rubbed his clothes. Although they had a washing machine at home, anyone who had washed clothes knew that it was difficult for the machine to remove stubborn stains. Clothes that went down the drain without being scrubbed wouldn't be much different from unwashed ones even if they were thrown into the washing machine. If only I had given Crystal Cat and Rigger Rat a higher level of intelligence. Crystal Cat and Noble Rat were the names Shinji gave to Sakura's two familiars. Although their meaning was somewhat unclear, they sounded good and were accepted by the whole family. That would put too much pressure on Sakura. Higher intelligence requires more magical energy. Kariya shook the water droplets off his hand. We didn't create familiars because we didn't have enough magical power, remember? That's true. I guess we can't do without a woman in the house. So, uncle, you should find a wife quickly. Hearing his nephew's words, Kariya rolled his eyes. Why are we talking about this again? And when you say a woman, isn't Sensei a woman? She's the queen. Do you want the queen to help you with laundry? Shinji also rolled his eyes, and the two of them exchanged eye rolls. Forget it, I don't want to get beaten to death. Kariya vigorously rubbed his clothes. Compared to being beaten to death, doing laundry was much easier. Yeah, I heard you. A deep, emotionless voice sounded behind them. Skachik had entered the bathroom without them noticing. The uncle and nephew both felt a chill run down their spines, and in the next second, they turned around and bowed deeply, loudly saying, "Please spare us." Seeing the two disciples in a neat and uniform posture, Skachika's lips curled slightly, and the slight displeasure in her heart dissipated. "Shinji, accompany me for a trip later." "No problem." Shinji nodded in agreement. As long as Sensei wasn't angry, anything was fine. The so-called trip was actually going out to buy ingredients. There were only a few eggs and a small bag of flour left in the refrigerator, not enough for a full dinner. The Matou family resided in the most upscale residential area in the entire Fuyuki city, and the surrounding facilities were naturally complete. Supermarkets, vegetable markets, and various shops were concentrated on a pedestrian street. Although it didn't have the prosperity of Shinjuku, it had a unique living atmosphere. Skachik liked such places. They had a vitality that the Shadowlands didn't possess. Strolling amidst the various shouts, her steps unconsciously became light. The third shop on the left was a seafood store, famous for its mackerel. The fifth shop on the right sold various seasonal snacks, which were very popular among girls. 20 meters ahead was a stall selling grilled food, which Sakura liked to eat. Behind the stall was a liquor store that sold a variety of alcoholic beverages. Byakuya was a regular customer at this store. Skachik herself didn't have a particular preference for alcohol, so she didn't plan to linger too much. In a fleeting glance, she saw someone. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 96, Rider's Invitation. 1,273 words. This is truly a giant man, with a muscular and powerful physique that exudes an awe-inspiring presence. The dense, almost interconnected hair, eyebrows, and beard reveal an unparalleled wildness. Standing in front of such a person is like facing a solid wall, making it difficult to breathe. Skachik discreetly tapped her master, Shinji, who turned his head and twitched at the corners of his mouth. This enormous figure, with its peculiar appearance, is unique to only one person in the entire city of Fuyuki. Rider? Conqueror King is Kondo. Shinji did not mean to belittle the Conqueror King, his current appearance was just truly peculiar and worthy of being recorded in history. Rider's upper body was wearing an oversized, seemingly cheap short-sleeved printed t-shirt. There was a symbol with a world map on the chest, and it read Admirable Grand Strategy 6. As an otaku, Shinji naturally knew that it was a famous promotional item from the strategy war game series called Grand Strategy. Reminiscing about his university days in his past life, Shinji would hum German military songs in his dormitory, singing triumphantly as he advanced through the Maginot Line and reached the heartland of France. It was an incredibly satisfying feeling. Of course, to his non-otaku roommates, it seemed like he was overly obsessed. He acknowledged that war games are a romantic pursuit for men, but the game graphics were truly not praiseworthy. It's a wonder Shinji was able to endure it. Yes, back then, Shinji played an earlier version of Grand Strategy, and the graphics were indeed poor. However, Shinji couldn't remember which version it was, otherwise, he could have had a good exchange of experiences with Rider, marching and fighting wars. I can't defeat you, but in video games, especially strategy war games, can you defeat me? A seasoned otaku who has played games like Advance Wars, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Great War, and Grand Strategy since childhood. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Shinji lowered his gaze. Compared to the out-of-place short-sleeved t-shirt on the upper body, Rider's lower body was relatively normal, wearing a pair of oversized jeans, just like the t-shirt. Unfortunately, Rider's muscles were so well developed that even this loose-fitting style of clothing appeared tight, making one worry that it might burst open. Rider laughed heartily with a rough and powerful voice that could shake the atmosphere, lifting a barrel from the cart the shopkeeper had just exited, which was as wide as his shoulders, and walked out of the shop. His master, compared to Rider, looked like a delicate and dejected beauty. Waver counted a few 10,000 yen bills from his wallet and glanced at Rider with a resentful gaze. "Should we go up and say hello?" Skachik, dressed in casual clothes, asked her master. Skachika's attire was truly casual, with a beige cotton-padded jacket, dark trousers, a pink woolen hat on her head, and a pair of sunglasses perched on her nose that could cover half of her face. Thanks to this attire, Skachika's charm was maximally weakened, avoiding the chaos caused by the likes of Irisveal and Saber when they went shopping. Shinji nodded gently and walked forward with Skachik by his side. At this moment, he was disguised as a young man wearing a Hade's cloak, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. "Good afternoon, Ryder, Mr. Waver Velvet." Upon hearing someone call his name, Ryder turned around with a barrel on his shoulder, almost hitting the glass door of the specialty store with the 1-meter-tall oak barrel, causing the shopkeeper's heart to skip a beat. "Isn't this Assassin's master?" "An assassin? You've also changed into the clothes of this era." Truly, great minds think alike among heroes. Ryder's face bore a carefree smile, and his familiar expression didn't convey any hostility. "How about it? This king's new clothes. It feels amazing to have the entire world's map on your chest." "Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. Stop laughing." Waver hurriedly put away his wallet and ran out of the store, not hesitating to deliver a punch to Ryder's chest, although, with his strength, it was more like tickling Ryder. "Don't you realize that everyone on this street is looking at us?" Waver's words were completely true. Ryder attracted the attention of everyone on the street. His imposing physique, something almost impossible for Japanese people to possess, coupled with his eccentric attire of wearing only a short-sleeved t-shirt in the dead of winter and carrying a barrel that was half his height, not to mention his booming voice that could be heard from dozens of meters away, made it impossible not to draw attention. "Of course, I noticed. A king, no matter where he is, will attract the gaze of the masses." The Conqueror King proudly thumped his chest, emitting a drum-like sound. "You idiot! You're such a big idiot." Waver was about to go insane. He wanted to gain recognition from others and attract their attention, but he didn't want to be seen as a clown. Perhaps feeling sorry for the pitiful appearance of Waver, Shinji finally stopped spectating and interrupted this romantic comedy. "Both of you, let's go somewhere else. There are too many people here." Upon Shinji's suggestion, Waver naturally nodded repeatedly, and after thinking for a moment, Ryder didn't object either. They left the pedestrian street together. However, before leaving, Ryder shouted at everyone, "I'm glad. I'll come to play often in the future." This caused people to burst into laughter and strengthened Waver's determination never to bring Ryder out for shopping again. "Ryder, what are you planning to do with that large barrel of alcohol?" In a quiet corner near the pedestrian street, Skachik asked somewhat curiously, "Isn't it a bit too extravagant for one person to drink so much alcohol?" "I plan to hold a banquet," Ryder replied. Gathering heroes from different eras across time and space is the marvel of the Holy Grail War. And this Holy Grail War has for kings, which makes my blood boil. Unfortunately, only one person can ultimately obtain the Holy Grail. So, before we engage in battle, I want to share a drink with everyone, express our ideals, and share our kingship. The smile on Iskondar's face had less foolishness and more sincerity, along with the pride of being a king. In his era, he no longer had any opponents, so he set his sights on kings from different eras. This banquet was not just a feast but an invisible competition. Physical conquest was not true conquest, conquering hearts and minds was. Iskandar wanted to defeat the kings of other eras in a fair and honorable manner, conquering them spiritually. This was Iskandar's kingship and the reason behind his title, the Conqueror. "Assassin, no, Queen Skachik of the Land of Shadows," Ryder said, his tone and expression making people overlook his attire and posture. He was extending an invitation to another king as a fellow king. As a king herself, Skachik couldn't refuse such an invitation. "I accept your invitation," she replied. "There's still Archer and Saber," Ryder said. "Saber's foundation is half destroyed. Also Archer doesn't need a separate invitation." Skachik shook her head at Ryder and pointed behind him. Standing there was a young man with golden hair, red eyes, and a slender figure. He was also a king. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 97, The Motorcycle. 1,407 words. Like Skachik and Iskandar, Gilgamesh also wore modern clothing. He wore a well-defined black jacket, paired with meticulously tailored casual pants. His hair, which stood up when in golden armor mode, was now let down to match his casual attire, and with it, the overwhelming arrogance that couldn't be concealed was also significantly reduced. To be honest, in terms of appearance, Gilgamesh looked stronger than Skachik and Iskandar. I was wondering what strange aura it was, turns out it's Ryder and Assassin. Perfect timing, Archer. I was just looking for you. Ryder's attitude remained as friendly as ever. What business does this mongrel have with me? Archer's arrogance hadn't diminished at all, his earlier momentary lapse was just an illusion. Ryder didn't take Archer's insulting term to heart and continued to laugh heartily. I'm planning to hold a banquet exclusive to kings, and I'm inviting you. Don't make me laugh, jester. Archer narrowed his eyes, and his deep pupils almost formed a straight line. The true king is only me, the rest are all mongrels. A banquet for kings is nothing but a drinking session for me alone. That's quite a provocative statement. Ryder remained unfazed and absent-mindedly dug his ear with his empty right hand. So, I suppose you won't be attending? No, I will attend. Archer's response was the opposite of what Ryder expected. I must make these mongrels understand what a true king is. Time and location. Tonight, at Saber's castle. If we're talking about hosting a banquet, there couldn't be a more suitable place. Or do you not know where Saber's castle is? The entire world is under my control, let alone the farce of these mere mongrels. Ryder automatically translated Archer's words as I know where it is. By the way, how about a race to see who arrives first? Of course, if you're going on foot, consider it unsaid. Faced with Ryder's challenge, Archer snorted disdainfully. What gives you confidence? That shabby chariot of yours. Skachika's fighting spirit was also ignited. Conquer a king, even though you've manifested as Ryder, I won't lose to you in terms of speed. The vehicles in this era are much more powerful than you can imagine. Oh. Ryder's face showed an interested expression upon hearing Skachika's words, and Archer raised an eyebrow in response. About 1 kilometer north of the pedestrian street there was an ordinary apartment building with a dedicated compartment on the basement floor. One of the compartments was Skachika's garage. Byakuya had arranged this through special channels to prevent the connection between Skachik and the Matou family from being discovered. Opening the iron gate of the garage, 2 motorcycles with sleek lines, avant-garde designs, and a strong postmodern style were parked side by side. One was entirely black, a heavyweight motorcycle called Kawasaki ZZ R1100, produced by the famous Japanese motorcycle manufacturer Kawasaki in 1990. It could reach a top speed of over 300 km per hour and was at the forefront of Japanese manufacturers' pursuit of 300 km per hour speeds. The other motorcycle, slightly smaller in size and blue-white in color, was the classic sports motorcycle Honda CBR 600 F2 produced by the Japanese company Honda. It had excellent overall performance and was considered one of the best all-around motorcycles. Both motorcycles belonged to Skachik, who often took turns riding them on the streets of Fuyuki City late at night, enjoying the speed and excitement that belonged to the modern era. Seeing these two steel monsters, Ryder's eyes lit up, his enthusiasm surpassing even the time he saw the Grand Strategist t-shirt. Although he had never seen motorcycles before, Ryder's inherent skill as a rider class, riding, told him that these were fantastic war machines. The fierce and imposing designs were also to his liking. Kid. Ryder turned around and laid a hand on Waver's shoulder. But before he could speak, Waver started shaking his head frantically. No, I can't afford motorcycles even if I spend all the money in my wallet. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Waver had already witnessed Ryder's wild ideas many times. For example, he wanted to buy an F-15 after seeing it, and when he saw US President Clinton, he unilaterally considered him as his biggest rival in conquering the world. Compared to those instances, buying a t-shirt through a phone call and paying for delivery seemed insignificant. Among the masters participating in the Holy Grail War, Waver was the poorest. His belongings amounted to only a few 100,000 yen, and he used chicken blood for the summoning circle. He relied on the kindness of an elderly couple, Glenn Mackenzie and his wife Martha, for food and lodging. Waver used suggestive magecraft to make them treat him as their grandson, and they showered him with affection. The remaining 5 masters either came from noble backgrounds or had the backing of one of the 3 families, easily spending hundreds of thousands or millions of yen without batting an eye. For example, the 2 high-end motorcycles in front of them were purchased 2 months ago when Skachik said she wanted to go out for a ride, and Byakuya and Korea didn't have time to be her driver. Shinji half-jokingly offered to help his sensei get a car. Byakuya agreed without hesitation, wrote a check, and then Skachik, Shinji, and Sakura went to Kyoto and bought the Honda CBR 600 F2. Later, Byakuya saw that Skachik liked motorcycles and specially asked a friend to acquire the Kawasaki ZZ R1100. Assassin, can I try this? Knowing that his master truly couldn't afford it, Ryder changed his goal and approach. Just once, just to Saber's castle. I don't think it's a good idea. The one who answered wasn't Skachik, but Shinji. Why? Your physique, your size is too large. It would be uncomfortable to ride and put a burden on the motorcycle. Iskandar thought about his 212 centimeters height and 130 kilograms weight, and then looked at the motorcycle in front of him, which was less than a meter in height, and sighed helplessly. What a pity, it's such a shame. While Ryder and Skachik were discussing, Archer had already sat on the black Kawasaki ZZ-R1100 and twisted the throttle a few times. The black motorcycle matched well with his black jacket. Assassin, I'm interested in this. It belongs to me now. I will offer you treasures of equal value in exchange, whether it be money or other treasures. Indeed, he was the King of Wales, known as the richest among the heroic spirits. He exuded unparalleled opulence in both his lifestyle and battles. Master. Skachik tilted her head, looking at her master with a smile that could be seen as both amusement and non-amusement. What's meant to be yours will be yours. It's up to you to decide what you want to do with your belongings. Shinji shrugged casually, spreading his hands. While he certainly wanted to dig up some good items from Gilgamesh's treasury, he wouldn't make decisions on behalf of Skachik just because he was her master. In Shinji's mind, the entire treasury of the king couldn't compare to Skachik. You really know how to give me a dilemma, master. Shinji's words not only failed to increase Skachika's favorability towards him but also seemed to confuse her. I'm also quite fond of this ZZ-R1100 and don't want to give it to you, Archer. But I don't want to miss out on this special contest either. Here's the deal, Archer. Can you obtain this motorcycle, and can you present me with a treasure that moves my heart? You only have one chance. Dangerous gleams flickered in Archer's eyes. Are you challenging me? The one who possesses a collection of treasures from across the world, the one and only king. You can interpret it that way. Skachik locked eyes with Archer without backing down. Both of them had crimson eyes, and Shinji, who was caught in between, felt like the air was burning. Finally, the gleam in Archer's eyes transformed into delight. Interesting. I accept this challenge. P.S. Korea, I'm starving to death. Why isn't the person who went grocery shopping back yet? Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 98, Race, Part 1. 1,254 words. The long-awaited 4th Holy Grail War Grand Prix has finally arrived. We are broadcasting this ground speed battle from our specially designed track on the outskirts of Fuyuki City. I am the mysterious Magus in charge of live coverage and commentary, Saitam, no, Saikiku Magoro. Under the cover of night, Shinji's voice, as if he had chewed on a pack of shinmai and couldn't stop, announced. Unable to reveal his true name, he directly borrowed the name of the strongest being from another world. Now, let's take a look at the condition of the participants waiting for the race to begin. First, we have Archer in the number 1 position. His ride is the Kawasaki ZZ-R. No, it's the Golden Babylon. Archer, who was making final adjustments to his motorcycle, glared at Shinji dissatisfiedly. The Golden Babylon, true to its name, was shining with golden light. After obtaining ownership of the Kawasaki ZZ-R1100, he took out an unidentified item from the king's treasury and transformed the motorcycle's exterior into gold. For Gilgamesh, gold was a symbol of taste, gold was style, and gold was the most noble color in the world. Sorry, let me correct that, it's the Golden Babylon. Shinji looked at the motorcycle that had transformed from mysterious and low-profile to glamorous and restrained his urge to make sarcastic comments while continuing his commentary. HMPH, victory belongs to me. Archer revved the engine, making a declaration of inevitable victory. Next is Ryder in the 2nd position. His ride is also his noble phantasm, the chariot pulled by 2 divine bulls, Gordius Wheel. This is the popular racing vehicle of modern times, right? I like it. Ryder's laughter easily drowned out Shinji's voice. I won't lose, my bulls. Mu tilde. The 2 divine beasts associated with the sky god Zeus let out a long howl, and the moving hooves gleamed with dazzling lightning, leaving Waver, who was riding with Ryder, trembling in fear. Ryder, are you okay? Don't worry, kid. Ryder's large palm patted Waver's frail shoulder. This king is a rider with a riding skill level of A+. There's no way I'll lose to Archer and Assassin. Are you okay? Waver muttered with his head lowered. Lastly, in the third position, we have Assassin. Her ride is the Honda CBR 600 F2, no, it's Gay Bolg alternative, piercing Death Sky Soarer. Master, when did you change the name? Skachik raised her head and asked her master, waiting quietly for the race to begin. I just changed it. Look, Archer's Golden Babylon, and Ryder's Gordius Wheel, they both sound so cool. We can't be weak in our momentum, so I came up with this idea. If you have any objections, we can change it again. After 3 months of being together, Skachik had become accustomed to Shinji's impulsive thinking. She calmly responded, forget it, let's stick with this name. Hurry up and get on. All right. Shinji quickly ran to the third position and sat behind Skachik, holding the handlebars with his left hand. Skachika's body was slender without an ounce of excess fat, and her waist was flexible. With his right hand maintaining the posture of holding a microphone, he shouted. All right, the participants are all in position. Now, I announce that the 4th Holy Grail War Grand Prix is about to begin. Who will be the first among the servants and masters? Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the 3 vehicles raced past the starting line simultaneously. The thunderous lightning generated by the galloping bull hooves, the roaring sound of the engines inhaling and exhaling, shot straight into the sky. The competition is intense right from the start. The participants in each group are not giving an inch, tightly biting each other. Archer's Golden Babylon maintains a slight lead. The bike is equipped with an inline-4 DOHC liquid-cooled engine, with a maximum horsepower of 147. With the assistance of ram air intake compression, its acceleration performance is outstanding, making it a true king of speed. Very well, let's settle this in one go. Archer, riding the Golden Babylon, was filled with high spirits. The twin beasts on wheels seemed to respond with a wild roar. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded, and the rushing airflow that would blind an ordinary person was just a refreshing gust of wind to Archer. He enjoyed this feeling. Archer is getting faster and faster, Ryder. Don't worry, kid. The road is still long, and there's a curve ahead. Ryder, driving on the ground with his wheels, was not in the least bit anxious. After materializing, he had already driven his chariot around the entire Fuyuki city, so he was very familiar with the road conditions. It's not easy for Archer to handle turns at that speed. As Ryder said, a curve appeared. The suburban highway was built along the mountains, winding and complicated. Pursuing speed alone could easily lead to accidents, from minor scratches to disastrous crashes. The wild steel beast emitted a piercing howl, the sound of the tires rubbing violently against the ground. Archer paid the price for being unfamiliar with the road conditions and realized the curve a bit too late, so he could only decelerate through brute force to make the turn. See, I told you. Ryder threw Archer a provocative look and tightened the reins in his hand. The divine bulls, with their connection to Zeus and the conquering king known as his son, made a tremendous sound. The sound overwhelmed the roar of the engines, and the intense impact was enough to shake the earth. It was like a sudden thunderstrike on the battlefield. The dazzling flash turned the night into day, accompanied by a deep roar that even overshadowed the sound of thunder. The lightning did not descend from the sky to the earth but swept horizontally across the surface. No. It looked like lightning, but it was a unique phenomenon caused by the rapid movement of the divine force wheels. In that flickering lightning, a blue and white figure darted through. Despite the dense and formidable thunder, it did not affect this figure. It was Skachika's piercing Death Sky Soarer. Although the performance of the sports motorcycle, formerly known as the Honda CBR 600 F2, was the weakest among the 3 groups, Skachika's driving skills and her experience of traversing the Einsborn forest once were enough to bridge the gap. Her graceful yet precise cornering, remaining composed in the face of thunder, impressed Ryder and fueled Archer's fighting spirit. Charge, bull! We're going, Golden Babylon! The first curve was left behind by the 3 participants. The rankings have changed. Archer, who was originally leading, has fallen to last place, replaced by Ryder in first place and Assassin in second. But this ranking is only temporary. The upcoming race will be the first high-difficulty track of this competition, a series of winding curves. Will there be new changes there? After saying this, Shinji finally let go of the dangerous posture of loosely holding the microphone. He embraced Skachika's waist with both hands and said softly, "That's enough, sensei. Yes, it's time to show our true skills," Skachik said, lowering the visor of her helmet. "Equals. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Race and Part 2, Bonus. 1,370 words. As mentioned earlier, Skachika's first ride in the mortal world was the Honda CBR 600 F2, renamed Death Sky Soarer, and a month later, Byakuya sent her a second ride, the Kawasaki ZZR 1100, renamed Golden Babylon, as a token of gratitude for her guidance. According to unofficial information Shinji had gathered, Byakuya took a trip to Hokkaido a few days before ordering the motorcycles. He claimed it was for a project inspection, but in reality, a certain heiress who had always been of interest to his father was also part of the inspection team. Upon his return, Byakuya had a cheerful demeanor as if something had happened, and there was an increase in his proactive training. Considering the motorcycle gift that followed, it seemed that Sensei's training and care had led to this something happening. Well, that's how people are, so realistic. Well, that's not the point. The point is that the Death Sky Soarer is the longest-standing partner of Sensei. It is well known that the physical abilities of servants are several times, if not dozens of times, stronger than those of ordinary people. What would be a difficult task for an ordinary person to handle on a motorcycle is not much of a challenge for a servant. Archer only spent less than an hour getting acquainted and was already driving smoothly. Even the kind of curve that would surely destroy an ordinary person, he could stop abruptly with his superhuman strength as a servant. If Archer, as a new driver, could achieve such feats, how could Skachik, an experienced driver, not be able to? Shinji had accompanied Skachik on many outings, experiencing her unique style of riding. She had developed her way of riding. Prime Rune, Unfold. Magical Reinforcement. With Skachika's low chant, magical energy spread from her hands to the entire motorcycle. The blue and white livery was quickly dyed red, resembling a fierce burning flame from a distance. It was reminiscent of the unique phenomenon that occurred when Skachik released her noble phantasm. At this moment, the Honda CBR 600 F2 truly became the Gaybolg alternative. As the strengthening of the vehicle's body was completed, Shinji's voice, filled with excitement as if he was about to take flight, resounded once again. Oh, oh, oh. The colors of the Death Sky Soarer have changed. Is this the activation of some mechanism or a secret strategy? As soon as the words fell, the tachometer on the instrument panel broke through 6,000 revolutions per minute, and the engine sound underwent an unexpected transformation. The deep bass roar, like a raging wave, gradually rose to an ear-piercing high pitch, becoming more ferocious and savage, tearing through the night sky and echoing throughout the horizon. The drastically different acceleration turned the vehicle and Skachik into a bullet, leaving the surrounding night scenery behind like shooting stars. It's accelerating, it's accelerating. The Death Sky Soarer is accelerating. Excellent. It has surpassed the Gordius wheel and taken the lead. It has not disgraced the name of the Death Sky Soarer. Go, Death Sky Soarer. Why are you accelerating at this moment? There are consecutive bends ahead. Ryder looked at the red blur racing past him and scratched his cheek in confusion. Then, Ryder witnessed the true technique that Skachik had mentioned. The Death Sky Soarer, piercing through the air, left the ground and smoothly maneuvered through the bends, hugging the guardrail on the edge of the highway with an almost parallel posture to the ground. Throughout the entire process, Skachik never let off the throttle. So she has this move too. Ryder raised an eyebrow in surprise. What are you surprised about, you mongrel? The Golden Babylon had caught up without Ryder noticing, driving side by side with Gordius wheel. This is a battle between servants. It's not strange for anything to happen. If you're surprised by something as trivial as this, you've already lost in this race, soar, Golden Babylon. As Archer spoke these words, he had already reached the entrance of the bend. This time, instead of decelerating, he lifted the handlebars, and the entire motorcycle shot out of the highway. A rainbow-colored streak appeared beneath the Golden Babylon, carrying the golden motorcycle straight ahead. What? Golden Babylon is racing on a rainbow. This breaks the conventions of motorcycle racing. Shinji's commentary was timely, but Archer was dissatisfied with its content. Conventions? What are those? I am the ruler of rules, encompassing all things. Extending, Bifrost. Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that serves as the entrance to the heavenly realm in Norse mythology, was also among Archer's treasures, which he used as an aerial racetrack. The rainbow bridge extended from the starting point of the consecutive bends to the finish line, taking the shortest straight line between 2 points. The Golden Babylon successfully rose from third place to first, achieving a reversal. However, his actions also loosened the restraints on the other two, intensifying the race. "Kid, hold on tight, don't fall off." Ryder displayed his signature brave smile and loudly called out the true name of his noble phantasm. "Rampage, tread upon the raging heavens." In the next second, 2 bullheads took flight, pulling the chariot into the air. Ryder intended to unleash the full might of his chariot. The hooves of the bulls generated thunderbolts, and the rotation of the wheels caused thunderous roars. The lightning no longer gathered around the chariot, instead, it tore through the atmosphere, roaring and splitting toward the 2 motorcycles, one red and one golden. Archer refused to be outdone. Ripples of golden radiance spread behind him, and hundreds of noble phantasms were consecutively projected into the air. Unable to free up her hands and lacking automatic projection-type noble phantasms, Skachik couldn't counterattack. However, she didn't fall behind either. After enhancing her runes, she activated her second bug skill, Wisdom of Dun Scathe. Acquired skill, Riding, Rank A. Riding is a skill that represents proficiency in riding various mounts. With a riding skill at Rank A, she can perfectly handle any mount except for imaginary beasts and holy beasts. This includes ancient chariots and modern land vehicles. Under the control of this skill, the Death Sky Sora became a part of Skachika's body, allowing her to manipulate the motorcycle as effortlessly as she pleased. Regardless of Ryder's thunder strikes or Archer's projection of noble phantasms, Skachik successfully evaded them. In this way, the 3 servants chased and pursued each other, racing through dozens of kilometers of national highway. Finally! The exciting moment is about to come. The finish line is within sight, less than 1 kilometer away from Einsburn Forest. The Gordius Wheel, the Golden Babylon, and the Death Sky Sora are almost neck and neck, with the difference being difficult to discern by the naked eye. The outcome will be determined in this final kilometer. I've had a great time, Assassin, Ryder. Although you both have your skills, victory will surely belong to me. You're saying that too soon, Archer. Until the end, no one knows the outcome. Charge, Golden Babylon. I can't lose, Gordius Wheel. Roar, Death Sky Sora. The sound of tires scraping against the ground, engines pushing beyond their limits, the sound of the divine bulls trampling the earth, and the shouts of the 3 servants intertwined into a unique symphony. In this passionate melody that they played together, the race came to a halt. In the instant before reaching the finish line, Shinji voluntarily abandoned his motorcycle and used prepared magic to boost the Death Sky Sora. This boost became the final trump card that determined the victory. The winner is Assassin! Shinji shouted. No, it's the Assassin team. Skachik removed her helmet and smiled beautifully at her master. Her victory was achieved through the combined efforts of her and Shinji. P.S. Ryder's chariot doesn't need to release its true name. He was simply swept up in the excitement and called out with as much momentum as possible. It's just his Chunibya acting up. Equals. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 100, The Banquet of Kings. 1,355 words. Friends who have watched car races know that when a race car crosses the finish line, it is inevitable to do so at full speed. After crossing the finish line, the car needs to continue gliding on the track, gradually decelerating before coming to a stop. The finish line was at Einsburn Forest, but the actual stopping point was in front of the castle gates. Einsburn Forest was covered by a large-scale barrier, and it was only natural that the group's blatant intrusion would trigger the barrier's warning and defense mechanisms. Feeling the suppression of the barrier, Ryder and Archer, in the process of decelerating, both did the same thing. They destroyed the barrier. Specifically speaking, they destroyed the forest. Although the core of the barrier was inside the castle, having just one core was not enough for such a large-scale barrier. It also required multiple stabilizing points that extracted and converted mana from the ley lines and dispersed it outward. And these points were set in a lush and endless forest outside the castle. Destroying the forest meant destroying the stabilizing points of the barrier, which was equivalent to destroying the barrier itself. Irisveal, who was connected to the barrier, was inevitably affected. The intruder's alarm and the magical disturbances caused by the destruction of the barrier disrupted her magic circuits, almost causing her to faint on the spot. She didn't need to say much, Saber already knew what had happened. The intruders didn't conceal their presence and charged directly from the front. Although Saber didn't know the exact number of intruders, the thunder outside and their audacious approach indicated that Ryder was among them. Considering the mobility of a chariot, there was no time to retreat at this point. They could only confront them head-on. Making this judgment, Saber and Irisveal arrived together at the terrace outside the entrance hall, where they should encounter the enemy who was attacking head-on. However, when the two of them, illuminated by the moonlight pouring in through the skylight, saw the invaders standing tall in the hall, they were left speechless. Archer, Ryder, and Assassin as a combination were already strange enough, but what was even stranger was their attire. 3 individuals, 3 different styles, and not a single one of them had a warrior-like appearance. "Are you here for a picnic?" Irisveal couldn't help but think so, although it was a bit rude. And the following scene proved that her thoughts were not wrong. "Yo, Saber, I heard you got yourself a castle, so I came to take a look. How did it end up like this?" Ryder grinned unapologetically, revealing his white teeth, and smirked while twisting his neck as if fatigued, making cracking sounds. There were so many trees in the courtyard that it was inconvenient to move around. "I almost got lost before reaching the castle gates. I've helped you by chopping down some of the trees. You should thank me for that." "Ryder, you guys." Saber, with a serious expression, wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. "Hey, Ryder, look at Saber's expression. You haven't told her what you're planning to do, have you?" Archer got off his chariot and, to Shinji's astonishment, stored the golden Babylon motorcycle in the king's treasury. "Yes, you read that right." He stored the motorcycle, and Skachik didn't have such a noble phantasm, so she had to park the chariot in a corner of the entrance hall. "Yeah, I'm about to tell her now. But before that, King of Knights, how about not wearing that rigid armor and changing into the attire of this era, just like us?" Ryder said while patting the large Grand Strategy logo on his chest as if showing off. "Even though Saber's armor is rigid, it's still better than your cheap t-shirt and jeans." Shinji's expression betrayed his inner thoughts, and the same could be said for Waver and Irisveal. The former's face said, "I want to go home quickly." The latter's face said, "What exactly do you want to do?" Saber asked this question on her behalf. "Don't you understand even after seeing it?" Ryder said, lifting a barrel of alcohol from the chariot's compartment. "All right, stop standing there dumbfounded and lead the way. Don't you have a courtyard suitable for hosting a banquet here? It's no fun drinking inside this rundown castle." Saber sighed helplessly, her anger that had been building up in her chest vanished into thin air. Faced with opponents who showed no hostility, she couldn't maintain her fighting spirit. Irisveal felt the same way. Although she was angered by the destruction of their barrier, seeing the opponents' carefree smiles, she couldn't bring herself to hate them. "Saber, what should we do? They seem to be here just to drink." "No, this is a challenge." Although Saber had put away her combativeness, her expression remained serious. "A challenge?" "Yes. Those standing here tonight are kings in their own right. Deciding victory or defeat at the dining table is equivalent to a non-lethal battle." Perhaps hearing Saber's whisper, the Conqueror King nodded with a smile. "Heck, you understand it well. Since we can't fight with swords, let's settle it with alcohol. King of Knights, I won't go easy on you tonight, so be prepared." Previously, Ryder had said that he wouldn't fight Saber until she had settled things with Lancer. It was a pact exchanged by the heroic spirits, staking their dignity. He wouldn't go back on it, so he chose to fight Saber in this way. "Interesting, I accept." Saber resolutely accepted the challenge, her face exuding the same determined aura as when she stepped onto the battlefield. With the situation having evolved to this point, Irisveal finally understood that this was not a joke, but the beginning of a true contest. The chosen venue for the banquet was the castle courtyard garden. The scars from the battle the night before did not extend to this place, so it wasn't embarrassing to entertain guests here. However, Archer was still dissatisfied with it. Choosing such a cramped place for the banquet of kings, these mongrels have such poor taste. Archer didn't specifically mention who the mongrels referred to. It could be Ryder, the organizer of the banquet, or Saber, the one providing the venue, or perhaps both of them. "Don't say that, Archer." Before Ryder and Saber could speak, Shinji spoke first. "This is already the best place in Fuyuki City in terms of environment. There was a luxurious hotel that might have suited your taste, but it was blown up a couple of days ago." "Shut up, Magus." Archer arrogantly looked at Shinji with his ruby-like crimson eyes. If you want to speak to me, at least remove your disguise. It's the greatest disrespect to hide your true self in front of a king. Shinji knew Archer's personality and his discerning eye, which was on the same level as Skachik. He wasn't angry and just humbly bowed. I apologize to the three of you. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, I cannot reveal my true identity. Please understand. It wasn't difficult to get along with Archer, as long as you didn't confront him and went along with his wishes, making him feel pleased. He wouldn't hold it against you. Your attitude seems sincere enough. I won't pursue your disrespect this time. As expected, Archer snorted and no longer paid attention to Shinji, nor did he mention his dissatisfaction with the venue. Saber and Ryder also displayed the magnanimity of kings, brushing it off with a smile. Ryder casually opened the barrel with his knuckles protruding from his fist, and the rich aroma of red wine immediately filled the air in the courtyard at night. The banquet of kings had begun. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 101, Chapter 101. 2,489 words. Generally speaking, red wines that are fermented and stored in oak barrels have good quality. There are also many considerations when it comes to drinking this type of wine. Shinji, who has not systematically studied this knowledge, is not clear about the specifics, but he knows for sure that it is not like Ryder, who uses his fist to pry open the barrel and uses a bamboo wine ladle to serve the wine. While serving the wine, Ryder boasts to others. Although the shape is a bit strange, this is a traditional wine vessel in this country. Skachik looked at Ryder's cheerful and somewhat funny expression, sighed lightly, and corrected Ryder's mistake. That is indeed a traditional Eastern wine vessel called a sakazuki or sakazuki haku, but it is not used for serving red wine, let alone as a wine glass. Is that so? Aha. Ryder laughed foolishly and rubbed the back of his head. No wonder the shopkeeper looked at me strangely. It turns out I was wrong. Hey, Saber's master, are there any cups for drinking in the castle? Bring a few. Irisveal asked Saber with her eyes, and after receiving a positive reply, she turned around and ran off. So, during this time, Saber, archer, assassin, have you heard of such a legend? The legend that the Holy Grail will only be given to the worthy one, and the consciousness that determines worthiness is this war in Fuyuki. Ryder said calmly, igniting the flames of war. Although it is rare to see him speak with such a serious tone, there is no feeling of being out of place. But if it's just about determining the candidate, there is no need for bloodshed. If there is a worthiness that all the heroic spirits recognize, then the answer will naturally appear. Are you saying that tonight's banquet is a competition of this worthiness? Is that right? Saber, dressed in a black suit, raised her eyebrow with a touch of dignity. Exactly, a true competition in the name of kingship. In other words, this is not the Holy Grail war, but the Holy Grail Q&A. Who is more worthy of being the king of the Holy Grail? Using wine to ask is the clearest way. At this moment, Irisveal returned with several wine glasses in her arms. Saber took the wine glasses, and Ryder poured wine into them using the wine ladle. Come, let's have a drink first. Ryder said and drank the wine in the cup first. His bold drinking style, which was incompatible with the wine glass and red wine, had no disharmony when it came to Ryder. It was the measure of a hero's caliber and personal charm. Although the other three servants appeared smaller in stature compared to Ryder, their drinking prowess was not inferior at all. This was a battle disguised as a banquet, and everyone attending the banquet was a king. No one would weaken their momentum. After drinking the wine in their cups, Ryder, Assassin, and Saber had unchanged expressions, while only Archer showed a disgusted expression. What kind of inferior wine is this? Do you think you can measure a hero's caliber with this? Is that so? This is one of the best goods in the local market. Ryder said this because he didn't know that in modern times, real good wine would not be found in the market, and although Fuyuki City had many foreigners living in it, it was still a small city and did not have a place to sell high-end wines. You think that way because you don't know what real wine is, you mongrel. Archer sneered, and the space beside him began to twist and distort. Waver and Irisveal witnessed this phenomenon, knowing that it was a precursor to the manifestation of countless noble phantasms. They immediately felt a chill and stood up. But tonight, Archer summoned something other than weapons by his side. It was a set of wine vessels adorned with dazzling gemstones. The heavy golden bottles contain transparent, colorless liquid. Take a good look. This is the true wine of kings. Oh, this is excellent. Ryder didn't pay any mind to Archer's unpleasant demeanor and happily poured the newly acquired wine into the 4 matching golden wine cups. Skachik naturally picked up the 2 wine cups in front of her and handed one to Saber, who also had Celtic origins. Saber seemed more cautious than the other 2 about Archer's intentions. Although she hesitated a little about the wine in the golden bottle, she still did not refuse and accepted the cup handed to her by Skachik. It's delicious. Ryder, who drank first, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed loudly. Saber's curiosity surpassed her caution. Moreover, in this place and time, they were comparing each other's character, so how could she leave the wine poured by others? As the wine touched her throat, Saber felt a strong sense of expansion in her mind. It was a top-quality wine she had never tasted before, intense and refreshing, rich and exhilarating. The overwhelmingly intense pleasure of taste overshadowed her sense of smell, and even her vision and touch dulled momentarily. This is amazing! This wine must not have been brewed by humans. Is it something from mythological times? Hearing Ryder's praise, Archer revealed a tranquil smile. Assassin, can you discern the origin of this wine? Seemingly casual, the question carried a deeper meaning. It was a clash of knowledge and insight. Archer wanted to test the wisdom of the magical realm, an extraordinary ability that placed him beyond humanity, as the legend said. Skachik put down her wine cup and responded while sitting, Ryder is right. It is indeed something from mythological times, and it is a wine that only the wine gods themselves have the privilege to drink. The wine god? Dionysus? Ryder, living in ancient Greece, immediately thought of the Greek mythological wine god Dionysus. No, Skachik shook her head, it is an even older deity than Dionysus. It is the origin of all wine gods like Dionysus and Bacchus. In the earliest times, gods didn't have names, nor were they categorized into pantheons as in human mythologies. They were natural extensions, products of concepts. Fire gods were fire gods, war gods were war gods, thunder gods were thunder gods, and wine gods were wine gods. As humanity developed, these singular concepts diversified and branched out into various pantheons, each with their gods holding similar positions. Archer's wine should be the original wine of the primordial wine god. Am I correct? Upon hearing this answer, Archer looked at Skachik with approving eyes. Correct. Your erudition deserves my praise, assassin. Whether it's fine wine or swords, in my treasury, there are only the most supreme treasures. This is the taste of a king. Are you kidding, Archer? The one who sternly rebuked was Saber, and the calm atmosphere was gradually shattered by the tense atmosphere. To judge the way of kings based on the quality of wine is absurd. You don't seem like a king, but rather a clown. Faced with Saber's anger, Archer just snorted. How unsightly. Those who don't know how to enjoy fine wine are unworthy of claiming kingship. Stop arguing, both sides' accusations are boring. Ryder, with a wry smile, interrupted Saber, who was about to retort, and Ryder continued speaking. Archer, your exquisite wine is indeed worthy of these precious wine cups. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is not a wine cup. This is a Holy Grail quiz to test who is most qualified to obtain the Holy Grail. First, let's hear what wish you have entrusted to the Holy Grail. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing further. Archer, as a king, find a way to persuade us that you are qualified to obtain the Holy Grail. You mongrel, don't push your luck. Besides, this has already deviated from the premise of competing for the Holy Grail. Seeing Ryder furrow his brow and showing a surprised expression, Archer sighed as if in resignation. To be honest, that item originally belonged to this king. All the treasures in the world come from this king's treasury. Although some things may have been lost over time, those treasures still belong to this king. So, you once possessed the Holy Grail? And you also know what the Holy Grail is? I don't know. Archer flatly denied Ryder's questioning. Don't judge by your mongrel standards. The total number of treasures this king possesses has long exceeded the scope of this king's knowledge. But as long as that item is a treasure, it means it is this king's wealth. Trying to take this king's belongings without permission, even thieves should know when to stop. This time, Saber was astonished by Archer's words. Your words are no different from Castor's ramblings. It seems more than one servant is suffering from a mental disorder. No, it's not that simple. Unlike Saber, Ryder murmured, as if echoing. At some point, he had already picked up a wine bottle and poured more wine into his cup without any concern. It seems like I've already guessed the golden shimmering true name. There's only one person who is even more arrogant than me, is Condor. Ryder's astonishing statement made Iris Veal and Waver perk up their ears, but he didn't continue and changed the topic. So, Archer, as long as we have your permission, we can obtain the Holy Grail. Ryder asked with a mischievous smile, knowingly asking. Archer glanced at him with sharp eyes. That's right, but this king has no reason to bestow treasures upon mongrels like you. Are you a miser? Foolish. I only bestow gifts upon my subjects and people. Archer replied with a mocking smile towards Ryder. So, Ryder, if you are willing to submit to me, I can reward you with 1 or 2 cups anytime. Well, that's impossible. Ryder scratched his chin, seemingly having difficulty accepting it, with a puzzled expression. But Archer, it seems like you don't care about the Holy Grail, nor did you participate in the Holy Grail War to obtain it. Of course. But this king cannot allow thieves to lay hands on this king's treasures. It's a matter of principle. Archer, are you implying something? Before Ryder could finish his words, he emptied his cup of wine and continued speaking. Is there some meaning or logic behind this? It's the law. Archer immediately responded. The laws decreed by this king, a ruler. Ryder seemed to accept his statement and let out a deep sigh. Truly a perfect king, able to uphold the principles he has set. However, I still desire the Holy Grail. My approach is simple, if I want it, I'll seize it because I am his Condor, the Conqueror King. No problem. If you break the law, this king will enforce it. There's no room for debate. Well, then we'll settle it on the battlefield. Archer maintained a dignified attitude, while Ryder showed a relieved expression as if dispelling his doubts. The two nodded in agreement on the same point of view. But Archer, let's finish this bottle of wine first. We can save the battle for later. Of course. Or were you planning to waste the fine wine this king offered? How could that be? How can I let such top-quality wine go to waste? Saber had been silently watching Archer and Ryder gradually create a communication that seemed neither hostile nor friendly. Finally, she turned to Ryder and asked. Conqueror King, since you've acknowledged that the true ownership of the Holy Grail belongs to someone else, do you still intend to seize it by force? Yes, of course. My kingship is about conquering, which means seizing and invading. Suppressing the anger burning within her, Saber continued her questioning. What is your wish for the Holy Grail that compels you to go to such lengths? Ryder seemed a bit embarrassed, chuckled lightly, took a sip of wine, and then answered. To obtain a physical body. It was an unexpected answer that no one had anticipated. As for Waver, he was so astonished that he couldn't help but exclaim, rushing to Ryder's side to question him. You. Your wish isn't to conquer the world, wow. With a customary forehead flick to silence his master, Ryder shrugged and said. Idiot. Why would I need a cup to conquer the world? Conquest is a dream entrusted to me. The wish for the Holy Grail is only the first step towards realizing that dream. Mongrel, to challenge me over such a trivial matter. Even Archer wore a surprised expression, but Ryder's expression remained serious. Even if we can materialize using magical energy, we are still servants, not belonging to this world. Are you satisfied with that? I am not satisfied. I have reincarnated in this world to become a true life. Upon hearing Ryder's words, Waver remembered that Ryder always resisted becoming a spiritual form and had a strange habit of maintaining a physical form. Indeed, even though Ryder can speak, dress, and eat like a human, fundamentally, there isn't much difference between them and a ghost. Why do you desire a physical body so much? Because that is the foundation of conquest. Clasping the enormous palm, his Condor looked at his fist and spoke softly. Stand tall, facing the heavens and the earth. That encompasses everything about the act of conquest. From there, we push forward and achieve our goals. That is the essence of my authority as the king. But now, I don't even possess a physical form. This is unacceptable, I can't even get started like this. I fear nothing, I just feel the need for a physical body. Archer silently raised the cup to his lips, unsure if he was listening to Ryder's words. However, upon closer inspection, the expression that appeared at the corner of his mouth was unlike any expression shown by this golden heroic spirit until now. If one were to describe it, it was a smile-like expression, but Archer had only ever displayed mocking expressions from the past until now. This particular expression was excessively eerie, instilling fear in anyone who saw it. Decision made, Ryder, I will personally kill you. You're still talking like that now? You better prepare yourself. Not only will I claim the Holy Grail, but I also plan to plunder your treasury. Allowing the King of Conquest to taste such fine wine, you truly have been careless. Ryder laughed heartily and turned towards Skacek, who had remained silent since earlier. It's your turn now, assassin. Equals. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Skacek's Path of Kingship. 1,300 words. Gilda Ray went mad after the death of his beloved Jean d'Arc, whom he had poured all his emotions into. He lost his sanity. He cursed the gods, studied black magecraft, and transformed into the Bluebeard. He even sacrificed children to resurrect and save his holy maiden. This madness persisted even after his death and ascension to the throne of heroes. Now, his unwavering devotion to his holy maiden has been rewarded, as she has been resurrected, although still blinded and deceived by the gods. But he will not give up, he is determined to save his holy maiden. Even in the face of opposition from the dogs of the gods, assassin, and the nuisance of Lancer, he never considered giving up. If one attempt failed, he would try again. If 2 attempts failed, he would try a 3rd time. One day, he would rescue his holy maiden, and they would live happily together. Tonight, he embarked on his rescued mission once again. The catalyst for his action was incidental surveillance. Since the last time when he was caught off guard an assassin found his workshop and violently broke in, he frequently used the clairvoyance magecraft to monitor the situation in the city, ensuring that no other servants approached him without his knowledge. At dusk, he used clairvoyance as usual and accidentally caught sight of the carefree and unabashed Ryder. Watching Ryder for a while, Caster was surprised to see Assassin and Ryder collide, and soon Archer appeared as well. The 3 servants strolled, chatted, and studied modern means of transportation like modern individuals. Although Caster couldn't comprehend the behavior of the 3, he knew that they wouldn't cause him trouble for the time being. Berserker and his master were focused on eliminating the monsters he had left in the underground sewer, so he didn't need to worry. As for the remaining Lancer, Caster had already figured out his true nature. Even if he were to cause trouble again, Caster wasn't afraid. Just to be safe, he should prepare more soldiers and attack from a different direction than the day before yesterday. Tonight, Gilda Ray would save the Holy Maiden, Jean d'Arc. If Caster had waited for another half an hour, until the 3 servants raced towards the Einspurn forest, he would have abandoned this thought. Unfortunately, there are no IFS. Me. Skacek looked up at the night sky as Ryder called her name. Her eyes were not focused on any particular spot among the stars, but rather looked toward something more distant, as if trying to see beyond the boundaries of the world, outside the realm of reality. Even her low, magnetic voice seemed ethereal. Are you asking about kingship or wishes? She asked. Kingship, wishes. Ryder's voice almost overlapped with Saber's, the former being Ryder and the latter being Saber. The different choices showcased their contrasting personalities. Skacek glanced at Ryder and then at Saber, letting out a light laugh. Let's start with Saber's question. After all, both she and I come from the Celtic lands. Before I explain kingship, there's something I need to clarify. My realm of shadows is not like any human nation, and I don't govern the living but the dead. Is that acceptable? She asked. Of course, if anything, it piques my curiosity even more. Ryder raised her glass in a toast to Skacek, and Saber, though unable to possess a physical glass, showed the same gesture. Skacek took a sip of her drink in response. My concept of kingship is simple: order and power. Order refers to the rules established by the heavens, the earth, the world, and the planets. Power serves as a guarantee for order and the definition of things beyond order. Life and death are separate, with the living not supposed to tread into the realm of the dead, and the dead unable to enter the realm of the living. That is the rule set by the world. That realm of shadows once had a name, Ternanorg, which is also the origin of the term Fairyland. One of my earliest responsibilities was to guide the souls of the fallen warriors and those who died in their journey to Ternanorg. However, as you all know, in the age when myths had not yet faded, the boundary between life and death was not so clear-cut. Incidents occurred where the living disturbed the peace of the dead and the dead disrupted the lives of the living. Archer, you must have experience going to the realm of the dead as well. Archer responded with a grunt, confirming Skachika's assumption. Ryder showed an expression of affirmation as if Skachika's information confirmed his thoughts. The only ones left puzzled were Saber, Irisveal, and Waver. Therefore, I use my power to separate the living and the dead. I capture or annihilate the dead who attempt to enter the realm of the living, and I expel or incorporate the living who step into the realm of the dead. Over time, the name Turningogs was gradually replaced by the realm of shadows, and I became the queen of the realm of shadows, ruling over the dead with my power. However, for the brave souls who enter the realm of the dead with determination, considering it a challenge, I give them a chance. After all, during that time, the fairyland still belonged to the mortal realm, and those true heroes displayed the corresponding power. That is my kingship, or rather, the title a gatekeeper suits me better. Skachik remained calm throughout, as serene as a still pond. She fully understood her duty and remained steadfast, unaffected by what others said. Such a dull and uninteresting experience, Archer, in an uncommon display of sighing, spoke with a tone that escaped mockery. Unwaveringly following their path, both you and Archer are exceptional kings. Thank you for everything you've done for Order. Ryder and Saber both gave Skachik considerable praise, and Ryder added another comment. What about your wish? Is it related to your kingship? No, it's unrelated, Skachik sighed. Ryder, fundamentally, my wish is the same as yours. You wish to live as a human in this world. As for me, I wish to die as a human. The three kings were visibly shocked by this wish. As I mentioned before, I use my power to separate life and death, sealing the realm of shadows. This process is not without difficulties. Many living beings refuse to accept this outcome, driven by emotions or other motives, and they attempt to take away the souls of the dead. Similarly, many dead refuse to accept the fact that they have died and seek to return to the realm of the living. Among them are powerful beings such as gods, divine beasts, mythical creatures, demons, vengeful spirits, and more. I confront them, battle them, and kill them. My body, soaked in the blood of my enemies, has become eternal. I am neither living nor dead, neither a god nor a human. I do not age, and I have lost the concept of death. I can no longer die, whether it be a beautiful death or an ugly death. But I still remember clearly that I was born as a human, so I yearn to die as a human. If the Holy Grail is truly all-powerful, I hope it can bring someone capable of killing me. Where is the one who can kill me? Skachik sought the answer to this question for millennia. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Saber's Wish. 2,580 words. Silence. A long silence. Archer, Ryder, and Saber, the three kings, remained motionless in their seats, not even taking a sip of their drinks. Skachik, who caused this moment of silence, silently poured herself a glass of wine and took small sips. Finally, Ryder let out a long breath, breaking the silence. To be honest, assassin, I have only lived for 33 years in my life. There are still many dreams I haven't fulfilled, and many sceneries I haven't seen. I can't fully understand your perspective. Archer, what about you? I remember you once pursued eternity. You should at least understand to some extent. A foolish question, Ryder. Archer narrowed his slender eyes. If I had obtained eternity, I wouldn't be here. As for Assassin's Wish, I won't comment on it. I'm only interested in things within this world. I have no concern or interest in things outside of it. Ryder turned his head to the side. And what about you, Saber? No, I cannot. Although my body stopped aging after pulling out the sword in the stone, I did not attain eternity. Perhaps Merlin could understand. The wise sage of Britain, the great magician Merlin. Upon hearing Saber's answer, Skachik nodded, then shook her head. He and I are similar in some ways, but there are fundamental differences. He is a hybrid of human and nightmare. Though he looks human, his mental structure and characteristics are closer to that of a nightmare. The immortality he possesses stems from this, but he may not understand or, rather, he may not be interested in this aspect. How should I describe him? He's an old rogue. Yes, an old, master. While Skachik was considering her choice of words, Shinji blurted out, almost derailing the conversation. Skachik couldn't help but glare at Shinji. Don't glare at me. Merlin is an old rogue. Shinji touched his nose and bowed to the other three kings. Apologies for any offense caused to the esteemed kings. I couldn't help myself. No worries, Ryder waved his hand grandly, exuding both magnanimity and authority. A king's word should be heard by the masses, and in turn, a king should listen to the words of the people. Assassin's master, I recall you calling yourself Kusu or Psyche. Speak your opinion. I also want to hear the modern perspective on Merlin. Please, Kusu or Psyche-kun, Saber also expressed her agreement. Thank you for your generosity. Shinji bowed once again. Adhering to surface-level etiquette could save a lot of trouble. He never insisted on irrelevant details and certainly didn't harbor any self-centered Chinibya thoughts. Using his clairvoyance and the nature of nightmares, he peeps into people's privacy all day long. Isn't that the behavior of an old rogue? Who knows, he might be using his clairvoyance to spy on us right now, secretly enjoying himself. When clairvoyance is used as a skill or talent, it manifests as a comprehensive enhancement of vision, including the field of view, dynamic visual acuity, and high-level clairvoyance can even have special effects such as future sight or the ability to read others' thoughts. Merlin, on the other hand, possesses 3 highest-level clairvoyant skills, one of which is the EX-ranked Eye of the World, which allows him to see through everything in the same era without going anywhere, also known as the Eye of the Present. According to a certain otaku who also possessed EX-ranked clairvoyance, Merlin's eyes were like browsing all the information circulating on the network called the world while sitting at home. Among the 3 EX-ranked clairvoyant skills, it was considered the most useless. Of course, this otaku did not know that Merlin was the embodiment of his spiritual idol on the network, Magi Medium White Star Marie, who was later revealed to be Merlin in disguise. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. Shinji, who said that, began to look around, searching for the gaze that seemed to come from nowhere. His strange behavior made Waver and Iris feel nervous. The former looked around like Shinji, while the latter focused her gaze on the king who had the closest relationship with Merlin. Saber. Yes, indeed, Merlin is the kind of person who would do such things. He has been punished by knights numerous times in the past for similar incidents. But don't worry, Merlin cannot leave Avalon, nor can he influence the present world. He's truly a perverted fellow. Assassin's master is right, he is indeed an old rogue. Ryder laughed heartily. If you can tolerate someone like him, Saber, you're not as boring as I thought. I'm getting more and more curious about your wish. After being led astray by Shinji, Ryder finally brought the topic back to Saber. Saber's wish was her kingship, but more importantly, it was her pride. She acknowledged that Archer, Ryder, and Assassin were formidable opponents, but their philosophies were far from her own. Archer's words were completely nonsensical. As for Ryder and Assassin, she recognized their noble spirits as warriors, but ultimately, it was driven by personal desires. Compared to them, Saber believed her wish was nobler. The King of Knights lifted her head with determination and looked directly at the 3 kings, speaking up. My wish is to save my homeland. I want to use the all-powerful Holy Grail to change the fate of Britain's destruction. Silence once again fell upon the outdoor courtyard. The reason for the silence was similar to a few minutes ago but subtly different. King of Knights, am I hearing you correctly? The first to speak was Ryder, his face showing a puzzled expression. Did you just say you want to change fate? In other words, you want to overturn history. That's right, even if this wish cannot be realized even with a miracle, if the Holy Grail is truly omnipotent, then it must. The atmosphere chilled due to Saber's resolute words. Assassin sighed, while Ryder and Archer wore disappointed expressions. Saber, let me confirm. The country called Britain was destroyed in your era, during your reign. That's right. That's why I cannot forgive myself. Saber felt anger at the reactions of the 3, and her tone of speech became impatient. So that's why I feel regret, wanting to change that outcome. Because I led to such an ending? Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. It was a boisterous, disrespectful, even vulgar laughter, coming from Archer's contorted mouth. The unbearable humiliation tinted Saber's expression with anger. Archer trampled upon the most sacred realm within her soul. Archer, what's so funny about this? Archer completely disregarded Saber's anger, laughing uncontrollably and intermittently. Self-proclaimed king. A king hailed by the people. And yet, such a person feels a regret? How can that not be laughable? What a masterpiece. Saber, you're the greatest clown. Archer laughed convulsively, unable to control himself. Ryder next to him furrowed his brows, wearing an expression of displeasure rarely seen on his face as he stared at Saber. Wait. Hold on, King of Knights. Are you trying to deny the history you created? Saber had never questioned her ideals and certainly didn't expect someone to question her like this. That's right. What's so surprising about it? What's so funny? I held up my sword for it and offered my life, and my country was destroyed as a result. So, I feel sorrow. What's wrong with that? It's not wrong to feel sorrow for the downfall of your own country, but... Before Scatchit could finish her sigh, Archer's laughter resounded once again. Hey, did you hear what she said, Ryder? This little girl who claims to be the King of Knights, she said is sacrificing for the country. Ryder remained silent for a while, ignoring Archer's incessant laughter. His troubled expression grew heavier. For Saber, Ryder's silence was as humiliating as being mocked. What's so funny about that? As a king, it's only natural to hope for eternal prosperity for the country you govern. No, you're mistaken. Ryder firmly and seriously refuted her words. It's not the king sacrificing for the country, but the country and its people sacrificing everything for the king. It should never be the other way around. What are you saying? Saber's voice became hoarse due to her uncontrollable anger. Isn't that a tyrant? Exactly. It's because we are tyrants that we can be heroes. Ryder remained calm, responding peacefully. But Saber, if there's a ruler who feels regret for the outcome of their rule, it's just a weak ruler, worse than a tyrant. Unlike Archer, who continued to mock Saber, Ryder fundamentally denied her. Saber furrowed her brows and sharply retorted. Ryder, aren't you the same? The heir was killed, and the empire you painstakingly built ended up divided into 4. Don't you feel any regret for such an outcome? If you had the chance to do it all over again, don't you think there could have been another way to save your homeland? No. Ryder immediately answered, his chest puffed out as he met the serious gaze of the King of Knights. If it was this king's decision or the way of life followed by this king's subjects that ultimately led to that outcome, then destruction was inevitable. This king will mourn it and shed tears, but will never feel regret. How can that be? Let alone overturning everything. Such foolish actions are an insult to everyone who co-created this era with this king. Saber denied Ryder's proud declaration. Only warriors would consider destruction as glory. The people don't think that way, they need salvation. Are you saying they want the salvation of the king? Ryder shrugged and laughed. I don't understand. What's the point of that? That is the duty of a king. This time, Saber spoke loudly. Righteous rule, proper order. That is what all subjects expect. Then are you a righteous slave? That's fine too. Sacrificing for ideals is befitting of a king. The young King of Knights nodded, her tone devoid of hesitation. The people abide by the laws and order established by the king. The king embodies not a fleeting illusion that disappears with the king but something more noble and eternal. Looking at Saber, who remained resolute, Ryder shook his head as if pitying her. That is not the way of a human life. Of course not. As a king, one cannot aspire to the ordinary life of common people. To become a perfect ruler, to become the person who realizes ideals. Shedding the mortal nature of the body to gain eternal youth, forsaking personal emotions to become a complete individual. The life of the girl, Artoria, ended the moment she pulled the sword of selection from the stone. Afterward, she became a legend called the Invincible, a hymn, and a phantom. She had experienced pain and distress, but her pride surpassed them all. Her unwavering belief still granted her strength, supporting her hands that wielded the sword. Conquer a king, someone like you who only cares about themselves will never understand. You, who became a tyrant to satisfy your insatiable desires. Saber shouted as if delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Ryder's eyes widened upon hearing these words. A king without desires or ambitions is worth less than a mere decoration. Ryder roared, his fierce words making his already massive figure appear twice as imposing. Saber, you talk about sacrificing for ideals. I see now, in your life, you must have been a pure and untainted saint. Surely, your image must have been lofty and inviolable. But who would hold such a treacherous path in awe and have dreams about it? Saints may be able to console the people, but they can never lead them. Only by displaying concrete desires and embracing extreme glory can one truly lead the people, lead a nation. After downing a cup of wine in one gulp, Ryder continued to correct her. The so-called king must have more desires than anyone else, laugh more madly than anyone, provoke more anger than anyone, and be both pure and impure, more real than anyone. It is precisely because of this that the subjects look up to their ruler and become fascinated by the king. In the hearts of every citizen, the spark of longing to become a king themselves ignites. What kind of justice does such governance possess? There is no justice in the king's path, therefore there is no regret. Ryder's words were too arbitrary, causing Saber to tremble with anger. What truly constitutes the happiness of the people? The gap between their fundamental principles was too vast. On one side was the prayer for stability. On the other side was the aspiration for prosperity. The king who sought to quell the turbulent times and the king who incited chaos, naturally, their ideals could never align. Ryder revealed a fearless smile and continued speaking. Oh, King of Knights, perhaps the righteousness and idealism you once upheld momentarily saved your country and subjects. That must have been a great achievement worthy of leaving your name in legends. But surely, you must also be aware of the ultimate fate of those rescued individuals. What? What are you saying? Under the twilight, the hill was dyed in blood. That scene once again flashed through Saber's mind. You always rescue your subjects, but you don't guide them. You have never shown the desires of a king. You abandon your lost subjects and pursue those petty ideals with a sacred demeanor. So, you are not a true king, just a little girl bound by the image of a king who lives not for herself, but only for others. I? She had 1,000 words to refute, but every time she opened her mouth to speak, the scenery that overlooked the hills of Camelot in the past would reappear before her eyes. The endless mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The lives that ended there were once her subjects, friends, and loved ones. Upon careful reflection, she had heard prophecies when she drew the sword from the stone. The prophecies foretold a future of destruction, and she should have been mentally prepared long ago. But even with that realization, once she witnessed that scene with her own eyes, she couldn't help but think and pray for a different possibility. A completely different possibility that could even overturn the magician's prophecy. She thought to herself if such a possibility existed. A dangerous imagination emerged as if seeping into the gaps of Saber's heart. If she didn't guard Britain as a savior, but instead ravaged it as a tyrant, the chaos of the era would only become more chaotic due to the wars. Moreover, this was not the king's path she revered. From any perspective, this could never be the choice of the young Artoria. However, if she truly acted in such a way, compared to the hills of Camelot, which side would be the true tragedy? At that moment, Saber suddenly heard the sound of something falling, pulling her consciousness back from the turmoil within her heart. When she turned around, she found Irisveal collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 104, The Might of the King. 2053 words. Irisveal. Saber, disregarding her turmoil and the debate with Ryder, rushed to the side of the proxy master. Irisveal struggled to lift her head and spoke intermittently. There are new invaders, monsters summoned by Caster. Coming from the rear, surrounding us, their numbers exceed 500. What? Caster? Both Waver and Shinji jumped up simultaneously. The former forcefully pulled Ryder's arm and exclaimed excitedly, hurry and go exterminate them. The latter looked at the back door of the castle with a bewildered expression. Is this guy crazy? Well, he is indeed crazy, but he shouldn't be this desperate. We have 4 servants here. Does this guy intend to take them on alone? The servants and masters present couldn't possibly understand. Caster was only unwilling to accept his failure from last night and was prepared to make a comeback, specifically choosing this undisturbed moment. Little did he know. There's no need to think about it. You didn't die earlier due to various disturbances, but this time you'll die. Miss Irisveal, can you confirm Caster's location? Let's kill Caster together, and I'll evenly distribute the additional command spell. It's not possible. Irisveal, who had recovered from magical feedback, activated the clairvoyance magecraft. He hasn't entered the bounded field, so I can't locate him. Even more cautious than before. Saber gritted her teeth. Skachik, the only one who never belittled Saber's kingship and desires, put down her wine glass and stood up. Saber, Archer, Ryder, you continue. I'll clean up. Master, care to join me? No problem. Shinji's expression was relaxed as if he didn't care about Caster's summoned creatures at all. He didn't care about these small fries. Within the past 2 nights, he killed over 200 monsters, not to mention having Skachik by his side now. As for the castle, he had nothing to worry about. Firstly, he trusted the pride of the 3 kings. Secondly, he left an eye here. She was currently secretly watching from the 3rd floor corridor of the castle. There's no need for that. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Ryder suddenly spoke. Just now, Saber's master also said that Caster's monsters are scattered and surrounding us. It's inefficient to defeat them one by one. It's better to wait until they gather here and wipe them out all at once. Don't make decisions on your own, Conqueror King. Archer narrowed his crimson eyes and coldly snorted. Do you want to let these rabble tarnish the banquet? Or do you want them to soil the treasures of this king? Neither. Ryder smiled and shook his head. Well, you'll see. I'll make sure they stop below the castle walls. Saber's master, is there a way for us to see the movements of the monster army? Yes. Irisveal once again entered the castle, this time to retrieve the crystal ball. The Einsburn family's bounded field was indeed of high level, and the accompanying clairvoyance magecraft allowed for long-range viewing and observation of the activities within the field from multiple perspectives. This excluded the parts that had already been destroyed by Ryder and Archer, but fortunately, there was no indication of the presence of the monsters in that area, which emitted their distinct evil aura. As Ryder watched the images in the crystal ball, he revealed a smile filled with admiration. To think that mindless monsters could form a military formation. Caster truly deserves the title of a former marshal. Don't laugh. They're approaching. Waver tugged at Ryder's sleeve and whispered. Rest assured, don't worry. Ryder's expression remained unchanged as he focused on studying the formation of the monsters. They're still 500 meters away, it's too early. Remind me when they're 50 meters away. It's 50 meters now. Remind me again when it's 20 meters. It's 20 meters now, 19 meters, Ryder. In an instant, a whirlwind roared into existence. The wind was scorching and dry as if it could burn everything in its path. This wind did not belong to the nocturnal forest or the courtyard of the castle. This wind came from a blazing desert, roaring in the ears. Waver felt the sensation of fine, stinging sand on his tongue and quickly spat a few times. The saliva mixed with sand and dust, brought by the strange wind, carried the heat of the sand that should not exist in this place. Saber, Archer, an assassin, this is the final question of this banquet, is the king aloof? Standing in the center of the swirling hot wind, Ryder asked. The crimson cape fluttered and billowed on his shoulders, and at some point, his appearance as the Conqueror King had transformed into the original attire of a servant. A smirk appeared at the corner of Archer's mouth, silently answering the question. It was a matter that didn't even need to be asked. Skachik also remained silent, her aura already speaking volumes. In the current Shadowland where no living beings remained, she, as the sole ruler and sole anomaly, how could she not be aloof? Saber didn't hesitate. Her kingship and the years she had spent as a king had given her the most genuine answer. The king naturally stands aloof. Upon hearing the answers of the 3, Ryder burst into laughter. The swirling hot wind seemed to echo his laughter, growing even more intense. No, this won't do. You truly don't understand at all. Today, I will show you what true kingly demeanor is all about. Abnormal hot winds finally began to subvert and erode reality. In this impossible phenomenon, distance and location lost their meaning and gradually transformed into the place where the dry gusts with hot sun should blow. How? How is this possible? The astonished voices came from Waver and Irisveal, who understood the meaning of magecraft. Is this a reality marble? The scorching sun burned the land. The vast field of vision extended to the horizon, which was covered by violent sandstorms, under the cloudless sky thousands of miles away. The scene that transformed from the Einsburn castle at night was an illusion that eroded reality, a limited magecraft that was on par with miracles. How is it possible to materialize the scenery of the mind when you're not even a magus? Of course not, I alone couldn't accomplish this. Standing proudly in the vast reality marble, Iskondor's face was filled with a proud smile as he denied Waver's question. This is the land where my army once galloped, imprinted deeply in the hearts of the warriors who fought alongside me. With the world's transformation, even the positions of the people involved changed. The numerous monsters that surrounded half of the castle became a collective mass driven to the wilderness on the other side. In the middle stood Ryder, while Saber, Archer, Assassin, and the 3 Magi were transferred to another side. In other words, Ryder was now facing hundreds of monsters alone. No, was Ryder truly alone now? Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the shadows that appeared around him, like mirages. There wasn't just one shadow, but 2, 4. The blurry equestrian figures increased in multiples, resembling an army, and their colors gradually became clearer. This world can be reproduced because it's engraved in the hearts of every one of us. Under the amazed gazes of the others, the cavalrymen materialized one by one around Iskondo. Though their races and equipment differed, their sturdy physiques, shining armor, and extraordinary valor displayed the might of an army. Only Waver and Shinji could truly understand the true nature of these extraordinary phenomena. These people, every single one of them is a servant. Only the masters who had completed a formal contract possessed the insight to see through and evaluate a servant's spirit origin. Only they knew Iskondo's true trump card, the true form of his ultimate noble phantasm. Look, this is the unmatched military might of the King of Conquerors. At this moment, the King of Conquerors raised his arms and, with an extremely proud tone, loudly boasted about the formation of the cavalry. Even if their bodies are destroyed, their souls are summoned by the world in the form of heroic spirits. They are the legendary warriors who pledge their loyalty to me, responding to my summons and transcending time and space. They are my eternal friends. The bond between them and me is my greatest treasure. My kingly path. My strongest noble phantasm, Ionian Hetai Roy. At the EX rank of military noble phantasms, independent servants are continuously summoned. There is the war god Antikythera, the warrior king Porus, the grand meeting of Iskondo's generals, Leonato, the governor of Pannonia Phrygia, Ptolemy, the governors of Libya and Arabia, and of course, the first close advisor, Hephaestion, whom Iskondo trusts the most. There are also the founding monarchs of future dynasties. How many heroes have gathered here, how many legends, each one of them a unique heroic spirit. They all possess illustrious reputations, all warriors who fought alongside the great Alexander the Great. A horse, the only one not ridden by anyone, approached Ryder. It was an exceptionally strong and fierce stallion, worthy of being called a beast. Though not human, its strength was not inferior to the other heroic spirits. Long time no see, my comrades. Ryder showed a childlike innocent smile and tightly embraced the giant horse's neck with both hands. It was the legendary horse Bucephalus, later revered and deified. Under the King of Conquerors, even the steeds themselves have ascended to the status of heroic spirits. Everyone was too astonished to speak. Faced with this magnificent army, even Archer, who also possesses an EX-ranked super-noble phantasm, no longer mocked. The King of Conquerors transformed the undying loyalty of his followers after their deaths into a tangible form, turning it into an extraordinary noble phantasm. Saber's entire body trembled, not out of fear of Ryder's noble phantasm's power, but because the noble phantasm itself shook the very foundation of her honor as the King of Knights. An unwavering and immensely powerful support. An emotional bond with his subjects that runs deep, even reaching the realm of noble phantasms. As an ideal king, the one thing the King of Knights couldn't obtain throughout his life. King must live more vividly than anyone else, admired by everyone. Ryder mounted Bucephalus and shouted. The heroic spirits, neatly lined up, echoed his words, raising their shields and cheering in unison. To embody the wishes of all the brave souls and become their exemplar is what makes a king. So, filled with overwhelming confidence and honor, the King of Conquerors looked down on everything around him. A king is not aloof, for his wish is the wish of all his subjects. Indeed. 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 The resounding cry of the heroic spirits shook the earth and reached the heavens. No matter how formidable the army or how fortified the walls, they could not surpass the King of Conquerors' comrades. Their passionate battles were capable of splitting the heavens and breaking the seas. Not to mention a mere group of monsters that do not belong to this world. Very well, let's begin. Monsters, trample them. Ryder's command echoed throughout the surroundings, ruthless and decisive. And then? The deafening sound of the charge resounded. This was no longer a battle, it didn't even feel like a rampage. It was pure devastation. Wherever the king's forces passed, the monsters summoned by Castor were wiped out, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust mixed with the smell of blood, carried by the hot wind. Ooh! Victorious shouts filled the air. The heroic spirits, having completed their mission, offered their glorious victory to the king, praising his name. Then they returned once again to being spiritual entities, disappearing beyond the bounds of time and space. As the heroic spirits vanished, the reality marble that relied on their magical power was also lifted. The scenery transformed back into the forest of the night, the courtyard of the Einsburn castle. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, I am King Arthur. 1486 words. Under the serene moonlight, the silence remained undisturbed, unaffected by the events that had transpired. The 4 servants and 3 masters sat in their original positions, raising their cups once again. The horde of monstrous creatures outside the city had vanished without a trace. What a disappointing conclusion, muttered Ryder nonchalantly, finishing the remaining drink in his cup. Saber had nothing to say in response, while Archer sneered with a slightly displeased expression. I see. So, even though they're all a bunch of mongrels, you're proud of your ability to control so many people and consider yourself a king. Ryder, you are a nuisance, Archer scoffed. Say whatever you want. One day, I will personally settle the score with you, Ryder replied, unfazed, as he stood up and laughed. Let's finish saying what we wanted to say. Tonight ends here, he said. But Saber was still bothered by Ryder's previous words and was unwilling to let it go. Wait, Ryder, I haven't. Stop talking, Ryder interrupted Saber from continuing, in a cold and firm tone. Tonight is a gathering of kings, but Saber, I don't acknowledge you as a king. Do you still want to deceive me, Ryder? Saber's tone became impatient, but Ryder only looked at her with pity in his eyes. He didn't respond but instead unsheathed the sword, spather, and swung it into the air. The divine ball of heaven appeared with a thunderous roar, although it couldn't match the grandeur of the army of the king. The imposing sight of the chariot was enough to captivate everyone at close range. Hurry up, kid, get on. Hey, kid. Who? Ah, Waver had been wearing a distracted expression ever since witnessing the annihilation of the monsters. He was still immersed in the awe-inspiring impact brought by the king's noble phantasm. Although Ryder was his contracted servant, it was the first time he had witnessed Ryder's true power. After Waver climbed onto the swaying and ethereal steps of the chariot, Ryder glanced at Saber one last time, speaking with sincerity. Hey, little girl, it's about time you wake up from that painful dream. Otherwise, you will lose the fundamental pride of being a hero. The kind of king you speak of is a curse. No, Ignoring Saber's final retort, the thunderous chariot soared into the sky, leaving behind only the lingering sound of thunder as it disappeared into the eastern sky. For Ryder, who refused to listen to Saber's words until the end, it was only natural for her to feel humiliated. But now, what gripped Saber's heart was an inexplicable anxiety. There was no justice, no ideal, only a tyrant who wielded violence to satisfy personal desires yet forged unbreakable bonds with their subordinates. His way of survival is completely different from that of the King of Knights, and their ideals are incompatible. However, Saber couldn't simply dismiss every word Iskandar said and erase it from her heart. No matter what, she had to make Ryder take back his earlier words, otherwise, she would never be satisfied. Saber, you don't need to worry. Just follow the path you believe in. The person who interrupted and spoke was none other than Archer, who had been mocking her earlier. The unpredictable encouragement made Saber's expression even more unpleasant. Just a moment ago, you were making fun of me, and now you want to flatter me, Archer. Of course. There's nothing wrong with the way of kings you speak of. It's just too correct, too heavy for your delicate frame. Your distress, your conflicts, it makes one want to console you. After Archer finished speaking, he once again revealed that terrifying smile as he gazed at Saber. Elegant beauty combined with a crisp and profound voice. However, his expression and tone were extremely evil and licentious. As long as Archer was in her presence, Saber would not have a trace of hesitation in her heart. He was not like Ryder, there was no room for conversation between the two. I truly appreciate you taking on the role of a struggling clown, burdened with a way of kings that surpasses your capacity. Saber, try harder to please me. Maybe I'll reward you with the Holy Grail. As he spoke, the exquisite wine glass in Archer's hand shattered. Ryder has already left, and the banquet is over. Archer, either leave or draw your sword. Although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, just the pressure of the wind caused by Saber's sword swing was enough to illustrate the deadly power of her divine sword. Archer, whose wine glass had been shattered, remained unfazed. If it wasn't because of his extraordinary courage, it was because he was utterly foolish. Do you know how many countries were destroyed for this cup? Well, I won't punish you. Getting angry over a clown's loss of composure would tarnish the reputation of a king. Shut up. I will only warn you once. The next time, I will kill you. Archer seemed completely unfazed by Saber's cold threat, laughing as he stood up. King of Knights, strive your best. Perhaps in the future, you will earn even more of my favor. Leaving behind those words, Archer vanished into a spiritual form, leaving behind an empty and desolate atmosphere reminiscent of waking from a dream. Assassin, like Merlin, you bear the title of a wise one. Do you also think I am wrong? Saber turned around, staring at Skachik, who remained seated and motionless. Even in her resolute eyes, a hint of weakness rarely seen before emerged. No, as a king, you are not wrong. Skachik calmly gazed at the most renowned hero in Celtic history. The way of kings you firmly believe in, your desire to save your country, they are not wrong. But as Archer said, this burden is simply too heavy. I lost the humaner aspect without realizing it, while you willingly abandoned it. You must be suffering. This is my choice. Although it is difficult, I have no regrets. Saber may be of short stature, but she stood tall, and no burden could bend her back. Yes, that's the renowned King of Knights. So, what else is there for you to agonize over? Can every one of your subjects understand your policy? Does every person in your country support you? Haven't you heard any opposing voices? What did you do at that time? What did I do at that time? I remember now. As a king, as long as my orders are victorious in every battle, and my words and actions are just and unwavering, that is enough. So, I never require others to understand me. Even if I am distant from the crowd and alone, that is the true bearing of a king. Isn't that enough? Now it's just Ryder replacing the opposing voices. There's nothing to be concerned about, Skachik said with a smile, but Saber furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. The legend of King Arthur ultimately ended in tragedy, with friends and subordinates betraying him. The unbreakable bond between the king and subjects that Iskandar displayed was exactly what Saber yearned for. Skachik understood why Saber was wavering, but she didn't directly point it out. So, are you going to give up? Give up on your beliefs? Give up on your kingship? Of course not, Saber firmly denied. Then what do you still need to be sure of? Skachik poured herself a glass of red wine. Ryder had left, but the barrel of wine remained. Listen carefully, young girl. Beliefs are never strengthened by boasting nor shaken by silence. They exist only in your heart. If you believe in them, they exist. If you don't, they shatter. When I sealed off the land of shadows, I didn't make as grand a spectacle as Ryder did, and many people didn't take it seriously. But after I killed various invaders, no one dared to question my beliefs. So, King of Knights, as long as you believe you are right, even if Ryder doesn't acknowledge you as a king, even if Archer sees you as a clown, you should steadfastly continue. Because you are the King of Knights, the unique King Arthur, and the holy sword Excalibur in your hand is the best proof. Thank you, Queen of the Land of Shadows. I almost lost the most important thing. Saber nodded, and her eyes regained their original clarity, purity, and calm self-confidence. I am who I am, not you, not the King of Conquerors, not Archer, I am King Arthur, and I am not wrong. Equals. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, A Discussion on Kingship. 1,324 words. Sorry to interrupt, Saber, but you are indeed at fault, Shinji suddenly interjected, just as Saber was clearing her confusion with Skachika's guidance. Irisveil glared at Shinji, and even Skachik couldn't help but give her master a stern look. No one thinks you're mute just because you're silent. Saber, however, maintained her composure and asked in a deep voice, why do you say that? What did I do wrong? Shinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Saber's face with a hint of surprise, sighing softly. That's the expression a blockhead king should have. It seems the old void is a bit excessive. What? Saber couldn't understand the meaning behind his cryptic words. It's nothing, just talking to myself. Shinji waved his hand, signaling Saber not to mind. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of belittling your kingship. On the contrary, among the 4 types of kingship tonight, it is your kingship that I admire the most. And the current mainstream values dictate that rulers should abandon personal desires and act selflessly. Of course, very few people can achieve that. So, in your eyes, Archer and Ryder are the ones at fault. Not exactly. Shinji scratched his head with some frustration. King of Knights, in this world, there are very few absolute rights or wrongs. Different perspectives lead to different conclusions. What is a king? The ruler of a nation, the leader of a nation. What is kingship? It's the way of governing and leading the people. So, whether kingship is good or bad should depend on how those who are governed perceive it. Among the 4 types of kingship, assassin doesn't lead the living, so let's leave that aside for now. Of the remaining 3, Archer follows the path of egoism, placing himself at the center and considering himself superior. Ryder follows the path of domination, the path of the conqueror, using strength to overpower others. You follow the path of righteousness, setting aside personal emotions and desires, wholeheartedly serving the country, making the nation the top priority in all matters. Kingship itself is neither superior nor inferior. The so-called kingship amplifies a part of human nature, and which type of kingship one would support is based on the instinct of human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Let me put it this way, if I were a king, I would support Archer because that way I would live the most comfortable and carefree life, doing whatever I wanted. If I were a subject, I would support Ryder because that way I would have goals, ideals, aspirations, and motivation. By following such a king, maybe one day I could become a king too. If I were a commoner, I would support you. What the people desire is nothing more than stability and prosperity. If you can provide them with a good life, they will naturally support you. I am a commoner now, and I have no ambitions to stand above the masses. Without a doubt, I stand on your side. In this world, the majority are common people, so your approval rating is the highest. However, no matter the era, it is always a minority who holds the most power of speech, so Ryder's dominance also has a market. As for Archer, everyone has that impulse to act recklessly, so even though no one wants such a boss, they can't completely deny him either. Since there is no superiority or inferiority in the path of kingship, and the reign of the kings has already passed, it ultimately depends on the will of the kings themselves. Ryder didn't get angry when Archer claimed the Holy Grail belonged to him, instead, he acknowledged it and decided to take it in his way. Archer didn't get angry when you, Saber, said he had gone mad, nor did he get angry when Ryder said he would seize his treasure. He simply stated that speaking is not a crime, but once you all prepare to seize the Holy Grail, he will mercilessly punish you. In comparison, you, Saber, became angry because of Archer's words and wavered because of Ryder's belittlement and the king's military might. Archer and Ryder have both recognized the essence of kingship, but you haven't. That is your first mistake tonight, which makes you the biggest loser in this Holy Grail Q&A. Do you admit to that? I admit it, but there won't be another time, Saber replied calmly, having regained her composure. You said this is the first mistake, is there a second one? Yes, and it's a fundamental mistake, your wish is wrong. At this point, Shinji carefully studied Saber's expression and noticed slight changes, but she remained silent. It seemed that her mindset had indeed recovered and become even more resolute. I don't mean your wish is problematic in itself. It is not wrong to want to start over, to save a country that destroyed itself. Both Ryder and Archer's countries were destroyed after their deaths, so they may not understand your feelings. Of course, I don't either. I'm only speaking to you now as a fan of the king for 10 years, with a sudden burst of enthusiasm. Saber, do you remember what you just said? In your life, you have no regrets, no shame. Yes, no regrets. Everything you have done is flawless, making you the perfect king. Even if you were given a chance to start over, how would you change this outcome? Saber was at a loss for words. Indeed, she had no regrets for everything she had done. Whether it was not acknowledging Mordred, not punishing Lancelot, or even marrying Guinevere earlier, she wouldn't regret it. Even if given another chance, she would still make the same choices. At the end of this path, would it be inevitable to avoid the downfall of Britain? Before Saber could answer, Shinji spoke again. Choosing a new king? That's even more ridiculous. Can you guarantee that the newly chosen king will do better than you? It's not flattery, but from what I know, in that era, there was no one in Britain more suitable to be king than you. Whether it's Gawain, Lancelot, or even Gareth, Kay, and Percival, none of them can match your selflessness. Having someone else as king will only result in a worse outcome, and Britain can fall under the hands of invaders. However, on the other hand, the era I understand is only through legendary stories. No matter how many people know about it, it wouldn't even reach 1,000th of that era. Perhaps there are truly more exceptional individuals than you. Of course, the chances of that happening I can only say that instead of hoping for that elusive figure, it's better to hope for you to have another chance, like a sudden illness causing Mordred to die before rebelling. Furthermore, choosing that path means that the journey you've taken, the efforts you've made, and the struggles you shared with your subordinates will all be overwritten. It not only insults you, who dedicated everything to Britain, but also insults the Round Table Knights who fought alongside you. Saber, do you want to deny them? Do you want to deny those who gathered under your banner and fought for you and Britain? Saber's face turned pale. She swallowed the bitterness in her heart and finally uttered those 3 words, I refuse. She could disregard what would happen to herself, but she couldn't deny the companions she had fought alongside, those irreplaceable comrades. What should I do? Weakness and helplessness appeared on Saber's face once again. Shinji couldn't bear it in his heart, but he had to toughen up. I can't answer that for you. That answer can only be found by yourself. Note, for every 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 107, Return Home. 1,418 words. Thank you at Moodichudder for joining my Patreon. Smiley face. On the return journey, Skachik didn't drive at full speed but smoothly traveled along the national highway at a suitable pace. This speed allowed her to experience the exhilaration of riding a motorcycle without hindering normal conversation due to intense airflow. Shinji, why did you say those things to Saber in the end? You're not the kind of person who meddles in others' affairs. The wind blew Skachika's red hair as she spoke, carrying her voice into Shinji's ears. Didn't I already say it? I'm a veteran king chef meaning a fan, somewhat similar to real-life idols but also different. Having mutually explored each other's memories and lives, Shinji could freely engage in conversation with Skachik. The Fate series originated from the 5th Holy Grail War, and Saber, or Artoria, was the first female protagonist. In my past life, she had always been immensely popular. Within our otaku community, there's a saying, 100,000 moon chefs, 1 million king chefs, meaning there are 100,000 fans of Type Moon and 1 million fans of King Arthur. Some zealous fans even shout out cheesy catchphrases like wherever the edge of my king's sword points, there lies our heart's true desire, which gives you goosebumps. Are you saying you're one of those 1 million king chefs? Skachika's interest was no less than during the previous Feast of Kings. Although this eternal queen had graduated from this world and could perceive causalities, she couldn't observe parallel worlds. Thus, Shinji's words brought her a long-lost sense of novelty. Of course. Shinji nodded vigorously, displaying an expression only understood by two-dimensional otaku. I've been a veteran king chef for over 10 years. Although I'm not as fanatical as some, I can't bear to see Saber persisting in that pitiful wish. My views have some similarities with Ryder, but not in terms of the grand path of kings and heroes. We, the king chefs, simply hope that the girl named Artoria can find redemption. She has already dedicated her life to Britain and shouldn't continue doing so even after death. Oh, she hasn't died yet, but if she truly obtains the Holy Grail and makes that wish, she will never find redemption or liberation. Saber, the girl named Artoria, is a special existence in the current Holy Grail War, just like Skachik. Neither of them are heroic spirits, and their original bodies have not died. Skachik intervened in the Holy Grail summoning system in Fuyuki City with the help of the second magic, while Saber made a contract with the counter-force before her death. The Earth in the Type Moon world is called the counter-force, which is a safety device created by collective unconsciousness with the purpose of continuation. It is an invisible force that manifests as 2 types of vortexes. The counter-force is divided into 2 types, Aleia, which aims for the continuation of humanity, and Gaia, which aims for the continuation of the planet. When the main cause of possible destruction of humanity or the planet occurs, the counter-force will eliminate that cause in various ways, one of which is dispatching enforcers belonging to the counter-force. The enforcers of Aleia are called guardians and are mostly humans, while the ones on Gaia's side are referred to by an unknown name and are mostly non-human monsters. The way Aleia recruits enforcers is unique. It grants individuals who sigh in helplessness before its power a miracles and temporarily places them on the throne of heroes. The price for this is that after death, their souls are bought and they become false heroic spirits. Before her death, Artoria lamented her powerlessness, her people, and her country, thus calling upon Aleia. Aleia froze Saber's time at the Hill of Camlan, allowing her to be summoned as a heroic spirit in various eras, though she is alive. She has pursued the Holy Grail countless times. Once Artoria obtains the Holy Grail and the contract is established, time, which had been frozen, will resume flowing, and Artoria will become a guardian who continues to fight until humanity is completely extinct or until Aleia disappears. It is too tragic for her to kill herself, become a king who dedicates herself to the people, and then become a slave of the counter-force, sacrificing herself even after death. There was no need for Shinji to explain in detail. Skachik could also see Saber's uniqueness. Being a descendant of the Celts herself, she sighed and said, redemption and liberation, is she capable of attaining them? Yes, only when the Holy Grail is within reach, and she denies it with her own will, can she break free from that tragic future, Shinji affirmed, arousing Skachika's curiosity once again. Is that how the story of fate concludes? The exchange of dreams and memories was fleeting for both Shinji and Skachik. Neither of them could access all of each other's memories. Although Skachik learned some things about Type Moon, they were fragmented pieces. Yes, Shinji replied. Why would you still do this, then? Skachik asked with a meaningful tone. Hearing the probing question from Skachik, Shinji chuckled. There are two reasons. First, the previous work is just work after all. It can be used as a reference, but not as an absolute standard. Even the highest level clairvoyants can make mistakes, let alone work from a parallel world. For example, in the previous world, Type Moon strongly advocated the pairing of you and Cu Chularin, but in the memories I saw, I didn't sense any such feelings from you. Skachik held the handlebars with one hand and ran her fingers through her hair with the other, unfazed by Shinji's probing. Shinji wasn't disappointed and continued, second, the butterfly effect. By coming to this world, consciously or unconsciously, I will influence the world. From the moment I arrived, the future became uncertain. That's why I said those things to Saber. I'm afraid my arrival will affect her outcome, and I'm afraid I'll miss this opportunity for her redemption. I hope this answer satisfies you, Sensei. Your understanding and handling of memories are very accurate, so I'm not worried that you will make mistakes by relying too much on memories with unknown levels of authenticity. However, Skachika's tone suddenly changed. I'm not satisfied with your answer. Your affinity towards Saber, well, I'm not used to that term, let's say a liking. Your liking for Saber seems a bit too high. If Saber truly comes to terms with herself, do you plan to give her the Holy Grail and give her the chance to reject it and find redemption? Shinji was taken aback but quickly regained his smile. How could that be? Putting aside the agreement with Lady Justice, I wouldn't give the Holy Grail to Saber just for you, Sensei. Rarely do fans of the 2D world like only one character. Although your appearance was brief, your liking ranks higher than Saber in my heart. Not to mention that after 3 months of being together, I already see you as family. You know, ordinary people always have different levels of closeness and distance. I, being an ordinary person, feel close to you, while Saber can only be distant. Although it may be unfair to Saber to say such things, she should wait for the next opportunity to reject the Holy Grail. After all, I like you more, Sensei. You little brat. Skachik laughed and scolded. Shinji protested, come on, Sensei, other people calling me a little is one thing, but you calling me that too. I have the emotional maturity of an adult. Saber and Lancer are both little ones in my eyes. Are you older than them? That's not what I meant, Sensei. You have attained eternity, so of course, you will forever be 18. Oh? I remember there were other expressions in your memories. Something like calling someone BBA. Can you explain what that means? It doesn't mean anything. It's just that in the game, your character's card has the abbreviation BBA, which stands for Buster Buster Arts. Is that so? I have a feeling that it means. Shinji immediately interrupted, not giving Skachik a chance to continue speaking. That's how it is, it's just your illusion. Oh, so it's just an illusion tilde he 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 he. Yes, exactly, just an illusion, ha ha ha. Equals. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Summoning Chulhu. 1,303 words. Caster's patience had finally reached its limit. 2 consecutive attempts, each one more meticulous and earnest than the last, but the results were increasingly disastrous. The first time, he encountered the Holy Maiden and almost captured her, only to be thwarted by Lancer at the last moment. The second time, he assembled an unprecedentedly powerful army and successfully advanced to the castle where Saber was located. However, before they could even launch an attack, they were ruthlessly crushed by Ryder, who appeared out of nowhere with an overwhelming advantage, leaving them in ruins. What made him even more unnerved was the sight he witnessed before his army was decimated. Through the shared vision of one of the monsters, he saw Archer, Saber, an assassin sitting on the ground behind Ryder. Including the previous encounter with Lancer, there were now 5 servants standing against him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Caster, who had cautiously hidden in the deep mountains and refrained from entering the Einsburn domain, vigorously pounded the trees beside him. With the strength of a human pushed to the limits of D rank, his continuous strikes caused a decades-old or even centuries-old tree to come crashing down. Why does everyone come to obstruct me? Why? 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 Caster's hysterical roar echoed through the empty forest, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, he widened his bloodshot eyes that were twice the size of an ordinary person's, and stared fixedly at the sky, resembling a proud frog. Could it be? Is this your punishment? Oh God, is this my punishment for all the sacrilegious acts I've committed, killing thousands of children over the past 8 years? If that's the case, why not descend directly upon me? Why torment the pure, devout holy maiden? No, this isn't a punishment at all. Caster forcefully tore at his hair, causing his scalp to bleed profusely. Hypocritical, despicable God, you're just toying with humanity. What Rhinosuke said was right. You treat our wicked deeds as a farce, and me as a mere clown. Very well, since that's the case, I shall adorn your courtyard with an even more dazzling display of despair and lamentation. Amongst it all, the suffering of your lapdog shall surely be the most pleasing to you. Caster, covered in blood from head to toe, unleashed his one and only noble phantasm, the item he relied on and trusted the most. The blood-soaked offering in his hand seeped into the surface of a human skin book, quickly absorbed by the pages. An unprecedented aura of evil spread outward from the book's surface. With this even more ancient evil, I present to you my labyrinth of cursed blood. Rhinosuke, let us tear off the hypocritical mask of the gods and hold a unique and extraordinary banquet. These were the first words Caster spoke to his master, Rhinosuke Uryu, upon returning to their temporary base. Oh, let us create even greater works together. Rhinosuke's response perfectly matched Caster's rhythm. As night falls, the banquet begins. When the sun was swallowed by the horizon, a chant could be heard by the riverside in Fuyuki. It was an ancient incantation, accompanied by a hoarse and somber voice, summoning evil that did not belong to this earth, but rather originated from the depths of the universe. Arise! Nameless existence, your time has come. We, chosen by you through your incantations, your magic, your dreams, your allure, we have foreseen your arrival. We have come to serve and offer everything to our beloved master. That night of Chulhu, sleeping deep beneath the emerald waters, Azathoth. This was the only chant that Caster knew, and it was the only ritual listed in the Prelati spellbook, which required chanting. Through the multiple verses and the maximum power of the Prelati spellbook, Caster achieved the highest level of summoning magecraft that modern magus could never hope to attain. It called upon the ancient evil in the universe, the avatar of the Chulhu mythos. As the chant continued, the entire river transformed into a different realm, and the dense mist formed by the power of evil spread through the air, obscuring the moon, the stars, and the vision of the people. Under his feet, countless grotesque shadows gathered. Although they appeared similar to the monsters he had summoned, the magical fluctuations they emitted far surpassed those of the cannon fodder, and the mist covering the surface of the river was merely the aftermath of these grotesque shadows. The mist gathered on the river's surface, while the fluctuations of magic had already spread throughout the air, encompassing the entire Fuyuki city. Every magus and every servant in Fuyuki city simultaneously felt an unexpected and piercing pain. The air around them was filled with chaotic magical energy, causing disturbances in the ley lines that resonated with the surrounding air. Without the need for investigation, Shinji knew that the event he had foreseen was unfolding. Throughout the day, Fuyuki city was unusually calm. There were no battles between servants, no secret conflicts between masters, and even Caster had ceased to deploy monsters in the underground sewers. It felt as if it were the calm before a storm. From that moment, Shinji knew that Caster was about to embark on his final madness. The entire Matou family mobilized, patrolling along the sections of the Fuyuki River. Korea and Berserker went south, responsible for the upper stream of the Fuyuki section of the river. Shinji was in Mountain Zoo, deep in the mountains, responsible for the middle stream. Skachik, stationed at the Fuyuki Bridge, was responsible for the lower stream leading to the mouth of the river. At the moment Caster initiated the ritual spell, all three of them began rushing towards the source of magical energy. However, the first to arrive was neither Assassin, who was the fastest, nor Shinji, who was closest to Caster, but Saber and Irisveal. Why did Saber's group, who resided in the suburban castle, arrive so quickly? The answer is simple: they had moved. By this time, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, and Assassin had all visited Einsburn Forest, and the barrier of the forest had been mostly destroyed. The secluded and fortified defense system of the castle outside the city was no longer suitable as a stronghold. Furthermore, Saber was injured, and considering the caution of Kiritsugu Emiya, it was reasonable for them to decide to move. Even before the Holy Grail War began, Kiritsugu had made various preparations, one of which involved having Miyu Hisao secretly purchase a traditional Japanese house in Miyama Town. This house was originally owned by Fujimura Reiga, a prominent figure in the Fuyuki underworld, and it took Miyu quite some time to acquire the property through her underground connections. The old house was located in a prime location in Miyama Town, close enough to the Tosaka and Matou families that one could walk there at any time. In Kiritsugu's eyes, it was a blind spot called the darkness under the lamp. Neither the Tosaka family nor the Matou family would suspect that their enemy would nest right under their noses. It was a surprise attack waiting to happen. Indeed, this later became known as the famous Emiya residence, and it rightfully stood as the core of the Fifth Holy Grail War, giving birth to the nuclear sword saint and the in-and-out Tongzo of the four heavenly kings of the Emiya family. Of course, at the moment, it was nothing more than an old Japanese haunted house in a state of disrepair, with drafts coming from all directions. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Brawl with the Sea Monster. 2,443 words. The alleys of Miyama Town were ancient, with narrow and intricate roads. Generally, it would take at least half an hour to reach the riverside where Caster was located. However, this common knowledge did not apply to extraordinary servants. Under the effects of her A-ranked riding skill, Saber skillfully maneuvered Irisveal's Mercedes-Benz sports car, showcasing driving skills that even professional stunt drivers would find hard to match. With precise steering just a hair's breadth away from the collision, the silver car glided through the narrow corners of the alley. The exceptional speed made one question the constraints of the laws of physics. In just a few minutes, they traversed the complex maze of alleys, faster and more efficiently than Shinji's winged shoes. The Mercedes-Benz raced out of the alley and onto the riverside road, executing a graceful sharp turn before coming to a stop. Saber didn't wait for the gullwing doors to fully open before leaping out of the car and running up the riverbank. The thick fog that would obscure the vision of an ordinary person had no effect on servants or magi who enhanced their vision with magecraft. Soon, Saber spotted Caster standing at the center of the Fuyuki River, and Caster noticed Saber as well. "Welcome, Holy Maiden. It is my utmost honor to see you again," Caster greeted with his usual courtesy, igniting a blazing fury in Saber's eyes. "Fiend, have you not learned your lesson? What do you plan to do tonight?" Saber's voice was filled with anger. "I apologize, Jean. Tonight's guest of honor is not you," Caster replied. His answer was accompanied by an eerie smile, distorting his face into a madness never seen before. "However, if you would grace us with your presence, it would be the greatest delight for me. Please enjoy the death and corruption hosted by Gilles de Rais." Suddenly, a streak of silver light appeared in Saber's field of vision. This silver light pierced through the dense fog at terrifying speed, heading straight towards Caster as he spoke. It exploded into a dazzling blaze upon hitting Caster's chest, emanating intense heat and extraordinary magical power that could be felt across the river. Only then did the ear-piercing explosion sound arrive, characteristic of supersonic weaponry, with bullets fired from a rifle being the most common example. However, conventional bullets couldn't produce the effects of a thermobaric bomb. In Fuyuki City, only one set of equipment met this standard, the Divine Gunblade and the Rune Bullets. Shinji arrived a few tens of seconds later compared to Saber. Without wasting any words with the enemy, he immediately locked onto his target and fired. The Divine Gunblade was fully charged, set to sniper mode, operating at maximum power. The Rune Bullets were specially crafted magical bullets by Skachik, imbued with the primal Fehu rune, symbolizing primal, unrestrained flames. In the Age of Gods, a single runestone could turn an entire river into a sea of flames. Even in the diminished Age of Mysteries, it could release high-temperature flames that could instantly melt steel. This was Shinji's most powerful long-range attack at present. However, despite the flames and the tremendous kinetic energy from supersonic speed, it still couldn't claim Castor's life. The powerful magic enveloping Castor's body formed an invisible armor, negating most of the bullet's kinetic energy and the original flames. The sniper shot only caused superficial external injuries to Castor's chest and minor burns on his body. Seeing this result, Shinji sighed with regret as he floated in mid-air, wearing his flying shoes. Indeed, servants are not so easily killed. Sensei's words were correct. The restricted power of the original rune is still a bit weak. To kill a servant, one still relies on a servant. At the same time, the magical fluctuations emanating from Castor grew stronger and stronger. The dark waters at his feet suddenly churned, and countless monstrous creatures gathered, extending their tentacles toward the summoner's feet. Surprisingly, the tentacles gradually engulfed Castor, who stood atop them, wearing his long robe. At first glance, it seemed as though the familiar had turned against Castor and was attacking him. However, Castor, completely enveloped by the tentacles, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he emitted a sharp, almost discordant laughter, filled with excitement and satisfaction. The guests have arrived. Now, let the feast begin. The foaming surface of the water swelled, pushing up the engulfed Castor. The horde of monstrous creatures beneath his feet had multiplied exponentially. Considering the depth of the river, the mere thought of their numbers was terrifying. Now, let us raise the banner of salvation once again. Gather, those who have been abandoned, gather, those who have been oppressed. I shall lead you. I shall command you. The resentment of us, the oppressed, will soon reach the heavens. O Lord above! I shall praise you through atonement. The number of monstrous creatures gathered around the summoner continued to increase, centered around his body. The summoning of the Prelatai spellbook seemed truly endless. Thousands upon thousands of tentacles intertwined and merged, gradually forming a mass of flesh. It was a revolting, slimy flesh island, drenched in filth. But the collective entity of the monstrous creatures seemed unsatisfied, constantly expanding and growing larger. Only Castor, absorbed by the mass of flesh and invisible within it, continued to voice his words like a triumphant hymn, echoing in the surroundings. Arrogant gods! Cruel gods! We shall pull you down from your thrones. Lambs beloved by the gods! Those who possess bodies similar to gods! We shall humiliate and tear you apart. The mockery of us rebels shall open the gates to heaven with the wails of the children of gods. The filthy mass of flesh gradually took shape. No, this was the true form of the extra-dimensional monster. All the familiars that Castor had manipulated were nothing more than fragments of this entity. That is. Against the backdrop of the night, a grotesque shadow stood towering. Its terrifying and imposing form left everyone breathless. Even the rulers of the deep sea, such as the Leviathan or the giant squid, did not possess such a colossal body. This aquatic behemoth was the embodiment of nightmares, the true sea demon that ruled the realm of the other world. Although there were no people on the riverbank due to the curfew, the lights in the houses on the opposite side were turned on, and the chaotic sounds carried on the wind. Witnessing such a stunning and bizarre sight naturally caused a commotion. Fortunately, the dense fog limited the visibility of the monster to a small area. Only a few locations could see the creature, and the panic of the residents was confined to specific areas. Even so, the principle of conducting the Holy Grail war in secrecy had been completely shattered. I underestimated him. I never expected him to summon such a terrifying monster. No, even as a servant, there should be limitations on the number of familiars he can summon to serve him. But if we don't consider how they are controlled, then it goes beyond the limitations of this condition. Irisveal, who had been calm until now, couldn't hide the fear in her voice this time. If we don't consider how to control it after summoning, just summoning it. No matter how powerful the monster is, theoretically, it can be summoned. All that's needed is to expand the magical power and the ritual of the gate. Are you saying that the monster is not under Castor's control? You're right. The one who spoke was not Irisveal, but a female servant who had transitioned from the realm of illusions to reality. Assassin! The female servant, who had rushed from the Fuyuki bridge, nodded in greeting to Saber and Irisveal before waving her hand towards her master, who kept muttering danger, decreasing sanity points in the air. Only then did she continue speaking. The so-called Lovecraftian beast refers to the art of manipulating magic. But that thing is not such a simple concept. It is unquestionably true wickedness. It is something that does not belong to this world, something older than the earth, something from the depths of the universe's darkness, something known as the taboo of the ancient rulers. Although it is just a negligibly small part of its true form, it is boundlessly greedy and consumes concepts without limit. It can no longer be called magic. Anger tightened Saber's fist as she contemplated Caster's madness. So, that monster isn't here to fight anyone. Right, it's just here to be fed. A city like this would be completely devoured by it in a matter of hours. Caster no longer cared about what constitutes battle or victory. He intended to destroy the ritual known as the Holy Grail War and, in the process, erase all life from this city. Familiar thunder and lightning filled the sky, and a shining divine chariot descended onto the park square where the four were located. The hulking servant holding the reins greeted the arriving guests with a wild and arrogant smile. Well, King of Knights and Queen of the Fairyland, it's a splendid night. That's what I was going to say, but it seems it's not the time for greetings. King of Conquerors. Seeing Saber adopt a defensive posture, Ryder calmly raised his hand. Don't get excited. Let's temporarily call a truce for tonight. We can't have a proper fight with that big guy over there. I've been gathering reinforcements since earlier, and Lancer has agreed to help. He should be here soon. What about the other servants? Let's not talk about Berserker for now. As for Archer, well, even if we call, it'll be in vain. He's the kind of person who won't cooperate with others. Saber nodded, placing her hand on her chest with a serious expression. I understand. I also agree to fight side by side. King of Conquerors, although it's a temporary alliance, I pledge to treat you with sincerity. You're quite clear-headed during battle. And what about Assassin? I have no objections either. Skachik nodded decisively. I guarantee it in the name of a warrior. Do the masters have any objections? In response to Ryder's imposing inquiry, Shinji casually waved his hand. No, I have entrusted all matters of battle to Assassin. Her attitude represents my own. You found yourself a good master, Ryder exclaimed sincerely while patting Waver on the back. Hey, kid, express your stance too. Yeah, I know. A truce until we defeat Caster. Waver reluctantly poked his head out of his seat. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but he maintained a necessary level of caution towards the Einsburn camp after the unpleasant events of last night. Irisveal shared the same caution. Having never been on the battlefield themselves, they understood that taking an enemy's life and forming alliances were matters that shouldn't be influenced by personal emotions. They required calm judgment. At this stage, the most important thing was to stop Caster. As long as their vows were enough to trust each other, working together was the smartest decision. Einsburn pledges a truce. Irisveal's word signaled the establishment of an alliance, and the next step was to discuss the battle plan. Assassin, it seems like you've been pursuing Caster. Do you have a good strategy? Swift and decisive. Use a fast attack to defeat him. The manifestation of the ancient ruler currently relies on the magical energy supplied by Caster. It will be difficult to deal with once it starts hunting for its sustenance. Skachik, fully in battle mode, spoke directly and without hesitation. Saber nodded in understanding. That grimoire of his. The Prelatai spellbook, the magical energy furnace, that peculiar noble phantasm had become the heart of the sea demon alongside Caster's body. I see. So, we have to determine the outcome before it comes ashore to feed. But? Ryder frowned in disgust and gazed at the constantly writhing dark green colossal form. The most important thing, Caster, is hidden deep within the mass. What should we do about that? We have to drag him out. That's the only way. A voice replied from behind Ryder, and a figure holding dual spears appeared in the glow of the streetlights. Lancer, slightly later than the soaring chariot, had also arrived on the battlefield. The four servants opposing Caster were finally all assembled. As long as we can expose his noble phantasm, my gay Dig can destroy his spells. Although I don't think he would fall for the same trick twice. Lancer, can your thrown spear reach Caster's noble phantasm from the shore? Saber's question made Lancer smile arrogantly. Such a trivial matter requires no effort at all. Don't underestimate the heroic spirit of Lancer. Good. Then Ryder and I will take the vanguard. No need for that. We'll all go together. The light of the runes shimmered, and 2 rows of runes quickly formed as Skachik traced them with her hands. I have no problem. My chariot can travel without needing a road, but how will you attack the enemy in the river? In response to Ryder's question, Skachik displayed a confident smile. The 2 rows of runes moved like serpents in the air, one coiling around herself and the other lingering at Lancer's feet. These are water-avoiding runes. They can allow the recipients to tread on the waves for a short period. Ryder curiously raised an eyebrow. And what about Saber? I don't need such reinforcement. I am protected by the Lady of the Lake, and no matter how deep the water is, it cannot hinder my footsteps. That's truly a rare ability. I'm increasingly tempted to recruit you. In a different setting, Ryder's jest would have surely provoked Saber's reprimand, but this time she merely glared at Ryder before letting it go. Someday, I will make you pay for your insolence. But for now, the most important thing is to pull Caster out. Ha ha! You're right. Then let me lead the way. With booming laughter, Ryder urged the bull pulling the chariot and thunderously charged towards the sky, paying no attention to Waver's seemingly unprepared scream of terror. Let's go too. Skachik exchanged a glance with the two fellow servants who hailed from the same homeland as her and jumped into the river first. Saber and Lancer, unwilling to fall behind, joined the hunt against Caster, and the grand spectacle unfolded. == Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Farewell, Rhino Sukuryu, bonus. 1,663 words. Saber, although clad in heavy armor, moved even faster than Lancer in light armor and Assassin in medium armor. Her shining greaves trampled on the water, splashing silver droplets like stars. Yet, her feet did not sink into the water. The water Saber stepped on was as solid as the earth, supporting her swift movements. This was a miracle that only a king blessed by the Lady of the Lake could achieve. In contrast, despite the protection of water-repelling runes, Lancer and Assassin could feel the difference beneath their feet compared to solid ground. They couldn't walk on the waves as if they were on level ground. Therefore, although Saber was the last to enter the water, she was the first to rush towards the sea demon. The divine thunder that descended from the sky struck the sea demon's body, heralding the beginning of the battle. As Saber approached step by step, the sea demon's form grew larger and more grotesque, its hideous and ferocious appearance intimidating her, as if it could crush her. Twisted and writhing tentacles extended in all directions like countless serpents, their tips raised, ready to confront the approaching night. The strangeness and terror before her couldn't make Saber's footsteps falter even for a moment. At this moment, Saber's heart was devoid of any fear or unease. Let's settle this, Caster. With unwavering determination in her heart, Saber raised her holy sword, and the first strike of the invisible air was mercilessly unleashed upon the sea demon. The highly compressed and instantly released wind pressure severed the sea demon's tentacles, causing chunks of flesh, as thick as the embrace of two people, to peel off and twist as they fell into the river. The cross-section of the severed tentacles wriggled with countless fleshy buds, merging. Not only was the body of this sea demon several times larger than a normal one, but its regenerative abilities were also extraordinary. However, before the wound could heal, it was once again cut open by 2 magical spears, one red and one yellow. The massive magical power condensed within them rendered the sea demon's resilient body futile in the face of the red spear, and its exaggerated regenerative capabilities were powerless against the curse of the yellow spear. Lancer, Diarmuid Ua Duibna, arrived brandishing his twin spears. Having already fought against Caster once, he wouldn't give the monster a chance to exploit its advantages. Just as Lancer stabilized Saber's achievements and expanded them with the effects of his noble phantasm, Skachik leaped onto the surface of a wildly thrashing tentacle. She held a sword in one hand and wielded a spear in the other, her figure resembling a phantom as she ascended along the tentacle. This was a true bloodbath. The blades of the sword and spear sliced through the tentacle's outer layer, and foul-smelling blood gushed out. At the end of the bloodbath, at the root of the tentacle, numerous red and white compound eyes were constantly rotating, their dense and creepy appearance giving people goosebumps. Skachik let out a disgusted snort, released the spear and sword, and with hands moving too fast for the naked eye to see, she continuously threw several inconspicuous darts that shot out like lightning. With a few swings, nearly half of the repulsive eyes in front of her burst. However, this seemingly storm-like attack was only a drop in the bucket when it came to the damage inflicted on the colossal sea demon. This was destined to be a long battle unless there was a decisive move. On the embankment, Shinji withdrew his gaze from the distant scene and glanced at the mobile phone in Irisveel's pocket. He spoke up. I can't help with the servants' battle. I'll go around and see if I can take out Caster's master. If you need anything, call my mobile phone. My number is 080-424-2422. Do you remember? After Irisveel nodded, Shinji turned around and disappeared into the thickening fog. It was only natural for Shinji to want to find Rhinosuke, regardless of how powerful Caster was. He was still a servant, and his existence in the human world relied on the master as a medium. Once he lost his master, his reliance and connection would be weakened, even if he wouldn't immediately disappear. Unable to fight on the front lines, Shinji's strategy was to start from behind enemy lines. Based on his knowledge of the plot and his analysis of the characters, Shinji believed that there was a high possibility that Ryunosuke Uryu was nearby, observing the scene. Caster's previous declaration of a banquet and his self-proclaimed leadership attitude indirectly supported this point. Shinji had already obtained detailed information about Ryunosuke Uryu from Skachik in advance, so as long as he was nearby, he would be able to recognize him. Even if Ryunosuke wasn't present or wasn't recognized, Shinji wouldn't suffer any losses. It was better to do something meaningful than to just wait on the riverbank. Amazing. It's amazing. This is fantastic. Ryunosuke Uryu was so excited that he didn't care about the looks of others and shouted, trembling all over. Although there were other onlookers gathered by the riverbank, no one paid attention to his peculiar behavior now. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before their eyes, which didn't belong to reality. Gigantic monsters were rampaging on the surface of the river, and it seemed that the heroes who were supposed to be righteous allies were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the monsters. Anyone would sneer at this cliched scene, but it was an unprecedented spectacle that no one had ever witnessed. "Serves you right!" Ryunosuke cheered loudly. Everyone's mouths hung open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the reality before them. Those guys were completely powerless, only able to watch as their unquestionable common sense crumbled. "You fools, did you see it? Until yesterday, you were still living in ignorance. Aren't you resentful? Aren't you regretful? You bunch of idiots never even tried to think that there was such an interesting, bizarre world beyond the boundaries of common sense. As for me? Of course, I knew. Not only did I imagine it, but I also eagerly anticipated it, firmly believing that one day I would see something extraordinary. That's why I do things that defy logic, relentlessly pursuing novelty and excitement every day. And then, I finally found it. The mysterious treasure chest I've been searching for. Ah, indeed, the gods do exist. This grand spectacle before my eyes is the best evidence. The greatest prankster in the heavens is secretly laughing at the terrified expressions of the pitiful lambs. The god I've been pursuing has finally revealed himself, and the frightening boxes he had set up everywhere are all spewing fireworks. Farewell to boredom, no need to spend any more effort killing people. From now on, even without my intervention, people will continue to die incessantly. They will be crushed into minced meat, chopped into pulp, blasted into fragments, and devoured to their very bones. Death, death, death will be everywhere. What color are the intestines of a blonde beauty? What texture does a black person's spleen have? From now on, I'm certain I'll see many internal organs I've never seen before. Every day, every day, every day, there will be countless interesting things happening all around the world. It will continue endlessly, without limits. Ah, gods do exist, gods do exist. Ryunosuke cheered triumphantly, waving his hands and feet, fully enjoying the victory of life while supporting his ally who had transformed into a giant beast. Go, Bluebird. Destroy them. Kill them all. This place is the god's toy box. At that moment, Ryunosuke suddenly felt a dizziness, and his previously stable vision began to shake and distort. What's happening? What's happening? Did someone accidentally bump into me? Who? That familiar clothing. Is it mine? That headless person, is it also me? I? Ome wa Mao Shinderu. Ryunosuke Uryu, immersed in fanaticism and excitement, had no awareness that, compared to the flesh feast he anticipated, his death was about to arrive. The true god, the divine, the supreme being, had not yet appeared, but the death god wielding a scythe had already arrived. The prototype of the scythe that reaps souls, the hop of the serpent hunter, clad in the cloak of Hades, the true death god who made a contract with the ruler of the realm of the dead, the Shadowland. Thick mist obscured the light and hid people's shadows. The cloak of Hades erased the presence and footsteps of the death god. The crescent-shaped blade flashed, cutting through the dense fog and taking with it the head that was enthralled by the art of death, along with the right hand engraved with command spell. The uncontrollable blood sprayed high under the pressure of the heart, like a red fountain. The scattered blood dampened Ryunosuke's final expression, fixed in place. It was a blend of madness and intoxication, a pure smile, and narrowed eyes, depicting genuine joy. A few drops of blood slid from the corner of the eyes, resembling tears of blood. This was the final creation left behind by the infamous serial killer, a masterpiece that shook the world, and the only work that the death god did not find repulsive. I don't know how many seconds a person's consciousness can maintain after losing their head, nor do I know if you can understand the true essence of the art of death like in the original. But regardless of whether you can hear it or not, I want to say one thing to you: the work created at the cost of your life is the true art of death. Farewell, Ryunosu Kuryu. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, they're all good things, don't waste them. Bonus. 1,435 words. The good-natured crowd near Ryunosuke, who came out to look at the monsters, hadn't even reacted yet, and Shinji had already disappeared into the thick fog, leaving behind a decapitated body in a different place. The slow reaction of the onlookers does not mean that Caster's reaction was slow. When the source of magical energy disappeared and the master-servant contract was broken, Caster knew what had happened in an instant. From the bottom of his heart, he mourned for the only one who understood this world. Ryunosuke, my master, you left me behind. But don't worry, I, Gilles de Rais, will fulfill our agreement. With tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, Caster held his noble phantasm in his hands, and his voice, both intense and mournful, resonated through the atmosphere along with his magical energy, shaking it. Ryunosuke, watch this. It's the coolest thing I can offer you. The word cool is transliterated as ku, which is Ryunosuke's catchphrase. He would shout it whenever he got excited. Since summoning Caster, he had been praising Caster with this word every day. Over time, Caster was also influenced by him and became increasingly cool. As if hearing Caster's voice, the evil god's avatar, which had been standing still since its manifestation began, slowly moved towards the shore. It is intended to devour all the living beings in this city. This was not only to satisfy its insatiable appetite but also to replenish the magical energy needed to maintain its manifestation in the absence of a source of magical energy. It was the best gift for Ryunosuke. The faces of the 4 allied servants and the 3 masters changed. Although the movements of the sea demon were extremely slow, it was only relative to its huge and bloated body. No matter how sluggish it was, its speed was much faster than that of humans due to its enormous size. What was more troublesome was that even the superhuman strength of the servants couldn't stop the sea demon's movement. At most, they could only hinder its steps. It was simply too big, to the point where any movement caused a landslide. Just as the situation was becoming dire, for dazzling rays of light streaked across the night sky, instantly evaporating 1/3 of the sea demon, leaving the 4 servants at a loss. Looking in the direction where the meteors fell, a flying object made of gold and emerald in the shape of a fish floated in the eastern sky. The luxury and arrogance that could be felt even without seeing anyone was possessed by only one person in Fuyuki City, Archer, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. So that's the Vimana. Shinji, who was on his way back, stopped in his tracks and stared fixedly at the golden flying ship, even forgetting about the approaching sea demon. The ship Gilgamesh rode on was called the Vimana. It was a mythical vessel recorded in the 2 core epics of ancient Indian mythology, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. It was one of the treasures stored in the king's treasury and allowed Gilgamesh to soar through the sky. Shinji was so concerned about this noble phantasm, not because he had any particular intention towards the Vimana itself. He already had the feathered shoes and another noble phantasm that broke the constraints of gravity, so another flying noble phantasm held little significance for him. Although Fate Zero mentioned that the Vimana carried ancient nuclear warheads, Shinji had no use for such weapons of mass destruction. Not to mention whether they could kill servants or monsters comparable to servants. Even if they could, dealing with the aftermath would be a major problem. What Shinji was concerned about was the owner of the Vimana, Gilgamesh, and his next move. Will you act as written in the book, only making one move, or will there be unexpected actions? The meteors from the sky dealt unprecedented and severe damage to the sea demon, but Caster's laughter not only didn't diminish but became even more arrogant. How is this possible? More than one person exclaimed in astonishment. The twisted flesh swelled like a balloon, quickly covering and pushing away the damaged parts. The structure of the sea demon was probably as simple as that of a primitive creature, without bones or internal organs, and therefore had no weak points. No matter which part of its body was destroyed in any way, it wouldn't affect its movement. With its exceptional regenerative ability, it could instantly restore the damaged parts to their original state. Seeing this scene, Archer, sitting on the only throne atop the Vimana, revealed an undisguised sense of disgust. What an unsightly spectacle, I'm going back, Tokiomi. But? King of Heroes, please reconsider. Tokiomi, Archer's master, who had come out of the Tosaka family for the first time since the war began, deeply bowed his upper body, almost parallel to the surface of the Vimana. Unlike Archer, Tokiomi's heart was filled with anger and anxiety. He was the secret administrator of Fuyuki City, the upholder and protector of the creed that magic must remain mysterious. Dealing with caster who violated this creed was his duty and responsibility. That's why he had come out of the workshop and pleaded with Archer to ride the Vimana together. However, Archer was indifferent to the sea demon's rampage. Even if Tokiomi said, "That monster is destroying your backyard, please exterminate it," Archer only responded with, "That's the gardener's job," completely indifferent. In the era when Gilgamesh was alive, everyone had their responsibilities, from kings to slaves, and they were expected to act within their bounds without crossing them. Gilgamesh took pride in this, but Tokiomi didn't understand his pride. "Tokiomi, I've used for noble phantasms for your sake. Since they've touched something like that, I don't want to take it back anymore. Don't consider my leniency as something cheap." Archer snorted displeasedly. As a king, he had an obligation to respond to his subjects' requests. Tokiomi showed him the proper respect as his subject, and only then did he make an exception and use for noble phantasms. Otherwise, even if the sea demon destroyed the entire city of Fuyuki, he wouldn't even furrow his brow. "The only hero capable of defeating that monster is you, king." Tokiomi tried his best to persuade him, and at this point, he couldn't care less about the formalities of the subject. Archer raised his hand and stopped Tokiomi from speaking further, then looked down at the battlefield below, lost in thought. "You're mistaken, Tokiomi. It's not just me who can defeat this monster." "King, what do you mean?" "Ha ha, Rider has shown his trump card, Assassin has not yet, and neither has Saber. I've changed my mind. Let's just enjoy this scene from the sidelines. You all, work hard, and I will assess your worth and decide who is worthy of being bestowed with my treasures and killed by me." Archer's joyful laughter, though not loud, was more confident than Caster's maniacal laughter. Tokiomi lowered his head, silent, carefully calculating the pros and cons. Whether it was more advantageous to use the sea demon as bait to test the other servants' trump cards or to use a command spell to forcibly order Gilgamesh to defeat Caster. In the end, he chose the former. While the latter would grant him additional command spells, because of the participation of other servants, Tokiomi couldn't openly favor himself and his plan. The number of command spells he could obtain was limited. Moreover, he was bound to have a falling out with Gilgamesh before that. With Gilgamesh's arrogance, he could be directly killed. Staring at the Vimana below for a few minutes, Shinji confirmed that Gilgamesh had no intention of attacking the sea demon again. He couldn't help but reveal a smile of a successful conspiracy. "Very good, that's the way it should be." Smiling, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle? Where are you?" "You arrived just in time, Uncle. I need Berserker to do something for me. As for Archer, it's fine. It seems he won't make a move. Just in case, I'll keep an eye on him. Command Berserker go downstream and see if he can find the 4 noble phantasms Archer threw away. They are all valuable items, so don't waste them. ====== Note, for every 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 112, Searching for Noble Phantasms. 1,494 words. Shinji's goal was precisely the 4 noble phantasms that Gilgamesh had discarded. When he read the novel, he couldn't help but think, "Gilgamesh, you spendthrift, if you don't want them, I'll gladly take them." Saber's invisible airs and Rider's gorgeous wheel could only cause superficial injuries to the sea demon. But when the 4 noble phantasms were unleashed simultaneously, it annihilated 1/3 of the sea demon's power. This demonstrated the immense destructive power of these 4 noble phantasms. Whether it was similar to Gay-Bolg with its special attack against magical creatures, or city-level noble phantasms that didn't require their true names to be released to unleash their power, the ranking of these 4 noble phantasms would not be lower than C, and perhaps even reach B. If Gilgamesh was out of his mind, an A rank was not out of the question. Perhaps in the eyes of Gilgamesh, the richest man in history, these 4 noble phantasms were just for inconspicuous items among his countless collections. Discarding them meant nothing to him. But to Shinji, they were entirely new trump cards. Of course, noble phantasms cannot be obtained or given away at will. As the ace of the heroic spirits, they are treasures intimately connected to the legend and existence of the heroic spirit. In the world where Shinji exists, there are only 3 ways for unrelated individuals to obtain ownership of his noble phantasms, and each condition is quite demanding. The first method is similar to the protagonist Mash Kirilight in the game Fate Grand Order, where she becomes a container, bearing the heroic spirit and becoming a pseudo-servant. In this way, the container can obtain the heroic spirit's noble phantasms, abilities, and even experiences. However, this method carries high risks. From the moment the container establishes a connection with the Throne of Heroes, it loses its autonomy. The summoned heroic spirit can choose whether or not to possess the container according to their own will, and after possession, they can decide whether to transfer control to the original owner of the body. If control is relinquished, the human host can use the power of the heroic spirit according to their own will. Successful examples include Mash Kirilight and Elmeloy II, Waver, who respectively obtained the powers of Galahad and Zhuge Liang. If control is not relinquished, the personalities of the heroic spirit and the original person merge, creating a new personality. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the heroic spirit soul compared to that of a human, the new personality is dominated by the heroic spirit, with the original personality as a secondary influence. There are no direct cases of this, but a similar example is Ishtar, the goddess of Venus, possessing Rin Tosaka. Ishtar's personality accounts for 70%, while Rin's accounts for 30%. Rin is already considered quite strong-willed among humans, and the situation would be even worse with other people. However, when looking at all the works of Type Moon, the technology to create pseudo-servants is only mastered by Chaldea in the world of Fate Grand Order, and it is not yet mature. Other pseudo-servants are born through fortuitous circumstances, money-grabbing, and do not possess replicability. Shinji's situation falls into this category as well. It is a fortuitous connection to the Throne of Heroes, but this divine descent is not complete. Perseus himself did not descend, only Perseus' noble phantasms were summoned. The second method involves possessing special skills or noble phantasms that allow the theft of the opponent's noble phantasms, such as Lancelot's Knight of Honor, a knight does not die with empty hands, or the usurper of the Wind of Heaven of the Avenger in Fate Strange Fake. The third method involves the transfer of noble phantasms between servants, which requires fulfilling four conditions: no conflicting wills and forming a contract, no need for equivalent technical prowess when releasing the true name, the transferring party has a relevant anecdote for lending the noble phantasm, and the receiving party has a relevant anecdote for borrowing the noble phantasm. Shinji plans to combine the second and third methods. Although the ownership of the noble phantasms currently lies with Gilgamesh, once Lancelot touches these noble phantasms with Knight does not die with empty hands, the ownership will transfer to Lancelot, and then Lancelot can transfer them to Shinji. However, Shinji is not sure if the transfer will be successful. He doesn't know if the noble phantasms seized by Lancelot with Knight does not die with empty hands meet the transfer standards. In the first battle between Lancelot and Gilgamesh, when Lancelot grasped and then released the noble phantasms, they eventually returned to Gilgamesh's treasury. He doesn't know if Lancelot has the relevant anecdote for lending the noble phantasms. Despite reading many books on this topic in his past and present life, he has not found a clear and reliable record. He doesn't know if he can be the recipient of the transfer. Although he has the experience of successfully obtaining a noble phantasm, Perseus, the source of the noble phantasm, also has a relevant anecdote for borrowing noble phantasms. However, he is ultimately not a servant but a slightly special human. Even so, Shinji decides to give it a try. His reasoning is still the same: if it succeeds, he gains a lot; if it fails, there is no loss. Only a fool wouldn't try. Upon receiving Shinji's message, Korea, hiding in the shadows, glares at the Vimana in the sky and gives a command to his berserker in the spiritual state to infiltrate the riverbed and search for the abandoned noble phantasms of Archer. Korea is well aware that his berserker is strong against humans but struggles against large monsters. Joining the battle recklessly would not be effective and would only burden himself. Remaining hidden in the shadows is the best choice. Although he cannot see through Shinji's thoughts, his nephew, who is cunning despite his young age, often exceeds his expectations. Korea is willing to believe in Shinji. The spiritual state is not influenced by physical matter, and the berserker silently sneaks into the Fuyuki River, not causing any ripples. He walks along the riverbed toward the center of the river, skillfully avoiding the tentacles lurking beneath the water's surface. The sea demon's body is not just the flesh on the river's surface, there are even larger foundations beneath the unseen river surface. The sea demon, containing terrifying magical power, can also inflict harm on a servant in the spiritual state. On the extension line between Vimana and the sea demon, two beautifully crafted swords and two gleaming spears are quietly embedded in the riverbed. The tentacles that rampage everywhere seem to fear these four noble phantasms, which contain immense power. Ripples of immense size spread out in circles above Berserker's head, and the bright silver greaves tread upon the water's surface as Berserker moves forward, fearlessly charging towards the nearby sea demon. Berserker's movements come to a halt, and 2 points of red light shine through the fully enclosed helmet that covers his head, following the ripples. Ah! A voice filled with resentment and curses resonates within Berserker Saint Graf, and in that instant, the Dark Knight solidifies into a physical form. Magical energy, the same color as the armor, surges upward, carrying with it a murderous intent and frenzy. Just as the murderous intent is about to burst out of the water's surface, Korea's voice is transmitted to Berserker's ears through their contract. Retrieve the noble phantasm and return immediately. The command from the master carries a compelling force, halting Berserker's frenzy. The murderous intent gradually subsides, and the terrifying red light within the helmet dims. The Dark Knight mechanically extracts one sword after another and holds them under his arms, dragging them back to his master's location. From beginning to end, no one notices the arrival and departure of the seventh servant, just as he intended. Like his actions before, he conceals his identity, ventures out incognito, and keeps his achievements hidden. P.S. The process of Zhuge Liang possessing Waver Velvet was not explained, but Ishtar leaning forward in Rin's body was mentioned. In Chapter 7 of Fate Grand Order, the Temple of Babylon summons the guardian deity Ishtar, but at that time, humans and gods had already parted ways. Ishtar couldn't manifest in her true form, so she pulled a girl from a distant timeline with the closest wavelength to Ishtar and fused her divine essence with Ishtar, becoming the new Ishtar, Rin. P.S.2. In Fate Khalid Liner Prisma Ilia, there is a special method called Magical Girl Summoning, but that is a completely different world line from the main Fate storyline where Shinji is located, so it is not within the scope of this discussion. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 113, finally, the Unbroken Yellow Rose. 1,299 words. Thank you at Pernaz Arenas for joining my Patreon. Smiley face. The feeling of futile powerlessness erodes Saber's heart, but she remains fearless and continues to wield her sword. Lancer and Saber are in a stalemate. Whenever Saber swings her sword, Lancer follows up with a spear thrust. If he doesn't do so, the exaggerated regenerative ability of the sea monster will restore it in a matter of seconds. However, while the yellow rose can suppress the healing of wounds, it cannot suppress the proliferation of the sea monster itself. Similar to the characteristics of primitive organisms, the sea monster can self-replicate from any part of its body. If a tentacle is severed, the sea monster absorbs the cut section and then grows a new body. Everything is in vain, no, even if it's just a little bit, slowing down the sea monster's footsteps would still be meaningful. But as soon as Saber thinks about the outcome that awaits them shortly, their current actions become nothing more than futile struggles. If only more times Altak, the Wrath of Frenzy, were here, these chunks of flesh would be dispatched with just 2 sword strikes. No, sighing over something impossible is meaningless. Lancer clenches his teeth, dismissing distractions, and his dual spear swings faster and faster. But judging from the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, this kind of assault can't be sustained for much longer. However, the noble-hearted Knight of the Lance won't give up. Hey, Saber, Lancer! This will go on forever if we keep going. Let's retreat for now. Ryder's voice comes from the chariot above them, calling out. What nonsense are you talking about? If we don't stop it here. Several severed tentacle chunks fall from above, creating large splashes of water. The largest chunk has Skachik standing on it, wielding a longsword. A temporary retreat is for a better offense. I agree with Ryder's suggestion, she says. Do you have a plan, assassin? Lancer asks while using the yellow rose to pierce through the flesh chunk under Skachika's feet. It was trying to split and regenerate. I do have an idea. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. Ryder forcefully swings the reins, urging the 2 divine bulls to sprint towards the shore. Before leaving, Ryder doesn't forget to leave 2 thunderbolts to strike the sea monster. Skachik raises her left hand, and a whip slices through the air, attaching to the handle of Ryder's chariot. With the power of the divine wheels, they slide along the way. Saber and Lancer exchange a glance and give it their all for one final sword strike and 2 spear thrusts. Then, they run across the water's surface, following behind Ryder, and retreat to the riverbank, where Irisveil is waiting. Skachik lands with the divine wheels and walks straight to Irisveil's side, her eyes fixed on the artificial human. She speaks, Saber's master, we need your help. I Irisveal instinctively takes a step back, her beautiful red eyes filled with confusion. What do I need to do? It's simple. I hope you return what originally belonged to Saber back to her, Skachik interrupts. Upon hearing Skachika's words, Irisveal trembles violently, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. While Irisveal is shocked and panicked, the others are completely confused. Saber asks, "What does that mean, assassin? Does Irisveal have something to return to me?" "Yes, it's your noble phantasm, the bond between you two." Skachik points her 2 fingers at Irisveal's chest. "Your scabbard." This time it's Saber who is shocked. She looks at Skachik, then turns to Irisveal, muttering, "My scabbard." Skachik lets out a sigh. If possible, she wouldn't want to reveal this here, but to resolve the current situation, retrieving the scabbard for Saber is the best solution, at least better than the other 2 options she can think of. Irisveal. Perhaps unable to bear Saber's hopeful gaze, Irisveal grits her teeth and nods. "Your scabbard is with me. It is sealed within my body in the form of a conceptual armament." "No, it's nothing. I was just wondering how Assassin found out about it." Irisveal's husband, Emir Kiritsugu, had entrusted the scabbard to her to ensure the safety of his wife, who was acting as a proxy master. He specifically instructed Irisveal not to let Saber know. Irisveal had followed her husband's request, but deep inside her, she felt guilty about it. The scabbard originally belonged to the King of Knights, and their actions of taking it without permission felt like an unauthorized borrowing. However, only Irisveal and Kiritsugu knew about this matter. How did the others find out? "I told her." Although the news of the scabbard being unearthed in Cornwall was deliberately hidden by the Einsburn family, unfortunately, the people involved in the excavation and search were not good at keeping their mouths shut. Shinji, who had returned at an unknown time, answered instead of Skachik, using a prepared excuse. The manifestation of the King of Knights as Saber proved the authenticity of the news, and the fact that Saber's left hand was sealed by Lancer's yellow rose indicates that the scabbard has not returned to Saber's hands. Anyone who has read the legend of King Arthur knows the magical properties of the scabbard, its holder will not be harmed. The reason for doing this is simple, they didn't want Lancer to destroy his own noble phantasm as described in Fate Zero. Saber's trump card is her noble phantasm, a devastating power that can destroy the sea demon in a single strike. However, to release the true name of the noble phantasm, Saber must use both hands. Currently, Saber's left hand is cursed and sealed, preventing her from releasing the true name of her noble phantasm. There are only 2 ways to lift the curse, killing Lancer or destroying the source of the curse. Through Kiritsugu Emir's intentional revelation, Lancer learned about this situation. Being a noble and honorable knight, he broke the cursed yellow rose, which was necessary for the curse's activation, with his own hands. By doing so, he freed Saber's left hand. However, this also meant that Lancer lost the possibility of winning the Holy Grail War, indirectly leading to his tragic fate. Skachik didn't want to see her admired warrior end in such a way, so Shinji created a new scenario for her. As a price, Skachik made a promise to Shinji. The scenario begins at this moment, while the main character remains unaware and continues to look at King Arthur with a surprised gaze. The protagonist watches as King Arthur approaches Irisveal, takes her hand, and speaks with a voice that seems to permeate his entire being. "So, Irisveal, you are my scabbard." The comfortable sensation in his hand permeates Irisveal's heart, and in that moment, she forgets her husband's instructions and all other distractions. Her chest swells with an inexplicable excitement, a heartbeat that signifies not only her heartbeat but also the longing for the return of something precious. Amidst the golden radiance similar yet different from King Arthur's Excalibur, the scabbard slowly separates from Irisveal's body. The scabbard has a similar color to the holy sword, adorned with cobalt blue enamel decorations. In the center, the long-lost fairy script is engraved, the very scabbard that King Arthur had lost. The radiance representing protection reflects on the faces of Saber and Irisveal. Irisveal holds the scabbard with both hands and hands it over to Saber. "Saber, bring me victory." "Yes, I will." Saber places her left hand, which lacks strength, on the scabbard and solemnly declares her vow. == Note, for every 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Sword of Promised Victory. 1,533 words. Legend has it that after King Arthur's sword, Caliburn, shattered during the selection of the king, the great magician Merlin guided him to a sacred lake. In the lake, a fairy presented Arthur with a sword forged from gold, with gemstones embedded in the hilt. This holy sword emitted a radiance brighter than the sun and had a blade that could cut through iron like mud. It was bestowed upon King Arthur. Along with the sword, Arthur was also given a scabbard for the holy sword. Merlin once asked Arthur, "My king, which do you think is more important, the sword or the scabbard?" Without hesitation, Arthur answered that the sword was more important. However, Merlin reproaches him with a bitter smile, saying, "You are mistaken. While the sword is used to vanquish enemies, the scabbard protects you. As long as the scabbard is with you, you will not bleed or be harmed. The scabbard is what truly matters, not the sword." As Merlin had said, with the protection of the scabbard, Arthur became invincible. However, after losing the scabbard, Arthur's glorious life was shadowed, ultimately leading to the downfall of Britain. Now, this most important treasure to King Arthur has finally returned to its rightful owner. This legendary scabbard, associated with the homeland of fairies, the final resting place of King Arthur, a place countless kings have dreamed of but were unable to reach, is called Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. Saber couldn't help but speak the true name of this long-lost treasure. It was not a noble phantasm, but it possessed the ability comparable to the highest-ranked EX noble phantasms. It had the power to heal any wounds, including curses. As Saber's injured left hand made contact with the surface of the scabbard, a long-forgotten clarity instantly flowed into Saber's heart through her numbed thumb. A vast amount of magical energy flowed incessantly between Saber and the shining scabbard. The scabbard's inherent healing ability continuously permeated Saber's thumb. Mysteries become ineffective in the face of higher-level mysteries, a rule every magus knows. Although the curse of the yellow rose was powerful, it still fell before the higher levels Avalon. However, this defeat was not immediate, it was a slow and continuous process. Several minutes passed, and there were no obvious signs of Saber's wounds healing. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Kiritsugu Emir refused to return the scabbard to Saber. At this moment, the sea demon had approached the shore. If it weren't for Ryder and Lancer's timely interception, the tentacles of the sea demon would have fallen on Irisveal and Saber's heads. Assassin was not idle either. Since a while ago, she had been busy inscribing runes in the air. Judging from the unintentional fluctuations of magical power, these were likely high-level rune magic. Shinji even saw for original runes among the combinations of runes. The original URUZ symbolized creative power. It could stimulate vitality and be used to heal diseases or injuries. The original Iwa symbolizes protection. It could dispel curses. The original Habal symbolizes contemplation and tranquility. It was a slow-moving force that could bring good luck or positive stable development. The original Gifu symbolized unity and harmony. It could enhance the effectiveness of magecraft. Around these four original runes floated numerous derived runes of various sizes, forming this high-level magecraft. In the instant the magecraft was completed, Skachik looked up and said, "Ryder, drag that chunk of flesh into your reality marble. Throw it out after 1 minute, as high as you can." "No problem, right?" "No problem. Lancer, step back. We'll leave it to you after that, Assassin, Saber." Seeing the solemn nods of the two, Ryder laughed heartily, waving the reins and driving the chariot without looking back, rushing towards the sea demon. Accompanied by the roar of the conqueror, a scorching whirlwind wrapped around him. This wind dispersed the pervasive mist, defying nature and eroding reality. In the blink of an eye, Ryder's figure and the colossal body of the sea demon disappeared into the distant river. At the same time, Skachik held Saber's left hand, and rune magic began to take effect. Under the influence of Avalon, the curse of the yellow rose of mortality was no longer an impenetrable barrier. It had developed cracks. Skachik could previously alleviate Saber's pain, and now she could contribute her power to dispel the curse. The power of dispelling tore the curse from the outside, and the power of healing penetrated Saber's body, treating her wounds from within. Inspired by Skachik, Irisveal also began chanting curative magic. Even if it was just a little, she wanted to assist the knight who had always protected her. Lancer, who witnessed this scene, looked down at the magical spear his foster father had given him. He didn't regret injuring Saber, but he sincerely hoped for the restoration of Saber's left hand. The former was his accomplishment, while the latter was a prayer for the ideals of knighthood. The two were not contradictory. The noble knight raised his twin spears, silently guarding those who were working hard. It was the only thing he could do now. Saber felt the will of her allies and increased the output of her magical power. Surging magical energy created invisible ripples in the air. Kiritsugu, lurking on the upstream boat, suddenly felt a piercing pain and collapsed. With the joint efforts of the three, an unseen magical force oozed out of Saber's wounds, completely expelling the curse imposed by the sea god. Freed from the curse, the injuries on the wrist of the King of Night swiftly healed. Saber, it's up to you now. I leave it to you, Saber. The two heroic spirits smiled at Saber, and the intense emotion surging in their chests made Saber tightly grip her left hand as if she was responding to everyone's expectations and enthusiasm in this way. The silver gauntlet resounded with a clang, trembling slightly due to the boiling emotions. I swear upon this sword that I will bring victory. The King of Conquerors' reality marble unfolded, and the golden sword revealed its divine figure amidst the sweeping gales. The blade shone with golden light as if echoing the imminent victory, illuminating the darkness around. That was the supreme and unparalleled holy sword of King Arthur's legend. It felt like gazing at the dawn after enduring a long night, gently wiping away the anxiety and unease deeply entrenched in one's heart. Yes, that was the ideal of a knight. Even amid a bloody battlefield, exposed to death and despair, they still sang the praises of the nobility of humanity. It was the crystallization of everything depicted in the hearts of all those who had vanished in glory. The air above the river began to tremble as if it had long been prepared to welcome this moment. The space, corroded by the longing of the heroic spirits, returned to its normal state. First, abnormal shadows covered the night sky like mirages. Then, suddenly, they solidified, fully exposing the terrifying colossal body in the air. Only in this way could they leave no chance for the sea demon and allow Saber to annihilate it. Above the Vimana, an evil smile appeared on Archer's face, radiating with divine light. Let me see, Saber. I, as the king, will determine your radiance and worth as a heroic spirit. Ryder, who appeared in the sky simultaneously with the sea demon, didn't even have time to speak. He quickly drove the chariot away from the dangerous area. Under the pull of gravity, the sea demon fell towards the river, causing Irisveal to shout. Now, Saber! At this moment, Saber was more impassioned than ever. Bathed in the radiance of the holy sword, her blood as a king boiled, and she finally understood the true meaning of the phrase, wherever the king's sword points, our hearts follow. The time was ripe. The King of Knights gathered all her strength in her arms, gripping the hilt of the golden sword, and raised it high. The light kept gathering. Dazzling rays converged one after another, illuminating the peerless holy sword, embellishing it with the most brilliant radiance, the supreme duty it held. The intense yet serene light left everyone speechless. This heroic figure once illuminated a chaotic era darker than the night. Unyielding after 10 years, undefeated after 12 battles. The king's achievements were unparalleled, and her honor would be eternal. That radiant holy sword represented the sorrowful and sublime dreams embraced by all the fallen warriors on the battlefield, transcending the past, present, and future, a crystallization of their longing called glory. To take pride in holding this will high, to uphold this belief as their duty. At this moment, the king of promised victory called out the true name of the miracle in her hand with a loud voice. Its name was Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. == Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Check my other work, Fate, Dream Journey. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Conclusion of the Battle at Fuyuki River. 2,776 words. The light surged. The light roared. The magical energy, accelerated by the unleashed dragon factor, transformed into a torrent of light. The spiraling current shot out, engulfing the sea demon along with the darkness of the night. On the surface of the river, every molecule of the monstrous and fearsome creature was fully exposed to the scorching impact, emitting a piercing scream. Castor, within the heart of the sea demon's massive flesh fortress, remained silent, silently observing this moment of annihilation. It was as if his body and mind had been seized by that pure radiance. Oh yes, that was the radiance he had witnessed before. In the past, hadn't he, as a knight, also raced across the battlefield in pursuit of that radiance? The memories were vivid and intense, pulling Castor back to the days gone by. At the long-awaited coronation ceremony of King Charlemagne in France, a beam of light pierced through the stained glass of the cathedral. That pure white radiance, like a blessing, gently enveloped Jean and all the others present as heroes of salvation. It accompanied the joyous music of Ars Nova. Ah, yes, that was the light. He still remembers it vividly to this day. Even though he had fallen into the path of corruption and was covered in evil, the memories of that day remained unchanged, deeply imprinted in his heart. Despite the humiliation, hatred, and scorn he faced in the end, only the glory of the past still existed within him, unassailable and undeniable by anyone. Something that neither gods nor fate could take away or defile. Two clear tears streaked down his cheeks as Caster sat there, lost in confusion. What was he bewildered about? What had he missed? Just by looking back at the past and acknowledging his mistakes, wouldn't that be enough? Who am I? Before he could finish muttering those words, the pure white light carried everything away to another world. Seated atop the clouds, Archer gazed down upon all things, wearing a smile on his face as he watched the light of destruction consume everything. Do you see it? Conqueror King, that is Saber's radiance. He spoke to the empty air beside him. Ryder, who had just experienced a fierce battle, halted his chariot in mid-air and also gazed at the aurora of Excalibur, the sword of promised victory in the distance. After witnessing such radiance, are you still unwilling to acknowledge her? Upon hearing Archer's question, Ryder let out a cold snort. However, the expression on his face was not one of contempt but rather solemnity, as if he was witnessing something tragic. Only by carrying the hopes of an entire era's people can such power be unleashed. It is precisely because it is so dazzling that it brings anguish. It is because she carries the hopes of all the people of this age that she emits such radiance, though it is dazzling, it is precisely because of that it is unbearable. Willing to bear such a heavy burden, she proves that she is nothing but a dreamy little girl. Looking down at the river's surface, one could see Saber's petite figure panting after a fierce battle. After the questioning and answering last night, Ryder had come to understand the weight of the burden those fragile shoulders carried, a way of life he could not tolerate. Such a little girl, giving up on the joy of singing and dancing, giving up on love, bound by the curse called ideal, and ending up in such a state, it truly pains me. I can't bear to watch. That's what makes her lovely, isn't it? Contrary to the melancholic expression of the King of Conquerors, the smile of the golden heroic spirit was filled with wickedness, not concealing the decadent desire in his smile. An ideal that is too sublime will inevitably consume the dreamer herself until nothing is left. The tears of lamentation that will flow at that time must surely taste so sweet when licked. Archer indulged in his imagination, while Ryder cast a sharp gaze at him. It seems we truly cannot get along, King of Heroes of Babylon. Oh? You only realize that now? Hearing Ryder's address, Archer smiled slightly. Well then, what will you do? Ryder, will you unleash your anger through force right here and now? If I could, I'm sure it would be quite satisfying. But to become your enemy, this king has already exhausted himself tonight. Ryder spoke frankly, and a mocking gaze was directed at Archer. Of course, if you insist on taking action and not miss the opportunity, this king is ready to accompany you at any time. That's fine. This king allows you to escape, King of Conquerors. If I were to defeat you without you being in your best condition, this king would also feel unsatisfied. Upon hearing Archer's calm declaration, Ryder pulled the reins decisively. Until next time, King of Heroes. The showdown between the two of us will be the climax that determines the victor of the Holy Grail War. The heroic spirit Iskonda left behind a fearless smile as he drove his chariot, gradually moving away. Is that so? Only one person is worthy of dying beneath this king's noble phantasm, and that person might not necessarily be you, Ryder. The King of Heroes muttered to himself, still thinking about another heroic spirit. In terms of concern, the King of Heroes truly only cared about that person. Tonight, that rare radiance brought back distant memories for the original heroic spirits. Long ago, there was a person. That person was made of earth but yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, a foolish and laughable fellow. His arrogant ignorance naturally angered the gods in the heavens, and he perished because of divine punishment. Even now, the King of Heroes cannot forget the sight of him shedding tears and taking his last breath. The King of Heroes asked him, "Why are you crying? Do you regret standing by my side at this point?" He replied, "It's not like that. After I die, who else will understand you? Who else will walk with you? My dear friend, just the thought of you being alone from now on makes me unable to hold back my tears." And so, he watched him take his final breath, and the self-centered king finally understood. That person, who was born as a human but sought a way of existence beyond humanity, was more noble and sublime than all the treasures in the king's treasury. Oh, foolish one who reaches out for what is not meant for humans. There is only one person in all of heaven and earth who is qualified to cherish such destruction, and that is I, Gilgamesh. O dazzling and illusory one, fall into my embrace, for this is the decision of the king. Amidst the mad laughter, the Vimana tore through the night sky. By the riverside, in an inconspicuous residential building hallway, Korea convulsed, gasping for breath. At the moment when the light symbolizing victory illuminated the night sky, his servant, Berserker, fell into an unprecedented rampage. Even though Korea used all his magical power to suppress him, the Dark Knight continued to wield the 4 newly acquired noble phantasms recklessly on the empty rooftop, leaving a horrifying scar on the concrete surface. Even Korea himself was affected, with several additional wounds on his body. If that brilliant light of victory had disappeared a little later, Korea would have had to use a command spell to ensure his safety. Leaning against the railing, sitting on the ground, Korea looked at the gradually calming Berserker and sighed. Lancelot, is your obsession with her at such a level? Ah. For the first time, the Dark Knight summoned for the first time, uttered a complete word, as if he had exhausted all his strength, pouring out everything he had, with complex emotions that no one except himself could understand. I see. Korea closed his eyes, feeling the sorrowful wishes that were unintentionally transmitted through their contract. He remembered the dream that did not belong to him. A woman was crying. That woman stifled her sobs, her beautiful cheeks hollowed from grief, deep furrows of unresolved anguish etched between her brows. She blamed herself. She was ashamed of herself. As a sinner burdened with all the guilt, she forever washed her face with tears. Everyone pointed at her and said, an unfaithful wife and a traitorous queen. The ignorant masses, blinded by glorious legends, continuously oppressed and condemned her, completely unaware of the truth. They had no idea that her husband, who married her, was not even a man. Only one noble person devoted his sincere love to her. But in his memories of that woman, there were only tears of distress and sorrow. Yes, he also caused her heartache. He fell in love with her, and she fell in love with him. That was the essence of their downfall. In reality, she had already accepted this from the beginning. To save a crumbling kingdom in a chaotic world, there needed to be an ideal king, a noble and wise queen by the side of the king. This was the image of a ruler that everyone desired. If such a beautiful ideal could be achieved, sacrificing a woman's life would be insignificant. Even if the king was not male, even if it was a woman disguised as a man, a marriage of formality meant nothing. For the survival of the entire country, this sacrifice was necessary. Even so, he still wanted to save her. From the moment he first entered the royal palace, receiving the honor of an audience with the king, he vowed to burn his life for that woman and give everything for her. He sincerely hoped that she could smile and find happiness. But when he learned that his longing was what caused her the most pain, it was already too late. She also fell in love with him. She had abandoned her happiness as a woman, as love was the greatest taboo for her. But she still fell in love with him. Even if their love was not allowed by the world, as long as they were determined, the path burdened with sin should still exist. If he truly wanted to save the woman he loved, even if it meant being enemies with the whole world, he had to fulfill this love. That was a man's true expectation. However, he could not do it. Just as she was not a woman, not a human, but merely a part called queen to support the reign of a righteous ruler, he was also not a man, not a human, but a device called a knight that served the king. People called him the Knight of the Lake, a master of martial arts, fearless and loyal, with elegant and magnificent behavior. Everyone admired and praised him, considering him the embodiment of chivalry's beauty. Not only did he receive praise from the masses, but even the fairies bestowed their blessings upon him. The title of the Knight of the Lake represented honor, but also carried the burden of a curse. Serving the ideal king as a perfect knight, this was the expectation and trust that people had for him. He could only live his life in this way. Such a life did not belong to the individuals involved, it belonged to all those who believed in the code of chivalry. And the king he served was truly flawless, an impeccable heroic figure. The Knight of the Lake could never have harbored any intentions of saving the country from its path of destruction, as the one-of-a-kind king of knights held treacherous thoughts. He devoted his loyalty to his perfect liege, and they formed a noble friendship. At the same time, he knew that behind the honor of knighthood, a sorrowful woman was being trampled upon and overlooked by the world. At this point, he did not know which ideology was correct. Should he completely abandon personal desires and pursue ideals, or should he disregard principles and cherish his loved one? While he struggled and wasted time in his confusion, the worst outcome finally befell him. To overthrow the king, someone devised a plan to reveal the queen's infidelity to the world. To save the queen from her death sentence, he had no choice but to become the enemy of the king. And so, he lost everything. The betrayed knight. Because of his disloyalty and betrayal, the harmony of the Round Table was disrupted, leading to war and the downfall of the nation. People sarcastically called him by that name. Branded in the annals of history, an eternal and irreparable stain. And so, her tears remained unshed, as she blamed herself for leading a man who was once a perfect knight astray. In the end, what had he accomplished? He had only caused his beloved woman to forever mourn and weep. At least, if he were not a knight, would their love have prospered? If he were a shameless and lowly person, perhaps he could have boldly humiliated the righteous ruler and taken the queen for himself. But he was a knight, and an excessively perfect knight. The king was his rival, the one who set his beloved woman on a thorny path. But he could never harbor even a trace of resentment towards the king. Indeed, how could he condemn such a noble ruler? He was always braver than anyone, noble and righteous, the king who carved out a new world in an era of suffering. Upright and just, valuing loyalty without succumbing to emotions, a king who had never committed a single mistake. That king never blamed him. Even when he was expelled from the Round Table and they clashed in battle, it was a decision made out of necessity for the sake of fairness, not the king's intention. Although his act of betrayal was unforgivable, the king always treated him with noble friendship. How could he hate, how could he resent such a perfect sovereign? But then, what about his regrets and the woman's sorrow? This remorse accompanied him into the afterlife, plucked from the river of time, tormenting him in a place with no beginning or end. Finally, a distant voice of prayer called out to him. The voice said, "O mad beast, come forth, O relentless spirit, come forth." That voice summoned him from the end of time. That voice awakened his past desires. If he weren't a knight at all, if he were merely a lowly and savage beast, a demon fallen into bestiality, could he fulfill the everlasting wish that haunted him? Indeed, madness is the cradle of redemption. As a wild beast, he would not feel lost. Without confusion, he would not feel pain. As a creature that could freely act on its desires without the expectations or commands of others. This wish became a bridge, merging with the prayer at the end of time. At this very moment, he finds himself on an unknown battlefield. He has forgotten his name and the vows of self-restraint, only knowing to unleash his perfected killing techniques. He has no pride, feeling no shame in this, he has no soul, feeling no regret. This is the present state of the one now called Berserker. There is nothing to regret. This corruption, this liberation, is precisely what he longed for in the past. However, deep within his heart, there still lingers a profound wish, a desire to be judged by the king. Deeper within that wish lies an unattainable longing to once again fight under the king's command, to battle to protect the king. Because he is not the perfect knight, not the knight of the lake, just a man who loves her, who loves his king. Unconsciously, tears have welled up in the corners of his eyes, tears of regret, tears of self-mockery. Our love is truly alike, Lancelot. A love that yearns but cannot be fulfilled, that's why you were summoned by me. But, even so, there are things we must accomplish, right, Lancelot? We must protect the most important person in our lives. So, endure a little longer, Berserker. I will fulfill your wish. I just wonder, who will fulfill my wish? Note, for every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Check my other work, Fate, Dream Journey. Chapter 116, Captured Solar. 1,411 words. Tonight, the Fuyuki City Police Department was incredibly busy. Was it because residents reported monster sightings? Of course not. The real reason was that the police department had been viciously attacked. While the main headquarters of the police department was not directly impacted, an unknown terrorist had cut off all the department's utilities. Water, electricity, and communication were all severed, both through regular and backup channels. In addition, the deranged terrorist had also destroyed the tires of all the vehicles. No one knew how the culprit had carried out the crime. There were no witnesses, no traces left behind. The perpetrator seemed to appear out of thin air and vanish just as mysteriously. The entire organization was on high alert. All personnel, including civilians with firearms qualifications, were armed, and even those without such qualifications were required to wear protective gear. Elite forces were urgently dispatched to neighboring counties and cities, as well as to allied departments, seeking assistance. Water, electricity, and communication departments were notified to send personnel for repairs. The nerves, already strained by a series of vicious incidents, were pushed to the breaking point. And all this was happening in the middle of the night. In such circumstances, reports from the citizens of sightseeing about monsters were naturally ignored. It was as if the news had sunk into the abyss, leaving no trace. It was impossible for a major event like the one described in Fate Zero to occur, alerting the self-defense force and requesting the return of 2 F-15 fighter jets patrolling the territorial waters. Without a doubt, the culprit behind the attack on the Fuyuki City Police Department was Shinji. As for the reasons, first and foremost was the need for secrecy. After all, it would be troublesome to alert the self-defense force, and if they sent a larger-scale investigation team, it would undoubtedly affect the progress of the Holy Grail War. Moreover, those 2 F-15 fighter jets would only cause trouble and be of no use at all. In addition, there was another crucial reason: there might be a disturbance at the church tonight, and this disturbance would greatly impact the aftermath of the battle with Caster. It is worth mentioning that Shinji's original plan was not to attack the police department but to use runic bullets to destroy the 2 F-15s before they reached Fuyuki City. In both his past and present lives, Shinji had a dislike for the Japanese military. If he could destroy the 2 F-15s, it would surely be a blow to the military, and they would feel the pain. Moreover, except for the army, the other branches of the military in 1994 were practically useless. If he could collect some wreckage and sell it to the Matou family, it might help their materials industry and aviation endeavors. It would be a fitting revenge for his life in the Matou family. However, this proposal was vetoed by Skachik. The cruising speed of the F-15 is faster than a bullet, and Shinji cannot react in time. Moreover, the cruising altitude of the fighter jet is not suitable for a 7-year-old like Shinji to operate in. It seems that the task of assisting the Matou family will have to be postponed for now. Helpless, Shinji had to abandon this proposal and instead asked Justice to act as a terrorist and disrupt the police department's utilities, water, electricity, communication, and transportation. The Japanese police, well, let's not say whether they are as incompetent as they are portrayed in many movies and TV shows, but at least the Fuyuki City police are ordinary people. They don't have any mysterious powers, and their strict precautions at the police station are meaningless in front of Justice. By the time someone realizes something is wrong, Justice will have already left for the next location. Her tasks for tonight are not limited to just one. On the other side of the misty night, Sola stood on the rooftop of a building far away from the Shinjuku Center Tower, watching as the giant sea monster was gradually engulfed and disappeared by a dazzling white light. She couldn't see clearly in the center of the fog, and the distance was too far to observe the progress of the battle with the naked eye. She didn't have any familiars prepared for reconnaissance in this situation, so she could only watch from a distance with a restless heart, witnessing the chaotic fight between the giant sea monster and the fighter jets along the riverbank. In any case, the battle seemed to have come to an end, and there were no abnormalities in her command spell on her right hand. This meant that Lancer had emerged victorious and survived this battle. That's great. Standing in the open with no cover, Sola endured the raging wind blowing from above, finally feeling a sense of relief. Lancer would soon return with good news. If this victory was achieved through cooperative efforts with other servants, the other masters besides Sola would also receive additional command spells as a reward. But that didn't matter to Sola. She would be more than happy as long as her command spell, which connected her to her servant, could be replenished to 3. If it weren't for the howling wind, perhaps Sola would have noticed the magical traces behind her earlier. But she was too focused on the battlefield, to the point of neglecting her surroundings. This pampered noble girl not only lacked combat training but also did not know basic self-defense. Thin white threads quietly climbed up her feet, hands, waist, and even her snow-white neck. Just as she felt an itch on her neck and was about to reach out and touch it, these threads suddenly tightened, binding her tightly. Although the threads seemed delicate, they possessed astonishing tenacity and strength. Even if Sola were a sturdy adult, she wouldn't be able to break free from the bindings. Sola, struggling to breathe due to the constriction, wanted to use a command spell to call Lancer, but before she could speak, more threads wrapped around her, sealing her mouth. At the same time, a woman's voice sounded. "Don't speak. If you make a sound, I'll cut off your right hand." Her final trump card exposed, Sola fell into a state of immense panic. What should I do? What should I do? Should I risk losing my command spell and call Lancer, or? Realizing this, a mysterious fatigue invaded Sola's body and mind. Her legs gave out, and she fell backward, losing consciousness. However, she didn't land on the cold cement ground. The woman who had caught her, Justice, prevented her from falling. Justice carefully examined Sola's condition, nodded lightly, and prepared to use communication magecraft to contact Shinji. Suddenly, several threads wrapped around Justice's little finger snapped. The detection magecraft she had set up below had been triggered. Without time to guess the identity of the intruder, Justice picked up Sola and jumped directly from the 40th floor of the Fuyuki Center Tower. golden and pure white magical flashes alternated, and a mysterious force countered the Earth's gravity. The two women, weighing over 100 kilograms combined, descended as if they were feathers, lightly floating down. At the moment they landed, a cheetah-like figure appeared on the top floor of the tower. After careful inspection, this figure arrived at the spot where Justice and Solar had been standing. Moonlight illuminated a slightly pale face. It was Mew, who had recovered from her injuries. Mew cautiously touched the railing with her hand, quickly moving away. One part of it was noticeably warmer than the rest. The person hadn't gone far yet, there was still a chance to catch up. Thinking this, Mew hurriedly ran toward the corridor. Her body hadn't fully adapted to the artificial life form implanted by Iris Veil, and there was still some soreness in her ribs. However, it wouldn't hinder her actions. Thanks to this, Mew could continue tracking the new Master of Lancer tonight, just like before she was injured. She had planned to capture her while Lancer wasn't around, but she had arrived too late, and the Master had managed to escape. No, she had to catch her. That was the task entrusted to Mew by Kiritsugu. == Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 117, The Death of Father Risei. 2,475 words. For the supervisor of the Fourth Holy Grail War, Father Risei, tonight had been an exhausting night. Although it was his second time serving as the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, he never expected that someone would cause such a troublesome commotion. Due to the scale of the problem, not only the church but even the Mage Association was secretly involved. There was no time to argue about jurisdiction or assign blame. Working together and minimizing the impact of the event was the top priority. Regarding the strange incidents involving Castor, they temporarily covered it up in the media, disguising it as a chemical reaction in industrial wastewater that produced toxic gas. Broadcasting cars patrolling the streets were now urging residents living along the river to seek immediate medical treatment if they experienced symptoms, claiming that the gas had hallucinogenic effects. Of course, all hospitals providing nighttime treatment now had magi or executors with suggestive brainwashing techniques stationed there. This should eliminate the majority of eyewitness testimonies, but rumors and whispers that were beyond their reach could not be completely eradicated. To cover up the truth, Father Risei mobilized almost all the executors active in Western Japan, including his son, Kirei Kotomine, and even used the secular power of the church from top to bottom to pressure and prevent journalists from digging deeper into the matter. When the endless phone calls finally came to an end, Father Kirei could finally take a breath, but he immediately remembered that someone was waiting for him in the church. He sighed, got up from his chair, and continued his work as the supervisor. Sorry to keep you waiting. The work tonight was quite heavy. Father Risei's tone didn't hide his exhaustion, and a forced laughter echoed back from the dim pews. Well, there's no help for it. After all, the situation is serious. Then came the faint sound of wheels turning, and a motionless figure emerged from the darkness, a figure sitting in a wheelchair. So emaciated that he looked like a completely different person, it was Kenneth, the former prodigious magus who couldn't even walk anymore. Among those who knew of his former brilliance, how many would have imagined that he would fall to such a state? But the unwavering willpower, named obsession, still gleamed in his eyes, revealing the extremist nature of the former genius magus. Although Kenneth's physical injuries were almost incurable, he managed to establish contact with skilled puppeteers living in Japan using the connections of the Archibald household. With a substantial reward in exchange, he managed to preserve his bodily functions and temporarily gained the ability to move within the range of his wheelchair. Even the numbness in his lower body was gradually recovering consciousness, and if all went well, he would soon be able to abandon the wheelchair. Well, Father, how do you judge my expression? I'm referring to the reward for defeating Castor. Kenneth's tone contradicted the courteous smile on his face, even hinting at a sense of intimidation. Like a drug addict craving for a fix, he might be in the same state. Father Risei carefully observed the former magus, his face not hiding the expression of delusion. This was not the situation Father Risei had hoped for, but agreements were agreements. Even without mentioning the alliance formed by Risei under the table with Tokiomi, for the sake of the church's reputation, he could only act accordingly. Indeed, Lancer participated in the battle against Castor and showed great bravery. This has already been confirmed from the reports of several supervisors. In that case, do I indeed have the qualification to receive a command seal? However, Father Kirei's tone suddenly changed. Lancer's achievements were unsatisfactory. He didn't use his noble phantasm to buy time like Ryder did, he didn't heal Saber's injuries like Assassin did, and he certainly didn't exterminate the sea monster like Saber did. So, in my judgment. Please wait a moment. Kenneth interrupted Risei's words with excitement, his face twisted with obsession, surprising even the experienced Father Risei. Father Risei, if I remember correctly, your previous promise was to cooperate in defeating Caster and reward each participant with a command seal. Lancer participated in the battle and fought with all his might. Are you suggesting that you want to break your promise, Father Risei? Father Risei leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment before finally relenting. It was my negligence in not making the rules strict enough. According to the rules, Lancer's master is entitled to the reward. So, you mean? I am referring to Lancer's master. This time, it was Kenneth who was interrupted. Risei furrowed his brows, casting a doubtful glance at Kenneth. Mr. Kenneth Elmeloy, considering your current condition, can you still be regarded as a master? In an instant, a dark expression of hatred flashed in Kenneth's eyes, but it quickly returned to the reserved demeanor of a gentleman. The contract with Lancer was formed in shared responsibility between me and my fiancée, Sola. But now, isn't it solely Miss Sola who handles the supply of magical energy and the management of command seals? Risei struck a nerve, causing Kenneth's already strained smile to waver, and the last traces of kindness vanished. For strategic considerations, I have temporarily entrusted the command seals to Sola. However, I still hold the dominant authority in the contract with Lancer. If you doubt it, you can directly confirm with Lancer. And most importantly, when reporting to the church about the master's identity, it should be registered in my name. Father Risei sighed. Even if he continued to pursue this matter, it wouldn't change anything. The most troublesome thing for Risei was the unexpected situation where he had to allocate command seals to someone other than Tokiomi. Even if he didn't give additional command seals to Kenneth now, they would eventually end up in the hands of his fiancée. Getting involved in an internal struggle within the Elmeloy camp would not benefit Risei in any way. All right, I acknowledge your qualification. Come, Mr. Kenneth, please extend your hand. Drink from the cup, and your sins will be forgiven. It is the blood shed by me for the sake of all. It is the blood of the contract. With skilled movements, Risei performed a secret ritual on Kenneth's outstretched hand, transferring one of the command seals from his right wrist to Kenneth's. The process was painless, and it was completed within a few minutes. Now, continue to fight with pride as a master. Naturally. After nodding with a smile on his face, Kenneth took out a handgun hidden in his wheelchair seat and aimed it at the fallen body of Father Risei, who had collapsed without care. The dry sound of the gunshot shattered the tranquility of the sacred hall. Without even sparing a glance at the fallen priest, Kenneth ecstatically gazed at the command seal engraved on the back of his right hand once again. Now there was only one left. Compared to the other masters who had unused command seals, he was at a significant disadvantage. He couldn't simply stand by and watch Saber, Ryder, and Assassin's masters obtain new command seals. Although assassinating the supervisor will inevitably cause some controversy in this Holy Grail war, besides Kenneth, other Magi like to use small props like handguns. The first and foremost suspect will be that filthy rat under Einsburn's care. Kenneth couldn't help but smile, fully immersed in the satisfaction of regaining his master's qualification. He felt no remorse for the act that humiliated Lord Elmeloy just now. The squeaking sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away, disappearing into the silent night. Two figures, one tall and one short, silently entered the blood-scented church. The shorter one sneered with disdain. You always look down on technology, but in the end, you still have to rely on the power of technology. How ironic. The taller one approached the dying Father Risei, speaking in an emotionless tone. Stop lamenting, Shinji. Didn't you want him to do this? That's why you deliberately waited until now, right? Hurry up, if the command spells aren't transferred in time, they will lose their effectiveness and become useless marks. Here I come, Sensei. The shorter one lowered his head and ran forward. Of course, these two were Shinji and Skachik. After the battle in Fuyuki City ended, the two of them immediately came to the church without any rest. After confirming that Kenneth and Father Risei were inside, they hid outside the door and monitored the situation. Everything unfolded just as it was described in Fate Zero. No, it had to be the same. If it wasn't the same, Shinji would be troubled. Every master desired the command spells, and Shinji was no exception. It wasn't because he wanted to use them on Skachik for any purpose. Given his current condition and abilities, he didn't have that intention or capability. It was purely for the sake of increasing his trump cards. The command spells created by the great magus, Zokan Matou, after 60 years of painstaking effort, contained immense power. They could not only bind servants but also enhance their abilities and even strengthen themselves using the power contained within the command spells. With these command spells, Shinji could unleash noble phantasms without worrying about his magical energy reserves. Whether it was Skachika's noble phantasm or his own, Shinji could use them continuously when the situation demanded it. At critical moments, Shinji could even go all out with a full arsenal. The only regret was that the command spells were finite, and they couldn't be used recklessly without restraint. No, it was already good enough to have obtained this many command spells. One shouldn't be too greedy. One shouldn't be too greedy. One shouldn't be too greedy. Muttering it 3 times to stabilize himself, Shinji unbuttoned his shirt, baring his upper body. "Sensei, help me with the transplant." "All right," Skachik said as she pulled up Risei's sleeve with one hand while using her other hand to trace runes in the air, preparing to perform the separation ritual. But at that moment, Skachik frowned and stopped inscribing the runes. Seeing this, Shinji quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "His command spell is protected by powerful magecraft. I can't break through the defense in a short amount of time to remove it." The church's divine words. Upon hearing Skachika's words, Shinji immediately thought of one of the secret teachings of the church, which essentially belonged to a form of magecraft, but the Holy Church did not acknowledge it. It wasn't difficult to understand that additional command spells were protected by divine words. The supervisor possessed the power to sway the tide of the war, so it was only natural that there might be unscrupulous magi who desired that power and took protective measures. However, this normalcy became an obstacle for Shinji. Should we bring the body back and decipher it slowly? Or should we cut off the hand? Skachika's solution was direct and effective. Shinji hesitated for a few seconds and chose the latter option. Without delay, Shinji raised Risei's arm with one hand and took out the divine spear bow dagger, preparing to strike. Just before the blade fell, Shinji's gaze froze as he noticed an unusual bloodstain. It was a line of text written in blood, previously obscured by his right hand, which is why Shinji and Skachik hadn't noticed it before. "JN for 24. Shinji retracted the blade and pronounced this line of cryptic text, making an effort to recall his knowledge of the Bible from his previous life and his current incarnation. Divine words had a usage similar to modern password locks. Uttering this divine words sequence would lift the protection and allow for transplantation. Therefore, this password should be a clue pointing to the code. Risei deeply loved his child and placed all his hopes on Kirei. His final hope before his death must have been for his son to inherit his will and wishes. This password must have been intended for Kirei Kotomine to see. The common denominator between Kirei and Risei was the church. If Shinji remembered correctly, this password mentioned in the novel was related to a certain classic of the church. JN. John, there it is. The Gospel of John. Shinji's eyes lit up. "Sensei, I need the Gospel of John. It must be here." The next moment, Skachik transformed into a spiritual form and disappeared through the wall, searching in Risei's study. She quickly returned with an old hardcover book. It was the New Testament. Shinji twitched his mouth. "Ah, Master, I wanted the Gospel of John, not the Bible." Skachik simply threw the book at Shinji's face. "Idiot, the Gospel of John is a part of the New Testament." Oh. Shinji awkwardly rubbed his swollen cheeks and took the book, flipping through it quickly. 424, at the 4th page, 24th line, no, not right. The 42nd page, 4th line, still not right. If it's not page numbers, then it must be chapter numbers. The 4th chapter, the 24th verse, there it is. God is spirit, and his worshippers must worship in spirit and truth. As if in response to these words, all the command spells on Risei's cold right hand emitted a faint light. Accompanied by a sharp pain, the command spells one by one transferred to Shinji's hand, following the radiance. The divine words attached to Risei's right hand served not only as protection but also as a transfer. It was the trust entrusted by a father to his son. Father Risei believed that his son would be the first to discover his corpse, which is why he wrote down the symbols only known to the clergy in blood. The supervisor's responsibility was to safeguard the command spells and ensure that the Holy Grail war proceeded under normal circumstances. Until his death, he firmly believed that his son was a saint capable of inheriting this great responsibility. Unfortunately, this trust was destined to never be fulfilled, regardless of Shinji's interference. Shinji gazed at Risei, who had an unyielding stare, and placed the Bible by his side. These command spells are better off in my hands than in your son's because you never saw the true nature of your son until your dying breath. Rest in peace, Father Risei, may you find happiness in the presence of the Lord. After saying that, Shinji reached out and closed Risei's eyes using his right hand, which now possessed a completely new command spell. In the dim light, the crimson patterns glowed with an eerie radiance, resembling blood. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 118, Impulse. 1,366 words. After completing his work and perfecting the arrangements, Kirei took only one step into the church and immediately sensed the presence of death. There was a faint smell of blood and a lingering scent of gunpowder. Someone must have committed an unforgivable act within the sacred halls. Although he couldn't sense anyone lying in wait, Kirei cautiously moved forward, passing through the pews of the congregation. Just before he reached the altar, he noticed a figure sprawled on the ground beside it. "Father!" The weak cry escaped his lips, and as Kirei laid eyes on Father Risei, the experienced eyes of an executor had already detected the bullet hole piercing through the priest's back and the bloodstains on the ground. Kirei felt as if his mind had gone completely numb, yet he carefully examined his father's lifeless body with that feeling still lingering. Rolling up the sleeve of his right hand, which bore the command spells entrusted to him, he verified the number of seals inscribed on his wrist. "No, this can't be possible!" Kirei exclaimed once again, surprised. He knew that his father's command spells were protected by powerful divine words and were almost impossible to be stripped away without his permission. But now, all of these command spells had disappeared, and Kirei couldn't help but be astonished. After the initial shock, Kirei forced himself to calm down and continue his examination. Father Risei's right hand was intact, without any traces of magecraft or other abnormalities, indicating that the command spells had been removed through normal means. So, did Father Risei willingly give them away? The only person for whom Father Risei would willingly bestow the command spells was his teacher, Tokiomi Tosaka. But if it was Tokiomi, he wouldn't have killed Father Risei, his pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Moreover, even if he did want to kill Father Risei, he wouldn't use a gun, but rather magecraft. After 3 years of studying under Tokiomi, Kirei knew him very well and wouldn't be mistaken. What could be the explanation then? Besides Father Risei himself, were there others who knew the phrase divine words? With these doubts in mind, Kirei continued to examine his father's body. Kirei lifted his father's right hand and noticed traces of friction on the fingertips, different from the bloodstains. It was a mark left by rubbing. Before his death, Father Risei had smeared his blood on his fingertips and applied it somewhere. Having noticed this, it would be easy to find the bloodstained text with a little searching. Written on the floor in mottled penmanship was the Crimson Testament JN for 24, if one had no religious affiliation, they might consider it an incomprehensible code. But for Kirei, who inherited his father's devout faith, the meaning behind these last words couldn't be clearer. It was most likely the divine words from John for verse 24, and it was the inheritance and trust that Father Risei wanted to entrust to his son, hoping that he would inherit the position and responsibility of the supervisor. But this code had been deciphered by someone else. Lost in thought, Kirei picked up the Bible by his father's side. With this book, even someone unrelated to the church could potentially decipher this code, considering the relatively high notoriety of the Gospel of John. Had father been careless? The Bible that he always carried with him had become the tool that the culprit used to decipher the divine words. No, it might not necessarily be the work of the culprit. If the culprit hadn't left, Father Risei might not have left a code, and even if he did, it wouldn't have been such an obvious one. Perhaps after the culprit left, someone else visited the church to see Father and discovered his lifeless body. They deciphered the code and transferred the command spells. Yes, that would make sense. Caster is already dead, and the masters of Saber, Lancer, Rider, and Assassin could have visited Father to obtain additional command spells. The culprit who killed Father could be one of them, or it could be the Master of Berserker, who didn't participate in the battle. As his brain concluded, Kirei's mind relaxed, and tears unknowingly fell from his eyes, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Seeing his father's body and shedding tears in response to his father's will. It was a natural reaction for a person. But at this moment, Kirei felt like he had stepped into an abyss and was engulfed in a near-terrifying state of confusion. Do not look directly at it, the voice within his heart solemnly warned him. Kirei Kotomine, you must not understand, nor can you acknowledge this emotion surging within you right now. Because? Tears. When was the last time he shed tears? Yes, it was 3 unforgettable years ago when his late wife held his tears in her hands and said, "You love me, don't you?" As Kirei struggled to resist the memories flooding his mind, an inexplicable impulse, completely different from the emotions in his memories, surged within him. Hunger. Thirst. Impulse. Accompanied by the sight of red, an insidious and irresistible temptation invaded Kirei's reason. It was as if a person who hadn't eaten for days felt hungry. As if a person who hadn't drunk water for days felt thirsty. As if a person who had abstained for days felt desire. The red blood emitted a peculiar, irresistible allure, pounding against the barriers of Kirei's mind and common sense like waves. It's happening again, just like in Caster's workshop. Why? 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 Why is blood attracting me? Why do I feel a longing for blood? How can humans be drawn to the blood of their kind? Could this be the abnormality Gilgamesh spoke of? Then why didn't I have these impulses before? The thoughts in his mind didn't affect his actions, and his trembling hand, the hand that had taken many lives without ever trembling, reached towards the not yet dried bloodstains on the ground. No. 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 Reason kept reminding him. But in his heart, another voice roared madly. I want it. I want it. I want it. Kirei felt his body split into 2 parts, the physical desires and the rational soul. The two constantly battled, his hand moving up and down near the bloodstains, like a person experiencing a fit of madness. Perhaps this is what Ascent meant by fighting the demons within one's heart. Perhaps, if I can defeat this demon, I will become a normal person. Or perhaps, I will be completely assimilated by the demon and fall into darkness? Struggling. Fighting. Kirei did not give up. He resisted, he struggled. A follower of God could not succumb to the temptations of the demon. After an unknown length of time, the desire, an impulse for blood gradually faded away, replaced by an indescribable emptiness. Kirei silently gazed at his father's lifeless body, his heart filled with a deathly silence, like a scorched wasteland. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Suddenly, Kirei began to recite the Lord's Prayer, a prayer he was accustomed to reciting every day as if he was praying for his father's blessings and repenting at the same time. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Accompanied by the sign of the cross on his forehead, chest, left shoulder, and right shoulder, the deep meaning behind the tears and the inexplicable impulse were sealed away. In a distant western city, a city that had been silent for hundreds of years. A pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, unparalleled golden light shining through the pupils, only to fade into silence in the next moment, and those crimson eyes closed once again. The ancient city was once again shrouded in darkness as if nothing had happened. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Final Command. 1989 words. You useless fool. Nothing but a worthless braggart. Facing the harsh verbal assault, Lancer could only lower his head and silently endure. With such a limited amount of time, you couldn't even protect a single woman. HMPH. How dare you shamelessly speak of chivalry? Kenneth's furious words were accompanied by spit flying, but compared to Lancer, who felt ashamed of his failure, Kenneth's heart was filled with more anxiety and anger. He had been proud of obtaining new command spells, but reality once again plunged him into a cold abyss. Sola had disappeared, and only Lancer returned to his side with a gloomy expression. Although she was only a temporary replacement, Sola is still your master. If you can't even protect your master, what use are you as a servant? And yet you dare to come back alone, with a thick-skinned face. I am truly ashamed. Lancer weakly shook his head. His naturally beautiful face was distorted by grief, expressing his deep remorse for allowing the situation to turn into such regret. I apologize, my lord. Sola and I do not have a formal contract, so we cannot sense each other's presence. That's exactly why you should be more careful. Kenneth ruthlessly shouted, cutting off the servant's defense. Under normal circumstances, a master and servant would be connected through a contract, and if one of them was in danger, the other would sense it through their magical connection. But in this case, Lancer and Solar had not formed a formal contract according to the rules of contract magic and had directly engaged in battle. Lancer's unwavering loyalty to Kenneth had harmed him. By the time Lancer finished the battle and returned to the Fuyuki City Center building, Solar was already gone. The only thing he could confirm was that Solar was still alive, as her magical energy sustained Lancer's manifestation and activity, continuously flowing into his body. If it were another servant, they might be able to sense her general location through the supply of magical energy. Unfortunately, Lancer's contract was a special one that separated the contractor from the supplier of magical energy, resulting in a weak connection to the energy supplier. Even though he could speculate that Solar was still alive, Lancer had no idea where the magical energy was being supplied from. Searching for her in Fuyuki City without any clues would be futile, so in the end, he had to return alone. Ah, Solar? I shouldn't have entrusted her with the command spells. Magical combat is just too difficult for her. I also bear some responsibility for not thoroughly advising her. However, the reason Solar made such a decision was because she hoped for your comeback, Lord Kenneth. In any case, please, no matter what, you must. Kenneth looked at Lancer with a murky gaze filled with jealousy. You still have the nerve to say such things. Don't play dumb, Lancer. You must have instigated Solar from the sidelines, right? What? I would never do such a thing. Truly living up to the legends, even seducing your lord's fiancée, unable to resist the temptation. Lancer, kneeling with his head lowered, trembled violently. My lord, please take back those words. HMPH, did I hit the mark? Can't stand the anger, who? So you're planning to show me your true vicious nature, huh? Kenneth continued to mock the restrained and agitated heroic spirit. You finally showed your true colors. You swear loyalty and selflessness, but in reality, you're just a beast driven by desire. What's the point of pretending to be proud of chivalry? Do you think you can deceive my eyes? Lord Kenneth. Why don't you understand? Lancer's pleading voice was choked with emotion. I just wanted to defend my honor. I just wanted to fight a glorious war with you. My lord, why can't you understand the heart of a knight? Don't act like it's true, servant. Kenneth coldly rebuked Lancer, ignoring his plea. His suspicion and dissatisfaction with Lancer had finally reached the breaking point. Servant, know your place. You are nothing more than a shadow manifested through magic. Your so-called honor and dignity are nothing but the ramblings of a lost soul. How dare you lecture your master with such audacity? Lancer, humiliated and silent, hung his head. His slumped shoulders and vacant eyes staring at the ground no longer possessed the valor to wield twin spears and challenge numerous heroes. As Kenneth reveled in his sadistic pleasure, Lancer's spirit crushed, and a sigh suddenly echoed in the empty factory. Ah, I can't bear to watch anymore. Lancer, if I were you, I would stab this guy with a single shot. Kenneth's expression changed abruptly, and Lancer instinctively materialized his twin spears, ready to protect his master. But before he could stand up, he noticed a purple blade appearing around his master's neck. The ruler of shadows, the queen of the underworld, stood next to Kenneth with the knife in her hand. Her master was leisurely sitting on the windowsill, smiling at Lancer and Kenneth. Lancer tightly gripped his twin spears but dared not make any rash moves. He only asked, Assassin, what do you mean by this? Nothing much, just a little regret. Regret that I saved your master in the Einsburn castle. Skatchika's cold gaze sent shivers down Kenneth's spine. If I had known what kind of person he is, I should have killed him with a single blow. It's my fault. Shinji sheepishly rubbed his nose and jumped down from the windowsill, slowly approaching. I naively assumed that he still had the grace and conduct befitting a traditional noble. I didn't expect him to become such a waste after being struck by reality. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Sensei, if I were to say such things to you, would you stab me with a single shot? No, I won't. I'll just make sure you can't get out of bed for half a year. Skatchika's response put Shinji in the same state as Kenneth. Ah, then you might as well just stab me. Hey, Lancer, how about I settle this right here and help you find some relief? No, please, Assassin's master. Lancer lowered his spear and pleaded, he is my lord, the one I am loyal to in Diarmuid's name. No matter what happens, I will only serve him as my lord in this lifetime. If you want to do this, I will consider you as my enemy. Don't be so rigid. Shinji measured his god spear bow blade and rubbed the magical blade against Kenneth's face. After experiencing what happened in your past life, you should have awakened, right? In China, there is an ancient saying, a good bird chooses its tree to perch on. As someone like you, you should follow a wiser lord. How about Saber? You are a noble knight, and she is a noble king of knights. Wouldn't that be a good master-servant relationship? Stop it, assassin's master. That is an insult to me. Lancer remained firm and unwavering. A master can be wrong, and a servant can advise and be saddened, but they will never betray their master. Even if Phaon plotted against you, you wouldn't regret it. No regrets. Even if your current master orders you to commit suicide? This? Lancer gritted his teeth and still uttered 2 words, no regrets. Foolish, utterly foolish. Shinji felt a surge of frustration. He had even used his ultimate move, so why was it still like this? Did he have to sink to that level before he could feel regret? This is true knighthood, this is what it means to be a true knight. Skachik glanced at Shinji, her eye signaling him. She didn't say the second half of her sentence, it's because of this that they are admirable, and it's because of this that I don't want to see that kind of ending. Knight, chivalry. Shinji understood and sighed, taking Skachika's place. Although I can understand to some extent, times have changed, Lancer. People nowadays don't speak of chivalry. That's the biggest difference between you and your master. His understanding of your loyalty is complete obedience to him, without question. And you hold your master to the standards of a knight. If you had made it clear from the beginning, perhaps it would have been better. No, that's not it either. With Lord Elmeloy's arrogant and stubborn personality, he wouldn't have listened to you, right, Mr. Kenneth? In the end, Shinji tilted his blade, cutting Kenneth's skin, and startled, Kenneth repeatedly said, yes, yes. That's what I think. Let me ask you, Mr. Kenneth, have you ever wondered why there are only 3 command seals? If, according to your thinking, why not use more command seals to erase the subjectivity of the servants and turn them into complete puppets? I think many Magi like you, proud and arrogant, have the same idea. This? Kenneth had certainly thought about it but had no answer. Let me tell you. The so-called heroic spirits, regardless of whether they were good or evil in their lifetime, regardless of how they are judged in later generations, they were all heroes in their own right. Their caliber, their souls, are far superior to ordinary people. Such beings, even if they become servants, cannot be molded and manipulated as you please. They are not puppets. They are comrades who fight alongside their masters. In history, every master who tried to treat heroic spirits as puppets had a bad ending. From the moment you treat them as tools, your failure is already predetermined. Shinji's words made Kenneth's face pale. It was unclear whether he was truly moved or just frightened. But Shinji didn't care about Kenneth's reaction. He had come here tonight only to fulfill his promise with Skachik and give Diarmuid a relatively satisfactory conclusion. I might as well tell you that your fiancé, Sola, was abducted by my people from the top floor of the central building. Of course, it was after Castor's death. I do keep my promises. By the way, when Assassin saved you, he left a mark on you, so we know exactly what you've been up to these past few days. I can assure you that Lancer has no inappropriate thoughts about Miss Sola, whether you believe it or not. Assassin's master, you? Lancer hesitated, unsure whether to feel grateful or resentful. It's pointless to talk about it now. Kenneth, I'll give you 2 choices. Either I kill you right now and order my men to kill Miss Sola, ending this completely, or you use your command seals to order Lancer to fight my assassin. If Lancer wins, I'll let them go. You have 10 seconds to decide. After 10 seconds with no answer, I'll assume you chose the first option. Before Shinji could start counting, Kenneth immediately gave his answer, with no room for hesitation. I choose the second option, but if you go back on your word. Are you stupid? Shinji looked at Kenneth with disdain. This battle is destined to have only one survivor. If Assassin survives, you have no future. If Lancer survives, do you think I can defeat a servant? Stop talking nonsense and give the order. Holding on to his last glimmer of hope, Kenneth sadly caressed the command seals he had just acquired, and as the master of Lancer, he exerted his final authority. By the power of the command seals, Lancer, kill Assassin. Yes, my master. For the first time, summoned for the first time, Lancer wholeheartedly accepted this command seal with his own will. The red and yellow twin spears cut through the night sky like lightning. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Deadly Struggle. 1,335 words. This is an internal war between Celtic heroes. It is a duel between masters of spearmanship. On one side is the unrivaled first spear of the Knights of Fianna, Diarmuid Ua Duibna. On the other side is the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Skachik, who has stepped into the realm of gods as a human and has slain multiple deities. The surging magical power shakes the atmosphere. The clashing spears scorch the cold winter night. Each step they take breaks through the ground. Each swing of their weapons creates a gust of wind that topples walls. But the figures of the two amid the collision are elusive, making it difficult for either Shinji or Kenneth to capture them. Lancer is ranked as the swiftest among the 7 classes of servants, and the servant known as Diarmuid Ua Duibna, whose true name is Lancer, lives up to that class. His agility attribute is the highest in this Holy Grail war, A+. However, this highest attribute is not unique. Another person possesses the same speed as Lancer, and she is the current opponent of Diarmuid Ua Duibna, Skachik, who manifests as the assassin class. The battle between two powerful warriors who have reached the limits of servant speed is the reason for this spectacle. The sound of the north wind echoes lowly. The violent acts that defy the laws of physics make the atmosphere scream in hysteria. The abandoned factory is shrouded in the raging gusts of wind, suffering merciless destruction, and gradually being reduced to ruins. Only 5 minutes have passed, and the reinforced concrete structure chosen by Kenneth as a stronghold collapses with a thunderous roar. Yet, the two humanoid monsters causing all of this remain unfazed, standing atop the debris, confronting each other without showing fatigue. Skachik casually twirls a spear flower in her hand, her lips curling into a provocative smile. The renowned Knights of the Fianna Order truly live up to their reputation. If it weren't for that tragedy, you would have surely mastered the God Slayer . Diarmuid Ua Duibna responds with a similar smile. It's hard to imagine the refined and gentle him wearing such madness, even with a touch of ferocity. You flatter me, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Compared to you, I am far inferior. Your mastery of the spear, honed to the extreme point of being capable of slaying gods, truly amazes me. If you were also a spear user like me, I would have been wounded or dead under your spear. No need to be modest, Diarmuid Ua Duibna. Skachik shakes her head slightly. We both know that the strength of a warrior cannot be judged solely by skill. Inherent qualities are also an important factor. Strength is strength, no excuses, and no or what-ifs. To assess the strength of a warrior, one must consider their heart, skill, and physique, judging them comprehensively. Regarding this heart, both of them have experienced countless battles, both holding the determination to deliver a fatal blow, single-mindedly focused without a clear advantage. As for the physique, there is no doubt that Diarmuid Ua Duibna, who manifests as Lancer, has a considerable advantage. However, Skachik's skill, honed from ancient times until the present, compensates well for her disadvantage in attributes. Overall, the two are evenly matched. Diarmuid Ua Duibna nodded with understanding. He certainly understood this principle, but he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If only the true form of this ancient figure were in the Land of Shadows, he could witness the true spear of God-slaying, which is the highest realm that every warrior who practices spear techniques dreams of. Skachik also felt a sense of regret. The legendary Diarmuid is known for his proficiency in dual swords, dual spears, and a single blade. However, by only showcasing his dual spears, Diarmuid cannot fully display his true strength. However, as soon as these thoughts arose in their minds, they were cast aside by both of them simultaneously. It was meaningless to think about such things. Instead, they focused on how to achieve victory. Come again. Good. Then, the two, both wielding spears, stepped forward simultaneously, exuding an almost tangible aura. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, Shinji and Kenneth could still feel the pain of their faces being grazed by sharp objects. The ensuing clash became even more direct, intense, concise, and chilling. After 5 minutes of probing, the two master spear users gained a deep understanding of each other's techniques. There was no need for further probing or any reservations. They only needed to exert all their strength to kill their opponent. Stronger, faster, more ruthless. Both continuously swung their weapons, engaging in a fierce exchange of attacks and defenses. Diarmuid's long spear was powerful and heavy, while his short spear was elusive and unpredictable. The coordination between the two, one long and one short, was seamless. Although Skachik only wielded a single spear, in her hands, it seemed to possess spirituality. Every part of the spear, whether it be the tip, the blade, or the shaft, emanated infinite possibilities, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. They intertwined and clashed, the three magical spears colliding and sparking countless fiery trails, blooming into a chaotic spectacle. Legendary noble phantasms wielded with superhuman strength and speed clashed, with their velocity even surpassing the speed of sound. It was unclear whether they had gone through 10 rounds or 100 rounds. Skachik had a wound on her waist. Diarmuid's chest bloomed with blood. The physical injuries did not slow down their attacks but made the battle even more perilous. Like two wounded beasts, they completely unleashed their ferocity. At this moment, even if the master were to command them to cease fighting with a command spell, it would be difficult to suppress the boiling fighting spirit of these two heroes. The forehead, the throat, the heart, wherever it was fatal, the spears aimed there. The spears thrust incessantly, leaving no room for even a sliver of opportunity. Rapid thrusts at high speeds left no afterimages. The two swiftly moved within a tiny range, unleashing dozens or even hundreds of attacks within a single breath. If either side fell slightly out of rhythm, it would be the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Blood continued to drip from the bodies of the two servants, perhaps from their arms, thighs, backs, or even their cheeks. In this fast-paced battle, Skachik had no opportunity to release her noble phantasm's true name, and Diarmuid's red rose of exorcism was unable to unleash its special effects. The strategy chosen by both Diarmuid and Skachik was a deliberate decision. They opted not to use their noble phantasms and instead relied solely on their spear techniques to determine the winner. As the battle progressed, the amount of blood flowing from both of them increased. The striking red color of Diarmuid's armor and the black color of Skachik's tight-fitting attire blended due to the bloodstains. Suddenly, with a clang, a beautiful rose-like spear fell to the ground, the red rose of Diarmuid. This was a technique invented by Skachik, transitioning from a straight thrust to a sweeping strike aimed at Diarmuid's wrist. It was a blow that Diarmuid couldn't dodge. The red rose was a long spear, and its transformations were not as quick as the short spear. Although Skachik's impromptu move didn't carry much force, the strike hit its mark accurately. Diarmuid's nerves were injured, causing him to lose strength in his right hand and lose his grip on the red rose, just as he had wounded Saber a few days earlier. Unlike a few days ago, Diarmuid didn't feel anxious or in pain because of losing the use of his hand. Instead, he revealed a smile that seemed to suggest victory was within his grasp. Note, for every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Conclusion of Diarmuid. 1279 words. Diarmuid is a dual spear wielder who wields both the red rose and the yellow rose. However, the yellow rose, which is less than a meter in length, is much faster than the red rose. At this moment, Skachik, who knocked down the red rose, is already at her limit and cannot stop Diarmuid's fatal strike with the yellow rose. There were no declarations of victory, nor any roaring to boost morale. Diarmuid poured all his strength into his left hand, into the yellow rose. This spear strike was the fastest he had ever launched since being summoned to the modern era, and he firmly believed it would bring him victory. Due to the extreme speed, Diarmuid's vision broke into frames like a movie reel. Closer, even closer. With each frame, his yellow rose got closer to his opponent's heart. Diarmuid, who only had his target in his eyes, didn't see the smile on Skachik's lips, nor did he see her release her left hand from the spear the moment the red rose slipped away. He also didn't see the spiritual particles gathering around her left hand, condensing into a tangible form. When the yellow rose was less than 10 centimeters away from Skachik's heart, Diarmuid suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The pain was so intense that it distorted Diarmuid's handsome face, causing his determined stride to falter. His surefire strike was interrupted. With some confusion, and a hint of disappointment, he lowered his head and saw Skachik's left hand gripping a red spear that had pierced his own heart, while her right hand held an identical magical spear. "I forgot to tell you, I'm also a dual spear wielder," said Skachik, the queen of the land of shadows, standing at the pinnacle of all spear wielders. "Oh." Diarmuid's puzzled expression turned into resignation. His dim eyes regained their calmness. His left hand went limp, and the yellow rose slipped from his grasp. "I lost. I admit defeat." The Queen of the Land of Shadows truly lives up to her reputation. The same goes for you, Diarmuid of the Radiant Face. It was an excellent duel, and I am glad to have fought against you. Skachik released her weapon and reached out to support Diarmuid, who had suffered a fatal injury and could no longer stand steadily. To receive such praise from you, they must be jealous. Diarmuid referred to his comrades, the Knights of Fianna. By the way, there is something I don't understand. I hope you can give me an answer. Go ahead. Why did it have to be like this? To have my master give such orders, to fight as a knight, to preserve my honor. You and your master are not knights, and it wasn't necessary to do it this way. You could have achieved victory more simply. Why? Blood coughed up from Diarmuid's mouth, staining Skachika's arm. She didn't mind and used her remaining magical power to perform magecraft, easing Diarmuid's pain. The answer is something I have already said. I admire exceptional warriors, and I didn't want a brilliant warrior like you to meet such a tragic end. A tragic end? Diarmuid struggled to breathe. Have you already seen my future? Skachik lightly nodded. It's a conclusion that even I find hard to watch. And besides, I was the one who treated Saber's arm and broke the promise between you and Saber's designated opponent. So, I decided to duel with you in Saber's place. Your master? All of this was orchestrated by him, and I am only responsible for fighting you and ensuring victory with the honor of a warrior. Skachik turned her head and looked at her master with her bright red eyes, as if to say, I have fulfilled my promise. Shinji squinted his eyes and smiled in response. Yes, the promise to guarantee victory in the name of a warrior was what Shinji wanted. He only dared to carry out this plan after agreeing to this condition. If Skachik had not agreed, even if Lancer's fate was 10 times more tragic, he would not have implemented this plan. Guaranteeing victory in the name of a warrior meant that Skachik would give her all, and Shinji was confident in such a Skachik. What if it failed? Impossible. Shinji knew of a skill called clairvoyance, which could be obtained through wisdom of the abyss, and it was a permanent skill. Shinji knew of a skill called reinforcement of stance, which could be obtained through wisdom of the abyss, and it was an instant skill. Not enough? Shinji also knew of another use for Gaybolg alternative. Shinji also knew that Diarmuid's luck was ranked E, while Skachika's luck was ranked D. If all of this could lead to defeat, then Skachik would not have survived until now. So that's how it is. This scene fell into Diarmuid's eyes, eliciting a sigh tinged with blood. What a good master you have. I truly envy you. Do you regret it? Skachik supported Diarmuid and walked toward the two masters. Why would I? Although your master is outstanding, I have no regrets about swearing loyalty to Lord Kenneth. Upon hearing Diarmuid's words, Shinji released the divine gunblade, held against Kenneth's neck, and patted his shoulder forcefully. Did you hear that, Kenneth? Lancer? Seeing the battered and unrepentant Diarmuid, Kenneth, who was both stubborn and proud, seemed genuinely moved. He lowered his head and dared not look at his servant, stammering. I'm sorry, No need to apologize, Lord Kenneth. Diarmuid let go of Skachika's shoulder and knelt unsteadily at Kenneth's feet. You are my liege, and I am your knight. Diarmuid's body began to fade, and more spiritual particles were drawn out from within him. Lancer's vessel had reached its limit. Lord Kenneth, please forgive me for no longer being able to follow you. I hope for your swift recovery and for you and Lady Soleui to find happiness. Lancer? Diarmuid sincerely offered his blessing, causing Kenneth's eyes to slightly redden. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch his loyal knight, but found that the spiritual particles flowed through his fingers. He couldn't touch this loyal knight anymore. Lancer lifted his head and looked at Skachik and Shinji standing side by side with pleading eyes. Assassin's Master, as well as Her Majesty the Queen, this is the final request of a knight. I hope that you can spare Lord Kenneth and Lady Soleui. As long as they are willing to agree to my conditions. Shinji pounded his chest by the knight's etiquette, making a solemn promise. Thank you both. Diarmuid's body had faded to the point of almost disappearing, and he took one last look at his master, bidding his final farewell. Knight Diarmuid Ua Juibna takes his leave. Farewell, my liege. The expression that was the same as when they first met had completely disappeared, and the last of the spiritual particles sparkled in the cold wind as they drifted toward the horizon. A faint light emerged on the horizon, signaling the end of the night and the imminent arrival of dawn. The blue spiritual particles eventually merged into the faint light on the horizon, leaving behind a touch of pre-dawn lapis lazuli. Farewell, Diarmuid Ua Juibna. I hope you are satisfied with this ending. Shinji lowered his head, while Skachik looked up into the distance, bidding farewell to this noble knight in her way. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Jinyun Sword. 1,372 words. Shinji retreated to his workshop and embraced a life of being a recluse. Skachik was heavily injured during her battle with Lancer, and despite receiving rune magecraft treatment, she still needed time to recover. Similarly, Shinji also needed time to deal with some issues. Firstly, there were 4 noble phantasms brought back by Berserker. Based on Skachika's keen eyes, she determined that the rank and nature of the 4 noble phantasms were the same as Shinji had previously analyzed. They could exert power without needing to release their true names. However, the types of the 4 noble phantasms differed from Shinji's expectations, and each one was unique. It seemed that Gilgamesh, when projecting the noble phantasms, was not randomly throwing them, but rather choosing and planning carefully. Among the 4 noble phantasms, Shinji was most interested in the sword, a true sword. The sword had a straight and clear blade, displaying extraordinary quality. The sword was not edged, with a blade length of about 55 centimeters, a hilt length of about 15 centimeters, and a blade width of about 5 centimeters. By modern standards, this could be considered a short sword, but in ancient times, especially before the spring and autumn periods, this was the standard style of a sword. Without a doubt, this was a standard ancient sword from an era even older than the spring and autumn period, a time when myth still prevailed in the land of China. How did he know? Because the center of the sword's blade was engraved with ancient characters. According to Skachik, these were the oldest characters in the East, the origin of Chinese civilization, created by the ancient sage Shinji. Each character contained a powerful and mysterious force, making it the Eastern version of the primal rune. The sword's blade had a total of 4 ancient characters, separated by a cross-shaped mark, with each character occupying 1 slot. Although Skachik did not receive the inheritance of the Eastern ancient characters, she had experience with the primal rune. She quickly deduced the meaning of the characters based on the scattered power emanating from the characters. The 4 characters corresponded to the elements of water, fire, and wind, which were the foundational theories of constructing the world in both the East and the West. The ancient sword with the 4 characters of earth, water, fire, and wind made Shinji instinctively think of a famous sword in Eastern mythology. This sword appeared in many mythical and legendary stories, most notably Journey to the West and Fengshen Yeni. It was the signature treasure of Mo Liqing, the first of the 4 demon generals and later one of the 4 heavenly kings, Jinyun Sword. In Eastern mythology, Mo Liqing was by no means a great god, and his treasure couldn't be considered top tier. But precisely because of this, it was possible for Gilgamesh to casually throw it away without any remorse. The more Shinji thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He flipped over the sword he received from Lancelot and found that the inscription on the back of the blade also happened to consist of 3 characters. The first character from top to bottom was somewhat similar to modern characters, while Shinji didn't recognize the second and third characters. However, ancient Chinese characters originated from pictographs, which means they evolved from pictures. These 2 ancient characters indeed looked like clouds and a sword, whether they truly resembled them or if it was just Shinji's preconceived notion remained unknown. Regardless, there was only one way to find out: give it a try. In Eastern mythology, very few treasures required releasing their true names. Most of them had a unique usage called sacrifice. Based on the world view of Type Moon, this sacrifice was likely to involve infusing magical energy. Shinji, thinking this way, pressed the inscription of earth, water, fire, wind and infused it with his magical energy. Then, the treasured sword floated in the air, and the character representing wind emitted a radiant light. A black whirlwind burst out, blowing Shinji's hair in disarray. At this moment, Shinji had long forgotten to tidy his hair, only knowing to hold the treasured sword and laugh foolishly. He, ha ha ha. His laughter, with a crooked smile, made Korea roll his eyes, and Skachik, being more direct, slapped her disciple on the forehead. What's so funny? If you know the origin of the sword, then hurry up and explain. Oh. Shinji touched his forehead. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Jinyun sword from Eastern mythology. The sword has inscriptions, divided into 4 characters: earth, water, fire, and wind. According to the description in Berserker's Noble Phantasm, it should belong to the category of military noble phantasms. However, most Chinese noble phantasms have high versatility. They can be used against individuals, armies, and even for siege warfare. They are highly cost-effective noble phantasms. Uncle, let Lancelot formally transfer all ownership to me, and let me try it. Korea, who was already aware of Shinji's plan while Skachik was appraising the noble phantasm, was about to agree when Skachik said, no need to transfer. You can obtain full ownership of the Qingyun sword at any time. A. The uncle and nephew were stunned and said in unison, why? Because Archer has already abandoned ownership of the noble phantasms when projecting them, and Berserker's ownership of the noble phantasms obtained through A Knight Does Not Die with Empty Hands is only valid when the noble phantasms are in hand. When he handed the Qingyun swords to you, it was still ownerless. Lancelot, due to his mad enhancement, had almost lost his ability to speak, so Korea couldn't inquire about the details of his servant's noble phantasms until Skachik discovered the secret and explained it. Shinji, try turning the noble phantasm into spiritual particles. Once you complete this process, you will officially acquire full ownership of the Qingyun sword. Upon hearing Skachika's words, Shinji attempted to release the physical form of the noble phantasm, similar to how he controlled the sickle of the hunted serpent. The next second, the Qingyun sword disappeared from Shinji's hand, only to materialize again a few seconds later. This cycle repeated several times, and Shinji revealed a satisfied smile. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked up at Skachik with hopeful eyes. Sensei, can Sakura and Uncle also possess noble phantasms through this method? It would provide them with even greater security. Unfortunately, no, Skachik shook her head. Noble phantasms are a part of heroic spirits or similar entities. They don't exist in a manner that allows free conversion between spiritual particles and physical form, unleashing their corresponding powers. Even I, unless I materialize as a servant, can only possess weapons that rival noble phantasms, not a noble phantasms of heroic spirits. You acquired the noble phantasm through the method of divine descent, which is a special case I haven't even seen. You already possess the unique ability of heroic spirits to transform spiritual particles, while they do not. Moreover, the process just now can also be considered as Archer transferring the noble phantasm to you, requiring all four conditions. I see, that's a shame, Shinji sighed with regret. Upon careful consideration, it made sense. The transfer meant one party relinquished ownership while the other party acquired it. Korea turned around and comforted Shinji, saying, it's okay. I already have a new mystic code, and it's enough. Even if I obtain a noble phantasm, I might not be able to withstand its consumption. Don't worry about the consumption, these few noble phantasms don't require much magical energy. An unnamed short-handled noble phantasm in Skachika's hand spun around. You and Sakura will be fine. I see? Korea nodded, but then his movement suddenly paused. Wait, Sensei, are you saying? I'm saying that you can't possess a noble phantasm like Shinji does, but it doesn't mean you can't use them. Wisdom obtained from being outside the world overflowed from her crimson eyes, a true wisdom of the magical realm. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Other Three Noble Phantasms. 1,488 words. The ownership of a noble phantasm is important for two main reasons. Firstly, it allows for spirit particle conversion. This not only provides convenience in terms of preservation and carrying but also includes functions such as positioning and recovery within a certain range. It can be understood as a property similar to the bonding with the master mechanic in games, ensuring that the noble phantasm is not lost. Secondly, it enables true name release. Only those who possess the ownership of a noble phantasm can unlock its true name and unleash its true power. By the way, the ownership of most noble phantasms is unique, but there are exceptions where multiple heroes may be associated with the ownership of the same noble phantasm. For example, the magical spear Geibolg in the hands of Cu Chularin was originally crafted and granted by Skachik to her disciple. If Skachik were to obtain this spear, she could use it freely without requiring permission from Cu Chularin. However, if we disregard the benefits of spirit particle conversion and true name release and focus solely on usage, then ownership becomes less significant. After all, most noble phantasms do not have a password lock mechanism, so as long as one can wield them, they can be used. The four noble phantasms brought back by Lancelot, for example, belong to a type that can exert their power without the need for true name release. The power unleashed by Korea with these noble phantasms in his hands would be no different from the power unleashed by Gilgamesh. After listening to Skachika's explanation, Shinji pondered for a moment and said, so, as long as I allow it and resolve the carrying issue, whether or not I have ownership of the noble phantasms doesn't matter, right? Yes, nodded Skachik. And there's one more thing to consider, the supply of magical energy to the noble phantasms. The nature of noble phantasms is similar to that of servants, they materialize the soul, and this requires the consumption of magical energy. But the magical energy doesn't necessarily have to be provided by the master, Shinji said confidently, trying to please. As the highest-ranked magus, sensei, you must have a way to solve that. Whether it's in the Age of Gods or the modern era. Skachik shook her head slightly. If it were just a matter of being the highest-ranked magus, this issue wouldn't be resolved. Including myself, after all, this already delves into the realm of magic. However, after experiencing the miracle of soul materialization in myself while in the form of a servant, I can solve this problem. But before that, we need to decide who will be using the noble phantasms. Who will this be given to? This is... Both Shinji and Korea fixed their gaze on the golden noble phantasm in Skachika's hand. It was a shorter weapon than the Chinyun sword, resembling a sword in shape, but the main body was not as flat as a sword. Instead, it was a nearly perfect cone shape. 3 ring-like earpieces were evenly distributed at the bottom of the cone, converging at a point. Together with the exquisitely designed pommel, it held a black pearl, which was not in a solid state but rather fluctuated between liquid and gaseous states, constantly changing, resembling rolling thunderclouds in the summer sky. This is the Indra's Vajra, the artifact at Indra's lightning used by the rain god, Indra, Skachik explained as she handed the artifact to Shinji. Inadvertently, Shinji touched the black pearl at the end of the artifact, and a faint electric current made his body tingle. Legend has it that this artifact is a materialized form of the thunder and lightning that Indra used for attacks. With this artifact, Indra defeated the dragon Vritra and possessed a special effect against magic. It is also the highest ranked among the 4 noble phantasms, with a rank of B+, while the Chinyun sword is only C+. Shinji pondered for a moment, then put away the Indra Vajra and handed the Chinyun sword back to Skachik. Although the Indra Vajra has tremendous destructive power, its practicality as a defensive weapon is too low. It's better to treat it as a hand grenade and throw it. That's the true thunder in hand. Give the Chinyun sword to Lady Justice, she lacks area of effect attacks. Although Shinji liked the Chinyun sword, he could readily give it up for the sake of someone he valued. What about the remaining 2? I can only discern their history and general effects, I don't know their true names, replied Skachik as she picked up the 3rd artifact. It was a staff with a primary color scheme of golden and sapphire blue. It was approximately 120 centimeters long, with a forked end and a top resembling a bent T. This should be the symbol of authority of ancient Egyptian pharaohs, also known as the scepter. It possesses healing and purification powers, effectively restraining magical creatures. Among the Egyptian pantheon, both the scorpion goddess Serket and the primal goddess Isis possess such powers. People often confuse these 2 goddesses, and I don't know which one of them bestowed this symbol of authority upon which pharaoh in which era. A scepter of healing and purification. Shinji and Korea exchanged a glance and reached an answer without needing to discuss it further. Give it to Sakura. A symbol of authority from a goddess should naturally be given to a girl. They didn't want their little princess, their little lady, wielding spears, swords, and grenades to kill. Shinji held the final artifact in his hand, accompanied by a teasing remark. China, India, Egypt, we're only missing Babylon. Is this spear from Babylon? Correct. Skachik reached out and caressed the surface of the spear. It was a black spear with gold trimmings. The spearhead was longer than usual, while the shaft was shorter, and the double-edged blade was covered in blood grooves. The intricate patterns on the grooves couldn't conceal the spear's fierce nature. This spear is the weapon of the goddess Ishtar, who has a significant connection with the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Ishtar once thrust this spear into the heart of the divine mountain Ebai, killing the mountain that even the king of the Babylonian gods feared. Wait, sensei, Shinji became more and more uneasy as he listened. This is a very famous story. How can you not know the true name of the spear? Moreover, how can a weapon that kills a sacred mountain have only a B rank? Shinji trusted Skachika's judgment, but even the privilege of a master granted by the Holy Grail system couldn't be wrong. The rank of the spear's noble phantasm was indeed only B. However, in Shinji's memory, Ishtar's noble phantasm, mountain rain-shaking firewood of Venus, and Gal Taki Galse, was ranked higher than A. Faced with the doubtful gaze of her disciple, Skachik explained in her unique calm tone, that's because this spear is an original. It doesn't have the sublimation of the legend of Ishtar killing the sacred mountain. With that explanation, Shinji understood. Noble phantasms were not just mere weapons, like heroic spirits, they were also enhanced by the sublimation of legends and anecdotes. However, the majority of the noble phantasms in the king's treasures were originals, prototypes, and not enhanced by legends and anecdotes. Taking this spear as an example, in the hands of the goddess Ishtar, Due to the enhancement of the legend, the Noble Phantasm's rank could reach A++, with additional special effects against mountains. However, without the enhancement of the legend, the Noble Phantasm's rank was only B. The same principle applied to the Indra Vajra, which would have a higher rank in the hands of Indra. The power of a Noble Phantasm is indeed related to the legend itself. The Noble Phantasm Shinji knows of Ishtar involves incorporating the concept of Venus into her hand and directly smashing it down, without any visible connection to a spear. Therefore, it is reasonable to speculate that the ranking of the spear is somewhat arbitrary. The weapon of the goddess that Gilgamesh despises, HMPH, no wonder he couldn't wait to get rid of this spear. Shinji held the spear in his hands and handed it to Korea. This is truly the most suitable Noble Phantasm for Uncle. You're right. Korea tightly grasped the spear and licked his lips unconsciously. Ishtar, who caused Enkidu's death, is undoubtedly an enemy of Gilgamesh. And I, as the master of Berserker, am an enemy of Tokiomi. I will defeat Tokiomi with this spear. P.S. The fact that heroic spirits descend into the world as servants is already related to the realm of the third magic. Note, for every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 124, Tokiomi's Determination. 2,781 words. It was late afternoon, and the darkness of the night was about to envelop the twilight. Tokiomi arrived at his wife's family home, the Zenju residence. However, he only stood outside the door and had no intention of stepping inside. At present, Tokiomi's position was that of one of the masters vying for the Holy Grail, immersed in the battlefield of the Holy Grail War. To protect the safety of his wife and daughter, he had sent them to the Zenju residence, not allowing himself to bring the stench of bloodshed with him. Tokiomi had originally thought that he wouldn't see his family until the war was over. However, the unexpected death of the priest Kotomine Risei, who had been supporting Tokiomi as his guardian and a close friend of his father, shook his determination. The old priest was not only a friend of Tokiomi's father but also his guardian. For Tokiomi, entering into close contact with the priest and receiving his support was an important factor in his belief that he would surely achieve victory. Of course, Tokiomi wouldn't falter just because he lost that support. However, he did start to feel a foreboding shadow of what if looming over the previously confident and almost arrogant path to victory. Just like the old and steadfast priest suddenly falling, was it possible that he, too, might die before fulfilling his aspirations? Until yesterday, for Tokiomi, victory in the Holy Grail War was almost a certainty. But now, with his reliable ally gone, he only realized that he had thrown himself into a battle that teetered between life and death as a competitor. Perhaps, this would be his final meeting with his family. Taking a deep breath, dispelling his distractions, and restoring his usual calm and grace, Tokiomi reached for the doorbell by the entrance. Just then, Tokiomi witnessed something that surprised him. In the courtyard, his two daughters, his eldest, Rin Tosaka, and his second daughter, who had been adopted by the Matou family and renamed Sakura Matou, were engaged in a magical competition. Two little girls, aged 7 and 6, couldn't possibly master true combat magecraft. Their competition was not a genuine magical confrontation but rather a contest similar to origami contests among ordinary children, where they competed to see who could fold things better and faster. In this case, origami was replaced with magical props. Rin used the dual magic passed down in the Tosaka family and created gemstones that stored magical energy, which she had been training with recently. Sakura, on the other hand, didn't use the water attribute magecraft inherited from the Matou family. Instead, she employed some kind of ancient rune magic. Although Tokiomi didn't know much about rune magic or which specific kind Sakura was using, he could tell that her foundation in basic skills was solid, and her magecraft had a unique sense of beauty, which proved that she had received a complete inheritance of rune magic in place. Zoken is quite dedicated, Tokiomi silently nodded. He did not know that the Zoken he had placed high hopes on had died a year ago. The Matou family had kept it a secret, maintaining the illusion that Zoken was still alive. The foundation of the Matou family's magecraft had quietly changed with his death. The two little girls were creating basic magical items, requiring minimal magical power and time. After about 10 minutes, the sisters completed their respective work. In Rin's palm was a flawless crystal, a perfectly shaped regular octagon. Both its luster and design reached the level of a gem pendant. The purity of the magical energy contained within the crystal was also impressive. The only flaw was that the filling rate of magical energy was insufficient. This was not due to Rin's lack of magical power. On the contrary, Rin's magical power was abundant. However, she often destroyed gemstones during practice due to an excess of magical energy. To win the competition, Rin chose a relatively conservative approach, preferring to leave some room for error rather than using an excessive amount of magical energy. This level-headedness brought Tokiomi a sense of relief. In contrast, Sakura's work seemed very plain. It was a grey stone that could be found anywhere, engraved with ancient runes consisting of only a few strokes. However, the quality of a magical item could not be measured by its appearance alone, and with Tokiomi's discerning eyes, Sakura's work was no worse than her sister's. It was a standard rune stone, equivalent in function to the gemstone Rin created, used to store magical energy. The amount and purity of the magical energy infused into the rune stone were comparable to the gemstone. Judging solely from their works, the two were evenly matched. However, Sakura had only started formally studying magecraft after entering the Matou family a year ago, while Rin had been carefully nurtured by Tokiomi for a year and 7 months. In this aspect, Rin undoubtedly had the advantage. Of course, Tokiomi was not worried that the sisters would create a rift between them. Rin had always been mature and ambitious from a young age, always saying, "I will protect my little sister." Now that her younger sister was on par with her and no longer needed her protection, Rin would surely become even more diligent in maintaining her dignity as the older sister. In truth, Tokiomi was well aware that both Aoi and Rin were not in favor of Sakura being adopted by the Matou family. However, out of trust in her husband, Aoi kept her feelings to herself. But not speaking out did not mean they didn't miss their daughter. Tokiomi still remembered the joy in his wife and daughter's eyes when Sakura ran past the gate of the Tosaka household. Therefore, although Tokiomi had emphasized several times that Sakura no longer belonged to the Tosaka family and should not be too close to her, in reality, he did not interfere with Aoi and Rin's private intimacy, including Sakura's appearance at the Zenju residence this time. From the standpoint of the Tosaka family, Tokiomi had to draw a clear line between himself and Sakura, but after all, he was Sakura's biological father, and what father wouldn't love his daughter? It's just that his way of expressing it was too deep and reserved, and only his wife Aoi understood. As the competition ended in a tie, and the two works were presented as gifts to Aoi, Tokiomi rang the doorbell. Having not seen their father for a few days, Rin first smiled with joy and then hurriedly hid Sakura behind their mother, Aoi. Tokiomi was amused by this scene. He didn't mean to be angry. Sakura peeked out and gave Tokiomi a timid smile, to which he responded with a long-lost warm smile. Then, Tokiomi waved his hand at Rin. The most important purpose of his visit to the Zenju household today was to discuss some important matters with Rin. Looking into his daughter's eyes, sparkling like precious gemstones, Tokiomi once again deeply felt that this girl was the precious treasure that the Tosaka family had finally obtained after 5 generations, a shining gem that was as precious as a miracle. Tosaka Rin. Although her face was still young and tender, one could already anticipate that she would grow up to be a remarkable beauty. Rather than saying she resembled her mother, it was more accurate to say that she had the shadow of Tokiomi's wife when she was young. At this moment, his daughter, who was anxiously waiting in silence, looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Tokiomi knew the respect and admiration his daughter held for him as her father. At this moment, the words Tokiomi would say to Rin would undoubtedly influence her future. No, there was no need to be confused about the future. The future had already been decided long ago. Apart from becoming the 6th generation head of the Tosaka family and inheriting the Tosaka family's legacy, Rin had no other choice. Upon careful consideration, perhaps this was the fundamental reason why Tokiomi felt a tinge of guilt towards his daughter. Tokiomi kneeled, bent his body, and placed his hand on Rin's head. Rin showed a surprised expression and widened her eyes. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Tokiomi suddenly realized that he had never touched his daughter's head like this before. No wonder Rin was so shocked. Even Tokiomi himself, after touching his daughter's head, realized that he didn't know how much strength to use to express gentle affection. Rin, before you grow up, make sure the association owes you a favor. The next judgments and decisions will be left up to you. If it's you, even if you're alone, you can handle it well. Originally, Tokiomi was still hesitating about what to say, but once he started speaking, the words continued to flow one after another. If he considered the what ifs, there were too many things he should say. How to handle the family heirloom, the gemstone, which was passed down from the master, and the management of the underground workshop, Tokiomi summarized these key points and explained them one by one to Rin, who was attentively listening. Although he hadn't officially passed on his magic crest to Rin, in essence, these admonitions were equivalent to designating Rin as the next head of the Tosaka family. Tokiomi Tosaka was by no means a prodigy. Among the generations of Tosaka family Magi, one could even say that his aptitude was mediocre. The reason why Tokiomi had become a seasoned and respected magus today was that he faithfully practiced the Tosaka family's teachings. Always maintaining composure, always maintaining elegance. If you demand a perfect 10, you must accumulate 20 points of training beforehand. To gracefully and calmly overcome various trials, Tokiomi always demanded this of himself. If you were to find something outstanding about Tokiomi compared to others, it would be his thorough self-discipline and unwavering willpower. As the former head of the Tosaka family and Tokiomi's father, he had foreseen that if his son were to pursue magecraft, it would be a treacherous path. So, on the night before his father passed on the magic crest to Tokiomi, he solemnly asked his son once again, "Do you want to inherit the headship?" It was merely a ritualistic question, a question devoid of substance. As the eldest son of the family, Tokiomi's education was meant to guide him towards becoming the future head, and the dignity nurtured within Tokiomi from a young age did not allow him to dream of a different life. Even so, since there was a formal question, it meant that Tokiomi still had a slight room for choice. Looking back now, that could be considered the greatest gift his father, the former head, had given him. Tokiomi Tosaka chose the path of magecraft based on his own will, not influenced by fate. It was this consciousness that gave Tokiomi an iron-like willpower. This is the life I have chosen for myself. It was this noble self-pride from the depths of his heart that supported him through the rigorous training that awaited him in the future. Tokiomi deeply wished that he could pass on the treasure his father had bestowed upon him to his two daughters. But this wish could not be fulfilled. Rin and Sakura never had a choice from the beginning. One possessed the rare attribute of being a complete 5-element composite. The other possessed the imaginary element void attribute. The two sisters were born with almost miraculous rare qualities. It went beyond natural talent and could almost be called a curse. The demonic nature will summon the demonic. Those whose abilities surpass the boundaries of common sense will inevitably attract the things beyond their everyday life, completely unrelated to their own will. There is only one way to counter this fate, to step out of the ordinary oneself. Tokiomi's daughters can only cope with the demonic nature in their bloodline by actively experiencing magecraft and studying magecraft. However, the Tosaka family can only provide shelter for one of the sisters, and this contradiction tormented Tokiomi for a long time. Various strange things that appear under the temptation of their bloodline will surely bring ruthless calamities to the one who does not become the successor. If the Mage Association becomes aware of the existence of these ordinary people, they will surely eagerly use them as specimens under the pretext of protection, engaging in action similar to immersing them in a formalin solution. For thousands of years, the Mage Association has imprisoned and captured Magi with extraordinary talents or those who have violated taboos under the name of protection, condemning them to a lifetime of imprisonment. The Mage Association has given this selfless act a name, sealing designation. Therefore, the proposal of the Matou family to adopt a foster daughter was truly like a gift from heaven. Both beloved daughters can inherit first-class magecraft and obtain means to explore their own lives, without succumbing to the causal effects of their bloodline. At that time, Tokiomi almost felt relieved of his heavy responsibilities as a father. But is that the case? The more Tokiomi asked himself this question, the more burden he felt in his heart. Rin's talent would undoubtedly allow her to learn the secrets of magecraft more easily than Tokiomi. But compared to choosing one's fate and embarking on this path, how painful it must be to choose a predetermined path due to an inescapable destiny. In the future, Rin will face numerous trials. If Tokiomi doesn't provide her with any guidance and departs from her like this, would Tokiomi still be a perfect father? Tokiomi once again conveyed his longing to Rin through the touch of her hand, as if trying to clarify his inner doubts. Although Rin allowed that hand to caress her head, her clear eyes remained motionless, filled with unease and confusion. Ah, I see. So that's how it is. This unconditional reverence and trust finally found an answer in Tokiomi's heart. This child does not need any words of apology, nor does she need others to worry about her future. As the former head who is about to leave, he has only one sentence left to say to the noble heir of the Tosaka family. Rin, the Holy Grail will appear someday. Obtaining the Holy Grail is the duty of the Tosaka family. Furthermore, as a magus, it is an inevitable path. The girl nodded without hesitation, and her gaze filled Tokiomi's heart with pride. Even when Tokiomi inherited the position of the head in the past, he had never felt such a fulfilling sense of honor. Well then, I must go. You know what to do next. I know. Please take care on your journey, father. Rin's tone was firm and clear. Tokiomi nodded and stood up straight. His gaze turned towards the mansion inside the door, intersecting with Aoi in the courtyard. His wife had been by his side for a long time, and they understood each other without needing any words. The gaze Aoi sent over was full of trust and encouragement. The gaze he returned carried gratitude and assurance. Beside his wife was Sakura, who no longer had the features of the Tosaka family. She gathered her courage and waved goodbye to Tokiomi. Feeling a sense of crisis before stepping onto the battlefield, driven by complex emotions of guilt stemming from familial ties, Tokiomi raised his hand and gently waved at Sakura, just as he had done many times before. Having done all this, he left the Zenju family without looking back. Confusion arises from a heart that lacks composure, lacking any elegance. The family motto had always been deeply ingrained in Tokiomi's heart, and Rin's gaze made him re-experience that phrase. If there was something he had to apologize to his child for, it would be his defeat, his failure to fulfill his wish for the Holy Grail until the very end. If he wanted to be a father worthy of Rin, Tokiomi Tosaka had to be a flawless magus. Therefore, I will personally complete the magecraft of the Tosaka family. I will become a father who is qualified to guide and truly perfect. With a new determination in his heart, Tokiomi set out on his journey home in the twilight. He was about to return to Fuyuki City once again, heading towards the approaching night. Note, for every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 Power Stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.